Northern Asia, Special Zone 9, Songjiang City. Qin Yu stood inside the office building belonging to the municipal police department, specifically the Black District Police, smiling as he asked a middle-aged man, "Is it ready?" "Yes, come in." The middle-aged man waved his hand and turned to enter the office on the left. Qin Yu adjusted his clothing upon hearing the response and stepped forward to follow the middle-aged man inside. The office was moderately sized, approximately 60 square meters, but only one person sat behind the desk. He appeared to be around 40, sporting a handlebar mustache with noticeable flesh on his face, giving him a fierce appearance. The middle-aged man approached the desk and placed 2 stacks of documents in front of the mustached man, quietly saying, "Director, this is the last one." "Medical examination?" the mustached man asked, picking up the documents. "Yes." "All right, you can leave now." "Sure." After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man departed, while Qin Yu took a couple of steps forward, standing in front of the desk in silence, watching the mustached man review his documents. Within the office, the mustached man frowned as he scrutinized the documents, quietly reading aloud, "Qin Yu, 22 years old, 75 kilograms, 1.82 meters tall. Born before the era, originally from J City, H Province." That's not far from present-day Songjiang. Before joining, he lived in a waiting zone. Parents missing, presumed dead, no relatives. Why is there a blank in your history?" "I don't have a history," Qin Yu replied with a smile. "Living in the waiting zone was tough. I did whatever I could just to eat. There's no history to speak of." The mustache man chuckled. "You could have at least written something before coming. Having no history doesn't look good in the system." "All right, they'll fill something out later," Qin Yu readily agreed, not bothering to dispute it. The mustache man again looked at the documents, asking, "No history means you haven't served. Do you have any experience with firearms?" Qin Yu shook his head without hesitation. "No." "Any criminal record?" "No." The mustache man pondered for a moment, then slowly set down the documents and looked up at Qin Yu with a smile, saying, "In that lawless, unregulated place, the waiting zone, you managed to scrape enough funds to purchase a work and residence permit for Special Zone 9. You, young man, have some experience?" "Not really," Qin Yu grinned, showing his teeth. "Just lucky to meet some benefactors." The mustache man picked up a cup of water and appraised Qin Yu, giving a token nod. "Well, you do seem quite spirited." Qin Yu smiled modestly, not replying. Setting down the teacup, the mustache man looked directly at Qin Yu and plainly advised, "The situation in Special Zone 9 is rather unique. Although it belongs to the administrative structure of the United Government, it possesses significant autonomy, distinguishing it from the 8 major districts. The area has a diverse mix of ethnicities. Besides us Asians, there are also many blacks and whites. The social environment is very complex, and there are indeed chaotic phenomena we wish to change but can't at present. As a law enforcement officer, you must fully adapt to this environment." "Understood," Qin Yu nodded seriously. "Additionally, no matter your past experiences, when dining in my presence, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you must act accordingly. Cause trouble, and he'll deal with you immediately." The mustache man's tone remained monotonous as he warned, "Director Lee, I'm here to help you avoid trouble." Qin Yu replied with a knowing grin. The mustache man chuckled and tapped a few buttons on the touchscreen phone at his desk, lowering his head to speak into the microphone. Seconds later, a male voice responded, "Hello, Director. This is the first criminal investigation team." "Where's Yuan-ko?" Director Lee asked. "Team leader Yuan is not here. He just stepped out. I'm sending over a newcomer. Hurry and come to collect him." "Understood." "That's it." Director Lee scratched his handlebar mustache and pressed the hang-up button. "Go wait at the entrance. Someone will come to escort you shortly. You'll learn the specific rules once you get to the team." "All right, Director Lee." Qin Yu nodded, then took 2 steps forward and lowered his head to pull out a small black bag from his pocket, placing it on the desk. "Xiao Qi specifically instructed me to mention that the police system in the special zone is the hardest to enter. Without your help, I wouldn't even know how long I'd have to wait in line for a position, so please don't forget the courtesy." Director Lee casually opened the bag, and, upon seeing a diamond roughly the size of a soybean inside, was momentarily taken aback. "You guys in the waiting zone have some capable people, huh? How did you manage to get this?" "Wow, it's been years since I've seen one." Qin Yu smiled, but did not respond. Director Lee tossed the small bag into his drawer and locked it, then looked up at Qin Yu, saying, "You're quite young, yet you seem to have some substance." "This is all I've got," Qin Yu replied, feigning innocence as he scratched his head. Noticing that Director Lee wasn't immediately leaving for lunch, he engaged him in further conversation. A few minutes later, a slightly plump young man, about the same age as Qin Yu, stepped into the room, standing straight and saluting as he called out, "Report, Director Lee, third-level officer Chi Lin, has come to escort the new colleague back to the team. Hearing the voice, Director Lee patted Chin Yes's arm and said, "Work hard, I hope to see your name in the annual evaluations." Understood. Chin Yu nodded. All right, go to the team. Director Lee pointed at Chi Lin, saying, "Tell Yuan could take care of this young man." With a diamond in hand, Chin Yu had spent less than 10 minutes chatting with Director Lee and ended up with just a casual take care, which seemed to be the extent of it all. In the hallway, the slightly pudgy Chi Lin walked alongside Chin Yu, enthusiastically asking, "Where are you from, brother?" "The waiting zone." "From that hellhole?" Chi Lin was taken aback. "That must have been tough." "A bit of luck." Chin Yu smiled. Chi Lin nodded, deciding not to pry further. In these times, with scarcity and hardship, everyone likely harbored some untold secrets. As they walked briskly, Chi Lin introduced the basic functions of the police department. This functional department was primarily responsible for criminal work in a specific region, encompassing public order and case investigations, but it did not include various administrative tasks such as household registration, issuance of residence permits, or handling immigration procedures. In essence, it was somewhat akin to the district branches from the era past, albeit not as finely subdivided in its functions. For instance, the department Chin Yu was in not only had to tackle major criminal cases, but also manage basic law and order. After about an hour, Chi Lin led Chin Yu through the 5 floors of the police department, showing him the armory, interrogation room, public case handling area, training room, and cafeteria. Throughout their interactions, Chin Yu found Chi Lin to be quite a smooth talker, easily striking conversations with anyone they encountered. His patience was commendable whenever Chin Yu had questions. Chi Lin provided detailed answers, appearing to be genuinely helpful. Around 2 in the afternoon, Chi Lin led Chin Yu to the communications department to purchase an internal phone. However, when Chin Yu glanced at the counter, he noticed there was only one model available, and it looked quite outdated, with an unwelcoming price tag. "What brand is this?" "I've never heard of it," Chin Yu remarked as he examined the phone, turning to Chi Lin. "Forget it. They'll wait until I settle down and go buy one separately. This is too expensive." Chi Lin chuckled and glanced at the young man behind the counter. He then leaned close to Chin Yu and whispered, "You might as well buy it here." "Why is that?" Chin Yu asked, confused. "It's like this. The communications department belongs to the police, but the phone counter is privately operated. The owner is a friend of team leader Yuan, so all newcomers buy phones here," Chi Lin explained, blinking innocently. "Since you're new, it's best not to stand out. The phone might not be very durable, but you won't have to deal with the communications department system. Once your information is entered into the main system, you can just input your name and officer number, and it will work." Having lived in the lawless waiting zone for several years, Chin Yu understood the most basic human interactions. So, when Chi Lin hinted at it, he stopped pushing and reluctantly told the cashier, "All right, please give me one." "Thank you." Why was it reluctant? Because Chin Yu was extremely frugal and stingy, practically needing a warning manual even for something as trivial as a pair of socks. And it was precisely because of this trait that he could pull out money to support himself in critical moments and afford a job in Special Zone 9. After acquiring the phone, Chi Lin led him out of the police department and across the street to a large daily necessities store. Though it was August and the sky was clear, it felt as cold as winter, with patches of snow still visible on the streets. "Has it been snowing in the Special Zone all this time?" Chin Yu inquired. "For the past 3 years," Chi Lin replied. "Damn it. It's unbearable." Chin Yu sighed, shaking his head. As they chatted, they stepped into a large daily necessities store. Upon entering, Chin Yu glanced around, brushed off some mud splashes from his legs, and chuckled. "This place is quite big, yet there aren't many people." "Feel free to browse, get whatever you need," Chi Lin suggested, puffing on his electronic cigarette. Chin Yu wandered around the shelves, but the more he looked, the more his frown deepened. After moving back and forth for over 10 minutes, he hadn't picked up a single item. "Why aren't you taking anything?" Chi Lin approached him from the counter and asked. Chin Yu frowned at Chi Lin and questioned, "Hey buddy, are you a plant?" "What do you mean?" "The prices here are at least 30% higher than outside, and a lot of it is fake. I squeezed a quilt, and it felt like it was stuffed with steel wool. It was harsh on my hands, man. The goods aren't great, but all the newcomers in the police department buy from here." "Why's that?" Chin Yu asked, puzzled. "Because this store is owned by team leader Yuan's cousin," Chi Lin whispered. "It's considered the designated procurement unit for the police department." Hearing this, Chin Yes's expression crumbled, and after a long pause, he replied, "So, does Director Lee shop here too?" "Now you're just being argumentative. Even if Director Lee dared to buy, team leader Yuan wouldn't dare to sell." Chi Lin rolled his eyes as he explained. "Only new recruits buy here after a couple of months. You won't need to shop here anymore. I won't buy a thing for even a day. Isn't this just treating people like fools?" Chin Yu firmly stated. "Let's go, take me to another store." Chi Lin was taken aback. You spent so much already, does it really matter at this point? Trust me, everyone buys here, don't be special. I've already given team leader Yuan enough face by buying a phone. Qin Yu insisted as he walked towards the exit. Hey Xiao Yu, just listen to me. Are you getting a commission? Trust me, it's the right decision. Buy something. Buy what? The toilet paper feels like razor blades. After one use, I'd need a band-aid. Qin Yu wouldn't negotiate, moving straight outside. At 4:30 in the afternoon, in front of the dormitory of the police department, outside the door of room 2 in the first criminal investigation team, Qi Lin cheerfully called into the room. Third brother, the newbie has been brought back. Inside, 6 or 7 young men were gathered around a round table playing cards. One, who appeared to be the leader, glanced at Qin Yu as he heard Qi Lin's voice, saying, "Come in." The two entered, and as Qin Yu took in the room's condition, he noticed it was less than 30 square meters but had 6 bunk beds, totaling 12 sleeping spots, along with 2 shared metal cabinets and various personal items scattered around. Although it appeared rather crowded, it was fairly tidy, at least not particularly odorous. Qin Yu, let me introduce you. This is third brother, the leader of our action team, Qi Lin said tactfully, outlining the other man's position. Third brother has been with us for 3 years and possesses outstanding professional skills. He's team leader Yuan's right-hand man. Third brother, this is Qin Yu, our new brother. Hello, third brother. Qin Yu smiled and extended his hand. Third brother, sporting a buzz cut, turned slightly to glance at Qin Yu, only giving a perfunctory nod as he asked, "Where are you from?" "The waiting zone," Qin Yu replied truthfully. Third brother froze for a moment. "The waiting zone? What did you do there?" "Help the boss deliver goods, mainly daily necessities." "Picking up the slack? That can't have been easy." "No, not like that, I just drove." "Ah, a driver." The surprise in third brother's eyes faded, replaced by a lazy inquiry. "What connection did you use to join the police department?" "A friend gave me a heads up. I paid for my own position in the police department." Bought your way in, huh?" Third brother remarked, peering down at his cards. "All right, just wait for Yuan to return and make the arrangements. Qi Lin, have him take the bed by the window." "Sure." Qi Lin turned to Qin Yu and said, "You can take the inner bed." "Okay." Qin Yu grabbed his belongings, which he had left at the security desk, along with the newly purchased daily necessities, heading toward the designated bed. "Hey, wait a moment." Third brother noticed the items in Qin Yu's hands and called out. "What is it, third brother?" Qin Yu turned back. Third brother glanced at the bag with the daily necessities, asking, "Where did you get those?" "I can't remember the name. Just a store next to the unit." Qin Yu answered casually. Playing cards, third brother impassively turned his back to Qi Lin and asked, "Qi Lin, where do we usually buy supplies?" "Didn't you tell the newbie?" Qi Lin felt awkward hearing this. He didn't want to throw Qin Yu under the bus while simultaneously avoiding a blame for not instructing the new recruit. After a brief silence, Qin Yu quickly interjected, "Qi Lin told me to buy my supplies across the street. But their stuff is a bit pricey and I don't have much cash on me, so I went to the nearby store instead." "All right." Third brother continued playing cards, leaving Qin Yu hanging for a while before finally responding, "Just unpack and settle in." "Okay." Qin Yu nodded and stepped inside, bending down to open his bag and start arranging his bed. Qi Lin stood beside him, busily assisting while quietly advising. When newcomers first arrive in the dormitory, they usually sleep on the upper bunk by the window because it tends to be drafty at night and can get quite cold. Cover up with your jacket on top of the blanket for a while, and I'll be fine when more newcomers arrive later. "This is nothing. I've spent months outdoors," Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, reaching into his bag, pulling out 2 boxes of Chinese cigarettes, and discreetly handing them to Qi Lin. "What's this?" Qi Lin asked, surprised at the cigarettes. "I saw you smoking an electronic cigarette. I don't have much else on me. Just thought I'd give these to you as thanks for your help today," Qin Yu replied with a smile. In these challenging times, regular tobacco was quite a luxury, and the old brand from the era was even more scarce. Most smokers barely even saw it. Qi Lin, in utter astonishment, remarked, "You managed to get these in the waiting zone? A Chinese brand? I haven't seen these in years." "Every place has its perks," Qin Yu grinned. "I'll tidy up myself. You go on and do your thing. I'll treat you to a meal later." "Thanks, brother." Qi Lin accepted readily, shoving the cigarettes into his pocket. During their exchange, third brother suddenly turned around, tilting his head to smile at Qin Yu, saying, "Hey, looks like you still have some valuable goods." Qin Yu was taken aback, not expecting anyone to observe him so closely. He responded, "A friend gave them to me." "Good stuff. We haven't seen this in ages," third brother snickered. Qi Lin briefly hesitated before pulling out 2 boxes of Chinese cigarettes and bending low as he approached. "We're all brothers. Let's share. Come on, one for each of us." Qin Yu handed the cigarettes to Qi Lin out of gratitude for his companionship that day. feeling no debt toward the others in the room. But realizing third brother had noticed, and understanding he would be living here in the future, he paused to consider before pulling out another box of cigarettes from his bag. At the card table, third brother nudged Chi Lin's arm aside, declaring, "This cigarette is too good, I've never smoked it before, so I can't handle it." Chi Lin stood shocked. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a sense of irritation, furrowing his brows and deciding to return the cigarettes to the bag as he continued unpacking his belongings. Third brother dropped the game, grinning, and looked back at Qin Yu, saying, "We have a rule here. When newcomers arrive, they must work 3 consecutive shifts. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that, you'll be on duty on the streets. No problem with that, right?" Qin Yu raised his head to look at Chi Lin, who averted his gaze. He quickly understood what was happening. "Third brother, how does that 3-shift duty work?" "It means non-stop you're at the station during the day and outside at night." Third brother elucidated while sipping from his water cup. "Is there overtime pay?" "Huh?" Qin Yu inquired again. "In our team, there's no such thing as overtime pay," third brother replied, barely looking up. "Well, if I need to work 3 shifts, I can't do it," Qin Yu suddenly declared. Silence fell over the room. Third brother licked his lips and turned to Qin Yu with a questioning look. "Why can't you do it when newcomers are capable of?" "My heart's not great, I can't handle staying up late." "It's fine, I'll get you some heart medication, just get through 3 shifts." "I've told you I can't do it." Qin Yu maintained his stance. "You little punk." Third brother's demeanor darkened as he was continually defied by the newcomer. "If everyone else can do it, why can't you?" Third brother, we're all brothers here, why are we doing this? Let's talk it out." Chi Lin interjected, trying to defuse the situation. Bang! Third brother slammed his fist on Chi Lin's shoulder. "What are you even? Who asked for your input? What's it to you whether I'm brothers with him or not?" Chi Lin, holding the cigarettes, bowed his head and stood there, unsure whether to speak up or walk away. Third brother advanced with 4 others, turning to Qin Yu and demanding, "Next week, you're working the entire week. You tell me when your heart acts up and when it ends. Got it?" Chapter 2. Arriving and causing a commotion in the dormitory, Qin Yu squinted at the trio before him, responding succinctly, "I understand what you're saying, but it's not my responsibility. I simply can't do it." "What's the matter? Do you have influential relatives in your department?" The third man grinned, seizing Qin Yu by the collar. "You just got here and you want to stir things up. Are you up for it?" "Don't touch me. Ha, are you a cactus? I'll touch you. So what?" The third man, robust in stature, raised his right arm and threw a punch at the side of Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu deftly stepped back, clasping the man's wrist with both hands, while his right leg swung out, connecting with a resounding thud. Bang! With a loud crash, the third man was hurled onto the bed, his head striking the iron railing with a jarring thump. "Beat him!" he yelled, clutching his head. Qin Yu bent down, reached into the layer of bedding, grasped the third man's collar with his left hand, and swiftly raised his right knee, driving it forcefully into the man's temple. Thud! The impact caused the third man's head to snap back, crashing against the wall. "Keep hitting him. If anything happens, it's on me," he shouted, and in an instant, the others surged forward. Meanwhile, Qin Yu nimbly extricated himself from the bedding, retreating 2 steps and positioning himself against the corner between the windowsill and the bed, his body slightly hunched. The third man rose, casually yanking a collapsible batten off the wall as he approached Qin Yu. Muttering under his breath, "You little brat think you can just waltz in here and take charge." At that moment, the ajar door swung open, and a woman clad in a light green police uniform bellowed with a booming voice. "What's going on?" The group turned in unison. The third man froze, wiped the blood from his forehead, and immediately flashed a grin. "Sister One, I heard the commotion all the way down the hallway." "What are you doing? Trying to kill someone?" The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, slightly shorter than average, yet strikingly attractive, with an oval face and large, expressive eyes that sparkled with vitality. "It's nothing. We have a new friend here, just chatting," the third man replied with a toothy grin. The woman surveyed the chaotic scene, casting a disapproving glare at the third man. "Why are you being so domineering? Did he offend you just because he arrived?" "No, I asked him to take a shift, but he refused and even cursed at me," the third man explained, casually lowering the baton. "You've been playing cards during your duty hours." "I've caught you several times," Sister One chided, rolling her eyes at him. "If you make any more noise, don't blame me for keeping a record." "Understood, Sister One," the third man nodded repeatedly. Sister One, disinterested in entering the dormitory, stood at the door and called out at Qin Yu. "Are you the new recruit?" "Yes," Qin Yu nodded. Why haven't you gone to collect your uniform yet? I went just now. But no one was there. Chinyu responded sheepishly. Sister Wen shot him a sharp look. Nonsense. I've been in the office the whole time. Chinyu was taken aback. Oh, I must have missed it. Come with me for your uniform, Sister Wen instructed before turning on her heel and leaving. All right, Chinyu agreed eagerly, bending down to pick up his belongings as he called out to Qilin. Would you come with me? Qilin, unsure how to face the third man, immediately followed him outside, in the dormitory. The third man sat up, rubbing the large bump on the back of his head, and spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. This bastard has some skills and hits hard. You all right, Brother San? The third man remained silent, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Hey, are you in the office? Just checking. Does the new recruit, Chinyu, have any connections? No? Are you sure? All right, I got it.in the hallway. Sister Wen turned to Chinyu with her hands behind her back. Do you have someone backing you? Chinyu hesitated. No, if there's no one, just be honest. The environment here is quite complicated, Sister Wen warned, her tone stern yet warm. Try to avoid conflicts and focus on your work. It won't kill you. Thank you, Sister Wen. Chinyu nodded. Sister Wen remained silent, leading Chinyu to the first-floor storage room, where she selected a standard police uniform, a training outfit, a pair of handcuffs, and a baton before gracefully departing. In the lobby on the first floor, Qilin glanced at his watch and said, I need to deliver some materials shortly, so I want to accompany you. Just speak softly when you return. Don't stir up trouble. That third man has connections with Captain Yuan. If you offend him, you want to have a pleasant time. Haha, understood, Chinyu replied with a smile. If you're free tonight, let us have dinner together. Sure, if I'm free, I'll come find you, Qilin readily agreed. After exchanging a few more words, Chinyu picked up his belongings and returned to the dormitory. By then, the third man and his companions had already left, leaving only two individuals who merely glanced at Chinyu before continuing their conversation on the bed. Chinyu took a cursory look at them, boldly returned to his own bed, and efficiently organized his belongings, completely ignoring the pair. As the clock struck around 7 in the evening, after tidying up, Chinyu noticed Qilin had yet to arrive, prompting him to venture out for a stroll to familiarize himself with the surroundings and perhaps grab a bite to eat. He swung his legs over the bed, retrieved a waste pouch from beneath his pillow, and stepped outside. Oh, excuse me. Just as he exited, he bumped into the hurriedly approaching Qilin. The two exchanged surprised glances, and Qilin quickly explained, I was caught up in a sudden meeting and came late. What are you up to? I thought you weren't coming. I was just about to head out for a walk and grab some food. Chinyu cheerfully suggested, let us go eat together. I have a friend who needs to discuss something with me. Is that all right? Qilin inquired. That's fine, Chinyu replied after a brief pause. I don't mind. Great. After a few more exchanges, the duo descended the stairs and spotted another young man waiting at the lobby entrance. Qilin's friend, namely Fugue, nicknamed Old Cat, was supposedly connected to Officer Lee, although they rarely interacted, leaving their exact relationship somewhat ambiguous. Known for his unorthodox behavior, he once drunkenly caused a scene while on duty, insisting on an impromptu audition, which unfortunately caught the attention of the inspection team. Despite instigating the uproar, he faced only minor disciplinary action, a half-month administrative suspension, while two colleagues who had little to do with him bore the brunt of the fallout, being dismissed and stripped of their uniforms. Despite the unassuming name, Old Cat was quite handsome. If Chinyu's features exuded a rugged and spirited charm, Old Cat had a more roguish appeal, reminiscent of the popular actor Zhang Yishan. Upon their meeting, Qilin briefly introduced, this is Old Cat, a friend who looks out for me. This is Chinyu, our new intern officer. Heard you stirred things up with the third man right after arriving? Old Cat asked with a sly grin, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Just a little argument, Chinyu replied, sensing Old Cat's straightforward demeanor. I find them annoying. They should just do their jobs, Old Cat scoffed. The first team is full of troublemakers, always engaged in pointless antics. Chinyu felt somewhat speechless at this comment, glancing at Qilin, who scratched his head and explained, that's just Old Cat's way. He speaks his mind. Where are we eating? Old Cat inquired. I'm new here and unsure where to find good food. Chinyu admitted softly. You guys choose. Who's treating? Old Cat asked with a mischievous glint in his eye. I'll treat. Chinyu chuckled. Oh, you're treating? Old Cat waved his hand. Let us go to Urgi's place. Let us not, it's quite expensive, Qilin interjected. What, does it cost you money? Old Cat retorted. It's fine, I still have a little change. I'm sure it will be enough for a meal. Though Chinyu felt a pang of reluctance given the current economic hardships, especially with essential goods like vegetables and grains being luxuries for many, he understood the necessity of forming connections in his new environment, especially since he now had a stable job. After deciding where to eat, the trio walked approximately 2 kilometers along the road until they found a restaurant named Little Tavern. Standing by the roadside, Chinyu glanced at the establishment's facade and instinctively touched his waist pouch, feeling a twinge of regret. "Let us go," Old Cat called, stepping onto the stairs. Just then, a deafening roar of an engine pierced the air as an old, rugged SUV pulled up at the entrance. The trio turned to see Old Cat's astonished expression as he remarked, "What kind of family drives a gas guzzler?" In this year, gasoline vehicles have become exceedingly rare means of transportation, as much of the land has transformed into uninhabitable zones, either desolate or plagued by lethal radiation. The extraction of oil has ceased, rendering it an exceedingly scarce resource, which explains the astonishment of the Old Cat. After parking their off-road vehicle by the roadside, 4 men and a young woman disembarked and strode towards the restaurant. "Let us go in," Chinyu urged. Having seen a bit of the world in the designated planning area, he merely cast a couple of glances at the gasoline vehicle before turning towards the restaurant's main entrance. However, the Old Cat remained rooted in place, his gaze fixated on the young woman among the 4 men. As he grinned and exclaimed, "Stunning, beautiful, exquisite." Upon hearing this, Chinyu turned back, caught sight of the Old Cat's eager expression, and, feeling somewhat speechless, beckoned, "Let us go." She came with the men. Amidst the 4 men, the young woman blinked her lovely large eyes, glanced around before lowering her head and stating, "I need to go to the restroom. Don't cause any trouble." "Hurry up," admonished a short middle-aged man, his voice gruff with a hint of a Japanese accent. "Buzz." At that moment, Chi Lin's phone buzzed twice in his pocket. He pulled out his mobile device, glanced at the message, and immediately cast a complex look towards Chinyu, who was walking ahead. Chapter 3. The unreliable Fugue inside the restaurant. After Chinyu and his companions settled at a table, the Old Cat ordered 3 dishes of Chinese cuisine, 2 meat and 1 vegetarian, along with a bottle of the cheapest half-kilogram white liquor. "No need to skimp on my account. Order a couple more dishes," Chinyu feigned politeness. "Forget it. You just arrived and haven't even earned a salary yet. This is more than sufficient," the Old Cat replied. Though his manner was somewhat blunt, it was clear he meant no harm. He rubbed his somewhat dry hands and looked up at Chinyu, inquiring, "I heard you came from the designated planning area?" "Yes," Chinyu nodded. "It must be challenging over there?" "Not particularly," Chinyu smiled. "People just fear the unfamiliar. Once you adapt, it's the same anywhere." True enough. All 3 were young, and their conversation flowed effortlessly without generational gaps. Moreover, both the Old Cat and Chinyu had cheerful dispositions and enjoyed joking, which fostered a sense of camaraderie. During their discussion, Chinyu noticed another detail. Chi Lin, in both his body language and speaking tone, seemed to be somewhat subservient to the Old Cat, adopting a notably deferential demeanor. As the food and drinks arrived, Chinyu raised his glass and declared, "Now that we're seated, we are friends. For me, being new here, let us look out for one another. There's nothing to look out for. In these times, if you have the ability, you can thrive anywhere. If not, it's futile no matter who looks after you." The Old Cat replied candidly before raising his glass and adding with a grin, "But it's only right to maintain our connections. Just for your audacity to stand up to the likes of Lao San, we can consider ourselves friends. Haha. Chinyu chuckled. "Cheers, cheers, cheers." The 3 raised their glasses and downed their drinks in one go. "Come on, pour a bit more," Chi Lin said, wiping his mouth and picking up the bottle to refill the Old Cat's glass. "Old brother, about that matter I mentioned last time, can it be arranged?" The Old Cat rolled his eyes at the mention, teasingly pinching a small piece of beef with his chopsticks. "You're quite the schemer. Xiao Yu treats us and you're asking for favors. Have you grown all the cunning in the world?" Chi Lin, unperturbed, scratched his head and replied, "I'm just tight on cash, you know? Since when have you not been?" The Old Cat continued, frowning as he chewed, "I inquired about that matter for you. But there are no vacancies in the civil service right now. If you want in, you'll have to pray and burn incense. But you don't have the funds for that, so just wait a while." Chinyu paused, intrigued, and asked, "Why is it essential to join the civil service?" "Because he is timid," the Old Cat scoffed. "Last year, the police chief reported that in 6 months, we lost 35 men here. The current state of affairs is chaotic. He feels insecure in the first team and seeks a less perilous job. Oh, is that so? Qin Yu's expression remained unperturbed, as the security environment here was, in comparison to the designated planning area, exceedingly tranquil. The old cat turned to Qi Lin, his eyes reflecting disdain as he admonished. Qi Lin, you need to understand this. The environment has changed. If you don't fight and don't push yourself, when will you ever rise? I could have helped you secure a position in the civil service. But without connections, you'll just be pushed out eventually. Their essay saying, ISNT there? The times create heroes. Let us not look too far back. Take Yuan Ku's older brother, for instance. Before the 9th Special Zone was established, what was he? But when chaos ensued, he rose to prominence, and now in the black market, no one dares to provoke him, right? He married 6 wives. Who did he rely on? No one, right? I can't compare to him, Qi Lin replied with a grin. I just want to live without illness or disaster and be able to support my mother and sister. Is that all you aspire to? The old cat replied, exasperated. I had hopes for you when I got you into the first team, thinking you might find some opportunities to thrive. But instead, you're just washing socks and serving tea. With an attitude like yours, it's no wonder they feel free to throw a couple of punches your way. You lack even an equal standing. How can you talk about networking? Is that how one makes friends? Qi Lin lowered his head, remaining silent. Sigh, with such a cowardly character, your father named you Qi Lin. Meanwhile, I'm exceptional, yet my mother calls me Li Fugue. How does that make sense? The old cat shook his head in lament. Enough of that. Let us discuss something else, Qin Yu interjected diplomatically. With that, Qi Lin refrained from bringing up the job transfer matter again, and the three continued to drink and chat as time swiftly passed. As the clock struck 9, Qi Lin glanced down at the new message on his phone again before saying, I have some family matters to attend to. I must leave first. See you tomorrow. Not going to drink a bit more? Qin Yu inquired. I can't. I need to head back. Let me walk you out, and no need. I can manage on my own. Take care to be careful, it's fine. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qi Lin hurriedly departed with his phone in hand, while Qin Yu remained with the old cat, who showed no signs of wanting to leave. Old cat, the fact that we can sit here and drink together means we are friends. Qin Yu said, a slight flush on his cheeks as he urged, let us give Qi Lin some respect in the future. Am I scolding him? I'm trying to motivate him, the old cat asserted passionately. Tapping the table, you see, if a person remains kneeling, they will never learn to stand. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu pondered, nodding thoughtfully. I am the police force. He is my only friend. I feel concerned about him. The old cat conceded, shaking his head. All right, let us not talk about him anymore. I need to attend to some business. What business? Qin Yu asked, surprised. I observed that young lady from earlier. She doesn't seem to have any romantic ties with those 4 men. The old cat whispered, his eyes gleaming with mischief. I think it's time to make a move. Qin Yu looked bewildered. Which lady? Come on, how can you be so clueless? The one who got out of the car just now. The old cat grinned. She is quite captivating. I couldn't help but notice her. Hey, doesn't she remind you of that former star, Jun Ji-hyun? Tall and with long legs? Qin Yu was taken aback. Dude, you'd better be careful. Things aren't as they used to be. It's quite chaotic now. It's fine, it's fine. I'll just give it a shot. The old cat rubbed his hands together, mischievously standing up and making his way towards the table near the window. Outside, Qi Lin stood by the roadside, taking 2 deep drags from his e-cigarette. After much hesitation, he pulled out his phone, intending to call Qin Yu. However, he recalled that Qin Yu's new phone had yet to be integrated into the communication system, so he could only pull up the old cat's number. Back inside the restaurant, the old cat adjusted his hairstyle and approached the table by the window with a smile, addressing the young woman. Hello, beautiful. Are you dining out with family? The young woman, who had been gazing out the window, turned back, her expression filled with confusion at being called. Do you need something? Well, haha, I'm a director for a television station's star hosting program, and we're holding auditions. Would you be interested in learning more? The old cat inquired, weaving a fanciful tale. As he finished speaking, the short, middle-aged man sitting opposite her shot him an odd look and asked his companion in Japanese, Is this a delivery? His companion glanced at the old cat, frowning slightly. He is not speaking in code. While the two conversed, the young woman regained her composure, her lovely face lighting up as she responded warmly to the old cat. Is it really a television station? What a coincidence. I'm actually studying hosting. The old cat was taken aback by her enthusiasm and his eyes sparkled as he eagerly replied, "That's fantastic. Do you have your contact information? Leave me a number, and we can discuss this privately later." As he spoke, the old cat had already produced his phone, which he had prepared in advance, and handed it to her. However, this was his personal device, not the one mandated by the police force. The young woman took the phone and began to enter her number. Suddenly, the short, middle-aged man stood up and firmly grasped her arm, his expression stern. "Return the phone to him. It's time to eat, sir. I'm quite interested." The young woman smiled, lifting her gaze. "I said return the phone." The short, middle-aged man repeated his words once more. The old cat tilted his head and cast a glance at the other party. Grinning as he said, "I truly belong to the television station. Please don't be alarmed. I mean no harm." The young lady hesitated for a moment before promptly returning the phone to the old cat. Smiling as she said, "Then let it be down. Why apologies?" The old cat, delighted by the young lady's compliance, felt overjoyed. Yet his elation was abruptly disrupted by an unsophisticated goblin who intruded, causing a surge of irritation within him as he opened his mouth to plead his case again. "Forget it. Thank you," the young lady insisted. The old cat was taken aback, staring at her for 2 seconds before baring his teeth in response. "If it can't be done, then let it be. Excuse me." A minute later, the old cat bent down and sat across from Chinyu, his gaze peculiar. "Did someone get offended?" He chuckled. Chinyu, picking at his food, inquired. The old cat blinked and kicked Chinyu under the table, whispering, "Look down." Chinyu was momentarily startled, lowering his gaze to the table, while the old cat, holding his phone with his right hand, quietly urged, "Check the screen." Upon hearing this, Chinyu glanced over to see the dialing interface with the number 959,595 being entered. "What does this mean?" Chinyu asked, feeling a bit perplexed. The old cat rubbed his face with his left hand, lowering his voice. "Damn it. We've stumbled into something." "What do you mean?" Chinyu was puzzled. "Those 4 men and the girl are definitely not together. She just kicked me under the table." The old cat retracted his phone and took a sip of his drink, "But I can't decipher their intentions. Nevertheless, something is off. That girl wants us to save her." At the window-side table, the short man glanced at his watch, his expression stern as he whispered to his companion, "Was that person who just came by an accidental encounter? Or a test?" "Hard to say." The companion shook his head, looking rather confused. The short man cast a somewhat anxious glance at the old cat. "Time's up. We can't wait any longer. Let's go." "Agreed." The companion nodded. Coldly addressing the young lady, "Don't cause trouble. Come with us." The young lady, her fair forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat, stole a glance at the old cat before nodding in response. "Not far away." The old cat, feeling a surge of anxiety, rubbed his cheeks and quietly asked Chinyu, "What should we do? Are we going to intervene?" Creak. At that very moment, an all-electric vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the restaurant. Chapter 4. The reluctant intervention of the third brother. Initially, Chinyu had no interest in the 4 men and the girl, but upon the old cat's mention, he shifted his gaze towards the window. The 4 men were uniformly clad in suede coats, work pants, and worn-out leather boots, their sharp eyes glancing around, with exposed skin slightly reddened. "They don't seem to be from the special zone," Chinyu remarked. Looking down, "What gives that away?" the old cat inquired, intrigued. "They're dressed too heavily. They have frostbite," Chinyu responded succinctly. "They resemble those from the unplanned district." "What are those?" "People who make a living on the edge." Chinyu scratched his nose. Upon hearing this, the old cat felt a twinge of concern. "So, if we act recklessly, do you think we could handle them?" "Did you bring a sidearm?" Chinyu asked. "Of course not. I came here to eat." The old cat shook his head. "Then I suggest we hold off for now." Chinyu frowned, contemplating. "Let us call the team." While the two conversed rapidly, the 4 men had already stood up with the girl and were preparing to settle the bill to leave. "Damn it, they're leaving." The old cat's hands trembled slightly as he lifted his glass, his nerves causing him to stutter. "Should we follow them?" "What are you, Neza? Do you have a wind-fire wheel or something?" Chinyu replied, incredulous. "They drove here. You think you can keep up on foot? Are you joking?" "I forgot." Chinyu, stealing a glance at the 4 men, added with a furrowed brow, "If those 4 truly have ulterior motives, they undoubtedly have something on them. Even if we jump in, We won't be able to stop them. The old cat felt a tightening in his chest, for although he was part of the frontline investigation team, they were individuals of a caliber far above him. Such dangerous endeavors were never meant for him. Thus, the firearms in the field were far more effective than his own, and he had never participated in any large-scale operational capture. Nevertheless, he still turned to Chinyu and said, "If we were ordinary folks, it would be one thing, but clad in these uniforms, we cannot turn a blind eye. Think of something quickly. With nothing on us and outnumbered, we can't catch up, and alerting the team is too late. I'll think of something." Chinyu was sweating profusely. Unless a miracle occurs, otherwise. Just then, the restaurant door swung open, and 6 burly young men entered. Glancing around before the leader, the third brother, called out, "Chinyu." Upon hearing this, Chinyu and the old cat turned in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment as they simultaneously exclaimed, "Holy SHT, a miracle has occurred." The third brother, dressed in pale green police uniform, approached with 5 of his comrades, neck tilted and vape in his mouth, scolding Chinyu, "Just arrived and you're already dining out? Looks like you have some resources in your pocket. Huh? Come on, step outside. I need to talk to you." "Third brother, are you here to investigate?" Before Chinyu could respond, the old cat stepped forward, grabbing the man's arm. The third brother looked utterly bewildered. "What investigation? Weren't you following us?" the old cat asked, confused. "Yeah, I heard he was here. Then how many people did you bring? Are there still brothers from the team outside?" "Wait, what are you talking about?" The third brother was increasingly perplexed. "I ran into you. Why would you hide this from me?" The old cat slapped his arm, urgently asking, "Are we apprehending here or outside?" "No, it seems we're not on the same page." The third brother pointed at Chinyu. "I came to find him." The old cat was taken aback, subtly indicating the 4 men at the bar. "Aren't we apprehending those guys?" "Apprehend them? What's wrong with them? That's quite the coincidence." The old cat's forehead began to bead with sweat as he whispered, "Those 4 have taken a girl hostage, and we just happened to run into them. I was just discussing how to handle it with Chinyu when you arrived. No more talking, let us pin them down here. We have enough manpower." The third brother, looking utterly lost, stammered, I came to find Chinyu. Isn't the second sister restaurant in your team's jurisdiction? Why are you still talking about finding Chinyu at a time like this?" The old cat insisted. "You decide how to apprehend them," the third brother said, disheartened. "I don't know what to do. I'm not prepared." The third brother lamented, glancing again at the 4 men. "I have no idea what they're up to." As soon as the third brother and his crew entered, the 4 men had already spotted them. Seeing the group clad in police uniforms who had just crossed paths with the old cat and Chinyu, they felt a wave of apprehension wash over them. Exchanging uneasy glances, the 4 quickly positioned the girl in the center, lowering their heads as they attempted to exit. "Stop dawdling. Figure out how to apprehend them and give me a plan." The old cat's heart raced as he urged the third brother and his crew. The third brother, disheartened, took a step back. "This is your mess. Why should I come up with a plan? You are the main force here. We have nothing on us. The main force, my foot." The third brother was sweating profusely and turned to his squad. "If we run into this, we can't ignore it. The old cat is a liability. If we bail, he'll report us. What should we do?" "Xiao Hu, notify the team. Everyone else disperse a bit," the third brother commanded, keeping his head down. "Guer, go up and do a stop and search. Demand their residence permits. If they don't have them, require proof of entry into the special zone. If they show any signs of aggression, open fire." "Me? Go do a stop and search?" Guer, the young man, looked ready to cry. "Let the old cat do it. They're not in uniform." "You go." "Damn, this is so unfortunate." Guer cursed under his breath, steeling himself as he took 2 steps forward, blocking the 4 men's path. "Blackstreet police officer here. Show me your residence permits." The 4 men halted, their expressions unreadable as they looked at the third brother and his crew. The girl stood among them, sweat profusely running down her temples, her fists clenched tightly. "I'm talking to you. Show me your residence permits." Guer reiterated, "We're from the unplanned district, here to procure goods." The short, middle-aged man replied quietly, "We don't have long-term residence permits. Show me your entry proof." Guer extended his hand. "All right." The short man lowered his head, reaching into his pants pocket. The third brother, experienced and shrewd, caught sight of their attire and instinctively took a step back, his right hand feigning to go behind his back. but his true intention was to reach for his firearm. Just as the short man slipped his hand into his pocket, the girl suddenly screamed, "Help me! They're kidnapping me! Don't move!" As the words fell, one of the short man's companions whipped out a T-34 military knife, shouting, "Pull it out, and everyone dies if you move!" In an instant, chaos erupted within the restaurant as diners ducked for cover and scattered. The short man yanked the girl back, his expression unfazed as he stated, "Cover me. I'm exiting through the back door." The third brother, beads of sweat on his forehead, placed his right hand on his holster, pointing at the man with the knife. "Stay calm, brother. If that thing doesn't go off, it is one thing, but if it does, that is a whole different story." Bang. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old cat suddenly sprang into action, seizing a bottle of liquor from the table and smashing it with a resounding crack against the opponent's wrist. Whoosh! The middle-aged man retreated a step, his expression fierce and resolute as he hurled a grenade into the crowd without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, Chin-Yu erupted, grabbing the old cat by the collar and retreating several paces. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, creating a massive crater in the ground, sending countless fragments of brick soaring into the air, while 2 tables were obliterated and 3 police officers were struck down by shrapnel and debris. The third brother lay on the ground, shouting loudly, "Take cover! Shoot that one with the grenade!" Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and just as the third brother attempted to rise, a burst of blood erupted from his backside, causing him to collapse once more. Damn it! Damn it! The third brother frantically checked his injury, and upon seeing the blood streaming, he glared in disbelief, cursing, "Old cat, have you lost your mind?" Chapter 5. The 3 Cants and the King of Hell after the explosion. Chin-Yu, lying on the ground, shook his head and, reeking of alcohol, asked the old cat, "Are you all right?" Thank goodness the third brother and his crew showed up. Otherwise, if it had just been us, we would have been done for. You can't deny it, those guys are indeed iron-blooded warriors. The old cat, still shaken, wiped the sweat from his brow. Noticing that the old cat was relatively unharmed, Chin-Yu immediately pushed him aside and turned to scan the surroundings, then called out softly to a colleague not far away, "Hand me the gun." The colleague, hiding behind a wooden table, cast a terrified glance at Chin-Yu, his expression clearly bewildered. "Give me the gun." Chin-Yu barked again. Recovering from his stupor, the colleague instinctively tossed the firearm across the floor without a second thought and continued to crouch beneath the table. The weapon was an A2911 model, resembling the M1911 but upgraded, with an increased magazine capacity of 9 rounds, exclusively used by frontline police units. Chin-Yu had never handled such a gun before, he had only seen it in magazines. However, the mechanics and feel of the weapon were familiar to him. After taking it, he glanced over it, instinctively ejected the magazine to check it, then smoothly racked the slide in one fluid motion. With the gun in hand, Chin-Yu crouched and stood up, stepping sideways to create an angle. He positioned his left arm across the gun, grasped it with one hand, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and the middle-aged man who had just thrown the grenade collapsed, his head exploding in a gruesome spectacle indeed. Chin-Yu had chosen not to merely wound, but to eliminate the threat. Given that all adversaries were armed and ruthless, leaving any room for mercy could lead to further casualties. After firing 3 shots, Chin-Yu did not glance elsewhere but bent down. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, a volley of bullets flew towards him, sending debris from the wall scattering. Chin-Yu listened intently to the sounds, leaning forward as he dashed outside, firing 2 shots in a flash, but the bullets found their mark in empty air. Moreover, the 2 assailants responded swiftly, displaying commendable skill. One provided cover while the other kicked open a window and escaped. They chose the window over the door, uncertain if police awaited them outside, making their escape more unpredictable. Observing their flight, Chin-Yu opted not to pursue, but instead ascended the stairs towards the 2nd floor and the hall. The third brother sat on the floor, clutching his rear, gazing in astonishment at Chin-Yu, who had chosen to execute without hesitation, appearing somewhat dazed. "Damn, is Xiao Qin this ruthless?" the old cat exclaimed, rising and shouting to the third brother and others, "Chase after him. Help Xiao Qin. He is on his own." The third brother shot a sideways glance at him, nearly fuming with anger. He felt his misfortunes were directly tied to this Li Fuguwei. Encountering him was never a good omen. On the 2nd floor, Yu ran towards the back door, peering down at the window below. Through the glass, he spotted the short, middle-aged man dragging a girl across the street, disappearing into the alley of an old building across the way. After deliberating, Yu clenched his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, no backup. Just one person left. I might as well take a risk." Clang. Yu flung open the window, braving the gusts of cold wind, and leaped down. Upon landing, he unleashed the speed his physique possessed, crossing the street in under 3 seconds, positioning himself at the mouth of the alley, raising his gun and pulling the trigger. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots echoed. Not far away, the short, middle-aged man heard the gunfire and immediately pulled the girl to hide behind the wall of the alley, standing in the shadow with a furrowed brow. "Where are the brothers from the planning district?" Yu shouted. The short, middle-aged man glanced at his firearm, responding in broken Chinese, "Yes, the roads outside are perilous. We came to the city to make a living." "Where did you spot us?" "I didn't spot you. It's just that trouble came our way," Yu replied candidly. "Can you lower your weapon? I have cash in my bag. Just say the word, and you can take it." The short man licked his lips. Yu blinked. "I understand the roads outside are unforgiving, but I'm in this attire, and trouble has found me, so I can't turn a blind eye. I don't want the cash. I want you to leave the girl." The short, middle-aged man hesitated. "I still have a goldfish in my pocket. I'll take the girl, and you can keep the cash along with it." "Not an option," Yu decisively refused. "All right, I'll leave the girl." The short man hesitated, then shoved the girl forward, saying, "You move slowly at first, then speed up in 3 seconds. If you don't listen, I'll shoot you." Yu licked his lips and leaned out to look into the alley. "Come here." After a moment of hesitation, the girl stepped forward, and the sounds of footsteps in the alley grew chaotic. After 3 seconds, the girl quickened her pace. Yu hesitated briefly, stepped into the alley, and waved, "Hurry up." The girl looked up at Yu, her eyes wide with urgency. "He hasn't left," as her words fell. The short, middle-aged man stepped out of the shadows, raising his weapon at the alley's entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire erupted in the darkness, causing the girl to scream and crouch down, covering her head with her hands. A moment later, a dull thud resonated from within the alley as the short, middle-aged man collapsed to the ground. Yu stood protectively in front of the girl, cautiously refraining from advancing further. Instead, raising his arm and unhesitatingly firing 2 more shots into the criminal's head. "Ah!" the girl screamed, still covering her ears. Ignoring her, Yu approached the fallen short man, kicking his head lightly before glancing at the graze on his shoulder. Exhaling in relief and muttering, "Damn it, that was close." "What the hell? Is he dead?" a familiar voice called from the alley's entrance. Yu turned to see the third brother, still clutching his rear, standing beneath the dim light. "Where are the others?" "They're pursuing from the other side." The gunfire caused chaos, and they headed left, the third brother panted, glancing back. "Did you kill the criminal?" Yu blinked, stepping closer to the third brother, turning his gaze around before suddenly grabbing him by the arm and pulling him into the alley. "What are you doing?" The third brother was bewildered. "You want to have a go at me?" Yu asked, his expression suddenly serious. The third brother froze, recalling that he had come to confront Yu. "What did you want to discuss with me earlier?" "Let us talk here." Yu squinted, questioning again. "What do you mean?" Yu raised his gun to the third brother's head. "Have you ever been to the planning district? When the troops' grain truck passes through the 3 Cants and the King of Hell, everyone has to disembark to pay respects and offer incense money. I single-handedly fought my way through there. And now you think you can teach me the ropes?" The third brother was taken aback. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and he collapsed, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yu tossed the gun on top of the third brother, declaring, "From now on, we tackle such dangerous jobs together. Don't mess with me. Next time, I might not know where the gun is pointed when I get scared." With that, Yu approached the girl, bending down to ask, "What kind of trouble did you get into, miss?" An hour and a half later, in the police hospital, the third brother lay on the operating table, answering a phone call. "Team leader Yuan." "Where are you?" Yuan Ku asked coldly. "I'm at the hospital." "Did you encounter a case at the restaurant?" Yuan Ku inquired further. "Yeah," the third brother boasted, spitting out words with excitement. "We were on a routine patrol and stumbled upon a group of fugitives from outside the district at the Second Sisters restaurant. I instantly sensed something was amiss and approached for an inspection. Who knew they would draw their guns?" Recognizing it was a major case, I brought my team to confront them. Haha, the main culprit and accomplices were killed on the spot. But two got away. No worries, the district has already ordered their capture. Hehe, team leader Yuan. I just heard from the station that the main culprit seemed to be named Matsushita or something. He has been a big criminal in the system for 4 years and has quite a few murders to his name. Dante, you think our team is something? Not only did we run into him, but we also took him out, clearing several cases in one go. Team leader Yuan, you have to speak highly of me to the director. It's not easy to catch such a criminal who roams freely. I've been a second-level sergeant for 2 years. It's time for a promotion. Besides, this case is ours, which brings honor to the whole precinct. Honor my foot. Team leader Yuan, why are you cursing? Did I curse? I genuinely want to shoot you. The third brother was bewildered. Matsushita is a person my brother brought in, just as the job was about to be completed. You went and played the hero. Yuan-ku spat through gritted teeth. You truly are a waste. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Moreover, the purpose of our visit to the restaurant is quite apparent. Please refrain from speaking further. Lao San, weary and reclining on the bed, muttered. Ever since I was young, my mother has always lamented my unfortunate fate. Lao San felt a deep sense of injustice, believing that Qin had usurped the credit that rightfully belonged to him. However, it must be noted that Qin himself was somewhat wronged, as the true beneficiary of this affair was not him, but rather the elusive Lao Mao, who had not even been mentioned by Director Li. The first-level officer was suddenly elevated to the position of third-level captain. Concurrently, there was an internal restructuring, and without any fanfare, he was appointed as the deputy captain of the third team, with his application for a third-class merit being approved within a single day. Not many within the department were privy to this information, yet those who had heard of it speculated in hushed tones about the connection between Lao Mao and Director Li, which included Qin Yu. They lamented that those who work tirelessly cannot compete with those who are simply fortunate, and that those with fortune cannot rival those who command their own destiny. The day after the minor upheaval, Lao San's ally, Yuan-ku, boarded the train back to Songjiang City. Chapter 7. Meeting Captain Yuan. Although Qin had experienced a measure of success with the case in Songxia and had received commendations from Director Li, his standing within the team had not improved. In fact, among the 45 members of the first team, the overwhelming majority treated him as if he were invisible. Aside from Qi Lin, Lao Mao, and a few marginalized colleagues who were somewhat friendly, the core members of the first team regarded him with cold indifference. If it were merely the outsiders treating Qin this way, he could tolerate it. However, even his roommates, with whom he shared close quarters, subjected him to a form of silent hostility. While this group refrained from confronting him directly, they also chose not to engage in conversation. Upon entering the room, Qin would be met with sudden silence or see everyone collectively leaving, only for them to return as soon as he stepped out, resuming their games and conversations. Their treatment of Qin stemmed from his offense against Lao San, marking him as a thorn in their side, especially after he had seized the credit upon his arrival, inevitably breeding jealousy among some. Had it been anyone else, they might have regretted crossing Lao San, but Qin felt no such inclination. As his nature was somewhat aloof, and not everyone could penetrate the walls he had erected around his heart. Moreover, he did not believe that ingratiating himself through sycophancy would enable him to integrate into any circle. He felt that living in such an environment, excessive weakness would only foster an insatiable mentality in others. If Lao San could dominate him once, he could do so 100 times. If he remained silent after being assigned an extra 3 days of work today, Lao San might very well impose a 4-day shift next time. If this trend continued, he might find himself responsible for the cleanliness of the dormitory and the laundry of others' clothes, which was utterly unacceptable to Qin. While he felt indifferent to the cold treatment from his colleagues, continuing to reside in the dormitory became increasingly awkward. After all, sharing a roof with those who held one another in disdain and exchanged frosty glances daily would inevitably affect one's mood. The case in Songxia had earned Qin a bonus of 3,000 yuan, an unexpected windfall that prompted him to decide to rent a separate apartment. Since they were incompatible, it was better to avoid each other altogether. However, unfamiliar with the local housing situation, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Lao Mao, requesting his help in finding a place. The conditions he stipulated were simple: an affordable price, electricity, and a habitable environment. Lao Mao, appreciating Qin forthrightness and the rapport they had developed, readily agreed to assist him. The following day, as Qin entered the office to initiate his handover, a voice suddenly called out from outside. Qin Yu. Captain Yuan wants you in the dining hall. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned to inquire further, only to find that the individual had already departed, seemingly disinterested in continuing the conversation. With a wry smile, Qin Yu picked up his coat and stepped out of the office in the dining hall. After inquiring with the staff, Qin Yu's gaze landed on Captain Yuan, who was seated by the window. Yuan Ku stood approximately 178 to 179 centimeters tall, with a slender build, fair skin, and handsome features. His charming peach blossom eyes, with the inner corners gently sloping downwards like a crescent moon and the outer corners slightly upturned, imparted an impression that his eyes were perpetually smiling, making a delightful first impression. Hello, you must be Captain Yuan. I am Qin Yu. He introduced himself to, hello, Yuan Ku replied with a warm smile, rising to shake Qin Yu's hand. Originally, I should have been there to welcome you when you arrived the day before yesterday, but unfortunately, I was out of town. I just returned today. I heard about your trip to Fongbei for the meeting. Have you settled in? Yuan gestured for Qin Yu to take a seat. Yes, all the necessary procedures have been completed, Qin Yu confirmed as he took a seat across from Yuan Ku. That's good to hear. Yuan personally poured a glass of water for Qin Yu, smiling as he said, I've heard about the kidnapping case. You've certainly brought honor to the first team. However, it was somewhat fortuitous, as you happened to be in the right place at the right time. Qin Yu grinned in response. This morning, I had a chat with Director Li, who also briefed me on your situation, Yuan Ku said, seamlessly transitioning to the main topic. Typically, when criminals like those in Songxia are apprehended, the key personnel involved in the investigation are recognized, and those below the rank of captain usually receive a promotion. Director Li's intention was to have you directly appointed as a team leader, promoting you to a second-level officer. However, since you have only just arrived, and this incident was somewhat coincidental, pushing for a promotion might raise eyebrows. Therefore, after discussing it with Director Li, we decided it would be wise for you to wait a bit longer. There is no rush. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Yes, Director Li mentioned this to me as well, Qin Yu replied, aligning with Yuan's perspective. Having just arrived, it's better to acclimatize to the environment first. No worries, what is rightfully yours, I will certainly strive to secure for you. Yes, they exchanged pleasantries. The dining hall staff brought out 2 plates of hot dishes and 2 plates of cold dishes, which included beef and some rather expensive vegetables. This gesture made Qin Yu feel that Yuan Ku was quite generous, appearing to be an open-minded individual. During working hours, we cannot consume alcohol, so let us simply enjoy a meal. Yuan Ku said, refilling Qin Yu's glass. This is quite sufficient, Qin Yu replied. Don't let it cool down. Let us eat while it's hot. Certainly. As they conversed, both began to eat, while Yuan Ku discreetly observed Qin Yu. He noticed that this young man, emerging from the planning district, was not intimidated by the setting. During the meal, he did not eat hastily, yet he exhibited no signs of awkwardness either. Xiao Qin, I would like you to join the third group, Yuan Ku suddenly declared after a moment of silence. The current group leader has been removed from their position due to dereliction of duty and corruption, leaving the group without leadership. It would be fitting for you to step in as the acting group leader. Qin Yu was taken aback. That won't do. Director Li said I was to be the deputy group leader. The acting group leader is essentially at the deputy group level. Moreover, Director Li's original intention was to promote you to a second-level officer. And once your title is officially recognized, we can simply remove the acting from your title, Yuan Ku replied with a smile. Matters within our team can be easily managed. Thank you, Captain Yuan, for your support. Xiao Qin, this police department is not my private enterprise, but the position of captain is cultivated by everyone's support. Without the 40 to 50 brothers in the first team working tirelessly on cases, how could I, Yuan Ku, engage in discussions with Director Li? Yuan Ku spoke succinctly, exuding a sense of camaraderie and loyalty. Now that you're here, you are my responsibility. You support me, and I will take care of you. It is only right. There is no need for formality between us. If you have any issues in the future, just bring them directly to me. What is rightfully yours, I will do my utmost to secure for you. We share the same pot of rice, only our roles differ, yet our essence remains the same. To thrive a little better amidst this chaotic environment. Qin Yu had initially thought that having offended Lao San would render him a pariah in Yuan Ku's eyes, expecting that even if he did not face open retribution, he would be given the cold shoulder in a subtle manner. However, he was pleasantly surprised by Yuan Ku's straightforward and warm demeanor. Devoid of any airs of authority, Captain Yuan, since you have put it this way, Let me raise my glass to you in lieu of wine. Qin Yu replied earnestly, lifting his glass. I in the future. Within the first team, I will do my utmost to excel in my duties. With that, both men drank heartily. After placing his glass down, Yuan-Ku wiped his mouth and looked at Qin Yu, saying, "All right, we finish the pleasantries. Let us discuss work matters." "Sure, please go ahead." This morning, a wanted notice came through from the police department indicating that several notorious criminals have arrived in the planning district and may surface in the black market. This task has been assigned to the first team, and I returned to organize personnel to prepare for their apprehension, Yuan-Ku said, frowning as he addressed Qin Yu. "However, I also have an important case that requires manpower. Since you are new, I would like you to lead the third group in handling this case first." "What kind of case is it?" Qin Yu inquired. "It involves drug trafficking," Yuan-Ku explained after taking a sip of water. "Recently, a large quantity of smuggled drugs has surfaced in our black market, some counterfeit and others from unregulated channels. Initially, this matter went unaddressed, as where there is demand, there is a market. With the current major cases, we simply lack the manpower to control such issues. However, two major pharmaceutical companies from Fongbei have jointly pressed the government, claiming that this situation is adversely affecting their market. You know how it is. The more chaotic the world becomes, the more power the healing professions wield. The higher-ups have no choice but to exert pressure downwards, causing our Songjiang medical department's leaders to incessantly call the police department, who in turn pressure directly, as the areas most afflicted by illicit drugs are primarily in the black market. Thus, Li Si is nearly driven to madness. During a meeting, he proclaimed a 3-month deadline, insisting that our team must eradicate all drug dealers in the underbelly of the city. Is it a genuine effort to cleanse the streets, or merely empty rhetoric? Qin Yu blinked, subtly inquiring. Yuan-Ku paused momentarily, his expression revealing surprise as he replied, "It is indeed a serious undertaking, not just talk. The objective is to eliminate them entirely. Do we have enough manpower in the third group? You proceed with your work first, and once you uncover substantial leads, our team will concentrate our efforts to secure the apprehensions." Yuan-Ku replied softly, "However, until we have significant leads, we should continue targeting those major criminals." Understood, Qin Yu thought to himself, fully aware that once he donned this uniform, he was bound to obey the commands issued here. This was an unyielding rule, and presently, he had no power of choice. You are aware that the current crackdown by the United Government on counterfeit drugs is unprecedented, aimed at safeguarding the interests of pharmaceutical companies still engaged in research, as well as the welfare of numerous patients. Therefore, trafficking in smuggled drugs, regardless of their authenticity, is punishable by death if the quantity exceeds 5 kilograms. Yuan-Ku furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Thus, you must exercise utmost caution in your duties. The case must be resolved, but the safety of your team and yourself is paramount. I understand. The materials will be sent to the third group this afternoon. Familiarize yourself with them promptly, and get to know your team members as well, and if necessary, consider treating everyone to a meal to foster camaraderie. They are all young people, easy to connect with." Yuan-Ku rose, intending to settle the bill, but suddenly turned back to Qin Yu, adding, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the third member has quite a temper. Sometimes he speaks and acts without thinking, so do not mirror his behavior. I will arrange for the two of you to meet later. Let bygones be bygones." Qin Yu was taken aback. That could be troublesome. "Haha, I will take care of the bill. It's almost time for work." Yuan-Ku smiled at Qin Yu and walked towards the cashier. Qin Yu watched Yuan-Ku's retreating figure, softly murmuring, "Haha, he seems quite magnanimous." In the afternoon, just as Qin Yu was about to head back to the third group, Old Cat notified him to hurry to 88 Tongbai Road in the black market area, as they had found a new house. Checking his phone, Qin Yu felt he had ample time before his shift began, so he promptly left. After a brisk 15-minute walk, Qin Yu arrived at the entrance of 88 Tongbai Road, but did not see Old Cat. Instead, he heard someone calling from behind. "Is that you?" Qin Yu turned to see Lin Yanlei, clad in a form-fitting wool coat, standing at the bottom of the steps with a radiant smile, her previous look of terror replaced by a serene beauty, as if she had stepped out of a painting, backlit by the brilliant sun. Chapter 8. The Third Group, Entrance of 88. Qin Yu smiled and asked, "Lin Yanlei, what brings you here?" "I came to view the property." Lin Yanlei brushed her hair aside, casually inquiring, "And you?" "What a coincidence," Qin Yu blinked. "I'm here to view the property as well." "Him?" Lin Yanlei blinked her sparkling eyes. "Don't you have dormitories at the police station?" "Haha, There are too many people in the dorms. I can't adapt. So I thought I'd rent a place. Oh. Lin Yinlei playfully nodded, extending her hand. Since our paths have crossed, let us introduce ourselves. I still don't know your name. My name is Qinyu. Thank you, Qinyu. Lin Yinlei's eagerness to engage him stemmed from her desire to express gratitude for saving her life in the alley. Qinyu understood her appreciation was due to his timely intervention, so he responded with feigned modesty. It was my duty. No need for thanks. Lin Yinlei stood at attention playfully. Haha, I salute you. Sir, come on, let us go inside and take a look. Qinyu, despite having no resistance against attractive women, had previously felt constrained. Now that he felt somewhat settled, he was a little more daring and wished to converse with the beautiful girl a bit longer. I've already seen the place and reserved it. My colleague went to buy some things, and will leave once she returns. Lin Yinlei replied warmly. If you're renting here, we'll likely run into each other again. Once I get my paycheck, let us go out for a meal. Haha, I must first ensure the place is suitable. I work at the online station, so I will definitely have interactions with the police station. See you. Great. After exchanging a few brief words, Qinyu stepped into 88. He had not yet managed to obtain Lin Yinlei's contact information when she left with a female colleague. Inside the courtyard, Old Cat was sitting on a stone stool, waving. Qinyu, over here. Arriving at the call, Qinyu responded. I heard you talking at the entrance. Who were you speaking with? Old Cat casually asked. Did Qi Lin come as well? No, I just ran into that girl who was kidnapped the other day and chatted for a moment. Old Cat paused for a while, then inquired. You met that girl? Where is she now? Can you not sound so ravenous? She has already left. What was she doing here? Old Cat asked, intrigued. Who was she with? What did she say to you? She works at the online station, not far from our police station. So she came to look at the house and happened to bump into me. Qinyu replied impatiently. Why are you asking so many details? Did she rent a place here? I think she did. Old Cat pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, Hey, are you in need of a roommate or something? I can cook. You are quite the character, Qinyu retorted, speechless. She genuinely captivates me, my friend. Old Cat rambled on. Why don't we co-rent? We can share the living expenses. I'll tell you. Let us discuss it later. First, let us view the property. Qinyu waved his hand, urging, hurry up. I need to return to the team shortly. Fine, fine. Let us see it. With that, the two stepped into the main living area. The house Old Cat showed Qinyu was approximately 30 square meters. Furnished with some basic furniture, the walls freshly painted, and the overall environment appeared quite clean, albeit slightly on the pricey side. The landlady was asking $300 a month, with a 6-month upfront payment. This price is indeed not low, but it is reasonable considering the location of 88, situated near the city's government institutions, close to the television station, online broadcasting station, police station, and transportation department, which is also why Qinyu and Lin Yinlei crossed paths. Their workplaces were already quite close. Even if they hadn't team-met here, chances were they would encounter each other again. The current common currency in the 9th district is the recently issued Yasheng Yuan, while the global currency is the Alliance coin, issued by the United Government's financial institutions. Of course, the euro exists in the European Union, but that's a different matter. The exchange rate is approximately 1 Alliance coin to 6 Yasheng Yuan. Since Yasheng Yuan has only recently been issued, its purchasing power is quite high. Roughly speaking, it may be about 10 times that of the previous renminbi. Therefore, 300 Yasheng Yuan is equivalent to around 3,000 renminbi. Presently, Qinyu's salary is only $500 a month, and if he rents this house, after accounting for food and other expenses, he would have little left at the end of the month. This exemplifies the current plight of the lower class in the 9th district, where living costs are escalating daily due to dwindling resources, leading to a surplus of people and a scarcity of positions, resulting in low incomes. Hence, Qi Lin's fervent desire to ascend to a secondary police rank is rooted in the prospect of a higher salary. Observing that Qinyu was interested in the house but hesitant about the 300 monthly rent, Old Cat whispered, At the police station, apart from timid fellows like Qi Lin, who are solely fixated on being sycophants, most of us do not rely entirely on our salaries. I can see you're not one to shy away from the gray areas. You will undoubtedly seek some illicit income. Do you have any illicit income? Qinyu asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course, how could I not? What kind of illicit income do you have? I specifically prey on those who don't pay their dues. If they don't cough up some cash, I deal with them. Old Cat shamelessly confessed. Qinyu was left speechless, stopped deliberating, Just rent it, and I can visit you there too, Old Cat urged once more. After some contemplation, Chinyu realized he might not find a better and cheaper place anytime soon, especially since this courtyard was indeed close to the police station. Thus, after a brief hesitation, he replied, "All right. I'll rent it. Let us start with 6 months." After starting work in the afternoon, within the less than 50 square meter office space of the third group, 9 young officers stood in uniform. Yuan Ku looked at everyone with a smile and said, "I'll keep it brief. Although Chinyu has just joined us, he has successfully eliminated the notorious criminal Matsushita and solved a kidnapping case. Therefore, after careful consideration by the department and the team, he is temporarily appointed as the leader of the third group." The crowd exchanged glances for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. Chinyu's third-class merit has already been reported to the department, and his rank will soon be elevated. So you should not harbor any other thoughts. I previously mentioned that as long as you perform well, you will have a place in the first team, and I will certainly promote you. This applies to everyone. Once Yuan Ku concluded, he gestured for Chinyu. "Come, introduce yourself to everyone." Hearing this, Chinyu stepped forward, clad in a neatly pressed light green police uniform, saluting and declaring, "My name is Chinyu. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Among the crowd, Chi Lin stared blankly at Chinyu, a bittersweet feeling swelling within him. Just hours prior, he had personally brought this newcomer into the team. However, it has been less than 2 days, and someone has already taken on the role of leader. This feeling that is indeed somewhat unsettling. Let me reiterate, once everyone dons this uniform, they must adhere to the rules established here. Although Chinyu is new, should anyone dare to bully him, engage in nonsense, or disrupt the workflow, do not say I did not warn you. Yuan Ku, with a smile, advised the crowd before turning to Chinyu and saying, "All right, you all chat." "Very well." Chinyu nodded. "Thank you, Captain Yuan. No need for thanks." Yuan Ku replied, gracefully departing in the office area. Chinyu blinked at the others and casually retrieved a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, which he usually hesitated to smoke, and with a cheerful demeanor, addressed everyone. "By chance, I found myself in a fortunate situation and, through a twist of fate, became the captain. However, my personal experience is surely lacking compared to yours. Therefore, in the matters regarding the cases, I will still rely on everyone's assistance. Come, relax, have a smoke." Chin Yu's words were merely a polite opening, aimed at bridging the gap with his colleagues. However, unexpectedly, a relatively older youth on the far left of the crowd deftly took the cigarette from Chin Yu's hand, skillfully tore open the packaging and quipped, "Haha, brother, you have quite the stash. You can even get your hands on some fine tobacco." Chin Yu was taken aback but responded with a smile. "A good friend gifted it to me." The person who spoke to Chin Yu was named Zhu Wei, a veteran of Team 3, who had been employed for 4 to 5 years. Due to his somewhat blunt manner, he had never advanced in rank. Had Chin Yu not arrived, it was likely he would have been considered for the team leader position, given his seniority and decent rapport with Yuan Ku. Zhu Wei lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and then passed the pack to others. "Sit, everyone. Please take a seat," Chin Yu called out. Just then, Zhu Wei suddenly patted Chin Yu on the arm, laughing heartily. "This stuff hits the spot. Smoking it feels great. Brother, you're straightforward in your dealings, no nonsense, haha." While the comment was innocuous, the slap landed right on the bruise on Chin Yu's arm, which he had sustained during a gunfight with Songxia. It had yet to heal completely. "Ouch," Chin Yu winced in pain, furrowing his brow as he stepped back and turned to Zhu Wei. "Wei Gu, the team leader has an injury at this moment." Chi Lin had already unconsciously begun to refer to Chin Yu as the team leader. "What is wrong?" Zhu Wei asked casually, looking at Chin Yu. Chin Yu glanced at him and replied with a smile. "Just got grazed by a bullet while dealing with Songxia." "Grazed? That's nothing. Just go to the hospital for some medicine afterward." Zhu Wei grinned, showing his teeth. "Just don't get a shot. You'll be out half a month's salary for that." Hearing this, Chin Yu narrowed his eyes at Zhu Wei but remained silent, simply gesturing for the others to take their seats. Once all 10 members of Team 3 were seated, they began to engage in quiet conversation. Through their initial dialogue, Chin Yu gained a general understanding of Team 3's situation. This team, including him, consisted of 10 individuals, 3 from Thailand, 1 from a non-Z nation, and 6 locals. However, due to the 9th Special Zone's location in the northeastern part of the country, Mandarin was the official language, and they had all lived here long enough to speak it fluently, albeit with a hint of a northeastern accent. After some brief exchanges, They commenced their respective tasks. Delving into the investigation of drug trafficking syndicates, as evening fell, having just inspected 2 dilapidated police vehicles of Team 3 downstairs, Qin Yu returned to the office only to find it empty, save for Qi Lin and the Nanzi brother, Lao He, who were sorting through clue documentation. "Where's everyone?" Qin Yu inquired. "Zhu Gu took them out for something," Qi Lin replied. Qin Yu frowned. "I mentioned we needed to study the case. We have a meeting tonight. Why did he suddenly take people out? Is there a case?" "No, it seems he took them out for personal matters. It's not even off-duty hours yet, and he leaves without so much as a word?" Qin Yu muttered expressionlessly. Qi Lin remained silent for a moment, not responding. Qin Yu furrowed his brow as he sat in the chair, staring at the desk phone, lightly drumming his fingers on the surface. What does Zhu Wei mean? Is he trying to play the role of leader? On the very first day of officially leading Team 3, Qin Yu's test had already begun. Chapter 9. The rising wind on Dirt Rubbish Street at 5:30 in the evening. Qin Yu, Qi Lin, and the Nanzi brother Lao He had just finished their meal in the cafeteria when Zhu Wei returned with the others. "Oh, you're back?" Qin Yu asked from his chair. Zhu Wei gulped down some water and responded nonchalantly. "A kid caused some trouble for my family, so I took my brothers to check it out. It's all sorted now." Qin Yu remained silent for a few seconds before smiling and nodding. "All right. Let us discuss the case. Will everyone be working overtime tonight?" Zhu Wei set down his water cup and sauntered over to Qin Yu, asking casually, "Got any cigarettes left?" "Give me one, it all gone. That was the last box, and it's been finished. Damn, you all smoke fast. You should save some of this good stuff." Zhu Wei opened his drawer, pulled out an electronic cigarette, took a puff, and asked, "Are we working late tonight?" "Yes, Captain Yuan has instructed us to expedite the investigation." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "Let us all put in some effort tonight. We need to get a feel for the drug dealer's methods." Upon hearing this, the others remained silent, but Zhu Wei plopped down on the desk and continued. "No need to gauge. The drug dealers operate openly on Dirt Rubbish Street. We can catch them easily." Qin Yu was taken aback. "We can find them just like that. If it weren't for the higher-ups giving us a heads-up, who would care about these drug dealers?" Zhu Wei said, counting on his fingers. "They sell drugs blatantly on Dirt Rubbish Street. I've encountered them many times. Captain Yuan told me that the drug control here is quite strict. How do they dare sell so openly?" "The 9th Special Zone is different from others," Qi Lin explained. "It was established later and is the only zone composed of such a diverse range of ethnicities, making the situation rather complex. Last year's chief executive election led to military confrontations in Songjiang and Fongbei. It was quite chaotic. Qin Yu nodded and asked, "So, is it feasible to go out on the streets for a sweep?" Just as Qi Lin was about to respond, Zhu Wei interjected, "What is the problem? While the crackdown on drug dealers is still fresh, let us catch a few leads that will make the case easier to solve." Qin Yu felt that Zhu Wei was somewhat unreliable. He seemed rather blunt. Therefore, he turned to Qi Lin and asked, "Do you think it's appropriate to investigate directly? I'm not familiar with the situation over there." Qi Lin scratched his head. "Ha ha, him?" Zhu Wei laughed, scoffing. "Qi Lin here is quite the worker. Whenever there's a task, he hides, avoiding any danger. So where would he go to learn about that situation?" The comment was a bit harsh, but Qi Lin simply smiled and remained silent. "Xiaoqin, since you're new, following my lead is definitely the right choice. Let us go out tonight and sweep the area. We'll catch some leads, making things easier later on." Zhu Wei, completely oblivious to his own position, exclaimed, "Brothers, let us get moving. I'll go sign for some guns at the armory." The others, already accustomed to following Zhu Wei's commands, promptly stood up. Qin Yu sat in his chair, his gaze fixed on Zhu Wei, not intervening, merely saying softly, "All right, let us go check out the situation." Zhu Wei jumped off the desk, playfully slapped Qin Yu on the arm. "Brother, you've hit the jackpot by joining Team 3. Our group isn't one to shy away from matters. You're straightforward in your dealings. Brother Zhu will definitely support you." After being slapped, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and glanced down at his arm. "Damn, I forgot. You've got an injury." Zhu Wei paused, stepping forward immediately. "You're all right, right?" Qin Yu looked up at him. "I'm fine. You go ahead and get your gun." "All right, I'll go now." Zhu Wei turned and left. Qin Yu cast a glance at Zhu Wei's retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowed, deep in thought. Team leader. Zhu Wei is quite different from Lao San. He doesn't harbor any ill intentions. He's just rather carefree, loves to joke around, and doesn't consider others' feelings. Qi Lin approached quietly, offering a word of caution. don't take it to heart. You may have encountered someone like Zhu Wei in life. They often make outrageous jokes regardless of your personality. Always casual, they never see themselves as outsiders, and in their dealings, they completely disregard others' feelings. When you are about to get angry with them, they laugh it off and say, "We're just joking around. Why so sensitive?" And continue with their antics, never changing in ordinary circles. You might choose to keep your distance from such individuals and ignore them in the future. But Qin Yu had no such luxury. Zhu Wei was his colleague. They would be working closely together every day, making it impossible to avoid him. Yet, with his disregard for boundaries and his tendency to issue commands, stepping on the toes of a new team leader, how could Qin Yu effectively perform his job? Moreover, the most challenging aspect was that everyone in Team 3 was a friend of Zhu Wei. If he made a move against him right upon arrival, it could easily spark internal conflict. What to do? As Qin Yu weighed his options in his mind, Qi Lin watched from the sidelines, curious to see when this newcomer would clash with Zhu Wei. After the clash, would Qin Yu still be able to maintain his position as the leader of Team 3? At 8:30 in the evening, 2 police cars came to a halt at the intersection of Tuzha Street. Qin Yu and his companions, dressed in plain clothes, alighted and ambled leisurely into the street. Tuzha Street is the most chaotic area in the entire black market, home to tens of thousands of individuals who possess residential rights but lack stable employment. On either side of the road, in front of every storefront illuminated by pink lights, stood no fewer than 7 or 8 women. They posed provocatively, incessantly waving their hands to attract customers. In the shadowy alleys, one could often spot dazed drug addicts, sniffing and casting vacant gazes toward the street. These individuals are homeless. Today they might steal a little. Tomorrow they might rob, just to secure a morsel to eat or a fix to smoke. Just as they begin to feel a glimmer of happiness, a heavy snowfall may bury them in the frigid alley. Qin Yu had encountered far too many such people and environments in the planned area, rendering his gaze numb as he kept his head down and walked forward. After approximately a kilometer, the group paused in front of a storefront that bore no sign. Zhu Wei scratched his nose and whispered, "This place sells drugs." Observing the lack of customers, Qin Yu turned his head to survey the surroundings and murmured, "I am not very familiar with the situation here. If we move in directly, can we take them away?" Qi Lin pondered for a moment and replied, "We should catch them in the act. Wait until someone comes to buy drugs, then we can go in." Qin Yu stood at the roadside, frowning in contemplation, and finally voiced his lingering doubts. They dare to operate so openly. Surely they must have some precautionary measures in place? I fear we might not succeed and instead alert them. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei's expression turned impatient as he retorted, "I've already told you, no one has taken action on this matter before. If you want to clean it up, it must be unexpected. By the time you gather intelligence, they'll surely catch wind of it, and the resistance to solving the case will be significantly greater." Qin Yu, lacking experience in the 9th Special Zone and not being particularly seasoned in criminal investigations, deliberated for a while before turning to Lao He and asking, "Zhabai, do you think we can catch them?" Indeed, this matter had previously gone unchecked. Lao He replied obliviously, "But if we gather information over a long period, the news will surely leak. There are no secrets in the department." After a few seconds of silence, Qin Yu promptly instructed, "The police vehicles are too conspicuous. We cannot drive them in. Lao He, Xiao Lu, take the cars to the back of the street. Once we finish our operation here, we'll leave immediately." Understood. The others dispersed to check their firearms, ammunition, and bulletproof vests. Qin Yu reiterated, "As soon as someone enters the shop across the street, we charge in. Aha, you even came wearing a bulletproof vest? You really are quite timid." Zhu Wei mocked, rolling his eyes. "These drug dealers have no standing. Back when I was on patrol, I used to beat them up all the time. These people are easily frightened." Qin Yu shot Zhu Wei a cautious glance and firmly countered, "Let us focus on the task at hand." Half an hour later, 2 young men led an elderly man into the storefront with swagger. Qin Yu hid in the alley, using his walkie-talkie to inquire, "Observe through the glass and see if they are here for drugs." After a brief wait, Qi Lin confirmed, "Yes. Everyone, move." Qin Yu shouted, "They've entered." As his words fell, 8 individuals surged from 3 directions toward the entrance of the shop, swiftly yanking open the wooden door and rushing inside in the dimly lit hall. 2 young men and an elderly man stood beside the counter, currently preparing drugs, while a burly young man behind the bar, with an electronic cigarette dangling from his lips, stared in shock at the entrance. Zhu Wei stepped forward, gun in hand, and pointed at the burly young man, commanding, "Police! Hands on your head, stand to the side." The young man snapped back to reality and, in a panic, stepped back, inadvertently revealing the handgun at his waist and failing to comply immediately. In such a chaotic environment, criminals might react violently when confronted by officers. Thus, upon seeing the firearm, Zhu Wei seized the young man by the collar and, with no hesitation, swung the butt of his gun toward his head. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Wei struck the young man 6 or 7 times. Yet he continued to struggle. In a moment of desperation, Zhu Wei grabbed the young man's hair, slamming his head against the corner of the counter. Blood streamed down the young man's forehead as his eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs, and a bald man clad in a military coat hurried down, his astonished gaze sweeping across the room. As he shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Damn it, the second store has been raided. Everyone come out." A brief silence followed, before the street erupted with thunderous footsteps, as dozens of individuals surged from the adjacent houses, wielding knives, steel pipes, chains, and guns, flooding the entrance of the storefront like a tide. Qinyu, witnessing the throng of people outside, felt an immediate chill run down his spine, reminiscent of the scene during the grain robbery in the planned area, and instinctively disengaged the safety on his gun. Zhu Wei, peering through the glass at the unfolding scene, felt beads of sweat form on his forehead as he gulped. When did the gang grow to this scale? This is indeed a bit excessive. Chapter 10. On Tujia Street, I alone hold the power inside the storefront. The bald man draped in a military coat stood on the wooden staircase, his cold gaze sweeping over the burly young man who had been knocked down by Zhu Wei. In a quiet voice, he inquired, "Whose dog is unchained, daring to stir trouble in my shop?" Qinyu felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead and glanced back at the entrance, noticing that over 20 individuals had already barged in, effectively blocking the exit. "We are police officers." Zhu Wei regained his composure, reaching into his pocket to retrieve his badge, which he held to his chest, stating, "Anyone uninvolved, do not move. We are here to investigate drug trafficking." "Heh?" The bald man scoffed coldly. "Who here is selling counterfeit drugs?" Zhu Wei, gun in hand, pointed at the counter and declared, "When we arrived, we witnessed these individuals engaging in a transaction." "You saw it? So you represent the law?" The bald man remained unmoved atop the stairs. Gesturing toward the people at the entrance, asked them, "Who has seen these people selling drugs?" At his words, the 20 or so individuals at the entrance remained silent, brandishing their weapons as they advanced. Encircling the 3 groups in the living room, Zhu Wei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, standing there at a loss for words, while also feeling a tinge of fear, for none of the newcomers appeared to be benign. After a brief hesitation, Qinyu stepped forward, ready to speak. "Fuck." At that moment, the burly young man who had been struck by Zhu Wei suddenly sprang up, clutching his bleeding head and cursing, "You bastard. How dare you hit me here?" "Don't move," shouted a young man beside Qi Lin. "Don't move. Screw you." The burly young man leaped to his feet and, without hesitation, swung his fist, landing a blow squarely on Zhu Wei's head, with a piece of junk gun. "Are you trying to scare your father?" Zhu Wei stumbled back several steps. "Don't make a move. This is an assault on law enforcement." The 3 groups acted in unison. Upon seeing Zhu Wei being struck, they immediately surrounded the burly young man. "I just assaulted you. What are you going to do about it?" The young man, still seething from the earlier attack by Zhu Wei, now filled with rage, turned and grabbed a box cutter from the counter. He charged forward, roaring, "Even if Li Fati sent 500 men, if I'm not happy, none of you are getting out." With a furious shout, the burly young man lunged toward the crowd with his knife. Qi Lin had been dodging, but did not anticipate that the first thrust would come his way. As Zhu Wei saw the young man draw a knife, he instinctively stepped aside to avoid it. "Damn!" Qi Lin swore, realizing he had no time to evade, and instinctively arched his back to protect his vital areas. Just as the knife was about to plunge into Qi Lin's body, Qinyu pushed through the crowd and, with one hand, grasped the blade the burly young man was thrusting forward. His palm clutched the edge of the knife, and blood gushed forth, streaming down onto the floor. Qi Lin, still shaken, took 2 steps back, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Qinyu. Silence reigned, a brief silence, before the burly young man, eyes bulging, shouted at Qinyu, "You can grab a knife with your hand, Are you invulnerable to blades and guns? After uttering this, the burly young man attempted to stab again. Chinyu, with lightning speed, seized the young man's wrist with his left hand and called out to the middle-aged man on the stairs. Brother, we are not here to cause trouble. Our department has received continuous reports about counterfeit drugs being sold here. We had no choice but to come and take a look, but upon entering, your brother here drew a gun, and my colleague had no option but to defend himself. The bald man, draped in a military coat, bent down, seated himself on the stairwell, and pulled out an electronic cigarette, not bothering to respond. Chinyu continued to hold onto the burly young man's wrist, smiling as he added, I just arrived in Songjiang and am unfamiliar with the depths of Tuzha Street. Since there are no drugs being sold here, let us leave in peace. How does that sound, brother? If there are no drugs being sold here, why are you attacking people? The bald man inquired, puffing on his electronic cigarette, a smile lingering on his face. Chinyu fell silent for several seconds before responding, Brother, it is precisely because of your presence that we have food on our tables. We all depend on each other. Life is not easy for anyone, so it is best if no one makes things difficult for anyone else. Wouldn't you agree? And if I make things difficult for you, what can you do about it? The burly young man retorted fiercely. The bald man continued to smoke his electronic cigarette, turning his head to spit out a mouthful of phlegm, yet still remained silent. Chinyu paused briefly, a smile still gracing his face. As he turned to address the bald man, saying, Brother, we may not be able to solve the case in Tuzha Street, but once we leave this place, you still have business to attend to, don't you? Upon hearing this, the bald man slightly halted his arm movement before replying. Let them roll then. Just like that, I want to take a hit for nothing, a robust young man retorted. His gaze darkly fixed on Chinyu and his companions. If you want to leave, fine. Strip off your shirts and frog jump out of Tuzha Street. Don't go too far, shouted the normally reserved Guanxi from Team 3. Gripping his firearm tightly, smack! Chinyu turned around at the sound, grasping Guanxi's arm, his expression grave as he said, Jump if you must. What's the big deal? Guanxi responded with palpable frustration. Team leader Qin, if we don't get out, how can they have it easy? Damn it, there are so many of them. You will do as I say? Chinyu retorted, glaring fiercely. Guanxi clenched his teeth and fell silent. Strip off your clothes and frog jump out, Chinyu shouted back to his team. On the staircase, the bald man suddenly asked in a low voice, Why is it that among all the people in this line of work, only our Tuzha Street is being investigated? Chinyu, taken aback, replied, We received some reports, and the higher-ups instructed us to come and check it out. I'm not sure what the situation is. The bald man slowly rose, stepping towards the upper floor, and said over his shoulder, Tuzha Street is a bit chaotic and predatory. In the future, avoid coming here if you can. With so many people outside, if one person stabs you, where will you find the murderer? With that, the bald man vanished up the staircase. 5 minutes later, 8 police officers, including Chinyu, stood shirtless in a row on the street. Frog jumping towards the perimeter of Tuzha Street. Dozens of young men wielding weapons silently watched them from the roadside, not uttering a word. Almost every window in the buildings lining the street was wide open, with some people smoking and others folding their arms, all apathetically observing Chinyu and his crew as they leapt awkwardly towards the outskirts. It was hard to tell how long the silence lasted before someone from the right side shouted, Come back, and I'll kill you. The furious roar echoed hauntingly in the night. Immediately thereafter, a barrage of glass bottles, canisters, and debris rained down from above. Run! Chinyu shouted, rising first, and the group hastily disappeared into the shadows. Inside the second floor of a storefront, the bald man sat on a dilapidated wooden chair, frowning as he asked the sturdy young man who was wrapping bandages around his head, Have the brothers dispersed? Yes, they've all left, the young man nodded. Call a few brothers over to move the goods, the bald man instructed softly. For the next few days, don't release any goods. Let us lay low. The sturdy young man was taken aback. Are you afraid, third uncle? No, he replied. Those earlier ones were clearly inexperienced little officers. Do we really need to be cautious of them? Look at the prices of drugs outside. How many impoverished patients on Tuzha Street are relying on us to survive? If I shout, thousands will come out to support us. Do we still need to watch their expressions? Do as I say? Don't make things difficult for me, the bald man said, arms crossed, his tone terse. Quickly call over 2 brothers, outside. The more I do this, the more timid I become, Ma Lao Er muttered in discontent, ultimately yielding to third uncle and stepping out to summon the brothers to move the goods. On the peripheral streets of Tuza Street, Chin Yu first put on his clothes and then pulled a medical kit from the car, hastily wrapping his injured palm with bandages. Next to the vehicle, Guanxi glared and cursed, "Damn it, the law enforcement can't outdo the thieves, and in the end, they stripped us down and Frog jumped us out. This is so humiliating. If word gets back to the precinct, we'll be the laughingstock. We shouldn't have backed down. If we hadn't stripped, what could they have done to us, Zhu Wei?" Feeling bold at the moment, complained to Qin Yu. "You're just too timid. I tell you, this isn't how you handle things in Songjiang. You're the team leader. You should be taking charge in critical moments." Qin Yu clenched his teeth around the bandage, looking up at the group and saying, "Come closer. I have something to say." "What is it?" Guanxi inquired. "Get over here," Qin Yu shouted, frowning. The others exchanged glances, their spirits low, and some even impatiently walked over to Qin Yu's side. They checked their ammunition. Those without bulletproof vests retrieved them from the vehicle, while Lao He and Xiao Lu continued to manage the car. Qin Yu expressionlessly instructed the group. They listened to him, looking bewildered. A short while later, inside the storefront, Ma Lao Er was directing 3 peers at the back door. "The vehicle will take a moment to arrive. Once you finish loading this room's goods, check the 3rd store. There are still some items there." "Where should we take the goods?" someone asked. "Back to the warehouse first," Ma Lao Er complained nonchalantly. "Third uncle is just being timid. It's a waste of effort. I say just leave the goods here. Sell them as needed." Just then, footsteps suddenly approached from the left side of the back door. Ma Lao Er turned around, cigarette in hand, only to see Qin Yu, clad in a light green bulletproof vest and wielding a half-meter-long anti-explosion shotgun, charging in. "Damn," bang. Qin Yu's gaze was icy as he raised his right leg and kicked Ma Lao Er in the chest. Whoosh, thud. Ma Lao Er flew back half a meter, crashing into 3 crates of goods. Dazed from the fall, "Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot you." Guanxi aimed his gun at Ma Lao Er's head. With no hesitation, Qin Yu pushed through the doorway and dashed upstairs. Inside the 2nd-floor room, the intercom crackled with static as a drug dealer running below shouted, "Third uncle, those people are back again." Third uncle, startled, rose and reached for his gun. With a swift motion, Qin Yu racked the shotgun and peered into the room, calling out, "The terrain of Tuza Street is too intricate. We couldn't jump out after all this time. Brother, you need to come with us and show us the way." Third uncle looked at Qin Yu in shock. A backfire. Chapter 11. Just as one was about to reach the heavens, the hand broke. Inside the 2nd-floor room, Qin Yu had no time to waste with third uncle. He struck him twice on the head with the butt of his gun, and Zhu Wei promptly cuffed him. "Let us go, hurry up," Qin Yu urged, pulling third uncle as he shouted down the stairs. "No need to chase after the small fry. Take anyone captured immediately and leave. Don't waste time." As he shouted, Qin Yu and Zhu Wei had already dragged third uncle out of the storefront. Outside, Ma Lao Er, pinned down, bit Qi Lin's palm like a rabid beast, screaming, "Grab your weapons, those damn officers are back." Commotion erupted in the street, and the surrounding drug dealers immediately grabbed their weapons and charged out. However, Qin Yu had planned for this before arriving. Seeing Ma Lao Er shout, he swung the butt of his gun in a wide arc and smashed it into Ma Lao Er's mouth. Ouch! Ma Lao Er writhed on the ground, turning his head to spit out 2 front teeth. His lip bloodied. "Move to the side," Qin Yu ordered as he crossed the road behind the storefront. Gesturing for urgency, "Stop dawdling. Just grab 5 kilograms of dirty goods. That's enough to get them a full sentence." "Why are you carrying boxes, you fools?" Only then did the dim-witted Lao He drop the box and grab 2 bags of antiviral medication. Sprinting into the alley across the street, a throng surged forward, dozens of people charging ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yu fired 3 shots into the crowd, yet they did not disperse, continuing to rush forward like madmen. Returning fire. Damn it, these drug dealers are reckless. Qin Yu realized he couldn't suppress the chaos and turned to flee. Seconds later, as they emerged from the narrow alley, the screeching of tires echoed sharply. "Get in the car!" Lao He and Xiao Lu shouted, opening the doors. Not daring to linger, Qin Yu and the others shoved Ma Lao Er, third uncle, and 2 accomplices into the police vehicle and jumped into the truck bed. In the black market, police vehicles came in 2 types, 7-seat SUVs and 5-seat pickups, while only high-ranking officials like Director Li had the privilege of riding in sedans, which were hardly seen on patrol. In these times, practicality was paramount, and there were limited resources for ostentation. Fortunately, the police vehicles were designed with utility in mind, at least providing a truck bed for transport. Otherwise, they would have struggled to fit everyone inside. Vroom. Once everyone was aboard, Lao He slammed the accelerator to the floor, speeding towards the outskirts of Tuza Street. During their rapid escape, gunfire rang out almost incessantly. The vehicle was riddled with bullets, and the two Thai brothers from Team 3, seated on the outer side, sustained various degrees of gunshot wounds. Damn it, don't dodge. Whoever blocks our way, run them down, Chin Yu shouted from the truck bed. Lao He, unable to look up properly, kept his head low and repeatedly adjusted the steering wheel, knocking down several people as the crowd slowly began to disperse. After a frantic minute of speeding through the Tuza Street area, they finally broke free. Chin Yu glanced back at the throng of over 100 individuals still pursuing him in the street, wiped the sweat from his brow, and sighed. If this place is mismanaged, who knows what the future holds for Songjiang? Just as he finished speaking, a sharp crack echoed above him, followed by a sudden jolt of pain. "Impressive, brother," Zhu Wei exclaimed after slapping Chin Yu on the back of the head. "You've got guts." That counterattack was quite the spectacle. Chin Yu furrowed his brow and shot a glance at Zhu Wei, remaining silent. Later that evening, past 10 o'clock, inside the police office building, Chin Yu had just finished stitching up his injured hand in the infirmary when he stepped into the interrogation room. Lao Air lounged carelessly on the floor. Casting a sidelong glance at Chin Yu, "You've gotten yourself into quite the predicament. You won't be out of here in less than 3 hours. Bang. Chin Yu raised his foot and delivered a simple yet forceful kick to Ma Lao Air's head. Damn it. Ma Lao Air's head collided with the wall, causing him to see stars. 500 men are of no use. Huh? Bang. Is it just you who is the toughest on Tuja Street? Bang. You think you're the boss? Bang bang bang. As Chin Yu berated him, he unleashed a flurry of kicks to Ma Lao Air's head until the latter collapsed to the floor, unconscious, blood oozing from his nostrils as his body convulsed. "Come on, someone fetch some cold water. Let's cool down our brother Ma's boiling blood. Hurry." Chin Yu called out to Lao He. Without hesitation, Lao He went to the restroom, retrieved a bucket of icy, murky water, and doused it over Ma Lao Air's head. Within half a minute, Ma Lao Air's eyes regained some semblance of life. Chin Yu stepped on Ma Lao Air's calf and bent down to interrogate him. "You like watching frog jumps, do you?" At that moment, Ma Lao Air looked at Chin Yu with a hint of fear, no longer daring to speak defiantly. "Kneel!" Chin Yu suddenly shouted, and Ma Lao Air flinched and instinctively recoiled. "I said kneel." Chin Yu pointed to the floor, glaring fiercely. Ma Lao Air, bewildered, stammered, Don't make it too humiliating. All right." Upon hearing this, Chin Yu immediately lifted his right leg, thud, before his foot could land on Ma Lao Air's head. The latter sprang up and knelt on the floor. "Kneel and frog jumped. If I'm not satisfied, you can't stop. If you do, I'll kick you." Chin Yu grasped Ma Lao Air's hair, speaking each word deliberately. "Do you understand?" 2 minutes later, gritting his teeth, Ma Lao Air began to frog jump across the room in a kneeling position. A good man doesn't he suffer in the moment? Damn it. I concede. Outside the door, staying late for the interrogation tonight? Chi Lin asked, "No need. It's time to sleep," Chin Yu replied, shaking his head. "Let them stew overnight. Tomorrow morning we'll interrogate those two youngsters for evidence. Otherwise, Ma Lao Air and that so-called San Shu definitely won't spill anything. These two look like they've been in this line of work for quite some time." "Understood." Chi Lin nodded and then asked, "Are you heading back to your newly rented place? I can give you a ride and no need. I'll stay here tonight." Chin Yu shook his head. "Just making do for one night. I'll get to work in the morning." "All right." After exchanging a few words, Chin Yu turned and headed to the washroom. Within a certain entertainment venue in the dark streets, Yuan Ku answered a phone call, his eyes widening in astonishment as he asked, "Is that true?" Chin Yu led a team to Tuja Street to apprehend someone and succeeded. Haha, this kid is indeed full of surprises. Chapter 12. Heart of a Fierce Tiger observes the world the next day. At 8:30 in the morning, Yuan Ku sat in his private office, smiling at Chin Yu. "Let us skip the insincere pleasantries. Everyone involved in last night's case will receive a 300 yuan bonus, funded from the Team's budget." Chin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then immediately gave a thumbs up, generous. "Get on with the interrogations. I'm awaiting results." "Understood," Chin Yu nodded, If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Hey, wait a moment. Yuan Ku opened his small cabinet and pulled out a pair of new leather boots, asking, what shoe size are you? Size 43. Perfect, we wear the same size. Yuan Ku placed the shoebox on the table. A friend gifted them to me. I've never worn them, so take them. This seems rather expensive. One pair of shoes is nothing. Yuan Ku waved his hand dismissively. Just take them. Qin Yu glanced at the shoebox, suddenly realizing that Yuan Ku's loyalty was not merely talk. As long as you proved yourself, he would ensure you received the benefits you deserved. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Thank me for what? Go on. Yuan Ku chuckled. Hey, Qin Yu took the shoebox and left. In the following 2 days, the brothers of Team 3 devoted all their energy to the interrogation work. However, to Qin Yu's surprise, both San Shu and Ma Lao Air were exceptionally tight-lipped. Although the two underlings had already confessed, these two either feigned madness or remained utterly silent. Interrogation was not Qin Yu's forte, as this was not a designated area. Many of his experiences and methods were ineffective here. And strictly speaking, when it came to interrogating criminals, the other members of Team 3 clearly had more experience. Thus, he decided to leave this task to Lao He, Guanxi, and others while he awaited leads and results. On Thursday afternoon, around 3 o'clock, while Qin Yu was chatting idly in the office with Qi Lin, Lao He, and Xiao Lu, Zhu Wei, having had a few drinks, swaggered back inside. Damn it, no interrogations? You all just lounging around? Zhu Wei slurred, grinning. Yeah, just taking a break. Qin Yu nodded. Slap. Zhu Wei habitually swatted the back of Qin Yu's head. Go sit over there. Qin Yu chuckled and shifted in his seat. Stop messing with me. Why do you always swat my head? What's wrong with giving you a swat? You're about to get promoted. Feeling a bit too important, are you? Zhu Wei teased. How come you went out drinking during work hours? Qin Yu casually inquired. Your body can handle it, but can your wallet? Drinking isn't cheap. Friends are plentiful, and socializing is unavoidable. Zhu Wei replied, crossing his legs. My family is pushing me to get married. They introduced me to a girl, and I went to meet her and had a drink. Oh. Qin Yu nodded, deliberately pulling out a Chinese cigarette and lighting it with a lighter. What the hell? You bastard said you were out of cigarettes. Why are you hiding them from your brother? Zhu Wei exclaimed, stretching his neck in annoyance. Come on, give me one. Not sorry, this is the last one. Qin Yu took a puff and replied. Damn, stop bullying the team leader. This cigarette is expensive. Why do you always mooch off me? Guanxi chimed in jokingly, then laughed and added, but I'm different. Since I had a breakthrough today, you should give me one as a reward. If no one was willing to joke around and mess about, it's likely that everyone in the team would refrain from teasing Qin Yu. But with Zhu Wei, the lovable goof, around, he often poked fun at Qin Yu, which allowed everyone to speak freely in any situation. I swear, I'm out of cigarettes. Qin Yu pushed Zhu Wei away. Damn, so stingy. Hurry up and give me one. Zhu Wei grabbed Qin Yu's wrist. Team leader, stop being stingy. Just share. Half a cigarette each is fine. Lao He chimed in. Really? I'm out. Qin Yu leaned back in his chair, avoiding their grasp. Seize him, Zhu Wei shouted, breath reeking of alcohol, pressing down on Qin Yu's arms. Yelling, come on, hold him down. Let us see what's in his pockets. We'll split it all, damn it. This kid doesn't he know the rules, just came here and is so stingy. Old Zhu, don't mess with me. I really have none left, Qin Yu laughed, emphasizing his point. Hurry, hold him down. Xiao Lu, grab his legs. Zhu Wei continued to rally the troops. The atmosphere became lively. Aside from Qi Lin and the two injured Tai brothers, all members of Team 3 rushed over to Qin Yu's side, trying to grab his cigarettes. Damn, stop messing around. I really don't have any left. Qin Yu laughed heartily as he playfully tussled with everyone, while several burly fellows joined Zhu Wei in their antics, creating a ruckus. How can we have a day like this, as if none of us have ever smoked before? Qi Lin chuckled as he stood up to fetch some water. Damn it, I can't let you off that easily. Hurry up and produce them. Zhu Wei pressed down on Qin Yu's arms, reaching for his pockets. That moment, Qin Yu suddenly seized the police dagger from the desk, gripping the blade between his thumb and forefinger, and thrust it downwards with force. Thud. As the blade plunged down, Zhu Wei immediately froze in place. Don't mess with me. If you keep it up, I'll stab you. Qin Yu laughed, holding the tip of the knife, and aimed for Zhu Wei's thigh. Thud. The second stab found its mark, causing Zhu Wei to stagger back 2 steps. Seeing blood, the rest of the team froze in shock. While Qi Lin stood there, wide-eyed, observing Qin Yu in astonishment. "Oh my God! What happened? Did you really stab him?" "I was just gesturing." Qin Yu feigned surprise, quickly rising and leaning down to examine the wound on Zhu Wei's leg, asking, "Are you all right?" Zhu Wei, in immense pain, grew frantic, pushing Qin Yu away. "What the hell? Are you playing with knives?" At this moment, Qin Yu raised his head, a smile still gracing his face as he said, "I told you not to mess with me, and why strength can be unpredictable, yet you continue to joke around. Now look where that S led you." Upon hearing these words, everyone in the room fell silent, their playful demeanor replaced by a serious expression as they glanced at Qin Yu. "Don't mess with me again, do you hear? Hee hee." Qin Yu chuckled as he set down the knife and extended a hand to help Zhu Wei up. "Let us go, we need to get to the infirmary quickly." Zhu Wei hesitated for a moment, but seeing the look on Qin Yu's face, he refrained from arguing and followed him to the infirmary. After the small commotion, no one in the entire third group dared to tease Qin Yu excessively again, including the bumbling Zhu Wei, who was no longer regarded as a mere newcomer, Qi Lin. Observing from the sidelines, fully comprehended how Qin Yu dealt with Zhu Wei, and suddenly realized that while Qin Yu appeared to be engaging in friendly banter, he might not be thinking about the situation at hand at all. One might assume that familiarity bred friendship, yet Qin Yu had a way of subtly informing one when they had crossed a line, all while preserving their dignity. Simultaneously, Qi Lin recalled that the usually domineering Lao San had not dared to cause trouble for Qin Yu since the kidnapping case, indicating that Qin Yu had likely resolved that issue privately. From that moment, Qi Lin realized that perhaps it was individuals like Qin Yu who could navigate such a complex environment with ease, bold yet meticulous, understanding of human nature and worldly affairs. After enduring a decade of trials in the planning area, perhaps it was time for him to soar. Once Qin Yu parted ways with Zhu Wei at the infirmary, he remembered that he had rented an apartment, but due to his overwhelming schedule, he had yet to visit. Thus, he called upon Lao Mao and headed to number 88 Courtyard. Meanwhile, in a warehouse on Tujia Street, an elderly man in his 60s, leaning on a cane, remarked, "Qin Yu? I haven't heard of him before. I had someone look into it. He.s. nude. Tio catch Xiao Er and Demin right upon arrival. He must have someone backing him." After considering this for a while, the old man turned and instructed, "Take some people and find out more about this Qin Yu." Chapter 13. A friendship built on honesty and side no. 88 Courtyard. Lao Mao leaned against the window of the left side house, his wide eyes scanning Lin Yanlei's room. "She hasn't returned yet at this late hour?" From the right side house, Qin Yu called out, "Could you come over and lend a hand? Did I invite you here just to sightsee?" "Don't shout, I'm coming," Lao Mao replied enthusiastically, crossing the courtyard to enter Qin Yu's room. It's just a rented place. "You only come back to sleep, and you're planning to turn it into a palace? Just tidy it up a bit. You live alone. Shouldn't you keep it clean?" Qin Yu waved his hand in front of his nose. "Help me sweep the floor. It's all dusty." "What? You want me, a vice captain, to sweep the floor for you, brother? You're getting a bit carried away. I'll treat you to a meal later. Now that's more like it." Lao Mao, perpetually lazy, rarely helped out, but today he was willing to assist Qin Yu, which was quite unprecedented. The two worked seamlessly together, with Lao Mao primarily directing while Qin Yu did the labor. Continuing until around 8 or 9 o'clock, yet Lin Yanlei still hadn't returned. "Where on earth is she?" Lao Mao had come over primarily to see Lin Yanlei. "Stop looking, she's not your type." Qin Yu rolled his eyes. "Let us eat. Then let us go to Sister Era's place, in a way. I'll just go buy some late-night snacks to tide us over." "What snacks?" "Instant noodles, of course. They reconvenient." "Seriously? I help you move, and you feed me that? Instant noodles are cheap. Are you eating or not? If not, you can go home. We've worked all night. You must be tired." Qin Yu retorted with a sideways glance. "You re the worst, you know that? Ha. I'll throw in a sausage for you. That settles it." Qin Yu laughed as he tossed that line over his shoulder and stepped out of the residence. The small courtyard housed 5 families in total. The female landlord resided behind the iron gate of the inner courtyard and seldom ventured out. The remaining 4 households included Lin Yanlei and Qin Yu on either side of the front entrance, while the last 2 families occupied adjacent rooms without water or electricity, rarely seen by anyone. After purchasing food, Qin Yu boiled some hot water, shared a simple dinner with Lao Mao, and prepared to sleep early for tomorrow's continued interrogation of Ma Lao Er and Demin. "All right, we've finished eating. You should head back," Qin Yu said as he took off his jacket. Lao Mao burped contentedly. "Forget it. I'm staying here tonight. Brother, that's just a 1.5-meter bed. How are we supposed to sleep? I'll just cuddle you. Lao Mao, too lazy to even clean up the leftover mess, flopped onto the bed, kicking off his 2 stinky shoes. Are you out of your mind? Qin Yu asked, a bit exasperated. Are you here for Lin Yinlei or for me? Hey, have you ever played with a guy? Lao Mao asked, curiosity evident as he lay on the bed. Qin Yu was momentarily speechless. I'm asking you a question. Have you? Have you? Qin Yu shot back. I've seen others do it. They say it stimulates the prostate. Lao Mao rambled on, eager to share a story. Shut up. Qin Yu interrupted, feeling nauseated. Are you staying or not? Not going back. It's too late. I'm staying here. Lao Mao yawned and carelessly stripped off his clothes. Qin Yu, left with no choice, quickly washed up and climbed into bed as well, however, with only one blanket available. He felt a bit awkward lying down, especially with Lao Mao's earlier comments still echoing in his mind. Did they catch the drug traffickers? Lao Mao, now facing Qin Yu and with his eyes closed, was already drifting off. Yeah, Qin Yu nodded. They caught the 2 ringleaders. Haha, Yuanka must be thrilled. Huh? Lao Mao sneered. That bastard talks a big game about righteousness and morals, but he's always up to no good. This wasn't the first time Qin Yu had heard Lao Mao express such sentiments. You seem to have a bit of a bias against Team 1, huh? It's hard to explain in just a few words. But I need to remind you, while you work, keep your personal matters separate. Keep your legs away from me. You're touching me. Qin Yu interrupted, giving a warning. I didn't move my legs. How could you not? You touching my leg. That's not my leg. Lao Mao insisted, eyes still closed. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Who is it? Qin Yu called out, It's me, Lin Yinlei. Are you back? Oh, I'm back. Is there hot water? I just got off work, and the water's off. I can't wash up. Unaware of Qin Yu's presence in the room, Lin Yinlei was peering through the window while knocking on the door. And she vaguely saw Qin Yu climbing out of bed. Yes, just a moment. Qin Yu, unable to buy sleepwear, merely threw on his jacket and opened the door. Sorry for the trouble. Are you already in bed? Lin Yinlei, clad in a warm coat, had a rosy complexion from the cold. No problem. I have hot water left. It's not all used up. Qin Yu smiled. I'll get it for you. Thank you. Lin Yinlei was polite, not rushing into the room as Qin Yu turned to fetch the water. He remarked, your job seems quite demanding. You're working so late. Just getting started. I'm still adjusting. Lin Yinlei stretched her delicate neck. Oh, sitting all day has left my neck feeling stiff. Yinlei, we don't have much hot water left. That moment. Lao Mao suddenly sat up in bed, hastily grabbing his underwear and exclaimed, Wait, I'll go get some cold water from the storage tank for you. You can heat it up. At the door, Lin Yinlei looked on in shock as Lao Mao donned his underwear from under the covers. Her neck stiffened as she glanced at Qin Yu. Her expression bewildered as she stammered, Oh, your partner is here too? Qin Yu, holding the kettle, stood frozen in disbelief. At the entrance of number 88 courtyard, an electric motorcycle came to a stop. The person on the back glanced at the front door and remarked, Xiao Hu said he has a colleague living here. 2 people, the rider asked. Yes. All right, let us wait a bit. Let us wait for Qin Yu to come out before we act. With that, the motorcycle quietly vanished into the night. Chapter 14. Ma Laoyi. Early the next morning, Lao Mao was awakened at 6 by a call from the precinct, demanding he return due to an assignment. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was contemplating a frugal breakfast when Lin Yinlei unexpectedly brought him a warm plate of youtiao. Just bought these, enjoy, she called out, hanging the youtiao on the door. I feel so bad for this. Qin Yu, surprised while washing up, replied, No worries, it's just neighbors helping each other out. Lin Yinlei smiled, hoping to express her gratitude for the hot water last night. I have to head to work now. So early? Yes, I have an external duty. I need to head out early to set up the equipment. Lin Yinlei waved cheerfully at Qin Yu. See you tonight. All right, bye, sister. Lin Yinlei, carrying her shoulder bag, turned to leave. Qin Yu stood there, momentarily stunned. Sister? Where did that come from? Is she treating me like a kid? 5 minutes later, Lin Yinlei awaited her female colleague at the entrance, rushing towards the office while chattering in a rather frivolous manner. Let me tell you, that rather manly fellow from our department might actually be Joai. Is that true? It's practically a certainty. I've seen it with my own eyes. My goodness, what a pity. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had consumed the breakfast that Lin Yinlei had brought him, tidied up a bit, and hurried towards his team. Due to the scarcity of resources and the relatively short establishment period of Songjiang City, Transportation was exceedingly inconvenient. There were no subways, no buses, and taxis were a rarity. Ordinary people primarily relied on their own feet or purchased electric bikes for mobility. However, the charging costs for electric bikes were quite high, making them affordable only for those with stable jobs and consistent incomes, such as businessmen or minor officials in government agencies. Chinyu was a rather frugal individual, intent on saving money for other goals, and thus refrained from purchasing an electric bike. Furthermore, aside from regular attendance, although the team's vehicle was available, the usage costs had to be borne by him, compelling him to walk to the office. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, just as Chinyu intended to check a store for electronic cigarettes, he found himself confronted by two burly men who flanked him on either side. Instinctively, Chinyu took a step back, his right hand resting on his waist as if to draw a gun, though in reality, his firearm was not with him. No ill intentions, just here to chat, the leading man said, lowering his head slightly. After a brief silence, Chinyu inquired, "Who are you?" "You don't need to know me, just recognize this," the leader replied, lifting his coat to reveal a gun tucked at his waist. Chinyu maintained a stoic expression, remaining motionless. The leader disengaged the weapon's safety. "Can we have a word?" Recalling whom he might have offended since arriving in Songjiang, Chinyu eventually nodded in agreement. "Then let's go." A few minutes later, within an alley, four middle-aged men flanked Chinyu, while an elderly man sat inside an electric all-terrain vehicle, remaining seated. Chinyu scrutinized the group, noting their simple attire, thick leather coats, woolen hats, and faces smudged with grime as if stained with oil. In this setting, Chinyu felt less intimidated by the polished, soft-spoken types who often pretended to be profound, yet he harbored a degree of wariness towards these rough-around-the-edges individuals of unknown origins. A subtle tension gripped him, as these men reminded him of the ruthless bandit Matsushita who had been killed a few days prior. "Did you capture Malar and Damin?" the elder in the vehicle asked, arms crossed within his coat. The reason Chinyu had chosen not to confront them but rather complied by following was primarily due to his suspicion that these men were here regarding a case. He had indeed offended a handful of people since arriving, with Old Three being one of them, yet their disputes had not escalated to lethal confrontations. If they were here for the case, it likely pertained to business dealings or negotiations, so Chinyu believed they had no reason to be aggressive towards him. After a moment's hesitation, Chinyu replied, "Yes, I captured them. I am Ma, the uncle of Malar." The elder produced a roll of raw tobacco, igniting it with a lighter. Chinyu blinked, his expression shifting to one of obsequiousness. "Hello, boss Ma." The elder turned his gaze outward, his voice gravelly. "Young brother, have you just arrived in Songjiang?" "Yes, I just arrived, having purchased this job," Chinyu said candidly. He, anyone in the department can lead me." "You have some connections, becoming a team leader so soon?" The elder took a puff of his cigarette. "No connections," Chinyu replied with a pained expression. "I was quite fortunate to stumble upon a case and solved it, which pleased the director, leading to my promotion." The elder exhaled smoke, remaining silent for a long moment before saying, "Young brother, since you handled the case, think of a way to do me a favor and release the individuals." This, Chinyu said, his face filled with trepidation. "This is rather difficult for me. I won't have you do it for free." As he spoke, the elder gestured to the burly man standing to Chinyu's left, who promptly produced 20,000 yuan in cash and extended it towards him. "Take it. This isn't quite right." Chinyu smiled and declined. "Not just money, there's also a favor," the burly man asked succinctly. "Which one do you want?" Beads of sweat formed on Chinyu's forehead, his anxiety palpable. He had an instinct that if these men were displeased, they could easily resort to violence. "Young brother, you led the case. You could easily wave your hand and pull some strings, allowing my two family members to be released, right?" the elder said with a smile. "In this day and age, there are those who speak of feasting and drinking, and those who speak of survival, but I have yet to hear anyone discuss principles." Chinyu, feeling the weight of the 20,000 yuan in the burly man's hand, responded with a greasy smile. "Old sir, let me be frank. I would dream of having that money. 20,000 yuan could buy me a police chief and several wives, but I genuinely have my reasons." The elder remained silent. "The leadership in my department has promoted me and specifically requested that I solve a drug trafficking case," Chinyu explained quietly. "If I had captured them and they hadn't been brought back to the station, even if you, old Ma, offered me 20,000 yuan, I would have released them upon hearing your name. But now that they have been processed and the evidence chain completed, if I were to suddenly release them, it would be tantamount to defying my superiors and undermining the department. Old sir, after so many years in this planning district, struggling to make a living, I have finally secured a stable job. I truly cannot offend my superiors, so I really cannot assist you with this. Damn it. How dare you be so ungrateful? The burly man on the right suddenly drew a Nepalese knife, swinging it towards the back of Qin Yu's head with alarming speed. With a whoosh, the knife sliced through the air swiftly. Chapter 15. A spring-like approach to handling affairs. Qin Yu raised his arm to block, his body leaning to the left. A dull thud echoed as he pushed the burly man back 2 steps. Remaining still as he raised his hands. Brother, please don't make this difficult for me. This 9th Special District spans nearly 700,000 square kilometers, with rogues everywhere. What am I in comparison? Why must you take it out on me? The burly man, still gripping his knife, stared at him in astonishment. You can actually hold your own? What do I know? I'm just a small police officer. Qin Yu replied, his face strained, sweat pouring down as he called to the elder in the vehicle. Uncle Ma, regarding the case, I truly cannot make a decision. Could you perhaps exercise some leniency? Malar frowned, glancing at Qin Yu, then after a moment's contemplation, shouted to the burly man. Don't harm him for now. The burly man hesitated, retracting slightly. Since you claim this matter doesn't concern you, then tell me, who ordered you to solve the case? The elder inquired, aiming to catch Qin Yu off guard. Upon hearing the question, Qin Yu did not lie. Instead, he responded in detail. The order came from the police station, which mandated the department to eradicate the drug trafficking gangs in the black market area. Director Lee mainly supervises it, and the case was thrown to Team 1. Captain Yuan Ku informed me that it needed to be completed within the deadline. The group fell silent, taken aback by Qin Yu's candidness. No-one expected him to shift the blame so readily onto Captain Yuan and Director Lee instead of defending them. Sensing their bewilderment, Qin Yu quickly added, Uncle Ma, if you can get this money to the higher-ups and persuade them to ease the situation, I can swiftly gather the evidence again and release your family. It wouldn't be a problem at all. Hee, you really know how to speak to different audiences, the elder observed with a bemused smile. Qin Yu, with hands clasped together, nodded fervently. I'm just a small police officer, struggling to survive. Do you think I dare offend anyone? After a few seconds of silence, the elder waved his hand. Let him go, my goo, the burly man protested, blocking Qin Yu's exit. Let him go? The elder reiterated, gesturing again. The 4 men cast cold glances at Qin Yu before finally parting ways. Rest assured, Uncle Ma, while I cannot release your family, they are still in my custody, and I will ensure they are well taken care of. Qin Yu added, eager to appease. The elder paused, then unexpectedly smiled. All right, I appreciate your efforts. Not a trouble at all. Qin Yu nodded before turning to leave. In the alley, the burly man stepped forward, addressing the elder. This kid is too soft. I believe he was speaking the truth. He can't handle this. The elder lit another cigarette, shaking his head slightly. He's not soft, he's slippery. The burly man was momentarily taken aback by this statement. If he were truly soft, he would have been terrified out of his wits by now. The elder exhaled smoke, saying, Haven't you realized yet? He is trying to convey a message to us. What message? The burly man asked, puzzled. This matter is not on him. The problem lies with Yuan Ku and Director Lee, the elder whispered. He is merely the one executing the orders, not wanting to offend us on behalf of his superiors. Which is why he immediately threw Yuan Ku and that chubby Lee under the bus. So it implies that his relationship with Yuan Ku is not as close as we had presumed? The burly man followed this line of thought and inquired. Yuan Ku's promotion of him could very likely mean, indeed. The old man interjected, stating, I sense that the sudden crackdown on illicit drugs by the authorities might be connected to another batch of drugs that recently infiltrated the market. Previously, only our establishment was engaged in this, yet now newcomers have entered the fray. The issue may lie in the competition. And what of the next steps? There is little use in pursuing Qin Yu any further. The old man gestured dismissively. Let us get in the car and first ascertain why the authorities are conducting these raids. Once we understand this situation concerning Xiao Er and Demin, we will know how to proceed. As Qin Yu exited the alley, he hastened to the police station. In truth, the old man's analysis was entirely accurate. Qin Yu simply did not wish to shoulder the blame for anyone else. If Yuan could direct me in solving the case, that poses no issue. However, once the case is resolved and a series of complications arise, it will be you, the team leader, who must bear the brunt. Something Qin Yu categorically refused to do. His current physical condition rendered him incapable of enduring any pressure. Maintaining the status quo was already a significant challenge. Upon arriving at the police station, Qin Yu immediately sought out Yuan Ku and relayed the situation with old Ma, eager to gauge his response. Yuan Ku, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of astonishment and gravely advised. These individuals are not to be trifled with. You must ensure your safety in the coming days. Rest assured, I will shoulder the pressure here. Over the next few days, I will have someone spread the word that I have ordered a crackdown on the drug trafficking gang. Thus, any ensuing troubles will be directed towards me. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu temporarily set aside his doubts regarding Yuan Ku, as the latter's words were impeccable, displaying a commendable sense of loyalty, akin to a reliable leader. Once the minor disturbance was settled, Qin Yu promptly proceeded to the interrogation room, intensifying his efforts against Ma Lao Er and Demin, intent on swiftly extracting a confession to follow the trail and apprehend larger fish. After 6 hours of interrogation, however, Ma Lao Er and Demin remained resolute, refusing to cooperate. Frustrated, Lao He dragged the two into a surveillance-free, unmonitored basement, employing alternative methods to compel them to divulge information. Yet, even after enduring severe treatment, they remained tight-lipped. With no other option, Qin Yu was compelled to seek clues from the subordinates, despite their knowledge being far from the core secrets, in the interrogation room. Qin Yu puffed on his electronic cigarette, tilting his head as he addressed Ma Lauer's associate. Speak of something useful. You keep providing trivial leads. How am I to assist you? The subordinate, head bowed, replied, Brother, it's not that I refuse to speak, but since we've been captured, the goods and personnel must all be hidden away. The information I once knew is now rendered useless. You may not be aware of Lao Hei's ruthlessness. Growing impatient, Qin Yu stood up. Enough, I shan't continue this charade. Let Lao Hei give you a lesson. Brother, please don't. I can't withstand this. Allow me a moment to think. Then you'd better think quickly. I haven't even had a meal yet. Qin Yu bent down and resumed his seat. The subordinate pondered for a long while, suddenly smacking his forehead and exclaiming, I actually have a lead. What is it? Qin Yu inquired. Before we were captured, I overheard Ma Lauer mention a significant figure responsible for supply, who is expected to arrive in Songjiang in the coming days. The subordinate's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Is that true? In a certain slum in Songjiang, a disheveled man quietly inquired over the phone. Has the commotion subsided? The goods are all secured. I must take action. After a moment of deliberation, Ma Lao replied, in a tone tinged with resignation. Let us meet first and discuss. Chapter 16. The daily life of a sycophant while Qin Yu busied himself with the case. Qi Lin was not preoccupied with such matters at this moment. This extreme pragmatist was contemplating how he could ascend to the rank of second-level officer. Outside the office of the Public Security Bureau's first security team, Qi Lin, holding 2 bags of gifts, nervously knocked on the door. Come in, a voice called from within. Pushing the door open, he entered with a broad grin, bowing slightly as he addressed, Captain Ryan, are you busy? Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man of European descent, who glanced up at Qi Lin and asked, Oh, Qi? Come in. Nothing much. I just came to check in. Ryan, who was quite portly and prone to sweating, adjusted his black-framed glasses as he leaned back in his chair. Qi, I have a meeting shortly. If you have something to say, please be direct. Qi Lin discreetly wiped the sweat from his thigh and placed the 2 bags of gifts beside the desk. Captain Ryan, my friend brought me some beef jerky and steak from Fongbei. They are quite fresh. You should try them. Ryan frowned as he glanced at Qi Lin. Spare me the pleasantries. Get to the point. Well, I know you have a good relationship with Captain Yuan. I was hoping you could assist me by speaking on my behalf to see if I could be promoted to a second-level officer. You know, considering my qualifications and work performance, I am more than qualified for the promotion. I lack nothing except for someone to put in a good word for me. Qi Lin stood beside the desk, speaking with a certain apprehension. I implore you to help me. Ryan lowered his head to write a report, not bothering to look at Qi Lin. There are only 10 slots available. Yours was initially included, but Essing Wying from the 4th team submitted his brother-in-law's name. Yuan Ku and I are powerless to intervene. Just wait a bit longer. I will ensure you are considered in the next promotion. Chi Lin was taken aback. Captain Ryan, Ng Ying's brother-in-law has been here for less than 5 months. Indeed, less than 5 months, but his brother-in-law is Ng Ying. Ryan replied with a resigned smile. Speaking plainly, just wait a bit longer. Opportunities come and go. You've made connections. Chi Lin clenched his fists, steeling himself to continue. Captain Ryan, I truly need this second-level officer title. My mother is ill. And every month. Who wishes to rise without reason? Ryan responded with an impassive expression. But this second-level position should have been mine. I have waited nearly a year for it. Ryan, upon hearing this, casually picked up the food bag and murmured, beef jerky? Steak. Such fine items. Chi, how about this? I'll send you 2 boxes of red wine and 10,000 yuan in cash if you can convince Li to promote me to the office. Chi Lin was taken aback. Chi, opportunities have become quite tangible nowadays. If you lack money, wait for the wealthy. If you have wealth, wait for power. So tell me, what can beef jerky do? I shout. And it won't even fill my fridge. Ryan casually pushed the steak back. Take it back. Just wait a bit longer. Chi Lin pursed his lips, remaining silent for a long while before finally replying. Then I shall wait a bit longer. Take the items back. You keep them. The steak is quite good. Chi Lin turned to leave. Ryan remained silent, returning to his work. Upon reaching the door, Chi Lin spotted several dirty garments exuding a foul odor hanging on the coat rack and promptly turned around. Your clothes are dirty. Let me wash them for you. Ryan did not lift his gaze. Your shoes are also dirty. Let me clean those as well. Then I shall take my leave. Chi Lin, laden with various items, pulled the door open to depart. A few minutes later, Ryan tossed the gifts Chi Lin had brought to a female colleague in the office. Here, take the steak back. You don't want it? It has been frozen for who knows how long. Even my dog won't eat it. Ryan adjusted his attire and stepped out. In the laundry room, Chi Lin rolled up his sleeves, scrubbing shoes while continuously speaking into the phone. For this month's drugs, I still need I'll find a way to transfer the money back to you. In the third group's office area, Qin Yu clapped his hands, announcing, Lao He is going to procure firearms and equipment. No one is to leave the office building before 8 tonight. There may be an operation. Zhu Wei, whose leg injury from Qin Yu's earlier actions had yet to heal, hesitantly asked, Captain, do I still need to go? We're short on personnel. You'll drive. Qin Yu commanded without room for dissent. Fine. Zhu Wei nodded in agreement, not daring to protest further. By 4 in the afternoon. Everyone had finished dinner in the cafeteria and returned to their dormitories with their gear and police firearms. Upon entering the room, Chi Lin, noticing a rare automatic rifle, inquired, What is this for? Who are we capturing? This seems quite elaborate. You've even brought out the M464. A subordinate had spilled the beans. A significant figure supplying the Ma family may have already arrived in Songjiang. Qin Yu glanced at his watch and replied, I've had someone tail a core member of the Ma family. This might yield results. Oh. Chi Lin nodded, considering for a moment before abruptly pulling Qin Yu aside. Can I head home for a bit first? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with resignation as he softly asked, Are you trying to avoid the capture mission again? Brother, we're short on manpower. Otherwise, I would ease up and not send you. If you're worried about potential trouble, you can drive as well, all right? It's not about avoiding. I absolutely must return home today. Chi Lin frowned as he replied, My mother is quite ill. And my sister is blind, and she is still so young. If I don't go back, they want to even have food to eat. Moreover, I need to take her to the hospital for a checkup today. Qin Yu believed Chi Lin too timid to lie about his mother, so after careful consideration, he asked, Will you make it back before we act? I will call you the moment I'm back. I assure you I'll return in time. All right, then go. Captain, I apologize for the trouble. Chi Lin politely nodded towards Qin Yu. It's all right. Life is not easy for anyone, so let's help each other out. Qin Yu patted Chi Lin on the shoulder and said, I'll call you before we act. Okay. Chi Lin nodded. As night fell around 7 o'clock, in a dilapidated slum of the Dark District, the old man from the Ma family exited his vehicle, glanced around cautiously, then wrapped himself in his military coat and lowered his head as he entered a narrow alley filled with a pungent odor. Who are you looking for? A man asked from the shadows. I am looking for Along, the old man replied, halting in his tracks upon hearing the voice. Gu? The other party smiled and approached him. Is he inside? The young man lowered his head and politely said, Ma Gu, if you could raise your arm. I'll just follow protocol. The old man obliged, lifting his arm to allow the youth to search him thoroughly. Inside, a long, unkempt and disheveled, sat on the bed, fiddling with a small object in his hand. Meanwhile, Yuan Ku was in his office, speaking on the phone as he approached the window. "Big brother, why are you in such a hurry to have me come back?" "I am in the middle of something," he replied. "All right, let us leave it at that. I'll return shortly." Chapter 17. The lives of the people in District 9. In the dormitory, Qin was cleaning his service weapon. Glancing sideways at Lao He and inquired, "Brother, how did you end up in District 9? Like most people, Lao He responded softly. When disaster struck, countries formed a joint government and established 8 refuge districts. However, with so many people in the world, how could everyone possibly enter these 8 districts? With a large population and scarce resources, there are few places to survive. Therefore, to gain entry into these 8 districts, one must await a random selection for permanent residency rights from the joint government. Although it is termed a random selection, the majority of tickets were seized by the elite, while the remaining few were driven to exorbitant prices. By the time it reached its conclusion, a single ticket could cost tens of millions of dollars. My hometown is in war-torn Africa, where survival is a struggle, let alone affording a ticket. At this juncture, the Thai brother chimed in softly. "We've all endured similar experiences." Why father held on to a sliver of hope when he heard that District 7 and 8 still had vacancies and were distributing permanent residency rights randomly. So he did everything he could to reach Asia, only to find that both districts were already at full capacity and could not accept more. Lao He smiled at Qin and asked, "Do you know the origins of District 9? "I've heard a bit," Qin nodded. "Since District 7 and 8 are both within your country's borders, and were the last 2 areas with available residency, many hopeful individuals flocked here from around the globe, yearning for a distant chance. However, once Districts 7 and 8 reached full capacity, there remain millions of homeless individuals here. They struggled to survive. Thus, under someone else's leadership, riots ensued as they attempted to breach other residential areas. The joint government, left with no choice, decided to allocate some resources and permit the establishment of the 9th Special District, yet they lacked the capacity and resources to support this area, ultimately leading us to self-govern. This is the history of District 9. It represents a glimmer of hope seized by the underprivileged. Chaotic as it may be, it feels like home. Now, even if you were to send me to any of the other 8 districts, I might not adapt well." Lao He's optimism shone through as he spoke, his bright smile radiating warmth. After a prolonged silence, Qin inquired, "Do you have any family left?" "No one," Lao He replied, his gaze dimming slightly. My mother and younger brother perished during the first military conflict in District 9. My father was among the first batch of police officers in District 9, and he also sacrificed his life during a duty. Qin was taken aback. "I'm sorry. It's nothing. I've long since moved on," Lao He replied with a smile. "What about you? Do you have family? How did you end up in the planned area?" I might be worse off than you." After a long hesitation, Qin was about to open up to his colleague when suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted him. "Hello?" Qin answered the police phone. "The core member of the Ma family has taken the old man to the 3rd Ring Road. I've been observing for a while, and am 80% certain that they are meeting with the contact." Xiao Lu succinctly relayed the situation over the phone. "What's the exact number of people? Is the contact present?" "From my experience, I didn't see him directly, but there are at least 2 to 4 people stationed at the alley's entrance." Xiao Lu replied, furrowing his brow. "What about the old man?" "He went in alone. The people he brought are waiting outside, totaling 3. Do you have any intel on their firepower?" Qin asked again. "It's hard to tell. But based on my experience, I suspect they are heavily armed," Xiao Lu responded without hesitation. "All right, I understand. Stay put. We'll be there shortly." "Okay." After concluding their conversation, Qin clapped his hands and shouted to the other colleagues, "Gear up, we're getting to work." Lao He was the first to rise. "Haha, let us get to work first, then we'll have a drink and chat later," Qin remarked, patting Lao He on the shoulder with a smile. "Sounds good." Lao He was unlike most of his compatriots. He was diligent and uncomplaining, willing to take on the roles of both observer and demolitions expert, and he was quite skilled with a firearm, making him one of the few formidable members of their team. "Gather downstairs," Qin instructed before turning on his heel and promptly dialing Yuan Ku's number. "Hello?" Xiao Qin, Yuan team leader greeted. "Yuan Gu, I'm requesting personnel assistance," Qin stated plainly. "Have you spotted a big fish?" Yuan Ku's eyes lit up. "Not confirmed yet. We need to capture them to be certain," Chin Yu licked his lips and added, "They might be heavily armed, and I estimate their numbers to be around 10. How many people do you need?" "At least one team. I'm finding it difficult to gather 2 teams right now." "Our personnel are all tied up with cases," Yuan Ku replied, sensing the challenge. "If you don't send me help, I won't be able to make the arrest." Chin Yu frowned. "You're aware of the situation with Team 3. After a moment of deliberation, Yuan Ku finally said, "I'll call the captain of Team 3 and have them send someone to assist. Just wait downstairs." "Old Cat's team?" Chin Yu paused. "What's wrong? Is that a problem?" No, that's fine. Let him come," Chin Yu replied, satisfied that I'm familiar with him. "Communication will be easy." Just like that. Approximately 5 minutes later, Old Cat arrived with 20 officers clad in light green SWAT uniforms, marching confidently with folded ballistic shields and wielding 5M464 rifles. "Quick response." Chin Yu smiled as he approached. "Damn, I only came to lend a hand because I heard you were in charge. If it were someone else's task, I'd have surely avoided it." Old Cat flashed a grin, revealing his teeth. "These are all the people from the dormitory. The rest are busy with cases." "Thanks. No need for idle chit-chat. We're here to assist, so just direct us." Old Cat waved his hand dismissively. "Let us discuss in the vehicle." Chin Yu pulled Old Cat aside and turned to his team members, instructing, "Check the communication equipment and devise a capture plan for the road." "Yes," Team 3 responded in unison before heading to their vehicles. Moments later, 4 police patrol cars and 1 multifunctional operational van sped toward the 3rd ring road. In the dim, damp room of the alley, Along munched on some braised beef, tilting his head to gaze at the old man from the Ma family. "Can you settle this matter?" "If I can't, I'll pass the job to someone else. If I can, just wait a bit longer. I can give you a maximum of 1 week." After some consideration, Along replied, "We can't delay any longer. If the warehouse gets raided, I want to even have my pants left to wear. I understand." The old man rose from his seat. "I'll resolve the issue within a week." "Good." Along took a sip of white liquor and called out, "See you off, Magu." As the old man turned to leave, he paused briefly and suddenly asked, "Along, in this shady business, the competition isn't that fierce? There are only a handful of us. Yet their prices for pharmaceuticals are double ours. I just can't comprehend why you want to let us raise our prices. How much are we losing?" Along scratched his eye and grinned broadly. "Damn, as long as there's profit, what's the concern over how much we earn?" The old man pondered for a moment before stating, "True enough. I'm off then. Hurry up and resolve the issue." "Understood." The old man pushed open the door and stepped out. 3 minutes later, Xiao Lu dialed Chin Yu's number. "Captain, there's been a change. The old man just left." Chin Yu was taken aback for a moment before asking, "Are the people inside still there?" "They are." Chapter 18. A secure job must be held with one's life. In the middle section of the 3rd ring road, the 4 police patrol cars spread out and parked at the roadside corner, while the multifunctional operational vehicle quickly dropped off a dozen officers at the intersection before speeding away. Chin Yu sat in the lead vehicle, picked up the radio, and quietly instructed, "The individuals are still inside. We'll proceed with the plan capture as discussed earlier. There are people in the alley, but avoid gunfire as much as possible. We're unfamiliar with the indoor environment." "Received." "Understood." As several teams acknowledged the complete directives, they promptly responded. As Chin Yu pushed open the door and stepped out of the vehicle, he lowered his gaze to inspect the firearms secured at his waist. Just as he was about to stride forward, Chi Lin came running up from behind. "Hey, I finally caught up." Chin Yu turned at the sound. "Are you done?" "Yes, just finished," Chi Lin replied, breathless. Chin Yu had no time for idle chatter and urgently commanded, "Follow the original plan. You take vehicle number 2 and wait at the intersection of San Juan Road and Fenglin Road. If the operation is successful, I will join you in your card. If Lei Zi comes to provide support, you must report immediately." "Understood." Chi Lin replied gratefully, "Thank you, Captain, for always looking out for me." "And no need for that," Chin Yu said, too pressed for time to engage in pleasantries. As he walked, he grabbed the radio and called out, "Old Cat, prepare to approach the alley. We'll charge in from the front." "Received." 3 minutes later, Old Cat, donning a Kevlar helmet and dressed in light green tactical gear, led a team of 10 as they cautiously approached the alley. Crouching on either side, awaiting orders, as Chin Yu strode briskly, he asked over the radio, "Is there a vantage point?" "No, just an external staircase, but we should be able to see the 2nd floor clearly." "All right, your team will take position on the 2nd floor. Your main task is to provide cover," Chin Yu instructed. Understood. After finishing his communication with his colleagues, Chinyu arrived at the entrance of the alley and turned to scan the empty street, patting Old Cat on the shoulder, saying, "Old Hay and I will go in. You all stay put for now." "Got it," Old Cat nodded. "Let us go, Old Hay," Chinyu called out. Old Hay, dressed in civilian clothes, followed closely behind as they entered the alley. As they walked side by side at a leisurely pace, Chinyu casually inquired, "Feeling nervous?" "Heh, I'm used to it," Old Hay chuckled. "And no worries, just relax." Chinyu playfully draped an arm around Old Hay's neck and shouted, "Take me to have some fun. You've had too much to drink," Old Hay replied knowingly. In the central section of the alley, a middle-aged man, alerted by their voices, rose from a dilapidated wooden chair and squinted in their direction. Chinyu, staggering slightly, continued to clutch Old Hay as they walked about 30 more meters, then turned to spit. "Damn, life is tough." The spit landed squarely on the shoulder of a burly man nearby. "You bastard!" The man's companion stood up, frowning, ready to curse. "Oh, didn't notice there were people here?" Chinyu pretended to be drunk, slowly turning back to ask, "Excuse me, brother, how do I get to the Duo Club?" Initially, the burly man thought Chinyu was merely a drunken fool, but as Chinyu approached, the man's expression tightened, instinctively tucking his hands behind his back. "I don't know." "Herc." Chinyu feigned a dry heave, his body lurching toward the burly man. "Damn it, you don't smell like alcohol." The burly man sprang to grab his gun, and his companion immediately reached for the earpiece button. Bang! Chinyu kicked out with his right foot in a flash. The burly man stumbled back, colliding with the wall. Crack! Chinyu seized the man's arm and forcefully swung him to the left, sending the burly man tumbling to the ground. Following that, his knee slammed down onto the man's head while his left hand pressed down on the gun at the man's waist. Whispering fiercely, "Don't shout, or I'll end you," the burly man, unfazed by the threat, strained to yell. With no choice, Chinyu released the man's arm with his right hand, swiftly covering his mouth. "Stay calm," the burly man, fierce to the extreme, struggled violently, managing to bite down hard on Chinyu's hand, blood instantly gushing forth. Meanwhile, as Chinyu engaged, Old Hay had also charged ahead, using a police takedown maneuver to subdue another drug dealer. However, the adversary was equally ruthless, and upon having his mouth covered, he immediately thrashed his head violently. Seeing that both of them were fighting for their lives and were difficult to control, Chinyu promptly gestured for backup. Tap, tap, tap. Old Cat, receiving the signal, led the team into the alley. Upon reaching Chinyu's side, the officers raised their weapons, each delivering a blow to the heads of the two criminals, causing blood to flow profusely as they momentarily lost consciousness. "Missed?" Chinyu stood up and shouted, breached the door with a clatter. The sound of Remington shotgun pumps echoed sharply. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, shattering the iron door, and Old Cat waved his hand, shouting, "Tactical formation, advance." Hearing this, Chinyu led 10 officers charging into the room, but upon entering, they were taken aback. The first-floor corridor was long and dimly lit, with a faint glimpse of an iron staircase at the far end. "Damn it, move quickly. They must be upstairs." Chinyu quickly assessed the layout and issued commands with utmost urgency. The officers on either side advanced without hesitation. 3 seconds later, at the top of the iron staircase leading to the second floor, 2 individuals raised automatic rifles, opening fire without warning. "Don't go up, suppress." Chinyu took cover at the corner of the staircase, dodging bullets as he clenched his right fist. "Second team, do you have a firing solution?" "We can shoot." At the staircase corner, 2 automatic rifles were positioned. Bang, bang. With few snipers available, this operation lacked pure sniper support. However, experienced field officers were still capable of maintaining accuracy with automatic rifles at close range. The team ambushed on the external staircase, upon receiving orders, fired through the glass, taking down the 2 criminals at the second-floor entrance. The bodies tumbled down the stairs, prompting Chinyu to signal, "Advance," with a rush. Chinyu led the assault team swiftly up the staircase to the second floor. The living room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight, which faintly outlined the interior. After a few steps, beads of sweat trickled down Chinyu's forehead as he whispered, "Where is everyone?" "Second team, did you see anyone jump?" "No, we can't see the situation in the living room from our angle," came the immediate response. Chinyu furrowed his brow, momentarily stunned. Clang! Just then, A slight noise came from the left. An old cat, who had just arrived, nervously called out, "Chinyu. Chinyu, I hit a booby trap." As Chinyu turned back at the sound, one of the officers in Old Cat's team crouched on the ground, preparing to probe for the trap wire with his hand. "Don't move, don't move." Old Cat, his right leg trembling, shouted, "It's not about the wire. I've set off the trap." The group paused in shock, then immediately retreated to secure the entrance to the living room, wary of possible hidden threats. Chinyu swiftly drew his flashlight, crouching down to briefly illuminate the booby trap at the bathroom door. Stating succinctly, "Cat, if you take a step back, your right leg should be clear. If not, lift your foot, and I'll shoot the trap." "Can you hit it?" "Hard to say, not sure if the trap has been altered." "Are you joking?" "It's hard to say." "What do you mean?" "If you can't hit it, I'll be done for." Old Cat glared, exasperated. "I can hit it." "Your leg won't be lost." Chinyu steadied the flashlight in his right hand and asked, "What is the plan? Give me an answer." Old Cat fell silent for a moment, his usual playful demeanor replaced by seriousness. "Save my leg. On the count of 3, you lift your leg," Chinyu declared. Raising his automatic rifle, point 3, 2, 1, lift, Chinyu shouted. Hearing this, Old Cat, without hesitation, lifted his leg and retreated. Bang! Chinyu swung his rifle as if playing golf, sending the trap flying. Crash! The trap crashed through the glass and burst outside. Yet, after a few seconds, there was no sound from outside. Old Cat, feeling faint, crouched on the ground. "Damn it! Why didn't it go off?" "It's a fake." Chinyu gritted his teeth in reply. "It's a dummy trap." Second team, check the surroundings for any anomalies. Clang, clatter. Just as he finished speaking, a member of the assault team on the left, about to step forward, inadvertently brushed against a cabinet beside the wall. Producing an odd sound, the group froze. "Damn it, this one is real," Old Cat shouted, his face pale. "Get down, brace the shields." 2 officers with riot shields knelt and raised their shields just in time for a massive fireball to erupt. Boom! The deafening explosion rang out, and 3 officers who hadn't managed to take cover were struck down by countless shards, losing their lives in an instant without a chance to call for help. Chinyu lay on the floor, the ringing in his ears overwhelming as he yelled. There's definitely no one inside. They must have fled outside. Second team, keep a lookout. Outside. Big Lazy, along, sprinted through the yard with a companion. Shouting, "Damn it, the dog must have caught Old Ma's scent. This guy is utterly unprofessional. Is it possible he's selling us out? No way, he depends on me for his meals." Along waved his hand, saying, "Call Xia Pizzi and have him come pick us up. Hurry, or we won't be able to get out." Chapter 19. The ruthlessness of Lazy inside the second-floor room. As Chinyu shook his head and rose from the ground, the earpiece crackled with the second team's urgent voices. 2 individuals have bolted from the slum housing, heading towards Fenglin Road. Our position is too far to pursue. Are you sure it's only 2 people? Chinyu asked, his eyes ablaze. Confirmed, just the 2. Everyone, take positions and move towards Fenglin Road. Chinyu gritted his teeth and shouted, "If there are casualties, we must apprehend the primary culprit. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain." Received, understood, came the urgent replies over the walkie-talkie. Chinyu drew his gun and immediately commanded, "Those who are uninjured, follow me downstairs, quickly." Within less than a minute, everyone gathered at the bottom of the building. Chinyu, leading the crowd, called out, "Second team, have you locked onto them? Report the location of the criminals." They've reached Fenglin Road and are still moving forward, approaching the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road. The leader of the second team responded in a hushed tone. "We've got their trail, but the distance is considerable. We're in pursuit." Hearing this, Chinyu paused for a moment, his mind racing back to the direction where Chi Lin was located. He immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, Unit 2, please respond." Unit 2, received. Chi Lin's voice crackled through. "The criminals are heading your way." Chinyu spoke rapidly, "There are 2 of them. If you can intercept them while ensuring your own safety, do so. We've sustained casualties. If you can delay them for even 10 seconds, we will be right there." Chi Lin hesitated as he heard this. "Did you hear me?" Chinyu shouted again. "I received it." Chi Lin replied nervously, "Maintain communication. We'll be there shortly." As he spoke, Chinyu dashed out of the alley and climbed into a police vehicle that had just arrived. Meanwhile, Lao He and 2 others from Lao Mao's team boarded another vehicle, heading towards the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road. which was no more than 500 meters away. Inside the car, Lao Mao shouted over the walkie-talkie, "Qi Lin, have you seen anyone passing by?" At the intersection of the third ring road, Qi Lin had already exited his vehicle, so tense that he had forgotten to bring the car's walkie-talkie. Trembling, he pulled his service pistol from his waistband and crouched behind the front of the car, his eyes fixed intently on the direction of Fenglin Road. Indeed, Qi Lin could hardly believe that this reckless criminal would be heading toward him. He felt anxious, involuntarily recalling the explosion from earlier and the colleagues who had perished in confusion. He was terrified, hiding behind the car, and in just a few seconds, it felt as though years had passed. Unlike other officers, he did not have any thoughts of sacrificing himself for the greater good. Only a profound, bloodless fear consumed him. The cold wind whipped around him as Along led his comrades, striding forward with a large-caliber shotgun and a handgun in hand. Inside the vehicle, the walkie-talkie crackled with Lao Mao's voice. "Qi Lin, can you hear me? Has anyone passed by? Respond, respond." Sweat beaded on Qi Lin's forehead as he fixed his gaze on Along's direction. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and raised his hand. His voice trembled as he prepared to speak, eye in the dim light. Along turned to his companions and asked, "What did the shrimps say?" "They've already come through," one of the comrades gasped. Pointing ahead, "Don't move. There's a police vehicle." Along immediately noticed the second vehicle Qi Lin had driven. Bang, bang, bang. His companion, tense and alert, turned back to see the police vehicle and without hesitation pulled the trigger. Shouting, "You go first!" The bullets ricocheted off the police car, sending sparks flying. Qi Lin hunched his body, afraid to reveal himself. Inside the car, Lao Mao continued to shout over the walkie-talkie, "Qi Lin, did you hear gunfire? Have you encountered them?" Qi Lin, catching a hint of movement inside the car, crouched down and crawled to the passenger seat, reaching for the door handle on the roadside. Along seized the opportunity provided by his comrade's cover and sprinted forward. He was charging directly toward the low-rise houses, and at that moment, he was no more than 30 meters from Qi Lin. Qi Lin's hand was on the door handle, just as he was about to pull it open when he turned his head and saw Along attempting to slip into the alley. He had no choice but to raise his gun and shout, "At the street corner." Along, while running, also kept an eye on the police vehicle. As he turned, he bumped face to face with Qi Lin. The two froze for a moment, and without a second thought, Along raised his shotgun and fired at the front of the car. Crash! The mechanical cover crumpled on the spot, while Qi Lin stood frozen, unable to return fire. Just then, Lao Hei's vehicle came barreling in, and he shouted over the walkie-talkie, "Qi Lin, take a shot and hold them off. They can't escape." Qi Lin remained motionless behind the police car, his eyes wide with fear as he stared at the intersection, his face pale. "Damn it!" Seeing Qi Lin not respond, Lao Hei shouted, "Charge in." There are only two of them. The car sped forward, instantly crossing the spot where Qi Lin stood. Bang, bang. Lao Hei leaned out of the vehicle and fired 2 shots at Along's companion, who fell to the ground, blood erupting from his body. "I told you to chase," Along shouted, his eyes reddening as he turned to raise his gun and pull the trigger. Bang, bang. The shotgun roared, and the tire of an electric bike exploded, crashing sideways into the wall of a nearby shop, smoke billowing from the wreckage. Lao Hei shook his head and pushed open the car door, shouting, "There's only one of him. Go and take him down." The others disembarked, guns in hand, rushing toward Along's position. The sound of screeching brakes echoed on the snowy street as 4 burly men got out of the car, 2 wielding automatic rifles, and began firing in Lao Hei's direction. On the third ring road, Qinyu, arriving at the scene of the firefight, immediately spotted those rushing to Along's side. He raised the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Lao Hei, fall back. They have backup." At this moment, it was too late for Lao Hei to retreat. He had already exited the vehicle and charged forward, so as bullets flew his way, he could only take cover in the recess of a shop doorway. However, Along, incensed by the death of his brother, charged forward with his shotgun, shouting, "Damn it, are you still chasing or not?" Bang! Lao Hei pressed himself against the glass door of the shop, too afraid to peek outside, and fired a stray shot. But Along, audacious and ruthless, crept along the wall, pressing the shotgun directly against Lao Hei's head. Silence, brief, tense silence. "Don't move." 2 officers following Lao Hei raised their weapons to provide cover. Rat-a-tat-tat. The shrimp, brandishing an automatic rifle, forced the 2 men back into cover. Sweat beaded on Lao Hei's forehead as his thick lips trembled. Don't kill me. Is it okay to kill me for nothing? Huh? Is it? A long roared bang. The gunshot rang out, and Lao Hei collapsed to the ground. Chase, you damn chaser. I'll send a bomb to your precinct every day, Along threatened, firing 3 shots into Lao Hei's lifeless body before being pulled away by the shrimp, tossing 2 grenades onto the street to buy time, and then vanishing into the night. Behind the police vehicle at the street corner, Chi Lin witnessed Lao Hei being shot dead and the grenades exploding into 2 large craters, his entire being frozen in place, like a statue. The car came to a halt, and Chin Yu rushed down, his eyes wide as he tugged at Lao Hei's arm. Brother, hang in there. Dead is dead. It's better than living in torment. Lao Hei grasped Chin Yu's wrist, his voice hoarse. I have no family left. Living is lonely. I raised 2 kids from my hometown in the new district. You must give my compensation to them. Chin Yu clenched his fist and nodded resolutely. I will definitely do so on the street. Lao Mao, his eyes blazing with fury, jumped out of the car and stormed over to Chi Lin, extending his hand and commanding, "Give me your gun." Chi Lin, with a vacant expression, looked up at Lao Mao in a daze. "I told you to give me your gun," Lao Mao shouted, snatching Chi Lin's sidearm with practiced ease. Ejecting the magazine and freezing in place. "I am sorry," Chi Lin stammered. Lao Mao, trembling with rage, pointed at the bullets in the magazine and shouted, You didn't fire a single shot. Not one shot. Huh. If you had fired a shot, would Lao Hei have died? Would the criminal have escaped? You're worthless." The 3 individuals who had just perished on the 2nd floor were all members of Lao Mao's team. Although they were not particularly close friends, they had been colleagues who spent every day together. He was furious, kicking Chi Lin's head. "Why didn't you fire?" "Afraid of dying." "If you're afraid of dying, why are you occupying the toilet without doing your business?" "I'll kill you, you good for nothing." 2 hours later, in the office of the police chief, Director Li slammed his hand on the table, his face twisted with rage as he shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Yuan Ku? How did this organized operation end up like this? Look at the report. How many criminals were there? Are your officers made of paper? Huh. Fully equipped for an assault, and you let 4 of them die. How am I supposed to report this to the precinct?" Yuan Ku lowered his head. "Director, I was engaged with another case. This matter, forget it. I want to explain further. In any case, such a significant error occurred, and I am willing to take responsibility." "Take responsibility? Then you might as well resign. Let someone competent take over," Director Li bellowed, his expression stern. Yuan Ku suddenly raised his head, staring at Director Li without speaking. "Damn it!" Director Li turned in a circle, his anger barely contained as he continued to berate. "I've read the report. This Chi Lin is not only useless, but also has issues. Monitor him closely. He may be in collusion with the criminals. Otherwise, why wouldn't he fire a single shot? An investigation is imperative." Yuan Ku straightened his posture and replied without hesitation, "He has already been put under control. Chin Yu. Old Cat is currently interrogating him to extract the confessions of those apprehended." Director Li, his face stern, paced around the room before suddenly turning to Yuan Ku, stating, "Let me make this clear. In today's environment, everyone harbors ulterior motives. Some aspire to wealth, others to promotion, and many seek to leverage connections. The police department is rife with such individuals, and I am no exception. However, your ambitions must not encroach upon the interests of others. Nor should you use the police department as a weapon against certain individuals. Otherwise, if matters escalate, it will reflect poorly on everyone involved." Yuan Ku was momentarily taken aback by these words, but he quickly lifted his chin and replied, "Director Li, the rumors circulating outside are not necessarily linked to me. I believe you may be misunderstanding my intentions. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, you cannot conceal it, and I am not blind." "Let us see how things unfold," Li replied. Director Li, visibly agitated, moved to the window and said, "Draft a detailed report for the police department. As for the follow-up work, you will handle it personally. Submit any required funds for my consideration and signature." "Understood," Yuan Ku saluted. Later that night, Yuan Ku hosted a gathering at Urji Restaurant, with 2 to 3 dozen renowned gang leaders from the Black Streets and other districts in attendance. After toasting the guests with 3 glasses of wine, Yuan Ku finally spoke. "I believe everyone has heard about our team's operation on the 3rd Ring Road tonight. The bandits killed 4 of our brothers, inciting considerable ire from above. so much so that it felt as though they were about to strip me of my clothing. With no outsiders present, I will speak candidly. I intend to take action against these drug dealers. Please lend me your support. I, Yuan Ku, will surely repay your kindness in the future. However, should anyone wish to protect them or secretly assist them in evading capture, that would be tantamount to opposing me and the police department. For the next year, I shall dedicate myself solely to pursuing them. Captain Yuan, what are you saying? One responded, if you speak up, who wouldn't give you face? Exclaimed another. Oh, it's merely a small matter, just a few drug dealers, right? We can find them out in no time. As the guests listened to Yuan Ku's words, none were offended. They all voiced their agreement. Yuan Ku bowed and poured more wine, smiling as he said, thank you all for your support. I truly appreciate it. After some time, once the serious discussions were concluded and the banquet dispersed, a burly man got into his car and returned a phone call. Hello? Old Ma, I need your help with something. Get a few people out of the special district. The voice of Old Ma came through. The burly man laughed. I won't ask who they are, but I can't help with that. Are you short on cash? Yuan Ku from the police department has turned red-eyed and is treating us to a meal. Are you kidding? The burly man replied softly, Old Ma, while I can't say I'm afraid of him, there's no need to offend someone from the authorities, you understand? Fine, consider this call unmade. With that, the two ended their conversation. At 8:30 in the morning, the special wanted notice for a long was issued from the police department to the 6 districts of Songjiang. Upon receiving the order, each sub-department immediately coordinated with their subordinate units. In no time, a long, previously obscure, became a household name in Songjiang, earning a prominent reputation throughout the realm of crime. Everyone understood that the police department had personally ordered action against him. When Qin Yu had first taken over the case from Yuan Ku, he had considered it a minor issue. However, as events spiraled out of control, the situation appeared to grow increasingly severe, and he felt as though he was being unwittingly pushed along. In the captain's office, Qin Yu furrowed his brow and said to Yuan Ku, I underestimated the complexities of the apprehension. I am well aware of the issues at hand. Yuan Ku waved his hand dismissively. You have your responsibilities, but we also have our limitations. The leading drug dealer, if captured, faces certain death, so he will undoubtedly fight back. Some of our officers, however, are only concerned with collecting their paychecks at the end of the month. Regardless of whether they apprehend anyone, their motivations differ, and thus their mindsets do as well. I am fully cognizant of this. Qin Yu remained silent, considering that whether or not he faced punishment would depend on whether the case could be solved and to what extent. As well as the upper echelon satisfaction, Yuan Ku spoke with stark realism, the matter is far from resolved. Focus diligently on your work, and I will be watching closely. Qin Yu. Thank you, Captain, Qin Yu replied. Since returning the previous night, he had felt a knot in his stomach, fearing that he had not performed adequately and that the higher-ups would come down hard on him. Yet, unexpectedly, Yuan Ku had shielded Team 3 and Old Cat from some repercussions, specifically advising Qin Yu to concentrate his efforts on solving the case. Knock, knock. Just as the two were conversing, a knock sounded at the door. Come in, Yuan Ku called out. The office door opened, and a young man in uniform saluted before saying, The confession has come in. The apprehended minions have stated that they do not have any inside informants, nor did they receive any warning. Yuan Ku furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you certain? The testimonies of the two minions are consistent. They do not appear to be lying. Then lift the restrictions on Qi Lin, Yuan Ku decided after a moment's contemplation. The young man hesitated and asked, What about his punishment? Yuan Ku replied without hesitation, It has been proven that he is unsuitable for frontline work. Transfer him to logistics for now. Once the punishment results are determined, inform him accordingly. Understood. The young man saluted and departed. Hearing this, Qin Yu sighed inwardly, refraining from speaking up for Qi Lin, as ultimately, no one could assist him in surviving on the front line. A few minutes later, as Qin Yu exited the office, intending to grab breakfast before addressing the matter of Old Hei's demise, he overheard Old Cat and Qi Lin engaged in a heated argument at the stairwell. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Yanlei, clad in a plush coat with a charming pink scarf wrapped around her neck and her hair in disarray, shouted at the on-duty officer, I want to file a report. In the third-floor stairwell, Qi Lin angrily shouted, Don't stop me. I need to ask Captain Yuan why I've been reassigned to logistics. Are you fit for frontline work? Get a grip. Don't drag others down with you, Old Cat retorted, glaring at him. The case from last night remains unsolved. and everyone is frustrated. Are you really going to confront old Yuan now? If he loses his temper and dismisses you, won't you be utterly foolish? As they continued to argue, Qin Yu descended the stairs and asked, "What are you two doing?" They both paused. "Can you refrain from shouting here? Is it not embarrassing?" Qin Yu frowned at them. "Come on, let's step outside. I need to have a word with Qi Lin." After some hesitation, Qi Lin was ultimately dragged away by Qin Yu and Old Cat. Downstairs, Lin Yinlei blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "I am an online journalist. I discovered that people are selling overpriced smuggled drugs around Tachaji Street. During an undercover investigation, those thugs spotted us and even stole our camera. Do you know any of them?" "No." "Fill out a form. We need to print a copy of your identification and document the time, location, and details." The on-duty officer casually tossed a questioning form her way. Lin Yinlei took it, sat down, and diligently filled it out before handing it back. "Is this sufficient? Can you go apprehend them?" "Sure, you can head home now. We'll investigate later." "No, my camera is still with them, and they haven't left. You need to go catch them," Lin Yinlei urged, growing anxious. "Do you need me to teach you how to handle a case?" the officer replied, lounging comfortably. "Go home. We'll notify you if we have any news." "What's with your attitude? They stole my camera, and they should still be there. Why aren't you going now? Do you not understand? I said to go home first." "You?" Lin Yinlei's face flushed with anger, and in a moment of desperation, she shouted, "Forget it. I'll find Qin Yu. Is he here?" "You know him?" The officer paused in surprise. "Yes, I know him." "Then wait a moment." The officer's demeanor softened slightly as he grabbed the intercom and shouted a few commands. After about a minute, the officer shook his head and said, "Qin Yu isn't here. He went out." Lin Yinlei's expression turned helpless. "Then can you come with me to retrieve my camera?" "Not right now. I need to report this up the chain and follow procedure for the investigation." "You must be joking." Lin Yinlei cursed under her breath, grabbed her bag, and turned to leave in a breakfast shop adjacent to the police department. Qi Lin stared blankly at the multi-grain steamed buns on the table, motionless. "Don't get too worked up. Being reassigned to logistics is just that. Captain Yuan is in a foul mood." Qin Yu, munching on his food, attempted to console Qi Lin. Qi Lin's eyes were red as he stared at his hands, murmuring, "It's not fair." Old Cat, quick to anger, had already been displeased with Qi Lin's performance the previous night. So upon hearing this, he snapped, "What the hell do you mean by not fair? You failed to do your job. Is there a problem with being punished for that? I warned you before that you were not suited for frontline work. Yet you still clung to the delusion of promotion. And now look where we are. Not only have you harmed yourself, but you've also let down your colleagues. If Along gets captured, what do you think the higher-ups will say? Everyone involved in the case would be rewarded, but because you hesitated to fire your weapon, we now face punishment, and Old Hay has been killed. Have you seen his body? He was shot 3 times, and his bulletproof vest was shredded." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu remained silent. Qi Lin slowly lifted his head, his face devoid of any trace of excitement, and numbly inquired, "Old Cat, could you refrain from passing judgment before fully grasping the intricacies of the situation? What details, pray tell? Why didn't you pull the trigger? Why?" Old Cat slammed his bowl down, glaring fiercely. Qi Lin clenched his fists, staring at Old Cat for several moments before gritting his teeth and responding, "Fine, even if I didn't shoot, I admit I was wronged. It was indeed your mistake. But have you never erred? Have you never made a mistake?" Qi Lin suddenly countered. Old Cat was momentarily at a loss for words. "But I have never made a principal error, not since the day I became an officer." "Not once." Qi Lin, his voice trembling, looked at Qin Yu and Old Cat, saying, "I tread on thin ice, diligently working as a constable. Not only have I never made a mistake, but in my quest to be promoted to a second-tier officer, I have consistently aimed for excellence, achieving top ranks in shooting and being the best in my precinct." "Correct?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu appeared utterly bewildered, as he had no idea Qi Lin possessed such accolades in shooting. "While I brought honor to the precinct without any tangible rewards, my mistakes were met with punishment. Is this fair?" Qi Lin, with reddened eyes, questioned, "Is it so difficult to become a second-tier officer?" "It boils down to that very sentence. Yet why is it that I am overlooked? Why is there no one to voice this on my behalf? Year after year, I am nominated, yet I am always left trailing behind. Am I not right, Old Cat?" Old Cat had never witnessed Qi Lin speak to him in such a tone, leaving him momentarily stunned. "I am not like you. You have oldly shielding you in the precinct. Anyone dares to toy with you, and if you're displeased, you can even curse out you on coup. But what about me? I can't afford to offend anyone. A single misstep could see me sent home the next day. If I lose my job, who will care for my mother's illness? Who will support my sister? You? Chi Lin's voice grew hoarse as he clenched his fists and growled. You live your life, while I fight just to survive. I cannot afford to take risks. When trouble arises, I must evade it. For I lack the privilege to gamble with my life. I have 2 mouths at home that depend on me for sustenance. If I miss work for 3 days, they will starve. You have a safety net? While I am burdened with responsibilities, which is why you can scorn me from your lofty perch, while I must remain perpetually crouched in despair. Perhaps one day, even if I exert every ounce of my strength, I may only reach your starting point, nothing more. With that, Chi Lin rose, staring blankly at Qin Yu and Old Cat, and said, Enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave, Chi Lin. Qin Yu called out, without looking back. Chi Lin departed from the breakfast shop in solitude. Old Cat furrowed his brow, continuing to sip his porridge. Qin Yu sat in a daze, lost in thought. After a long pause, Old Cat, lowering his head, asked, Did I speak too harshly? A bit. Qin Yu nodded. I genuinely worry for him. Old Cat sighed. Snowflakes began to drift from the sky as Chi Lin trudged along the desolate streets, contemplating purchasing a bottle of liquor to alleviate his gloom. However, as he reached into his pocket, he remembered that even the cheapest bottle would cost 25 yuan. He suppressed his desire, continuing onward toward home and a certain house on Tuza Street. Along inhaled a puff of smoke. Frowning as he said to Old Ma, When can I leave? Arrangements are being made. It will be soon, just a couple of days, Old Ma replied. Before I go, I need to step out for a bit. Don't be foolish. They are searching for you frantically outside. Old Ma urged urgently. Once you leave, who knows when you'll return? Along lowered his head, responding, I have a wish to fulfill. The following day, as Qin Yu entered the office, Old Cat approached him. What are you busy with? Before Old Hay passed, he mentioned a couple of things to me, instructing me to expedite his compensation for the 2 children he supported. Qin Yu replied while sipping water. You lost 3 on your end. You don't need to handle that, right? Qin Yu inquired. I'm in the process of dealing with it. I'm currently in touch with the families of the fallen comrades. Old Cat replied, looking down. I don't like such occasions, so I didn't attend. Qin Yu nodded. Hey, do you have any plans later? Old Cat suddenly asked. Qin Yu was taken aback, still interrogating those 2 lackeys. Nothing particularly important. Then come with me to Chi Lin's house. Old Cat feigned a nonchalant demeanor. He has been reassigned to logistics, which means no field allowances and a reduced salary. I'm worried he might do something foolish. After some time spent together, Qin Yu had come to realize that Old Cat often spoke thoughtlessly, completely disregarding others' feelings. Yet he was quite astute. He likely knew that he had spoken too candidly the previous day at the breakfast shop, which is why he concocted this little scheme. However, Old Cat was reluctant to visit Chi Lin alone, hence he sought Qin Yu's company. We'll finish work for lunch. I need to check in on Zhu Wei regarding the interrogation. Qin Yu said, glancing at the wall clock. All right, I'll come by at noon to fetch you. Sounds good. As soon as the lunch bell rang, Qin Yu hopped onto Old Cat's electric scooter and headed to Chi Lin's residence. In truth, those serving in the precinct were considered to be doing relatively well in this era, at least among the middle-income bracket in District 9. Despite the inherent dangers, it was still a stable job with a fixed monthly salary. However, even with such a position, Chi Lin lived a life of considerable hardship. His home was located on the outskirts of a slum, where the majority of residents lacked stable employment. The younger individuals fared slightly better, managing to find some labor to survive, but the elderly, sick, and disabled suffered greatly, as many were truly incapable of working. The local government lacked sufficient resources to provide relief, resulting in real cases of starvation. The crime rate was exceedingly high, with constant turnover and changes in personnel being a common occurrence. Chi Lin's residence in such an area stemmed from economic necessity. Housing was inexpensive, and utilities were sporadically provided, allowing him to save a bit to support his family. This was also why he clung to his job in the precinct, often working late, finishing dinner before leaving, and even taking home clothes to wash, all in a bid to save a few coins. Upon entering Chi Lin's small courtyard, Qin Yu surveyed the area. The courtyard was roughly square, about 300 to 400 square meters, but most of it belonged to the landlord, who had merely rented out 2 small, low-roofed rooms to Qilin. The two rooms faced each other, separated by a wall, with an iron gate in between. This layout might seem peculiar to those unfamiliar, but those in the know understood that it was a precautionary measure by the landlord to prevent any misconduct from tenants, necessitating the locking of the gate at night. However, having lived there for a while, the landlord likely recognized Qilin's character, leading to a more relaxed management style, as the iron gate remained open as a gesture of respect. Upon entering the yard, they found Qilin sitting on the steps, looking dejected. "What are you doing?" Old Cat asked as he approached. Qilin looked startled, rising to his feet. "What brings you two here?" "Just checking to see if you're alive," Old Cat replied, ever blunt. "Come on, let us go inside." Qilin, adept at brushing aside conflicts and awkwardness, refrained from mentioning the previous day's events, quickly adjusting his mood and cheerfully ushering them inside. "Where's your mother?" Old Cat inquired. "She's resting in the room across the way. My sister is out doing some odd jobs," Qilin replied with a smile. "Come in for some water." "No, let us check on your mother," Old Cat insisted, bringing along some food he had prepared specifically for Qilin's mother. Qilin hesitated for a moment, shaking his head. "Don't go." "What's the matter?" Qinyu asked. "We had a bit of a quarrel." "Damn," Old Cat exclaimed, "taking your frustrations out on your mother? Aren't you a grown man? Can't you show some maturity?" "Let it be. She's the one taking her frustrations out on me." Qilin sighed. "She insists I bring home a daughter-in-law. You see, I'm about to be reassigned to logistics, earning over 100 less each month. It's hard enough just getting by. Where am I supposed to find a wife?" "What suddenly prompted this push for marriage?" Old Cat questioned curiously. Qilin hesitated for a moment before inviting them inside and recounted the events. Qilin's mother suffered from liver disease, which had gone untreated due to lack of funds, leading to a syndrome where vital organs were deteriorating and time was running short. Lacking formal education and having faced numerous hardships, she likely had no grand aspirations before her passing, merely wishing to see her son married and perhaps witness a grandchild before she closed her eyes. The deeper reason for her insistence was clear to Qilin. She simply did not want him to spend any more money on her and wished for him to settle down quickly. Inside the house, after listening to Qilin's account, Qinyu remained silent, unsure of what advice to offer. Old Cat pondered for a while before asking, "Even if you're looking for a woman, you need to be prepared. If she suddenly demands a daughter-in-law, where on earth are we supposed to find one? We barely have time to breathe." She has already made arrangements. She contacted old Dong's wife and found an agency. "My mother wants me to spend money to marry someone. However, you are aware of my predicament. Having just been penalized, my income has dwindled, and I cannot guarantee what the future holds in terms of logistics." Qilin wore a troubled expression. After listening to Qilin's words, Lao Mao pondered for a moment and said, "Buying one is an option." "Stop the nonsense," Qilin waved his hand. "What if my punishment is severe? If I can no longer stay in the police force, what will I do then?" Lao Mao lowered his head and replied, "I will do everything in my power to ensure you remain in the police force." Qilin was taken aback by this statement. "Give me an honest answer. Is the old lady really unwell?" Lao Mao inquired softly. Qilin remained silent for a few seconds, then sighed. "It's not about healing. It's merely about maintaining her condition, which signifies deterioration. How long, I cannot say." "Then let us arrange for a wife." Lao Mao gritted his teeth and said, "It's about time you got married. A grown man cannot just run home every day without doing anything. Having someone to look after you would allow you to work better." "But wait a moment," Lao Mao interrupted, turning and calling out to Qinyu, "Come with me outside." "Lao Mao, no need." Qilin immediately stood up. Lao Mao pointed at Qilin and said, "You wait here. 2 minutes later, outside the door." Lao Mao, puffing on an e-cigarette, turned to Qinyu and asked, "Do you have any money?" Qinyu blinked. "I can lend him a maximum of 500. "That's not enough." Lao Mao shook his head. Without hesitation, Qinyu responded, "That's all I can manage." Lao Mao raised his head, speaking deliberately, "If Qilin cannot pay you back temporarily, I will return the money to you before Christmas." Qinyu looked at Lao Mao with some surprise, then after careful consideration, he replied, "I only have 1,500 left. I can give you 1,300, leaving 200 for my meals." "Thank you, brother." Lao Mao clapped Qinyu on the arm. "Hey, I want to ask." Qinyu blinked curiously and inquired, "If Qilin cannot pay me back, how will you settle it?" "I will sell silver on Tuzha Street to repay you," Lao Mao replied. "Damn it," Qinyu exclaimed in frustration. "I don't want to lend anymore. It's settled then." Lao Mao grinned as he rushed back inside, shouting, Chi Lin, find someone to contact. We've pulled together 3,005 for you. The rest is up to you. Chi Lin stood in the dilapidated room, staring at the two men for a moment before deeply bowing. I doubt I will definitely repay this money. Indeed, Chi Lin did not wish to go against his mother's wishes, for he knew this might be the old lady's final aspiration. At 3 in the afternoon, Chi Lin, with a large sum of money wrapped around his waist, departed the city of Songjiang with Qin Yu and Lao Mao. Heading to Beidai Living Village, the vehicle traversed the long frozen Songjiang, its tires crunching over the pristine snow, coming to a stop on an unnamed dirt road. The trio walked 3 kilometers to the entrance of Beidai Village and made a phone call. After waiting for about half an hour, a woman in her 50s, clad in a military coat and with a rosy complexion, approached and asked, "Looking to buy someone?" Unhappy with the bluntness, Lao Mao replied, "We looking for a wife." "Follow me," the woman said, tossing her words over her shoulder as she turned to lead the way. The 3 followed her through a shabby housing area and entered a drafty house. The woman opened an iron door, gesturing to the floor where a dozen individuals of various ethnicities sat, saying, "We have black, white, you name it. As long as the money is right, anything can be negotiated." Qin Yu, standing at the door, covered his nose and said, "Chi Lin, go in and choose. Are they all legal residents?" Lao Mao pretended to inquire knowledgeably, "Little brother, do you think I would introduce you to those with residency?" The woman rolled her eyes. "Isn't it better to just pick them up directly from Tujia Street?" "Sister, you seem quite experienced," Lao Mao remarked. "Damn, who doesn't he have a story these days?" the woman retorted. Leaving Lao Mao speechless, she patted Chi Lin on the shoulder. "Little brother, there's no need to feel embarrassed. It's just business. The customer comes first. Go in and take a look. Here is a flashlight. Those in the dark are hard to see, so shine it a bit." Chi Lin indeed felt a bit awkward, standing at the door with a hint of shyness. Suddenly, Lao Mao kicked Chi Lin into the room. "Hurry up, it's getting dark." Chi Lin blinked, stepping into the interior. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure glanced around cautiously before stepping to the back of Chi Lin's house, whispering, Chi Lin, are you home?" A sudden sound of hurried footsteps startled the figure, who quickly pulled out a large gun from their clothing, only to realize it was just someone passing by. The figure, forehead beaded with sweat, glanced back at Chi Lin's house once more, and upon seeing no one, frowned and departed. Chapter 23. Everything is negotiable with money. In the past, life was also quite burdensome, and many people often lamented, "Today's love is so cheap that it can be bought with money." This statement was once merely a sarcastic remark about societal conditions, yet in today's age, it has become a harsh reality. Whether this is a form of progress or regression remains uncertain. The women in the old lady's possession were all sourced from the planning area, but not through trafficking or abduction. Rather, these women willingly chose to accompany her. They had no other motive than to secure a stable meal. These women lacked residency rights in the 9th Special Zone and could only survive legally here by marrying or purchasing their way in. Otherwise, after a certain period, they would face legal expulsion and cleansing. After wandering around the house for over 10 minutes, Chi Lin finally emerged and asked the old lady, "Do those 2 girls have family?" "No," she replied without hesitation. "Do you know what I'm doing?" Chi Lin furrowed his brow and asked again. The old lady hesitated. "Don't lie to me. Do they have family or not?" Chi Lin pressed on. After a moment of deliberation, the old lady said, "Oh, I almost forgot. Those 2 girls do have family, but they are all in the planning area." "Then I won't take them." Chi Lin shook his head. "It would be troublesome. Then look for someone else." "What is the name of that Belarusian girl?" Chi Lin pondered before asking. "Bella," the old lady responded, giving a thumbs up. "Little brother, you have good taste. That girl is about 170, with fair skin, quite beautiful. Having her at home would be quite stimulating. Is she fluent in Chinese?" Chi Lin inquired. "She is from the planning area near the 9th district and speaks the local dialect better than I do." "No problem. Then I'll take her." Chi Lin nodded, asking, "How much?" 8,000. The old lady replied succinctly. "Let us go." Chi Lin stepped forward to leave. Qin Yu and Lao Mao stared in surprise, quickly following suit. "Wait, little brother, why are you so ill-tempered? What did the sister say that was wrong?" The old lady called out, "Come back and let us talk. I'll give you a 10% discount. 8,000. Why don't you go rob a bank instead?" Chi Lin shouted back, "I can't afford that." "I'll discount it by 1,000. The old lady persisted, catching up to Chi Lin and grabbing his arm. "Brother, They don't have residency rights, and bringing them in incurs costs. Don't bargain too harshly. 3,000. Stop joking. For 3,000, you might as well buy a leg to play with. The old lady rolled her eyes. Then forget it. Why does this person keep trying to leave? The old lady became anxious. The lowest I can go is 6,800. I can't go any lower. I've been supporting them for over 2 months. I only brought 4,005. If you think it's acceptable, we can write a note, and I'll take her away. Lao Mao shot a glare. But one condition. If this woman runs away after staying for 2 days, don't say I made it impossible for you to do business. No, 4,005 is absolutely not enough. For that, you can only buy someone like me. The old lady waved her hand. If you want to leave, then leave. The lowest is 6,800. Hearing this, Qi Lin didn't hesitate, turning to leave with Qin Yu and Lao Mao. About 2 minutes later, the old lady caught up, panting. All right, I see you two are fated. I'll sell her to you for 4,005. Let us be friends, little brother. Come back. After negotiating 3 times, Qi Lin finally reached an agreement with the old lady. While throughout the process, the Belarusian girl Bella listened clearly from inside the house. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, Lao Mao called a black car, and the 4 finally returned to the city of Songjiang. On the road, Qin Yu glanced at the disheveled Bella and cheerfully asked Qi Lin, "Aren't you going to celebrate? Where would I find the money for that?" Qi Lin shook his head. "I'll just invite a few friends to dinner." "What day?" "Let us say tomorrow," Qi Lin considered. "I'll also inform the folks in the team." "All right, so it's settled." Lao Mao, exhausted after a long day, turned to the Belarusian girl and said succinctly, "Although we met through money, my brother is a good person. He won't treat you poorly, so please take care of him." Bella, who had kept her head down the entire time, fiddled with her hair ends and replied softly, I understand. Well then, we'll take our leave." Lao Mao nodded at Qi Lin. "Hey." The 4 exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and Lao Mao and Qin Yu watched as the man and woman, brought together by money, departed. On the frostbitten street, Qi Lin walked a bit awkwardly in front, his heart racing. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely when Bella finally exclaimed, Could you slow down a bit? My shoes are torn, they're rubbing against my feet." Qi Lin paused, turning to face the young woman. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "Then I shall carry you. It's not far now." The girl was taken aback, standing still and grasping the hem of Qi Lin's garment. "I want to eat," she murmured, a hint of desperation in her voice. With a chuckle, Qi Lin bent down and urged, "Hop on. We'll have a meal once we're home." As for Lao Mao, he was at a loss about where to roam that evening. Unlike his usual self, he did not suggest spending the night at Qin Yu's place, instead concocting some excuse to slip away. By the time Qin Yu returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. He initially intended to boil some water and grab a bite to eat, but then recalled that he had lent out 1,300 yuan, leaving him with only 200 for his daily expenses. Thus, after a quick wash, he decided to call it a night. Around 9 o'clock, just as Qin Yu settled onto his bed, he was jolted by Lin Yinlei's furious shout. "What are you doing? Do you believe I'll report you?" Qin Yu, startled by the commotion, hastily donned his jacket and approached the window to peer outside. Lin Yinlei stood at the foot of the steps, vociferously pointing at the doorway, while 3 burly men clad in leather coats staggered inside. "Little lady, are you truly unaware of the dangers? I've warned you once. Do you still have the audacity?" the lead thug said, stroking his bald head as he extended his hand. "Hand over the camera isn't with me. If you continue to harass me, I'll call the police," Lin Yinlei retorted defiantly. The lead thug chuckled derisively. "The police? My friend Yuan Kuo is a cop. Go ahead and call him. I'll wait." Lin Yinlei fell silent at this revelation. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who had been about to step outside to investigate, froze at the mention of Yuan Kuo's name, his brow furrowing in concern. Just then, a 15 or 16-year-old boy burst out from the inner courtyard, wearing a tattered cotton coat, shouting, "What is going on? Why are you making a ruckus at this hour?" In courtyard number 88, as the boy charged forward, a woman behind him yanked him back by the collar, pulling him into the inner courtyard. "Close the door quickly and don't meddle in other people's affairs." Qin Yu recognized the woman as the landlord in the courtyard. The lead thug cast a sidelong glance at the inner area, smiling as he addressed Lin Yinlei. "See? In these times, people shy away from trouble. You think a few shouts will summon help? Dream on." Retreating to the doorway, Lin Yinlei, with a look of pitiful innocence, implored, "Big brother, I truly don't have the camera. I've already handed it over. Please, don't make things difficult for me. The thug stepped closer, seizing Lin Yinlei's dark hair. What nonsense are you spouting? If you're not sure whether it's with you, how can I not come? Gazing at the thug's rugged face and malicious gaze, Lin Yinlei's heart raced. Bam! The thug, losing patience, forcefully slammed Lin Yinlei's head against the doorframe. Damn it, I'm being generous here. Unexpectedly struck, Lin Yinlei was momentarily dazed. Dongzi, pull her inside. I'll change my approach. What are you doing? If you're going to be obstinate, let us see how you survive the winter. Another thug stepped forward, ready to kick the door and drag Lin Yinlei inside. Creak. At that moment, Qin Yu stepped out, questioning. What is going on? Are you bullying a young girl? Upon hearing his voice, Lin Yinlei looked up, her face lighting up with hope as she called out. Brother, save me. Qin Yu, with a typically cool demeanor, initially wished to avoid interference, but seeing the men's relentless pursuit, he realized that escalating matters could lead Lin Yinlei to report the incident, which would reflect poorly on him since he resided in the same courtyard. Additionally, knowing Lin Yinlei had some connections, he didn't want to invite more trouble, hence he intervened. Who are you? The lead thug barked back. I'm a police officer, living right here, Qin Yu replied succinctly. Standing at the entrance, it's late. If you have matters to discuss, do so later. Stop wasting time here. A cop? Huh? The thug paused. Which officer are you with? Qin Yu sidestepped the question, insisting, let her go, and you should let her go. You speak quite assertively, the thug frowned. Our business has nothing to do with you. Go back inside and mind your own. Without further regard for Qin Yu, the thug turned back to Lin Yinlei, demanding, little lady, I'll ask you one last time. Will you give me the camera or not? I told you, the camera. Slap. Before Lin Yinlei could finish, Qin Yu stepped in, grabbing the thug's wrist. Buddy, don't stir up trouble in this courtyard. The thug, with a grim expression, turned around. I'm the tiger of Takazhai. If you don't know me, just ask your officer friends. Qin Yu frowned. Get lost. The thug shrugged off Qin Yu's hand. Why is this not ending? Bam! The thug suddenly swung around and landed a punch squarely in Qin Yu's chest. Point one, officer. Do you not know your place? Qin Yu remained silent, standing firm. The thug slapped him on the head. What do you want? Are you enforcing the law? Come on, try and arrest me. Smack. Qin Yu swiftly seized the thug's arm with his left hand and swept his right leg horizontally. Thud. The thug collapsed to the ground. Is that so, tiger? Are there no lions in Takazhai? With his head bowed, Qin Yu delivered 3 swift kicks to the thug's head, sending him tumbling down the steps. The 2 thugs flanking him swiftly drew knives, showing no regard for Qin Yu's identity as they advanced to stab him. Clang! Qin Yu snatched the gun from the thug, swiftly chambering around and disengaging the safety, pointing it at one of the attackers. You point that knife at a police officer. Do you think I want to shoot you dead? You are just full of bluster. Bang! The gun fired, and Lin Yinlei instinctively covered her head, squatting down in fear. The bullet grazed the cheek of the thug with the knife, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was I boasting? Why are you dodging? Qin Yu glared. Come on, stand still. I'll shoot you right in the forehead. The 2 thugs froze, unsure of Qin Yu's intentions, on the ground. The thug known as Tiger shook his head, yelling, Damn it, Dongzi, call for backup. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yu swung the gun but down on Tiger's head several times. 3 men, and you think a single gun isn't enough? You can't stand, so stop pretending to be tough. With blood streaming down his face, Tiger leaned against the door, utterly dazed. Crouch! Qin Yu commanded the other 2 thugs, aiming his gun at them. The 2 exchanged glances, their faces grim, before squatting down on the steps. Qin Yu's mind raced as he contemplated the next move, then turned to Lin Yinlei, instructing, Go to my room and bring me the phone. Lin Yinlei, still crouched and hesitant, did not raise her head. Thud. Qin Yu kicked her lightly. If you can stir up trouble, you should be able to handle it. Go get my phone. It's on the bedside table. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yinlei quickly ran to Qin Yu's room and returned with the phone. Holding the gun in one hand, Qin Yu dialed Zhu Wei's number with the other. IVE got 3 suspects. Drive over and pick them up. Upon hearing this, Tiger immediately lifted his head to curse. You little brat, are you serious? Raising his gun, Qin Yu threatened to strike him. Tiger instinctively shrank back, ceasing his protests and waiting for the police to arrive. Meanwhile, Qin Yu pulled Lin Yinlei aside and inquired, Sister, why do you keep getting into trouble? What do they want from you? I doubt I captured some footage of them. Lin Yinlei replied, blinking that it's my job. What did you film? They were hiking prices on drugs in the slums, secretly selling counterfeit medicine. I got photos of it. Lin Yinlei recounted after some deliberation. Qin Yu's heart sank at her words. They also selling counterfeit medicine? Yes, I've been following them for several days. They even stole my camera last time, Lin Yinlei confirmed. These scoundrels are heartless, taking advantage of your crackdown on price hikes. They forcing the impoverished in the slums to sell their organs, consuming blood money. Qin Yu fell into deep thought. Half an hour later, when Officer Zhu Wei arrived on the scene, he spotted Tiger and paused in surprise. Oh, Tiger, what are you doing here? Little Zhu Wei. Tiger perked up upon seeing a familiar face. Rising to approach Zhu Wei, I need to make a call. Qin Yu stepped forward to ask Zhu Wei. Do you know him? Damn, why are you arresting him? He is a friend of team leader Yuan, Zhu Wei replied, looking down. You little brat, if I don't strip you of your clothes today, I won't be called anything else. Tiger, wiping the blood from his face, moved aside to dial Yuan Ku's number. Chapter 25. The Old Eel with Ease within courtyard number 88. After the Tiger finished his call at the gate, Qin Yu's phone rang shortly thereafter. Upon glancing at the caller ID and recognizing Yuan Ku's number, he promptly stepped to his room's entrance and pressed the answer key. Hello, Team Yuan. What is going on? Ah, you say it's just a trivial matter. Yet it has stirred you up. The demeanor that Qin Yu had while fiercely thrashing the Tiger had vanished, replaced by an expression of obsequiousness. The few individuals who came to my courtyard. Are they your acquaintances? Sort of friends, Yuan Ku replied, blinking. They know my elder brother and, upon hearing that you are a police officer, they called me. Well, this is quite a turn of events, Qin Yu casually remarked. Having overheard the Tiger's words earlier and understanding that this fellow was acquainted with Yuan Ku, why did they resort to violence? It truly wasn't my intention to escalate matters, Qin Yu. A person who meticulously plans his escape routes before acting, responded with clarity, the girl your friends are targeting is the one from that kidnapping case a while back. Yuan Ku was momentarily taken aback. The one who was kidnapped? Indeed. This woman works at a streaming platform and resides in my courtyard. She was just outside, crying and shouting, so I had no choice but to step out, you know? This woman must have some connections. Otherwise, Director Li wouldn't have come personally to escort her. Qin Yu explained quietly, so, since I encountered her, I couldn't just ignore it. Otherwise, it could lead to a major issue. And we might all find ourselves in trouble. Initially, I intended to persuade your friends to leave, but unexpectedly they got a bit carried away and drew knives on me. I had no idea they were associated with you. So, naturally, I had to retaliate. Do you know what her connections are? Yuan Ku inquired, his brow furrowing. I'm not certain. Qin Yu shook his head. But the one who came to pick up this girl was a leader from the media, and Director Li personally came down to see her off. Are you familiar with this girl? Qin Yu, without hesitation, boasted. We get along well enough. She is a friend. Then this is a misunderstanding. Pass the phone to the Tiger. I'll have a word with him and let him go. Yuan Ku instructed with a smile. You should also speak to that girl. The Tiger probably isn't aware of her connections. So she shouldn't take it to heart. I'll arrange a gathering later for the Tiger to treat her to a meal. That's a minor matter. I'll mention it to her. All right, then it's settled. Hold on a moment, Team Yuan. Qin Yu, holding the phone, approached the Tiger. It's for you. The Tiger paused momentarily, took the phone aside, spoke a few words to Yuan Ku, and then hung up with a somewhat sullen expression. Heh, you all know each other? You should have said so earlier. Then I wouldn't have laid a hand on you, Qin Yu remarked with a grin at the Tiger. The Tiger, having suppressed his rage, retorted, You can just get lost, kid. This matter isn't over. Why apologies, Tiger brother, for not allowing you to successfully strip me of my clothing, Qin Yu responded lightly. The Tiger ground his teeth, tossed the phone back to Qin Yu, and waved, I'm leaving. Nearby, Zhu Wei, having observed the entire situation in a daze, approached Qin Yu, utterly bewildered. How did you smooth things over? What is your relationship with Captain Yuan? What relationship? Qin Yu countered. Captain Yuan usually shows the Tiger quite a bit of respect. You turned the situation upside down and just one call resolved it? I thought you would be stripped of your clothes. Zhu Wei expressed his confusion. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yu leaned closer to Zhu Wei's ear and whispered. Actually, I haven't told you. The highest-ranking official in the 9th Special Zone is my second uncle. Damn. Not a single truthful word. Zhu Wei rolled his eyes and ceased to pry further. Is there anything else? If not, I'm off. Trouble ahead. Qin Yu patted Zhu Wei on the shoulder. Get some more rest. You only need to be at the station by noon tomorrow. At least you have a bit of humanity. Zhu Wei chuckled. I'm leaving. Bye-bye. Yeah, bye-bye. The two exchanged pleasantries before Zhu Wei turned to depart from courtyard No.88. At the entrance, Lin Yinlei brushed her hair and approached Qin Yu, saying, I'm sorry for troubling you again. Qin Yu looked at Lin Yinlei with curiosity. Wait, are you specifically coming to test my professional abilities? Every time I run into you, there's never a good thing. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinlei pouted and sighed. I've been rather unlucky lately. Hey, can I ask why they are causing you trouble? Qin Yu suddenly inquired. Lin Yinlei glanced at Qin Yu's attire and politely suggested, it's cold outside. Let us discuss it indoors. Let us go. Lin Yinlei turned and opened her door, leading Qin Yu into her room. Qin Yu turned his head to glance at the room's environment, noticing that it shared a similar layout to his own, albeit more meticulously arranged and imbued with a subtle fragrance. What would you like to drink? Besides water, do you have anything else in your room? Qin Yu asked. No. Then don't be so polite. Qin Yu said as he sat down. Just get some water. Lin Yinlei removed her outerwear and poured Qin Yu a cup of warm water from a thermos, softly explaining, I wanted to do a special report on patients from the lower strata, but I didn't anticipate running into this drug trafficking gang. During my gradual interactions with them, I discovered that they have absolutely no moral boundaries and are exceedingly ruthless. As a media professional, I not only need to sustain myself but also feel an obligation to give a voice to society. So I took some photos of them and then the trouble found me. Qin Yu held the cup and bluntly asked, Is your family fairly well off? It's all right. Why do you ask? Lin Yinlei was taken aback. You seem like someone who is well-fed and has nothing better to do. That is nonsense, Lin Yinlei retorted, unable to hold back. You work in the justice system. How can you say such tasteless things? Heh, why do you look so foolish? I'm just chatting. Why are you getting worked up? Qin Yu drained the cup and stood up, addressing Lin Yinlei. Whatever you want to do is none of my business, but as a friendly neighbor, I advise you to promptly destroy those photos and switch to a more positive topic. Your report won't change anything about Song Jiang's situation. Instead, it might provoke some people. If a media person can't provoke anyone, then what value do they have? Lin Yinlei gazed at him with wide, earnest eyes, looking somewhat adorable. You really are foolish. Get lost? You're the foolish one? Lin Yinlei exclaimed, slightly exasperated. You've scolded me twice since entering the room. I'm leaving. Qin Yu, disinterested in continuing the discussion, turned to leave. Put down the cup. Qin Yu set down the cup, exited Lin Yinlei's room, but the playful expression on his face had disappeared. Lin Henin mentioned that the tiger is also involved in drug trafficking. Is it merely a coincidence that the tiger knows Yuan Ku? For the first time, Qin Yu sensed something amiss, yet he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. In the hospital, the tiger sat in the surgical consultation room, shouting into the phone at Yuan Ku. I just don't understand. What is the deal with protecting a clueless rookie who has no background? Chapter 26. The feast. That girl has some connections. Do you understand? Yuan Ku coldly inquired. The tiger was taken aback by this revelation. I hadn't heard that. You don't even know what her background is, yet you brought people to cause trouble. Doesn't that seem a bit reckless? Yuan Ku's brow furrowed tightly. If you hadn't encountered Qin Yu today, and something happened to that young lady, do you know the consequences? When my brother kidnapped her, he didn't fully understand her background, which is why Songxia suffered so badly. Don't even think about how it would end for you. I didn't think that much. Moreover, the entire police force is cracking down on drug trafficking. We were the ones who raised the alarm, and now you go near drugs. Are you trying to give me a hard time? Yuan Ku questioned in a low voice. The tiger rubbed the bandage on his head. It's not that I wanted to deal with drugs now. The goods are piling up, and we've thrown away a lot, brother tiger. Don't let minor gains disrupt your footing. There are people backing you in this matter. Why are you so flustered? Yuan Ku commanded with a look of resignation. And no matter your reasons, you must adhere to the upper management's rhythm. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you stir up trouble at this juncture, no one will be able to save you. Understood, the tiger nodded. Also, Qin Yu is one of my people. He is working for me. Don't provoke him in the future. Rather, cooperate with him if any issues arise, understand? Yuan Ku knew the tiger was petty and vengeful, so he made a point to emphasize this. Little Ku, I don't get it. You've been in the police force for so long, and you have plenty of capable people under you. Why must you recruit this rookie? The tiger gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I've been on the streets for so long, and no one has dared to put a gun to my head. This kid, brother tiger, when will you understand this? People exist beyond people. And there are skies beyond the skies. You always think you're capable, but do you even realize that someone more ruthless than you, Songxia, has already fallen to Qinyu? Yuanku sighed. What year is it now? In this world, desperation drives people to seize even military provisions. It is an era where the multitude struggles in narrow paths, giving rise to ruthless individuals. One can never tell which scavenger today may rise to prominence tomorrow. Thus, conflicts devoid of interest hardly qualify as true contradictions. Do you understand? The tiger curled his lip. Your tongue is indeed formidable, capable of plowing the fields. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. We shall simply leave it be. With that, Yuan Ku dropped a parting remark and hung up the phone. The following evening, Qin Yu and Old Cat, as previously arranged, made their way to the Second Sister's restaurant, for Qi Lin was hosting a banquet to celebrate his marriage today. Though termed a celebration, it was merely an informal gathering of familiar friends to enjoy a meal and create a lively atmosphere. After all, Qi Lin's budget was limited. He could not afford an extravagant affair. Upon arriving at the restaurant around 8 in the evening, Qin Yu scanned the second floor, noting the familiar faces of several police officers, along with some of Qi Lin's neighbors and his younger sister. Has Mom not come? Old Cat inquired, standing in the hall. She didn't come due to her poor health, Qi Lin replied with a smile, introducing his blind sister to Qin Yu. You haven't met yet? Have you? This is my sister, Qi Yu. Hello, brother Qin Yu, Qi Yu greeted, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years of age, with sharp features that exuded a certain spirited charm, though marred by her blindness, which robbed her of the beauty she could have possessed. Hello, Qin Yu responded to the young girl before turning to the bride Bella. You look quite lovely today, Bella, clad in a simple red qipao. Smiled and nodded at Qin Yu. Hello? Old Cat, observing the radiant Bella, teased. You clearly seem to be thriving. Get lost, Qi Lin retorted, waving his hand as he beckoned. Come, take a seat at the main table. Feel free to sit wherever you like. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu and Old Cat promptly took their places at the main table, indulging in some simple snacks while awaiting the feast. After about 10 minutes, Yuan Ku arrived on the second floor with the tiger in tow. Hey, Yuan team, here for the banquet? The 30-odd people seated in the room rose to greet him as he entered. Heh, just came for a stroll, everyone. Please be seated. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yuan Ku settled himself at Qin Yu's table. You lot, neglecting your duties to come here for a wedding banquet, is that so? Qin Yu grinned, showing his teeth. Just finished with the interrogation. Yuan Ku patted Qin Yu's thigh before turning to the tiger and asking, Do you know him? How could I not? We met just yesterday. The tiger pointed at the bandage on his head, smiling at Qin Yu. Brother, your impression of me yesterday was truly unforgettable. Noticing the tiger's demeanor, Qin Yu quickly extended his hand. I sincerely apologize. I had no idea you were acquainted with Yuan team. Little Ka mentioned that woman had some connections, so your intervention was quite a favor. The tiger politely shook Qin Yu's hand. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, let's get to know each other anew. With Yuan Ku here, we are like family. In the future, you will see what kind of person I am. All right. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. We shall drink a bit later. Deal. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, Old Cat furrowed his brow and leaned towards Qin Yu, whispering, How do you know this guy? I had a run-in with him yesterday. Qin Yu casually replied. Old Cat cast a disdainful glance at the tiger and quietly cautioned, Avoid him in the future. He is not a good person. Why is that? Last year, he had a conflict with a boss from our underworld and secretly ran over his wife, killing her. Old Cat's expression turned grim. The woman was over 6 months pregnant, and he smashed her head to pieces. Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment. Did he not receive any punishment? Punishment? The boss had 2 children. He got off easy and just paid some money to settle it. Old Cat's voice was hoarse. He's nothing but a beast. Hearing this, Qin Yu cast a cold glance at the tiger and ceased any further conversation with him. Not long after Yuan Ku's arrival, the banquet commenced, and the atmosphere became lively with toasts and cheers. Throughout the meal, Yuan Ku engaged Qin Yu in conversation. Brother, I don't often find someone I can appreciate. But you are one of the FEW die in this day and age. Those with courage and wit are always in demand. As long as you perform well, I shall ensure you are well compensated in the future. I understand, Captain. Qin Yu nodded, his face flushed. Wait a moment. Yuanku patted Qin Yu's arm, poured a drink, and stood up, calling out, everyone. May I have your attention? The three tables of friends turned to look at Yuanku. Since we're all familiar faces here, let us raise a toast to him. Yuanku raised his glass, smiling at the crowd. With Yuanku leading the way, everyone stood up to toast Qilin. The newlyweds beamed with joy, pouring drinks and toasting everyone in return. After downing his drink, Yuanku poured more and added, one more thing. This little Yu, despite having just joined the team, has clicked with me quite well and has recently helped the department solve several cases, which Director Li is very pleased about. His promotion is merely a matter of time, so I hope you all will take care of him in the future. With that single statement, Qin Yu suddenly became the center of attention. Regardless of whether he knew them or not, fellow police officers began to toast him one after another. If it were anyone else being lauded by Yuanku, they might feel a bit inflated. But Qin Yu was a seasoned veteran from the planning district, so he felt somewhat apprehensive at this moment. Indeed, Qin Yu had been in the spotlight recently. He had cracked the case at Songxia and made significant progress in a drug trafficking case, both of which were centered around him. Thus, he felt that the attention from above was well-deserved, as leaders tend to favor competent subordinates. However, Qin Yu sensed that Yuanku's attention had surpassed mere appreciation and seemed excessively special. Considering their lack of familial ties, was it not a bit unusual for him to exhibit such favoritism simply due to two cases? This left Qin Yu perplexed, as the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored. Yuanku glanced at his watch before quietly beckoning Qin Yu. Come with me for a moment. All right. Qin Yu nodded and stood up, following Yuanku downstairs. Inside, the already inebriated tiger, with a smirk plastered across his face, approached Qilin. I have a question for you, Qilin, an old hand in the team, recognized the tiger and politely asked, What is it, tiger? The tiger, his gaze fixated on the bride Bella, drunkenly inquired, Where did you find this woman? Qilin paused, glancing back at Bella before softly replying, I won't hide it from you. I got her from the living quarters north of Songjiang. How much did she cost? The tiger asked, eyes gleaming. 4,005. What? 4,005 for a lifetime of companionship? That's quite a bargain, the tiger exclaimed crudely. Qilin chuckled but did not respond. Hey, tomorrow you should introduce me to the agency. I want to take a look too. Qilin was taken aback. Tiger, don't you already have a wife? Bah, what's wrong with having more than one? The tiger responded, revealing his yellowed teeth. Money just sits there. Might as well buy a toy. Fine. I'll introduce you later. Deal, the tiger assessed Bella, nodding in approval. This woman is truly something. Fair-skinned with long legs, feeling a bit awkward, Qilin quickly grabbed a bottle of liquor and said, Here, brother, let me toast you with Bella. All right. Come here, wife. Let's toast to tiger, Qilin called after pouring the drinks. Bella, gracefully approaching, nodded and said, Hello, tiger. Little sister, let me tell you, Qilin's life has been quite hard. The tiger, emboldened by the liquor, seized Bella's arm and began to chatter away. Downstairs, Yuanku sat in the passenger seat, turning to Qin Yu. You drive. Let us head back to the station for a chat. All right. Qin Yu took the wheel and drove off. An hour later, as the banquet concluded and Qilin and the others returned home, his sister went to their mother's room while the newlyweds prepared to retire for the night. Just as Qilin was loosening his belt, ready to engage in deeper discussions, he heard a knock on the window outside. Who is it? Come out, a familiar figure from a few days prior called softly. Qilin was taken aback, threw on a coat, and stepped out of his room. Under the dim moonlight stood a fugitive wanted throughout Songjiang, who turned to survey the surroundings. Little brother, let us find a quiet place to talk. Qilin stared in shock for a moment before charging forward, eyes blazing. Are you out of your mind? You nearly got me killed. Chapter 27. A bowl of water noodles. 5 minutes later, Bella had gone to sleep in the room with their mother and sister, while Qilin led along into his own room. Life seems to be treating you well. You've even got yourself a wife, Along remarked, casually surveying the surroundings before plopping down on the bed. Qilin shot him a fierce glare, fists clenched. If you want to throw your life away, do it elsewhere. Why come back to Songjiang? Do you have any idea how close I came to losing everything because of you? Along, whose real name was Qilong, was Qilin's elder brother, yet their personalities were completely opposite. Qilin is more conservative and prefers to face the current times with a grounded approach. In contrast, Qilong has always been one to take risks. spending years away from home and rarely returning. The last time Qilong left was 2 years ago, during which he had not contacted the family at all, leading Qilin to sometimes believe he might have perished outside. To his surprise, during the recent capture, he encountered his elder brother once more. Although the relationship between the two brothers is far from harmonious, blood is thicker than water, and Qilin finds it impossible to open fire on his own brother in the name of duty. This matter is one that he cannot share with anyone, leaving Qilin feeling disheartened and concerned for Qilong's safety in the days that followed. Qilong, in his carefree manner, pulls out a pack of Chinese cigarettes, lights one, and remarks, "To be honest, I didn't want to see you. If it weren't for that incident, I probably wouldn't have returned home today." To Qilin, filled with frustration, retorts, "You've been out there, living your life without a care in the world. When have you ever bothered about the family?" He glares and demands, "Why are you back? Do you have any idea what would happen if people found out about our connection? I'd be putting my life at risk because of you." Qilong, with a dismissive attitude, responds, "Well, look at you. You seem to be doing just fine, don't you?" Qilin exclaims in anger, "That's absurd. You think I'm fine? You've been out there, and as for me..." His rising temper almost leads him to violence. Qilong, hearing this, lowers his gaze, his voice hoarse as he interrupts, "Yes, I admit, you're far more responsible towards the family than I am." Qilin is left speechless. "Damn it, I'm starving. Is there anything to eat?" Qilong chuckles lightly. After a moment of hesitation, Qilin sighs deeply and steps outside. In the police station, Yuanku personally pours a glass of water for Qinyu before sitting on the sofa and asking, "Did the captured drug dealers reveal any specific activities related to Along?" Qinyu shakes his head. "They provided some information, but they all believe Along has likely fled and is no longer in Songjiang." Yuanku smiles, crossing his legs. "Well, that's fortunate. I have some leads." Qinyu looks puzzled. "You have a clue?" "Yes." Yuanku turns his head and softly explains, "I have some friends in the community who rely on me, and I occasionally provide them with certain conveniences, so they hold me in high regard. The drug trafficking gang is primarily led by the Ma family, and Along has a cooperative relationship with them." Qinyu nods. "I understand that." Yuanku continues, "There's a guy named Claude who deals in illegal firearms. We have a decent rapport. He called me earlier while we were having lunch, mentioning that someone wanted to use his smuggling route to send someone outside of Zone 9. Yuanku, with a calm demeanor, adds, "I had him inquire further, and he told me that the person seeking his assistance has a good relationship with Old Ma and has clandestine dealings." Qinyu's eyes widen. "The person being sent is likely Along. There's an 80% chance it's him." Yuanku confirms, "If it were just an inconsequential individual, Old Ma would have directly contacted Claude without needing an intermediary." "Don't you see? That makes sense." Qinyu agrees. "Claude has already agreed to assist, so I expect Old Ma will arrange for Along to leave soon." Yuanku smiles at Qinyu. "I am giving you the lead. You handle the case. This time, we must capture Along and extract his supply chain." Qinyu is momentarily taken aback, unable to respond immediately. "What's wrong?" Yuanku inquires. After a pause, Qinyu, with a smile, asks, "Captain Yuan, I've been quite puzzled about something." "What is it?" Yuanku prompts, "I'm somewhat bewildered as to why you would delegate such a significant opportunity to me." Qinyu straightforwardly questions, "With such crucial information, why not let someone else handle it? Or manage it yourself? It's quite a commendable task." Yuanku studies Qinyu for several seconds, then suddenly stands, pointing at his cheek, "Because this year, I intend to elevate you." Qinyu, confused, asks, "Why, Captain Yuan?" "Because by the end of the year, I will be promoted to deputy chief, and I need my own team. I can easily discern who is capable and who isn't within the department." Yuanku states, walking around the room with confidence, "I plan to promote 3 chief inspectors, including you and a few others." Qinyu, arms crossed, remains silent. "You still don't get it, do you?" Yuanku approaches the sofa, pats Qinyu on the shoulder, and grins. "The reason I'm promoting you is that you're new. You're not tied to anyone, your background is clean, and you have the ability. I can trust you." Qinyu, taken aback, finally understands, "Captain Yuan, I see what you mean. I'll take charge of the Along case. If you handle it well, I'll ensure you get a significant promotion by the end of the year." Directly stepping up to Chief Inspector, Yuanku stands, filling his water cup. "Work hard, Qinyu. My ship is the most stable in the police station." "Thank you, Captain Yuan." Qinyu stands to salute, but his mind races with other thoughts. At Qilin's home, Qilong sits at a rickety wooden table, consuming a bowl of plain noodles without any sauce, grimacing. Is this all you eat? Better than nothing, Qi Lin replies, looking down while smoking. Qi Long sighs, finishing his noodles, wipes his mouth and asks, is Mom asleep? She has been asleep for a while. I'll check on her, Qi Long says, getting up and heading outside. Qi Lin hesitates briefly before following him out. Outside the room, Qi Long stands by the window, his cheek pressed against the cold glass, scanning the bed where their mother lies. Qi Lin stands behind him, silently smoking. How is Mama's health? Qi Long asks with a trembling voice. Not too good, Qi Lin replies, shaking his head. Qi Long remains silent for a few moments. This is fate, a cursed fate. Knowing the king of hell is of no use, can't you say something nice? Qi Lin, agitated, retorts. Keep your voice down, she might hear. Qi Long quickly wipes his eyes and turns to pull out a small package from his pocket. Qi Lin is taken aback. This is 10,000 yuan. Take it, Qi Long says softly. What the hell? You've managed to gather so much money. Qi Lin exclaims. I've only just started in the drug trade. Otherwise, I would have sent money home long ago. This is my savings. Use 8,000 for Mom's treatment. Whether she survives is up to her, but as her children, we must do what we can with our abilities. The remaining money is for your daily expenses. Qi Long speaks plainly. If I'm fortunate enough to escape this ordeal, there will be plenty more money to come. I'll send it gradually. Qi Lin looks at his elder brother with some hesitation. This is what I ought to do. You needn't think otherwise. Qi Long forcefully places the money into his brother's hands, lights a cigarette, and adds, little brother, after I leave, it's uncertain when we might meet again. Just take good care of this family. Your elder brother, in some matters, is not as capable as you. After his words, the two brothers fall silent for nearly a minute. Qi Long glances back at the room before decisively turning to leave. Qi Lin stands holding the small package, rooted in place for a moment before saying, can you really manage to get out? If not, I'll help you find a way. Qi Long stops at the door. Turning back to say, no matter who asks, do not acknowledge our relationship. From today onward, consider me dead. Take care of Mom and our little sister. Qi Lin's eyes immediately redden. If one day, you find yourself truly out of options and life becomes unbearable, there's a contact number in the package. Reach out to him. He can help you. Qi Long waves to his brother. I'm leaving. In the deep of night, snowflakes begin to fall gently from the sky. After hastening nearly a kilometer, Qi Long suddenly turns, tears streaking down his face as he gazes toward home, kneeling on the ground, trembling as he calls out, Mom, your son is nothing but a mess. If I'm gone. In the next life, I will surely be a better son. Inside, Qi Lin sits in a chair, lost in thought while smoking, his heart heavy with concern. Though he and Qi Long are not well matched in temperament, they share the same blood, and what appears to be a cold relationship is, in fact, filled with an unspoken bond of familial love. He fervently prayed for his elder brother to surmount this arduous challenge, yet remained oblivious to the tempest that would soon follow their meeting, a storm potent enough to alter the fates of all involved. 2 weeks later, Qin Yu received a call from Yuan Ku, who informed him that Claude had received the message, and that the following evening, Lao Ma had arranged for someone to escort along out of the country, with a life-and-death pursuit imminent. Chapter 28. The Gears of Destiny. At 7 in the evening, within an office area, 5 team leaders, including Qin Yu, sat conversing amiably in their chairs. After about 10 minutes, Yuan Ku strode in with purpose, prompting everyone to rise. Sit, everyone, please, he urged. Pouring himself a cup of water, Yuan Ku, with a resigned expression, remarked, the publicity team is holding a meeting in the conference room, leaving us with no space. Well then, let us discuss the details of the apprehension here. Suong, please provide an overview of the situation. Suong, the leader of Team 4, hailed from Myanmar. His dark skin and slightly shorter stature belied remarkably capable presence, his physique replete with muscles. Claude had to negotiate 3 times before the other party finally admitted that the person to be sent away was along the price has been agreed upon, with Claude securing 15,000 yuan for the transportation. Ensuring Along reaches the designated area, Yuan Ku took a sip of water. Lao Ma has yet to make an appearance. Is he personally negotiating with Claude? That old fellow is shrewder than a monkey. Suong chuckled. He knows full well that the judicial authorities in Songjiang are after Along. He wouldn't show himself without absolute certainty. It's tomorrow. Then? Yuan Ku pondered for a moment, frowning before asking, do you have a detailed plan for the apprehension? My suggestion is to wait until a long exits the special zone before taking action. Their vigilance will be somewhat relaxed then. And there are no civilians on the other side, which would alleviate our concerns during the apprehension, Suwong softly replied. A silence fell over the group as they contemplated the feasibility of the plan. Yuan team, may I share a thought? Qin suddenly raised his head. Yuan Ku smiled. There are no outsiders here. Feel free to express any ideas you have. Brother Suwong, I'm addressing the matter at hand. Not the individuals involved, merely offering a suggestion for the smooth execution of the apprehension. Qin turned to Suwong, explaining with a smile, "It's all right. This case is primarily yours to oversee. We are merely here to assist." Suwong recognized Yuan Ku's intention to support Qin and responded graciously. Qin nodded, his words clear and his reasoning meticulous as he addressed the group. I do not recommend waiting until a long has exited the special zone to act. There are two crucial reasons for this. Firstly, having come from the designated area myself, I am familiar with the specific conditions there. The area outside the special zone is rife with extensive nuclear radiation zones, vast stretches of sandy terrain, and other complex landscapes. Moreover, we have first-hand experience of a long-s gang-s brutality as we encountered them on the Third Ring Road. Additionally, these individuals have infiltrated from abroad. They are likely more knowledgeable about the external environment than our team members. Thus, conducting the apprehension there entails too many uncontrollable factors, such as whether they have arranged for someone to pick them up outside, and what kind of weapons they possess, all of which are unknown to us. Secondly, if the apprehension goes awry and we let someone slip through, they could vanish completely, as we do not possess the capability to handle cases in the designated area. Furthermore, I heard from Suwong that Claude's connections are with the stationed military forces, which have a generally indifferent relationship with our judicial authorities. We cannot inform them in advance that we are setting a trap for an apprehension. If the military gets wind of it, we would have wasted our efforts. Yet if we do not notify them and suddenly conduct an apprehension, it could easily escalate into a conflict between military and police forces. After listening to Qin's exposition, Yuan Ku fell into a brief silence before responding. You have made excellent points. Your considerations are thorough. What is your plan? Qin replied promptly. My plan is as follows. The meeting continued for approximately 20 minutes before Yuan Ku stood and made a decisive statement. We shall proceed according to Qin's apprehension plan. Yes, yes. The attendees rose in salute, and Yuan Ku issued a few final instructions before personally clapping Qin on the shoulder, saying, You are responsible for bringing the person back. I will ensure you soar within the police department. Ha ha, understood, Qin replied with a smile. The following evening, at 9:30, Qin made his way to the logistics department at the rear of the compound, carrying the necessary equipment approval forms. To his surprise, he encountered Qi upon entering. You're on the night shift? Qin inquired with a smile. Qi sprang to his feet, casually responding, Damn it, I don't know what's going on. Ever since I got married, I've come into good fortune. For the past week, I've been assigned extra shifts, staying here at night. Seriously? Newlyweds, and you're not at home? Qin teased. What's so great about this? Farming can be done any time, but opportunities to earn money are finite, Qi retorted, baring his teeth. I'm just trying to work extra shifts to settle my debts to you, an old cat, as quickly as possible. No worries, I'm not in a rush. Debt is debt. It doesn't sit well with me either, especially now that I have another mouth to feed. Qi sighed wearily before changing the subject. What brings you to logistics? I have a task. I'm here to approve equipment. What task? Qi casually asked. Team Qin, hurry up. They're calling over there. At that moment, Zhu Wei rushed in, shouting. All right, quickly hand me the list. Let me take a look. Qi called out. Go get it. I'll read it, Qin replied, pulling out the list and reading aloud. 1 set of steel plate bomb-proof suits, 3 sets of window-breaking batons. Tactical Qi strode over to the warehouse shelves, listening to Qin's words as he began retrieving the equipment. Zhu Wei also ushered in 2 individuals to swiftly carry the items outside. 5 minutes later, Qin smiled and said, Once I finish my business, I'll come find you for a late-night snack. Great. Qi nodded. As Qin quickly departed the logistics warehouse, Qi's expression turned pale. His heart racing. What kind of apprehension requires bomb-proof suits? Qin had not been involved in any other cases recently, so this operation likely pertained to drug dealers. A sense of unease crept over Qi, who, after much deliberation, immediately picked up his phone, stepped out of the recording area, and dialed a familiar number within the team. Hello? Old Zhang, what are you busy with? You're here in logistics just to chat? Qi Lin asked with a smile. Got a task? What time is it, and you still have a task? What is the assignment? Even you on your day off are being summoned? Qi Lin inquired casually. Cooperation with the station troops to apprehend arms dealers. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. What time will it conclude? Come over, and we can watch the live stream together. Not sure. I'll find you after I return. All right, with that, the two ended the call. Qi Lin stood behind the desk, murmuring softly, it's been half a month. They should have escaped by now at the assembly point of the compound. Yuan Ku instructed Qin Yu to collect everyone's phones before announcing, let me reiterate the mission. This time, we are not cooperating with the station military forces. Rather, we are to apprehend drug dealers. To maintain the utmost confidentiality of the operation, everyone must hand over their communication devices. Even the walkie-talkies we distribute will be pre-tuned to a unified frequency. If I discover anyone changing frequencies mid-operation, they will be dealt with for dereliction of duty. After a 2-minute briefing, over 40 personnel collected their gear and swiftly departed the police compound under the guidance of their respective team leaders half an hour later. In Songnan District, at a certain intersection on New Era Avenue, along led four brothers, clad in sheepskin coats, casting a wary glance around before bending down to enter the passenger seat of a hybrid pickup truck, while the others squeezed into the back seat. Aren't we supposed to be using the military-esque connections? Why are you the only one? Along queried. Do you think you're the mayor? The driver rolled his eyes. The military could never come here to pick you up. Along tapped his nose. Ha, buddy, have you lost your mind? What is it to you if I didn't pay you? Damn it, my wife is about to give birth. I have to work overtime to drive you guys. You could have chosen another day, but you insist on today. The driver cursed as he drove away from the roadside. Along glanced at him, then pulled out a half-eaten black bread wrapped in a bag from his pocket, choosing silence as he chewed in the back seat. Xiaopatzi had his right hand in his pocket, tightly gripping a military-grade pistol, his thumb poised on the safety, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. After about 15 minutes of driving, they crossed nearly 1.5 kilometers of frozen river. Arriving at the outskirts of Songnan District. Here, human presence was scarce, with not a single pedestrian in sight, only various small shops with a few flickering lights. How much longer until we leave the city walls? Along inquired. Soon, the driver replied, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle climbed over a dirt slope by the riverbank, causing the truck to jolt violently. What is going on? Along frowned and asked. The driver immediately pulled up the handbrake. The front left tire seems to be flat. Are you kidding me? Along asked with a cold expression. If you're doing this job, shouldn't you check everything before coming? The driver, in a rather irritable mood, turned to Along and exclaimed, What do you understand, you fool? It's over -40 degrees tonight, and the car parts are nearly frozen solid. How am I supposed to inspect them? Should I use a blowtorch? Along, well aware of the harshness of the weather, could only suppress his dissatisfaction and replied, Why don't you get out and check if the tire is punctured or not? The driver, with a sullen expression, exited the vehicle and bent down to glance at the left front wheel. He quickly returned to the car and stated, The tire has been frozen for too long. I've been driving too fast, causing it to crack due to thermal expansion and contraction. What are we going to do now? Xiapsi asked, frowning. No worries, there's a repair shop up ahead. I'll have him warm it up and patch it. The driver replied while glancing at his watch. We still have time. It won't cause any delays. Along turned his gaze around, a foreboding feeling rising within him, yet he could not afford to linger and thus resumed driving. Turning to Xiapsi and saying, Make sure you have everything in your pockets. Don't lose anything, I'm holding on to it. Xiapsi nodded. As the car ventured onto the road by the river, it traveled about 2 more kilometers with insufficient tire pressure before coming to a stop in front of a dimly lit repair shop. On either side of the road, Zhu Wei held a walkie-talkie and whispered, All teams, be advised, the Lei team is in position. In the snow-covered area directly across from the repair shop, Qin Yu, clad in a heavy steel plate bomb-proof suit, quietly commanded, Once they exit the vehicle, we moved, I'm on point. And no sooner had he spoken than Along swung open the car door and jumped out, scanning the surroundings. Shut off the lights, Qin Yu suddenly shouted. In an instant, the lights of the repair shop went dark. Along turned back abruptly. Damn it, the driver seemed suspicious. Before he could finish, he saw the bear-like Qin Yu recklessly charging towards him. With a clatter, the safety pin fell from Xiapsi's hand as he yelled, Damn it, grab your weapons. Let's fight back. Chapter 29. A deadly double charge. After pulling the safety pin, Xiapsi did not immediately throw the grenade, for he knew that humans have legs. Any motion of his arm would cause the officers to scatter. Once the grenade detonated, they would be quickly encircled again, rendering the throw less effective. Instead, he clenched the pin in his right hand and charged madly toward the cluster of officers. Surprised, the officers were momentarily stunned, unsure if Xiapsi had raised the pin or was still holding it, and could only hastily retreat. Scatter. He has a grenade. The officers cleared a path as Xiapsi, with a fierce expression, shouted, "Charge out!" Su raised his weapon and fired 4 shots at Xiapsi, but due to his rapid movement and protective vest, the bullets only left wisps of smoke on his chest. He is wearing a vest. After shouting this, Su saw that Xiapsi had endured 4 shots and was now within 5 steps of the driver. "Brother, hurry!" Without hesitation, Xiapsi raised the pin, and the grenade emitted a fizzing sound. He pulled the pin. Su turned and fled. That moment, Along and the others had drawn their weapons, ready to charge out while firing. Seeing that Xiapsi had created an opening in the encirclement, Chinyu, with no hesitation, stopped abruptly, turned, and, clad in his heavy bomb-proof suit, lunged towards Xiapsi, deliberately positioning his head close to Xiapsi's waist. Thud. The two fell to the ground, and Chinyu instinctively pinned Xiapsi's head down. Boom! The explosion shattered the stillness of the night, sending a severed arm soaring into the sky, and Chinyu's face shield was instantly splattered with blood. "Captain, Captain!" Zhu Wei shouted, wide-eyed. "Calm down, proceed as planned." Chinyu shook his head, hastily wiping the blood from his face shield. Upon looking down, he saw that Xiapsi had lost consciousness, his right arm blown off, exposing white bone and flesh, bleeding profusely. "Damn it!" Along, witnessing Xiapsi collapse, shouted angrily and fired towards the left. With a jolt, Chinyu rose and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets struck Chinyu's body, hitting crucial areas like his head and legs, sparking showers of sparks. Along, realizing that the bullets were not penetrating Chinyu's gear, retreated hastily, lowering his head to change magazines. Thud. Chinyu executed a double charge, leveraging his weight and the mass of his attire, crashing into Along's chin. With a crack, Along stumbled back 2 steps. Chinyu quickly bent down, wrapping his arms around Along's legs, and, with a powerful thrust of his core, launched Along high into the air before he came crashing down to the ground. "Don't move, don't move." Although the movements Chinyu executed appeared simple, having sprinted back and forth a total of no more than 50 meters while bearing weight and grappling, he relied on explosive strength and now felt himself on the verge of exhaustion. His legs heavy as lead, he could only pin Along down, shouting repeatedly. With the grenade threat neutralized, the officers no longer hesitated. Over 40 of them surged forward, wielding riot shields to trap the remaining criminals. Within 10 seconds, the conflict was resolved. "Hold him down! Hold him down!" Zhu Wei pointed at Along on the ground. 7 or 8 officers rushed in, forgoing the handcuffs and directly fastening a 70-pound shackled weight around Along's ankles. After nearly a minute of recuperation, Chinyu sat in the snow, finally removing his helmet and spitting on the ground. "Damn it, thank goodness for the steel armor. Otherwise, even the best bulletproof vest wouldn't have saved me today." "Are you all right?" Su hurried over to inquire. "I'm fine. I positioned myself well, and the blast was in front of me." Chinyu wiped the sweat from his brow and jokingly remarked to Su and the others, "You all say Team Yuan is promoting me. I risk my life for him to achieve results, and he can't possibly miss that, right? If he doesn't promote me, you'd all be delighted, wouldn't you?" "Absolutely," Su nodded vigorously, giving a thumbs up. "Without your double charge today, who knows what the outcome would have been? We'll drink to calm our nerves later." Chinyu, heavily leaning on the ground to rise, said, "Let's hurry and bring the others back." At 11:30 at night, Chinyu stood by the corridor with a phone in hand, saying, "Zhu Wei, make sure the doctors think of a way to save the life of the one who took the grenade." Yes, the more people we have, the better the evidence chain we can create." "HM, I'm about to grab a bite to eat. I'll start the interrogation soon." "All right, that's it for now." Footsteps echoed in the corridor as Qi Lin approached with a lunchbox. Smiling as he called out, "Hey, back already?" Chinyu turned at the sound. "Here for a meal?" "Yeah, not much going on. Just came to grab some food." Qi Lin asked with a relaxed expression. "So, how did it go?" Smoothly? Yeah, we managed to subdue them all. Did our people come to any harm? Quick capture. The other side didn't even know what hit them, and we finished before anyone was injured. That's good. Qilin grinned, casually asking, hey, I heard you guys were working with the military to make the arrests? Why didn't I see any troops come by? Qinyu paused. Who told you that? Isn't it? I just overheard some chatter from the department. Qilin seemed taken aback. They must have been talking nonsense. There were no military personnel involved. Given that the case was now resolved, Qinyu didn't conceal any details. We captured drug traffickers, specifically Along, the one who killed our 4 men, clang. The sound of the lunchbox hitting the ground rang out as Qilin stood frozen, his face turning pale. What's wrong? Qinyu furrowed his brow. Qilin, dazed and with a ringing in his ears, was jolted back to reality when Qinyu tapped his arm. Hey, what's up? Qilin regained focus, looking at Qinyu with wide eyes. Is it that Along? Yes, the lead from Team Yuan. We went to apprehend him. Qinyu replied, puzzled by Qilin's strange demeanor. You seem a bit off. Nothing. I just remembered Lao He. Didn't he die at his hands? Qilin forced a smile. I ran into him that day, and I felt a bit scared of that person. Are you really okay? I'm fine. Qilin bent down to pick up the lunchbox. You should go eat. Aren't you eating too? Let us eat together. I forgot to bring my chili sauce. I'll go get it. Qilin smiled at then I'll eat first. Qilin replied, taking his lunchbox and turning to leave. In the corridor, Qinyu looked curiously at Qilin's retreating figure, completely skeptical of what Qilin had just said, unable to comprehend why he was acting so strangely. Captain, it's time to eat, Guanqi shouted from the cafeteria entrance. Coming. Qinyu dismissed his thoughts and walked over. 2 minutes later, in the logistics warehouse, Qilin closed the door and plopped down on the floor, gripping his hair and shouting, damn it, weren't we supposed to coordinate with the military? Hasn't it been over half a month? Why are they still not here? How could it be like this? Chapter 30. Once you step outside, I'll find someone to look after you. After wolfing down a bite in the cafeteria, Qinyu hurried to the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Yuan Ku had already picked up Director Li and was en route to the police station. In the dimly lit confines of the interrogation room, Along slouched nonchalantly on the iron chair, idly toying with the handcuffs in his grasp. Shall we warm up a bit? Qinyu took a sip of water and casually hung his badge around his neck, stating, I am Qinyu, the team leader of the 3rd Group in the Criminal Investigation Division, directly overseeing your case. Along squinted at him. I recognize you. You know me? Qinyu was taken aback. I got to know you through a friend, Along replied with a grin, but you must not have seen me before. His words were not mere bluster. He had indeed encountered Qinyu. Before his departure, he had covertly observed Qilin a few times and had seen Qinyu interacting amicably with his brother my friend. The essence of your case does not hinge on who you know, but rather on the value of your testimony, which will directly determine the outcome. Qinyu shifted the topic, speaking pragmatically. Among the apprehended, you hold the most significance. If you fail to divulge the identities of more pivotal figures, you will undoubtedly be labeled the principal offender. At that point, even if you were related to the mayor, no one could save you. Along chuckled. Come, why don't you pull up a chair and sit beside me? Qinyu hesitated for a moment. Aren't we supposed to have a discussion? Then let us sit closer and chat, Along said, shaking the iron shackles in his hands, making a clattering sound as he gestured for Qinyu to come over. All right then, let us talk, Qinyu replied without further hesitation, dragging a chair next to Along, bending down to sit and saying, let us begin. In fact, even if I hadn't met you through that friend, I would still know your name, Along remarked with a smile. Aren't you Qinyu? Qinyu frowned for a couple of seconds. Did that old man Ma tell you? No. Along raised a finger to point at Qinyu, a playful expression on his face. It's the drug dealers on my line. They've all heard of your illustrious name. They chatter about you incessantly. Chatter about me? Qinyu raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Dio, you know what they're saying? Along grinned. What? Ha. They're discussing ways to ensure your demise. Qinyu was momentarily stunned. Along glanced at the surveillance camera, lowering his voice further, and patted Qinyu's arm with the back of his hand. Brother, you don't actually believe that Yuan Ku assigned you this case for your advancement out of pure admiration, do you? Qinyu scoffed. Oh really? Sitting here, you can still throw jabs, can you? TSK, you are truly as naive as a child. Along said, shaking his head. In the first team, Yuan Ku has many loyal followers. each more qualified than you. Oh, why has he assigned you this lucrative case? Are you two related by blood? Then what do you think is the reason he insists on having me handle this case? Yu inquired. Because you're audacious, because you have an insatiable hunger, because if you want to establish yourself here, you must strive for achievements, because you are new, because you have no connections, because during the investigation, you owe no one any favors and are unencumbered by personal ties. Along smiled. Why the sudden focus on us drug dealers? And why is Yuan-Ku fixated on the Ma family line? Upon hearing this, Yu fell silent once more. There's a new batch of drug dealers in the black market, quietly increasing their supply at prices double ours. Have you heard about that? Along asked again. Yu was taken aback, suddenly recalling Lin Yinlei's recent ordeal and the broad-minded tiger. Brother, in this world, there is no love without reason. From your perspective, he treats you exceptionally well, but from another angle, you are merely a pawn. Along tilted his head to look at Yu. Throughout history, those who wielded guns have met grim fates. Do you understand that? Yu pondered for a long while before finally responding, raising his thumb in acknowledgement. Your logical instigation is quite convincing. How you feel right now is something only you truly know. Along said softly, lowering his head. My ability to converse with you on this matter is not out of mere affection. It is solely because you assisted my friend. Yu absorbed only half of Along's words, for he already had an inkling that Yuan-Ku's support for him within the police was undoubtedly not without motive. However, he believed that regardless of whether Yuan-Ku aimed to exploit his hunger or his anonymity in Songjiang to utilize him as a fast gun, it was inconsequential. Yu was no fool. He understood that with no background and no backing, if he wished to survive in this chaotic environment with any semblance of dignity, what he could offer in exchange was perhaps this very resolve to risk his life in critical moments. Yet, he had not anticipated that the waters of drug trafficking ran so deep, and that while he was targeting the Ma family team, another group was quietly distributing drugs, likely linked to Yuan-Ku. If Along's words held any truth, then the situation might indeed be far more complex than he had initially perceived. I'm a dead man already. There's no need to lie to you. Along said softly, I don't know much about your background, but I've heard you came from the planned area. Brother, it's not easy for us to have come this far with nothing. Do not tarnish your name in history while inadvertently fortifying someone else's empire. Yu looked at Along and suddenly asked, previously, you and the Ma family nearly monopolized the underground drug market in Songjiang. Yet I don't understand why your pricing is so low. What is the goal? To touch the hearts of the world. I only thought of the struggling compatriots in the black market after I had my fill. Along replied with a smile, my father died due to lack of funds for medical treatment, and my mother may also perish because of it. When I first arrived in the 9th district, I was idle, living off others' kindness, but now that I have some capability, I wish to earn money while also helping them in this line of work. One cannot expect to live a long life. I just aim to earn enough for today. How much is too much? At this crucial juncture, lying had lost its purpose. Yu observed Along's face. Once etched with malice, he suddenly found him less detestable. The two fell silent, and Yu felt a swirl of confusion within him. Despite his caution, he still struggled to comprehend the intricate dynamics of Songjiang. Just then, the door to the interrogation room swung open with a clang. Lin stood at the threshold, a broad smile on his face, inquiring, Are you still at it? Upon hearing Lin's voice, Along immediately looked up, his previously nonchalant demeanor replaced by astonishment. What brings you here? Yu turned to ask, I came to inquire whether the equipment we allocated can be returned to the inventory and what the extent of the wear and tear is. Lin replied in a steady tone. You all are working through the night again, but I'll be switching shifts tomorrow morning and need to write a report. Yu nodded. Rising to respond, the wear and tear is quite significant. I will have someone prepare a list for you shortly. All right, Lin replied, turning to Along with a scowl. You bastard finally got caught. Along froze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Am I being transferred to heavy surveillance? Lin asked Yu. Yes, once the interrogation is complete. Yu confirmed with a nod. Damn it, I almost got caught because of you. Lin laughed, pointing at Along. Don't worry, once you step out that door, I'll have someone take good care of you inside. Yu found this remark rather peculiar to Along. Regaining his composure, immediately retorted with a fierce tone. Who do you think you are? I may be in here, but not all my brothers are necessarily caught. If you stir things up, Who will look after your family? Hee hee, just wait, Qi Lin replied with a cold smirk. Turning to Qin Yu, you take care of him. I'll head out first. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, staring at Qi Lin as he replied, let us go. I'll accompany you and help you with that list. Ah, then let us go. Qi Lin replied nonchalantly, stepping aside, as the two exited the interrogation room. Four armed officers approached, securing the entrance and locking the iron door in the narrow corridor. Qi Lin, hands behind his back, smiled, just have someone prepare a list for me. You're a team leader now. Do you still need to handle this yourself? Are you here to scout? Qin Yu suddenly turned and asked. Qi Lin froze in place, his expression stiffening as he retorted, what's that supposed to mean? What's scouting? Do you know Along? Qin Yu questioned darkly. Nonsense. How could I know him? Qi Lin replied, Along said he knows me through a friend of mine. But I only get along closely with you, an old cat in the police. Everyone else is merely a colleague at best. Qin Yu scrutinized Qi Lin. Your reaction at the canteen door was off. Just now in the room, you spoke a bit too much to Along. Have you lost your mind trying to crack this case? Qi Lin laughed in disbelief. What does that even mean? You want to save him. You didn't come to the interrogation room just for the wear and tear list. You came to scout, didn't you? Qin Yu pressed. Little you, I think you. Slap. Before Qi Lin could finish, Qin Yu suddenly reached for his waist. Qi Lin instinctively dodged, his face paling as he looked at Qin Yu. What are you trying to do? You locked your gun in the cabinet during duty. Why is it still in the holster now? Qin Yu seized Qi Lin's arm, lowering his voice to demand, are you out of your damn mind? He is a man doomed to perish. And if you entertain any other thoughts, you too shall meet your end. Qi Lin, with a hint of panic in his expression, cast a hurried glance around before fixing his reddened eyes upon Qin Yu and imploring. If you wish to regard me as a friend, then please act as though you know nothing. Can you do that? If it were anyone else, I wouldn't give a damn. Do you realize you just got married? What is your relationship with Along? As for your desire to tread this perilous path. Qin Yu, growing increasingly anxious, grasped Qi Lin and pulled him into the stairwell. I do not wish to pry into your secrets. But let me be perfectly clear. Even if you gathered 10 of yourself, you could never bring him away from here. The moment you make a move, death is certain. Inside the interrogation room, Along's mind was diligently recalling Qi Lin's words, don't panic. Once you step through that door, I will arrange for someone to look after you, he had said. The meaning was already evident. Qi Lin was devising a scheme to save himself. Yet, he lacked any formidable connections to resolve this matter. What could he possibly do? The answer was all too clear. Once he stepped through that door to take action, Along felt a buzzing in his head. Damn it. This fool can't possibly be serious. In the police hall. Hurried footsteps echoed as Yuan Ku and Director Li entered through the main door. Captain Yuan, you're back. I was just looking for you. Ong Su rushed over, breathless. What's the matter? Yuan Ku inquired. There's a critical situation. Ong Su replied, her voice barely above a whisper as she leaned in closer to Yuan Ku and Director Li. We inadvertently uncovered an unexpected development regarding Along right before he left. He had contact with one of our officers. Chapter 31. The demise of the great criminal in the stairwell. Qi Lin pushed against Qin Yu's chest, his tone urgent and low as he growled. Can you please refrain from interfering with this? Just pretend you didn't see anything. Will you? Let me go. Qi Lin, you should know my character well enough. Not everyone is worth such risk to me. Qin Yu replied gravely, jabbing a finger into Qi Lin's chest. Calm down. Along is a target specifically named by the police department. Think about it. Do you truly believe you can single-handedly extract him from the precinct? What will happen to your mother, your sister, your newlywed wife? Will you sacrifice your job and your life for this? After a brief silence, beads of sweat formed on Qi Lin's forehead as he spoke rapidly. There is not zero chance. Along won't remain in the precinct for long. He will likely be transferred by tomorrow morning. I have acquaintances within the police department who can clarify his transfer route. I possess a certain status, making it much easier for me to act on the road. Leave it to me. I just don't understand what connection you have with Along that makes you willing to take such risks. Qin Yu questioned, bewildered. Do you have some under-the-table dealings with him? Or have you accepted money from him? Do you know why I didn't pull the trigger that day? Qi Lin exclaimed in frustration. He is my biological brother. Do you understand? Qin Yu froze at those words. Xiao Yu, listen to me. Please, Qi Lin continued, his eyes reddening as he gasped for breath. The nature of my relationship with Along may be uncovered, but if it leaks, I will be immediately monitored under the principle of familial avoidance. At that point, I will have no chance at all. I have a plan. Tomorrow morning, after I finish my shift, I want to go home. I will pretend to catch up on sleep at the station, creating the illusion that I've been in my dorm the entire time. Then, when the police come for the handover, I will act at the intersection. If I can save him, that would be ideal. If not, I will at least try to ensure that I don't get caught. Along is returning from the planned area, and we have no idea if he has any accomplices outside. So as long as I am not caught red-handed, the higher-ups may not even know who is responsible for this. Do you understand? You want to even dare to get close to the criminals during your missions? Yet you think you can rescue him from the escort team? You are underestimating the difficulty. I don't want to risk my life. But do I have any other options? Do I? Chi-Lin retorted. If I don't intervene, I will have to watch him die before my very eyes. At that moment, Qin Yu fell silent. You mustn't get involved, Chi-Lin said, lowering his head as he prepared to step out of the stairwell. Just then, an electronic bell chimed sharply in the corridor, followed by a voice from the monitoring room. Brothers at the door of room 3, quickly open it. Along is exhibiting unusual behavior. Upon hearing this, both Qin Yu and Chi-Lin froze in place. I in the lobby, Yuan Ku, having heard the announcement from the monitoring room, quickly ordered, go check on Along. Hurry. In the corridor, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the remaining officers, alerted by the monitoring room, rushed out, hurrying towards the interrogation room to the entrance. For on-duty officers unlocked the iron door, only to look up and see Along violently ramming his left cheek against the iron panel in front of the chair. What are you doing? Stop fooling around, the lead officer shouted as he rushed in, attempting to intervene. Bang, bang, bang. Along slammed his left cheek, near his mouth, against the iron panel once more, his flesh already torn open, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. The lead officer rushed over, grabbing Along by the hair and pulling him back. Quick, hold him down. Head. Along chuckled in a slightly deranged manner, lifting his head to stare blankly at the officer. Too late. As the words left his lips, Yuan Ku, Ong Su, and others rushed to the entrance almost simultaneously. What is happening? Yuan Ku panted. The officer turned back. He suddenly started banging his head against the iron panel. I don't know what he is doing. Upon hearing this, Chi-Lin's eyes reddened as he made to charge into the room. However, Qin Yu seized his arm, shaking his head with a grave expression. Yuan Ku dashed into the room, approaching Along's side, and immediately waved his hand, shouting, open his mouth, quickly. 4 officers held Along's head and forcibly pried open his bloodied mouth. Yuan Ku, eyes wide with urgency, was no longer fearful of Along biting his fingers as he thrust his hand inside, rummaging for what felt like an eternity before extracting a false tooth. Gag! Along heaved violently, expelling a copious amount of blood. Yuan Ku glanced down at the false tooth, his expression blank as he stepped back. The false tooth was hollow in the middle, with black plastic stuck to the edges, making it appear quite revolting in Yuan Ku's hand. What is this? Director Lee stormed in, demanding answers. A false tooth. He knocked it out, Yuan Ku stammered. Director Lee stood frozen upon hearing this, on the iron chair. Along suddenly shook his head, freeing himself from the officer's grasp, still wearing that deranged smile. From the moment I entered this profession, I knew how I would die. There was a small pill inside the false tooth, poison. I crushed it, damn it. Yuan Ku erupted, delivering a powerful kick to Along's chest as he shouted, quick, unfasten the chair and take him to the hospital. Along smiled at Yuan Ku. You guys are impressive. We mere foot soldiers can't compete with you. But Yuan Ku, I want to tell you something. Some things are done by humans, but heaven is watching. I refuse to believe that the heavenly forces will allow life-saving drugs to remain solely in your hands. Damn it, even in death, I curse you. You and your kind shall not find peace. Everyone fell silent upon hearing his words. Along numbly twisted his neck, his eyes fixed on the door, his voice hoarse as he called out. To the brothers in the other interrogation rooms, don't be afraid. I haven't said anything. I will die before I confess. You will have nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Chi-Lin clenched his fists, ready to charge outside, fully aware that Along was addressing him. Qin Yu grasped Chi-Lin's arm, whispering urgently, did you understand what he said? If he dies now, it's to prevent you from making a foolish move. Don't move, whatever you do, on the iron chair. Along leaned forward suddenly, spewing a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing violently. Yuan-ku, seeing this, abandoned the idea of taking him to the hospital, instead leaning down to whisper in Along's ear. Did you think your actions were so discreet? Did you think that your death would be the end of it? Along turned his head, lifelessly. Heh, you had contact with someone from our precinct. Didn't you? They're right at the door. Aren't they? Yuan-ku asked with a smile. Along coughed up blood once more, glaring at Yuan-ku with unyielding eyes as he shouted. Damn it! Damn you all! Chapter 32. Kneel down and beg for life within 2 minutes of the poison entering his system. Along lost control of his bowels, slumping against the iron chair as he breathed his last. Director Lee stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the center of the interrogation room, his expression dark as he berated Yuan-ku. The man was already in the interrogation room. And you still let him die? You're a disgrace as a captain. When the police department comes for him tomorrow, you explain yourself. Yuan-ku was momentarily speechless from the reprimand. A bunch of useless fools. Director Lee muttered, throwing one last remark before striding out of the interrogation room. At the entrance, Chi Lin stood in a daze, staring at his brother's lifeless body slumped in the iron chair. His legs weak and his mind in turmoil. Yuan-ku, holding the false tooth, turned to look at the entrance, his gaze ultimately landing on Chi Lin. Half an hour later, Along's body was covered with a white cloth and removed. While Yuan-ku entered another interrogation room, clearing out unrelated individuals to speak privately with one of the brothers associated with the shrimp and crab gang. Did you say that Along met with someone from our precinct before he left? Yuan-ku asked, retrieving an electronic cigarette from a drawer and tossing it over. Yes. Mazai nodded repeatedly and responded, that shrimp scoundrel dares to set off a thunderstorm, willing to perish with us. How could he possibly have such a cowardly brother like you? Yuan-ku inquired bluntly. The shrimp scoundrel promised me great wealth, which is why I pledged my loyalty to him. But before I could earn a single coin, he met his demise. Do not wish to die either, Mazai replied with stark realism. Did you just have a conversation with him? Indeed. Tell me, how did Along encounter that person before his departure? Yuan-ku asked softly. He mentioned that he had a few wishes to fulfill and wanted to meet a friend, Mazai replied, lowering his head. But old Ma and the shrimp scoundrel were concerned that the situation outside was too precarious. If he ventured out alone and encountered the police, it could lead to disaster. You know, the supply chain for the drugs is solely in Along's hands. To put it plainly, we rely on him for our livelihood. So we must protect him. Therefore, whenever he left, we followed him. However, he usually instructed us to park far away and walk a distance by himself. On one occasion, while I went to a convenience store for water, I happened to walk in the same direction as him and saw him enter that courtyard. Yuan-ku, upon hearing this, pulled out a photograph and tossed it to Mazai, asking, Is this the person Along met? Yes, I've seen him twice. Did you not mention that you only bumped into him that one time? Yuan-ku frowned at it was at this person's wedding. The restaurant was crowded, so we couldn't discern whom Along was looking for. But later that night, when Along went to that courtyard, I recognized this person and realized that he was indeed the one Along sought. Hence it was 2 encounters, Mazai explained in detail. Yuan-ku licked his lips. Do you know what their relationship is? I do not. Along never spoke of it, and we never inquired. Mazai shook his head. 20 minutes later, Yuan-ku exited the interrogation room and immediately instructed Ong-su. Have the forensic team rush to the morgue to extract Along's DNA for comparison. With whom shall we compare it? Who do you think? Yuan-ku retorted. Ong-su paused. Captain, do you suspect Along has a familial relationship with him? Mazai's testimony plainly elucidated why he had refrained from firing his weapon that day. Yuan-ku responded lightly, This lad usually keeps a low profile. If there weren't some compelling reasons, why would he associate with a person like Along? Ong-su understood immediately. I see. Within the logistics warehouse, Chi Lin sat in a daze, lost in thought. Brother, each individual's path is a choice they make, and they must bear the consequences of those choices. Qin Yu, leaning against the desk, urged softly, I understand you're hurting, but look at me, at least you have a reason to grieve. While I don't even know how my loved ones disappeared, you've lost your brother, but you still have your mother, sister, and wife. What do I have? I have nothing. Chi Lin remained silent, not uttering a word. Chi Lin, let the sorrow pass swiftly. You have other family members to care for? Qin Yu turned to counsel. This place is teeming with people. Do not let anyone sense any abnormalities. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin blankly lifted his head. Yes, those who have died are gone, but those who live must continue living. Crash. While they were conversing, the door to the logistics warehouse swung open, and two of Ong Su's colleagues entered, expressionless, and said to Qi Lin, Captain Yuan is looking for you. He needs to discuss something. What is it? Qin Yu inquired on Qi Lin's behalf. Nothing major, just some details from a previous case. The one on the left smiled and urged, let us go. Qin Yu hesitated, sensing something amiss, while Qi Lin, in order to conceal any signs, quickly adjusted his demeanor and stood up, saying, what case could possibly require my attention? You'll find out when you arrive. Then let us go, Qi Lin replied with a smile. After exchanging a few words, the three departed, while Qin Yu lingered at the door, a sense of unease swelling within him regarding Qi Lin. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Gradually, dawn broke, only to fade to darkness once more. After waiting for over 10 hours, Qin Yu still had not seen Qi Lin return, causing him to grow restless, his thoughts drifting to Lin Yinlei and Along's words. The wave of anxiety quietly enveloped Qin Yu's heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this drug trafficking case was far from the simple facade presented. After careful consideration, Qin Yu rose, took his work badge, and stealthily exited the office, driving the vehicle of the third group towards Songjiang No. 3 prison. Meanwhile, Yuan Ku stepped into his office, glancing at Qi Lin, who had been under soft confinement for several hours, and said, let us go. I need you to come with me. Qi Lin stood up, anxious, and with a forced smile asked, Captain Yuan, what is going on? You will find out when we arrive. Yuan Ku tossed back a sentence and turned to leave. Qi Lin, suppressing his inner sorrow, hesitated momentarily before following Yuan Ku. Half an hour later, Yuan Ku drove Qi Lin to the police hospital, where they were led by staff into the morgue. Qi Lin glanced around and, with a stammer, asked, Yuan, Captain, why have you brought me here? Yuan Ku lit a cigarette, sauntered to the inner side of the morgue, and pulled open a drawer containing a body. Qi Lin looked up and immediately saw Long, lifeless and with a bluish hue, lying within. Do you recognize him? Yuan Ku asked expressionlessly. Qi Lin clenched his fists, forcing a smile. Captain, what do you mean? I don't understand. Yuan Ku scratched his nose, retrieved 2 folded A4 sheets from his coat pocket, and approached Qi Lin, saying, urgent DNA testing has confirmed that your Y chromosome matches, meaning Along is your biological brother. Qi Lin's mind buzzed, his expression shifting to one of panic. On the day of the arrest, you refrained from firing your weapon to protect him, correct? Yuan Ku's tone was steady. This is a misunderstanding. You must be mistaken, Qi Lin stammered. Qi Lin, we both know that this DNA test would yield the same results even if conducted 1,000 times. Yuan Ku turned to sit on the autopsy table. The facts are laid bare before you. Do you think arguing will change anything? Qi Lin clutched the test results, his eyes filled with confusion. Unsure how to respond to Yuan Ku. Qi Lin, if this identification result reaches the higher-ups desk, combined with the fact that you failed to follow instructions during the last arrest, do you comprehend what repercussions await you? Yuan Ku's expression remained stoic as he regarded Qi Lin. You will be labeled as a co-defendant, accused of dereliction of duty and complicity among other charges. The consequences for you will extend far beyond mere embarrassment. You could face a sentence of 10 years or more. Qi Lin slowly raised his head, dazed, and suddenly knelt before Yuan Ku, grasping his trousers and exclaiming, Captain, Along is indeed my biological brother. But we have lost contact for years. That day, I stumbled upon him by chance. I had no idea we were supposed to apprehend him. Yuan Ku observed Qi Lin in silence. Captain, I truly cannot bear to be stripped of my badge. Nor can I afford to be imprisoned. I have family to support. I cannot afford to be implicated. Qi Lin's face was streaked with tears. I beg you, help me, please. Yuan Ku inhaled deeply, then placed a hand on Qi Lin's shoulder. Everyone has emotions. After spending so much time together, do you think I am unaware of your character? Qi Lin, I genuinely believe you are not involved in this case, but the higher-ups do not share that understanding. Can they be convinced? 4 officers lost their lives during the last arrest, and both the leadership and management are in desperate need of a satisfactory and reasonable explanation. And at this juncture, your DNA results would be catastrophic. It would suggest an insider caused the operation to fail, and all blame would be shifted to you. Can you withstand that burden? Chi Lin was left in a daze. I want to help you, but my influence is limited. Yuan Ku picked up the DNA report and pondered for a long while before stating, however, there may still be a way. What way? Your brother was the intermediary delivering goods for the Ma family. Now that he is gone, if you can locate the supplier behind him and expose that connection, I can guarantee your protection in front of Director Li and the higher-ups. With that achievement to your name, you will not face any consequences. Yuan Ku looked down at Chi Lin. At that point, a simple word from above could suppress your DNA report. Chi Lin contemplated for a moment, suddenly recalling Along's words before he left that day. If one day you find it unbearable, there's a contact number in your bag. You can reach out to him. Remembering this, Chi Lin raised his head and responded, he did give me a contact number. If you let me go home, I will find TOC if it is the supplier's contact. You must not deceive me. That would only harm yourself. Chi Lin looked up at Yuan Ku. His voice hoarse as he replied, my family is here. Would I dare to deceive you? Captain Yuan. All right, go home and find it. Do not let anyone follow me. I fear my mother might worry. Her health is fragile. You need not worry. My people will not enter your home, Yuan Ku said with a smile. They will wait outside. Once you retrieve what you need, they will escort you back on the other end. Qin Yu was interrogating Ma Lao Air at the 3rd Detention Center in Songjiang. Damn it, Ma Lao Air, dressed in prison garb, languidly cursed, not dead yet. Qin Yu tilted his head, gazing at the man. Do you really wish for my demise? You make it impossible for the impoverished to afford medicine and strip the breadwinners of their livelihoods. Do you think we wouldn't want you dead? Ma Lao Air retorted with a smirk. Qin Yu fell silent for a moment, then leaned forward and inquired, apart from you, there's another group selling drugs on the black market, and their prices are twice yours. Are you aware of this? Ma Lao Air was momentarily taken aback. Are you kidding me? Shouldn't you be more informed about this than I am? You're going all out to get us. Aren't you just trying to clear obstacles for those above you? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's gaze shifted to a complex expression. If I told you I didn't know before, would you believe me? Ma Lao Air was left in a stupor. Chapter 33. A Cruel Existence. Shattering the spine with a fist, Yuan Ku did not call a familiar officer to escort Chi Lin home. Instead, he found 2 unfamiliar men who drove him to his doorstep. Inside the alley, Chi Lin sat in the car, turning to the middle-aged driver. Brother, don't come in with me. I'll be right back after I grab my things. All right, we'll wait here. The burly man nodded in response. Chi Lin opened the car door and walked less than 200 meters before turning to enter his small courtyard. He reached for the door of the standalone house he shared with Bella but discovered the door was locked from the inside. Open the door, Chi Lin shouted. Wait a moment, Bella quickly replied. Hurry up, Chi Lin urged with an impatient tone. After about 3 to 4 minutes, Bella finally threw on some clothes and opened the door, her hair disheveled. You're back? Why didn't you come home during the day? I thought you were still at work. Chi Lin had no time to explain and stepped inside. Where did you put the black bag I gave you that day? Bella paused. What black bag? The one I handed to you along with the living expenses, Chi Lin questioned sharply. On that day, when Along had given Chi Lin money, he was still engulfed in the sorrow of parting, completely oblivious to the money and the bag. Moreover, Along's words were not explicit, leading Chi Lin to believe that if he ever found himself in need, he could reach out to Along using the contact information in the bag. Thus, Chi Lin never associated this contact with any supplier and did not consider the bag valuable. Handing it to Bella along with the living expenses for safekeeping, Bella, slightly flustered, ran her fingers through her hair. That bag was quite old. You gave it to me, and I took the money out. As for the bag, I've forgotten where I put it. What the hell can you do? Chi Lin exclaimed, having never spoken to Bella in such a tone before, but he was genuinely anxious, glaring at her and shouting, Find it quickly. Think about where you might have placed it. Oh, I'll help you look for it. You rest, I'll find it. Just let me think where it might be, Bella. In a flurry, began rummaging through the cabinet near the window. That item was crucial. It could not be lost. Chi Lin, restless and unable to sit still, bent down to search the room as well. Bella, squatting in front of the cabinet, caught a glimpse of Chi Lin standing beside a wardrobe, and in a moment of panic, she fabricated a lie. I remembered. I think I used that bag when I bought something that day. It got dirty, so I threw it away. As Chi Lin yanked open the left side of the wardrobe, hearing Bella's words, He spun around and shouted, "What? You threw it away?" Bella froze, her eyes wide with shock as she saw Chi Lin pulling open the wardrobe. Inside, a pale figure was peeking out, holding two pieces of clothing, blinking at Chi Lin. Chi Lin stumbled back a couple of steps, his face drained of color as he withdrew his gaze from the wardrobe and turned to Bella. "You?" "I?" Bella stood up, at a loss, trembling all over. "Damn. You said you wouldn't work overtime. What are you doing here looking for a bag?" A familiar voice chimed in, and the pale figure emerged from the wardrobe barefoot. "This is awkward. Isn't it?" Chi Lin's fists clenched, a surge of rage erupting within him. All the grievances he had suffered recently bursting forth. He turned to Bella, kicking her in the abdomen and shouting, "Damn it! I am risking my life out there, and you're here cheating on me?" The pale figure stepped out from the wardrobe, revealing himself to be Tiger, who had fortuitously attended Chi Lin's wedding. Tiger appeared unperturbed, swaggering over to a chair, and began putting on his clothes, muttering, "Damn, the officers are taking money and not doing their jobs. Didn't he tell them to let you work overtime? So why are you back?" Chi Lin, in a frenzy, grabbed Bella by the hair, pinning her against the wardrobe, completely losing his sanity as he struck her. Bang, bang. Chi Lin's eyes brimmed with tears as he kicked and shouted, "Damn it! I provide for you, I give you clothes, allowing you to have a proper identity in Songjiang, to live like a person. And you betray me? What have I done to deserve this? We've only been together a few days. And you can just go off with him? Hey, that's enough. What the hell are you doing? Is this never ending?" Tiger shouted. Hearing his words, Chi Lin's blood surged, and he suddenly spun around, bursting through the wooden door. Seizing the iron shovel left outside for snow removal. "Oh, so now you think you're tough enough to grab a weapon?" Tiger sneered, standing up and putting on his coat, striding to the door to confront Chi Lin. "What's the matter? You planning to kill me? Get the hell away from me!" Chi Lin shouted, raising the shovel to strike at Tiger's head. Brother, is that you coming back?" At that moment, the iron gate creaked open, and Chi Lin's blind sister, holding a cane, appeared at the entrance, wearing a coat. "What's all the noise about?" "Mom is awake, I'm worried. I just wanted to check." Chi Lin turned to see his emaciated sister, and in an instant, his boiling blood seemed to freeze. He stared blankly, gazing toward the room where his mother lay. His hand gripping the shovel began to tremble involuntarily. "Aren't we adults? Why are we still playing the hot-headed youth-esque game?" Tiger grasped Chi Lin's wrist, still holding the shovel, and smiled. "Come on, let us calm down. Put that down and let us talk." Chi Lin, filled with hatred, turned his head to glare at Tiger. "Don't you care about Mom? Don't you care about your sister? You think you can challenge me?" Tiger looked at Chi Lin with a grin as he pressed down Chi Lin's raised arm, shouting toward the door, "Little sister, you go back now. Everything is fine. We're just chatting." Chi Lin's sister stood in the courtyard, neither moving away nor stepping inside, just quietly standing there. Tiger closed the door and tilted his head to look at Chi Lin. "You bought her, right? Paid 4,500? Chi Lin gritted his teeth, his lips twitching but remaining silent. "Well then." Tiger pulled out a large wallet from his pocket, counting out 8,000 without hesitation and tossing it onto the nearby cabinet. "Here. Take this. I'll take Bella with me. You saw it yourself. We were getting along just fine, haha." Chi Lin's expression darkened, his body trembling. "Why aren't you speaking?" Tiger tilted his head, poking Chi Lin's chest. "Damn. We all know each other around here. Don't pretend with me. You bought her for 4,500, and I'm offering you 8,000. Am I shortchanging you? You know your own situation, right? With someone like Bella. Can you really support her? Today, I'm willing to give you 8,000, but tomorrow if she develops feelings for me, you won't see a dime." Chi Lin glanced at Bella, his voice trembling. "Just because I have some burdens, you think you can bully me like this? With your pathetic self, even the officers in the cafeteria say you wash the chef's socks just to bring home some food, and no matter how bad I'm doing. Do I need to bully you to feel significant?" Tiger spat on the ground, turning to push open the door. "Take the money. I'll wait outside for Bella." As he finished speaking, Tiger stepped away. Chi Lin stood there in a daze, turning to Bella. "I earned money to support you, and you stripped me of my last shred of dignity." Bella lowered her head, remaining silent for a long while before responding, Lin, when you bought me, did you negotiate 3 times on the price, considering my dignity? Lin was taken aback by her words. It was all for the sake of survival. What feelings were there to discuss? You support me, and I'll sleep with you, do your laundry, cook for you, and help you tidy up the house. Bella slowly stood up. If Tiger offers better, I'll go with him. Back when the world wasn't so chaotic, people would talk while dressed, leaving each other some space. But now that the world has gone awry, people have become more barefaced. But the essence remains unchanged, that us all get lost. Lin shut his eyes. Pointing toward the door, Bella picked up her coat, casually combing her hair back, and calmly walked outside. In just over 20 days, you made an extra 500. You're not losing out. Get the hell out. Lin shouted in fury. Bella pushed the door and departed. The tiger, standing at the entrance, relieved himself before turning back to see Bella emerging. He exclaimed, "Damn it, $8,000. That's all my dividends for the week spent on you." "You're coming with me, to which she retorted, "Of course, you have no choice but to follow me. Who in their right mind would choose a dog?" The tiger led Bella away, striding out of the courtyard. Inside the house, Lin slumped on the floor, his head spinning as he stared at the ceiling, his entire being appearing as if it had lost its soul. Unlike the old cat or the privileged offspring of high-ranking officials, he had never received special treatment from anyone. He was not like Chinyu, who could afford the carefree indulgence of life. Thus, his posture in the police station was perpetually bent. Yet, until today, he had remained optimistic and proactive in adapting to this era and society, utilizing every means at his disposal to support his mother and sister. However, today, life had once again shattered all his aspirations, cruelly like a madman delivering a punch that sent him plummeting to the depths. His elder brother lay dead, a woman had betrayed him, and he was ensnared in serious criminal cases. The only chance of turning the tide, a black package, had been discarded. Previously, Lin had a tendency to retreat when faced with troubles, but now he found himself at the edge of a precipice. Any further retreat would mean certain destruction. A sense of injustice, resentment, and dissatisfaction surged within him. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing his sister standing outside in the icy cold. Holding a white cane, "Brother, she is not a good woman. Have nothing to be sorrowful about." Lin turned to face her, his muddled eyes gradually clearing. A voice echoed in his mind. "Am I living like a dog just to die like one?" Slowly, he stood up, wiped the corners of his eyes, and said, "Go back inside and help Mom pack." "What's wrong?" she asked. "No questions, just hurry up," he urged. Lin resolved to take a gamble. With the black package lost, he had no way to explain himself to Yuan-ku. Returning home would likely mean never coming out again. With that thought, he bowed his head and swiftly dialed the old cat's number. Chapter 34. A desperate escape. For a glimmer of hope. Indiana, the residential area along the Songjiang border. The old cat stood beside a car as he answered Lin's call. "What's up? Are you at the police station?" he inquired. "Damn, you don't know? I'm here on the border catching grain traffickers," the old cat replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Just finished and am about to head back." Hearing that the old cat seemed unaware of the events at the police station, Lin opted not to elaborate further and instead grimly pleaded, "I'm in serious trouble and need your help." "What's going on? I can't discuss it over the phone. Can you come back and help me take Mom and my sister away?" Lin whispered, "I won't take up much of your time. They'll only be with you for a maximum of 2 hours. "What the hell happened?" The old cat was bewildered, as Lin had never approached him in such a manner. "Don't ask for details. In short, I can't stay in Songjiang any longer. I need to leave." Lin feared the two people outside might grow suspicious and had no time to clarify the situation. "Right now, I can't find anyone else to help. I can only turn to you." "All right, I'll head back now," the old cat responded without hesitation. "I'll be there in about half an hour." "Old cat, you can't tell anyone I called you. I won't say a word to anyone." The old cat rarely made promises, but he had never gone back on his word for serious matters. "Mom and my sister will be at the North Station soon," Lin instructed quietly. "When you pick them up, just keep them in the car. I'll call you once I'm done." After a brief silence, the old cat suddenly asked, "Can Lally help you with your troubles? If so, I'll call him right away." Upon hearing this, Lin's eyes reddened instantly, and after a moment of hesitation, he hoarsely replied, He can't help. The old cat felt a pang of concern. No more talk. I'm heading back now. Thank you. Forget the thanks. Just reach out whenever you need me. Okay. As they ended the call, the old cat yanked open the car door and shouted to his colleagues who were tidying up the scene. I have something urgent to attend to. You all head back. Call me when you're at the station. What is going on, deputy? One of his colleagues called out from a distance. Nothing. The old cat didn't even respond. Flooring the gas pedal and disappearing into the night. Back at home, Chi Lin stepped behind the wardrobe, bending down to reach into the crevice between the cabinet and the wall. After a while, he pulled out a round, oilcloth-wrapped package. Approaching the table, he unwrapped it, revealing a P202 series large-caliber handgun inside. This gun had cost him $400 3 years ago from a gun dealer. Intended for practice during his time off from duty. Since the practice rounds at the police station were limited, and he couldn't afford the special approval for gifts, he resorted to this method to train himself. Hoping to achieve good results and advance to a second-level officer. In fact, Chi Lin had indeed secured the top spot in shooting at the police station and ranked among the top 3 in the precinct. Yet despite this, he was merely granted a cash reward, which reimbursed the cost of the gun. The promotion slots, however, were awarded to those who rarely needed to use a firearm. Chi Lin skillfully inspected the weapon, loaded 2 magazines, and tucked the gun into his inner pocket before striding towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly paused, facing the biting wind and snow, and glanced back in a small room. Furnished with the simplest of items, lay everything Chi Lin had fought for with his bent back. Yet now it seemed he could take nothing with him. Several awards and trophies adorned the cabinet. Accolades for his shooting achievements, yet ironically, he had never fired a shot during any significant case. Chi Lin gazed deeply at the interior for a moment before turning to leave. Passing through the iron gate and over the wall, Chi Lin arrived at his mother's room. How is the packing coming along, son? What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into? Why do we have to leave so suddenly? The elderly woman sat on the bed, her voice trembling with concern. Mom, it's too complicated to explain in just a few words. But don't worry, I've contacted my brother, and we're leaving tonight to find him, Chi Lin said. Weaving a white lie to soothe her worries, the old lady sighed, reaching to wipe her eyes as she murmured, It's all my fault. I've become so confused. Everything seemed fine, yet I had to push you to find a woman. We leaving suddenly because of her, aren't we? Chi Lin looked at his mother, suppressing the wave of grievance within him, then turned and took his sister by the hand, leading her to the door. He crouched down and asked, Little sister, after I leave for 5 minutes, you take Mom to the North Station. Okay. Though the young sister was blind, she remained surprisingly calm, nodding her head without a flicker of emotion on her youthful face. Remember the old cat's voice. When he arrives, you get in his car. I'll come to pick you up within 2 hours at the latest, Chi Lin reiterated. His sister fell silent for a moment before suddenly whispering in Chi Lin's ear. I know the day brother came back. The Chi Lin froze. One brother has already left. I don't want to lose a second one. I will definitely return. Chi Lin gritted his teeth, holding back tears as he replied. Go now, I'll wait for you. Chi Lin stood up and strode out of the house. 5 minutes later, Chi Lin returned to the car. The burly man driving glanced at Chi Lin and frowned, asking, Took you so long? Didn't you hear? Chi Lin replied with a blank expression. The man blinked, then shifted into gear, responding, Heard some noise. What is going on? Did you have a family quarrel? It's nothing. Let us go. What about your stuff? The driver asked as he drove. Its on me, Chi Lin said flatly. Take me to find Captain Yuan. Understood. The burly man slammed the accelerator and swiftly left the alley beside Chi Lin's home. In a dark street of the district, after coming out of Songjiang prison, Qin Yu drove to this location and waited for nearly half an hour before someone knocked on his car window. Qin Yu looked up to see the burly man outside and got out of the car. Raising his hand, the burly man said expressionlessly, Follow me. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, frowning as he opened his arms. The burly man inspected Qin Yu carefully, confirming he was unarmed before whispering, Come with me. 2 minutes later, they entered a dimly lit room on the first floor of a nearby building, where they found Old Ma seated in a chair. What do you want? Old Ma asked, his face grim as he toyed with a gun in his hands. After a brief pause, Qin Yu lowered his head and took a puff from his electronic cigarette before saying, We can handle the cases of Ma Lao Air and Demin. Old Ma was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. Huh, damn it. Did Yuanka send you to play tricks on me? Qin Yu pulled out his phone from his pocket, playing a recording for Old Ma. After a few seconds, the voice of Ma Lao Air echoed. Uncle, we can talk to this person. Old Ma froze upon hearing his nephew's voice. I am here to tell you that when we captured Ma Lao Air and Demin, we had both the people and the goods, but your approach has been to resist interrogation, defy the judicial system, and refuse to disclose the details of the crime, always hoping for the two to come out together, but that's unrealistic. Chin Yu took another drag from his cigarette and softly said, Let us save one, that way there's still a chance. Old Ma stared blankly at Chin Yu, completely puzzled by his strategy. I'm done talking. I'm leaving now. Wait, Old Ma called out. Chin Yu turned his head upon hearing the voice. What's going on? Why are you putting on this act? What does it mean? The old man Ma asked directly. Chin Yu pondered for a moment, then replied succinctly, Because I do not wish to appear foolish, offending all the drug dealers and impoverished brothers who rely on drugs, only to see the money end up in someone else's pocket. If you have any sense, today, let us pretend I never came. Let us part ways from here. With that, Chin Yu pushed the door and departed. The car sped along, soon arriving near the police station. The burly driver glanced at Chi Lin, then lowered his head to dial Yuan Ku's number. Hello? Yuan Ku's voice came through. He has taken the goods. We will be there shortly. Let him in. You two go back directly, Yuan Ku instructed tersely. Understood. The call ended, and Yuan Ku, seated in his office, sent a text to his biological brother. The supply chain is on its way. Okay, Kim Swift replied. On the vehicle, the driver turned the steering wheel left, and soon they could see the police precinct ahead. You can get out and head back on your own. Xiao Ku is waiting for you in the office. Suddenly, Chi Lin pulled out a gun from his coat and pointed it at the driver's head. The two men in the car were taken aback, quickly turning to stare at Chi Lin. I lost that thing. I truly cannot find it. Chi Lin trembled, yet spoke with steady hands. I cannot go back. If I do, I won't come out again. You're asking for trouble, the driver muttered. Frowning. Your home is right here. Where else could you go? Can you even leave Songjiang? I want to try, Chi Lin replied, his lips twitching. Just drive straight ahead. You son of a... The driver in the passenger seat began to curse. Don't push me. I have no way out, Chi Lin interrupted, his eyes reddening. If you let me live, you both can survive too. Silence ensued. Drive on. Chi Lin gripped the gun tightly. You'll go where I tell you. About 15 minutes later, the SUV stopped on an uninhabited road approximately 5 kilometers from the city. Stop, Chi Lin commanded, gun in hand. The driver glanced back at Chi Lin, then abruptly turned the steering wheel left. Followed by a hard brake. Screech. The tires screeched on the icy road. The car suddenly lost control and veered into a ditch on the left. You're playing tricks, Chi Lin exclaimed, his body jolting from the impact as he struck the driver's head with the gun multiple times. The driver shielded his head, remaining calm as he said, Aren't you in no rush anymore? Not going anywhere. Should I help you push the car out? Chi Lin turned to look outside. Seeing the front of the car deeply stuck, gritting his teeth, he pushed the door open and aimed his gun at the two men inside. Weapons, phones, throw them out. The two exchanged glances, ceased their chatter, and lowered their heads to retrieve their phones and guns, tossing them out the window. Bang bang. Chi Lin fired 2 shots, shattering the 2 right side tires, then bent down to thoroughly search the 2 men, gritting his teeth as he warned, Do not pursue me again. If you do, we all die together. With that, Chi Lin picked up their guns and phones, turned, and fled. Damn it. The burly man watched Chi Lin leave, pounding the steering wheel in frustration. After playing the eagle all my life, I let a sparrow peck my eye out. The middle-aged man in the passenger seat opened the glove compartment and pulled out a leather envelope. What's the hurry? The 2 phones for the shipment are right here. Hurry, open them. The driver's eyes lit up as he shouted, On the highway. A police vehicle sped along when suddenly a muffled sound came from the undercarriage, followed by violent shaking, and the engine abruptly stalled. Old Cat's head hit the steering wheel, and he cursed. What the hell is this broken road? At the North Station, the sister placed their mother at the entrance of a wind-sheltered underpass, while she, frail in stature, waited by the roadside for Old Cat's arrival. Chapter 35. Time and Fate in the Wilderness. Old Cat pushed open the car door and jumped out. Turning to look at the vehicle, he saw the right rear wheel deeply embedded in the snow. Damn it, why does it get worse the more I hurry? He cursed, quickly retrieving a flashlight from the car, bending down to examine the right rear wheel, finding it stuck on a ridge, unable to touch the solid ground. After inspecting it closely, Old Cat ran to the trunk, grabbed the spare tire, and pulled it twice with all his might to free it. However, due to the extreme cold and accumulated snow, the spare tire was frozen solidly in the trunk. With no other option, he pressed his entire body down on the spare tire, shaking it vigorously. Creak, creak. The grating noise erupted as Old Cat turned crimson, shaking the tire repeatedly until it finally fell with a thud. The triangular hook connecting the rim and chain sliced into Old Cat's thigh. Blood gushing onto the snow, he glanced down at his wounded leg but suppressed the pain, not daring to waste a moment, pushing the spare tire under the right rear wheel before returning to the car. Bah, Holy Mary, Jesus Christ, please, let me get away. Old Cat muttered urgently, shifting the gear, gently pressing the accelerator to let the tire rest on the spare. Go. Old Cat suddenly floored the gas, shouting, "Vroom!" The engine roared, the vehicle lurched forward before barely escaping the snow. Old Cat turned the steering wheel at an angle and accelerated again, the car instantly shooting out. On the outskirts of the city, Chi Lin, panting heavily, halted and immediately dialed Old Cat's number. "Hello, have you arrived? Damn it, the car got stuck in the snow. I just got it out and I'm heading to the city now." Old Cat cursed in response. Chi Lin was taken aback, his face paling as he urged, "Hurry, get to the North Station as fast as you can. I know, I'm on my way. Call me if anything happens." All right, the call ended, and Chi Lin continued racing towards the North Station. 20 minutes later, the car screeched to a stop in front of the North Station. Old Cat, blood streaming down his leg, staggered out, clutching the car keys, searching the squared Chi Yu. After 2 minutes of searching, Old Cat hadn't seen his sister, so he began to call out in the square. At the entrance of the underpass, an elderly lady trembled as she climbed the steps, calling out towards Old Cat, "Child, over here." Upon hearing her voice, Old Cat turned around and, seeing Chi Lin's mother, felt a wave of relief as he rushed over. "Auntie, are you all right? Where's my sister? She's waiting for you." "Didn't you see her?" The elderly woman, with poor vision and hearing, responded. Old Cat was taken aback. "I haven't seen her. I couldn't move. She told me to wait below." The elderly lady, her expression anxious, urged, "You must find her." All right, don't worry. I'll go look for her." Old Cat turned to run back, searching the square thoroughly in under 5 minutes, but still found no sign of his sister. To the left front of the square stood a small food stall. Old Cat rushed over, asking urgently, "Brother, may I ask if you saw a little girl around here waiting, about 13 or 14 years old?" The stall owner, peeking out from his booth, looked up at Old Cat and said, "I did see her. 2 cars came and took her away." Old Cat's head buzzed upon hearing this. "When did this happen?" "Just 5 minutes ago." "Did you hear what they said?" "No, for men came down and dragged her away." "Damn it, why didn't you help stop them?" Old Cat was frantic. The stall owner rolled his eyes. "How was I supposed to know what they were doing? If I had stopped them, what would that have to do with me? Go, get out of my way, don't interrupt my business." Old Cat's eyes widened in despair, his heart sinking. Within the city, just as Chi Lin was about to forcibly hail a cab, his phone rang. "Hello?" Chi Lin paused, breathing heavily as he answered. Silence. After a brief moment, a familiar voice echoed, "Heh, I didn't expect that after my 2-day break. So much has happened at the police station. Had I known, I wouldn't have left your side earlier." Chi Lin instantly recognized it was the tiger's voice. "Trying to lure me away to escape?" The tiger sneered. "Do you really think you can run away? Come to Tuza Street. I'm waiting for you with your sister." Chi Lin stood frozen and shocked. "In 2 hours, if you don't bring the goods, I might have to do something inhumane," the tiger said lightly. "That in the police station office," Yuan-ku spoke into his phone. "Finding the supplier's contact is the primary goal. Don't let the tiger do anything too reckless. I just can't understand. He is part of the police. How could you let him have the chance to run? How long has this been delayed? And there's still no result?" In the depths of the phone call, a middle-aged voice, tinged with impatience, remarked, "There's quite a backlog of goods. If we don't eliminate the competition line, I can't afford to be at ease. My brother, the police chief, isn't under my command. There's an oldly above me who's sharper than a monkey. We've tried to win him over several times, but he just plays dumb. I can't make my dealings in drugs too conspicuous. Otherwise, he might create trouble for me." Yuan-ku furrowed his brow in response. "This oldly is rather oblivious. I'll seize an opportunity to deal with him." No. You always say no, Yuanku exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. He is the highest authority of the police chief. If there's no absolute conflict of interest, what are you trying to do? Are you out of your mind? Leave that matter with the young officer to me. I'll have Tiger handle it. You just need to go over and gather the clues. After a brief silence, the other party hung up the phone. On the pitch-black road, Qi Lin, his eyes reddened, dialed Lao Mao's number. I've arrived, but I couldn't find my sister. The people at the grocery store told me there were 2 cars. Lao Mao hurriedly began to explain the situation. She's been captured. Qi Lin's voice interrupted coldly. Lao Mao stood frozen, stunned by the revelation. I need you to assist me with something. What is it? Lao Mao immediately inquired. I want to inquire about Yuan Ku's situation. Could you help me investigate? Qi Lin spoke, his head bowed, his words clear. Upon hearing this, Lao Mao widened his eyes and demanded, what the hell do you intend to do? What does this investigation mean? There's a cliff ahead, and countless people pushing me from behind. I've accepted it. I want to jump and see if I can die. Qi Lin clenched his fists and declared, if you consider me a friend, help me just this once. Calm down, damn it, if it really comes down to it. Lao Mao, are you seriously talking to me about calmness? Over these past years, who has been calmer than me? If there was even a slight chance to escape, would I be contemplating jumping off a cliff? Qi Lin, his eyes ablaze, shouted, if you don't help me, I'll go back to the police chief and confront you on KE.in the late hours of the night, around 11 o'clock, within a standalone building at 75 Century Avenue in the Dark District. A plump man sat at a table on the second floor, enjoying hot pot with 2 friends. Below, a figure pushed open the glass door, entering with a frosted exterior. Chapter 36, A Night of Loss. Qi Lin transforms into Qilin inside the standalone building's second floor. The rotund man savored slices of lamb while sipping on expensive high-end white wine. He turned to his companions and said, as long as we take down the suppliers, the Ma family will be out of stock, and they will perish instantly. As per our usual arrangement, our Yuan family 1T appear in person. ULL handle the procurement, distribution, and collection, while we take 70%, and the rest is shared among everyone. If the Ma family is gone, what about the legitimate supply of drugs? That is still competition. The middle-aged man on the left interjected, wiping his mouth. Heh, legitimate supply. We're collaborating with the legitimate channels, the plump man replied, taking a sip of white wine and smiling. The pharmaceutical companies have already agreed. They raised the prices by 30%, which makes us the cheapest option, doesn't it? Without comparison, how can those drug users happily part with their money? Ah, this will stabilize things. The frail man on the right chuckled, lifting his glass in a toast. Then let us toast to the swift demise of the Ma family. Ha ha ha, cheers. The 3 shared a laugh, slowly raising their glasses. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a young man, snowflakes clinging to his clothes, ascended from the lower floor. The plump man looked up at the staircase, furrowing his brow as he asked, who are you? I am Qi Lin, the young man replied shortly, brushing off the snow from his attire. The 3 paused, slowly lowering their glasses. Qi Lin stepped forward, glancing at the table laden with lamb slices, and smiled as he took a seat on an empty chair. What a fine feast! The plump man fell silent for a few seconds, then picked up a cigarette box, pulled one out, and cursed, Zaka, this damned fool is becoming more reckless. He's downstairs playing mahjong and doesn't he even realize someone has entered. After speaking, the plump man flicked open a lighter with a snap. Puff! Qi Lin, hands in pockets, blew out the flame. The plump man hesitated for half a second, turned to Qi Lin, and tilted his head, saying, I didn't know you before, but I've heard of you today. I can't quite understand what someone like you is doing in this building. Are you Yuan Ku's elder brother? Qi Lin queried. The plump man discarded the cigarette from his mouth. I am his uncle. My name is Yuan Wei. Disappointment flickered in Qi Lin's eyes. I thought I had found the root of the matter. Heh, damn, Yuan Wei scoffed, pointing downstairs. Do you think you can imprison me? Do you know where this is? If I shout, 10 armed men can rush up from downstairs. Do you believe that? Qi Lin paused for a moment, fixing his gaze on Yuan Wei. You have brothers, right? Ha ha ha, little brother, the middle-aged man on the left chuckled, ruffling Qi Lin's hair. If the Yuan family didn't have brothers, could we establish ourselves in the dark streets? Just hurry up and hand over the goods. What are you playing at? Do you realize how many livelihoods are tied to the drug trade? You son of a BTC. Qi Lin turned, drew his gun, and pressed it against the middle-aged man's forehead, his expression impassive as he stated, "I've already lost everything. You still dare to insult me?" Bang! The gun fired. The man collapsed, blood splattering across the table, mingling with the fiery broth of the spicy hot pot, creating a vivid tableau. Yuan Wei and the other man stood frozen in disbelief as the middle-aged man fell to the ground, convulsing a few times before lying still. Qi Lin, gripping the gun, leaned slightly, gazing at Yuan Wei. "Aren't you supposed to have brothers? Call them here." Yuan Wei's mouth twitched as he wiped the blood from his face with a handkerchief, turning to shout, "Get people from the house." Actually, there was no need to shout. Upon hearing the gunfire, 6 or 7 people burst from the gaming room downstairs, armed and visibly alarmed as they ascended to the second floor. "What happened, Wei Go?" the leading young man asked, eyes wide. "Just them?" Qi Lin raised a glass of white wine with his left hand and gulped it down before charging toward the entrance. "Kill him?" Yuan Wei sprang to his feet, shouting at the staircase. In a state of panic, the 6 or 7 men raised 4 firearms. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire shattered the night. Qi Lin stood his ground, unwavering, and was the first to pull the trigger. For seconds later, 4 men collapsed at the entrance, while Qi Lin was hit in the left side of his abdomen. The room filled with the stench of blood, as the remaining 2 or 3 men at the doorway trembled, guns in hand. The ones lying on the ground had all been shot in vital areas, struggling briefly before becoming motionless. Yuan Wei and his companions stood by the table, stunned into silence. "Can you handle this?" Qi Lin, his face pale, addressed those at the staircase. "Damn it, is it life or just a job you're after?" With a furious roar, the thugs at the staircase retreated 2 steps. Qi Lin moved to rush down, but they turned and scrambled away in a panic. Yuan Wei glanced back at Qi Lin, his composure shattered. Qi Lin held his gun in his right hand, with his left pressed against the wound in his abdomen. And after a mere 5 seconds of digging, he extracted a deformed bullet, tossing it onto the hot pot table with a soft thud. He then calmly looked at Yuan Wei and inquired, "Do you still have brothers?" Yuan Wei remained speechless. "If not, make the call and have Tiger bring my sister here within 10 minutes. "Just 10 minutes." As he spoke, Qi Lin raised the bloodied bottle of white wine to his lips, downing 3 large gulps while cursing, "Damn, it turns out hitting people is no harder than shooting targets." At this moment, Qi Lin's eyes reflected neither hatred nor gloom. Only a palpable sense of aggression and numbness remained. 1 minute later, Tiger dragged Qi Yu into the car, holding a phone and stating, "That fool Qi Lin went to the gaming room. Your uncle is stuck there. Did he call you?" "Yes, I've already sent people there." "Did you say something stupid and push him too hard?" Yuan Ke questioned, his voice brimming with urgency. "I didn't. I was just talking to him normally," Tiger protested. "Damn it, hurry up and get there." "I am going to." Yuan Ke, having no time for further argument, hung up and dashed out of the office. On the road, 3 vehicles followed Tiger, racing towards the nearby standalone building. Inside the second floor, Qi Lin's complexion was flushed as he reloaded a spare magazine, turning to the man beside Yuan Wei and asking, "Do you know me?" The man was taken aback by the question. "Listen carefully. My name is Qi Lin." Bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the gun fired, and the middle-aged man's chest erupted with 2 sprays of blood, his astonished gaze falling to the ground. Yuan Wei turned to gaze at the blood-soaked second floor, at the fallen henchmen and friends, and suddenly felt his stomach churn. Bending over, he vomited up the hot pot he had just consumed in less than 10 minutes. 4 cars came to a screeching halt at the entrance of the standalone building. Tiger flung open the car door, pulling out a folding Micro-C submachine gun, shouting, "Everyone inside. I'm going to skin him alive." With a rush, nearly 20 people emerged from the 4 vehicles, brandishing weapons as they charged into the building. Just then, Tiger's phone rang and he glanced at the caller ID. "Don't worry, I'm on my way. Just wait for me. I'm not inside." Qi Lin's voice echoed. Tiger froze at the sound. "Gather everyone into the building, ascend to the 3rd floor, and stand by the windows," Qi Lin instructed in a flat tone. "If this group of people does not reach the upper floors within 30 seconds, I will send you on way to the heavens." "Do you not care for your sister?" Lao Hu began to stride towards the car. "Death lies in every direction." "What am I afraid of?" Qi Lin replied softly. "Go ahead and shoot my sister. I will be able to see her. If she dies, I will go with you on way." Lao Hu halted at the sound point. 20 seconds left. Qi Lin urged nonchalantly. Lao Hu, clutching his phone, suddenly turned and bellowed. You all need to get to the third floor, now, immediately. After a moment of surprise, the crowd rushed upstairs, weapons in hand. Across the street, as Qi Lin saw the opposing faction rush into the building, he pulled Yuan Wei along with him. Lao Hu, Yuan Wei cried, his legs trembling. Lao Hu turned and spotted Qi Lin. By the roadside. Qi Lin gripped Yuan Wei by the neck, his gun pointed downward. Come here. After a moment's hesitation, Lao Hu yanked open the car door. Reaching out to pull Qi Lin, bang. A gunshot rang out. Ah! Yuan Wei was hit in the abdomen, collapsing to the ground in agony. Lao Hu, don't move, don't act recklessly. He's killed 6 or 7 people upstairs. Lao Hu's forehead bulged with veins. After a lengthy hesitation, he gritted his teeth and pushed the car door shut. Come here, Qi Lin called out again. After a brief pause, Lao Hu, mustering his courage, stepped into the middle of the street, his voice trembling. Qi Lin, I concede. All right, I'll comply. Let Wei Gu go, and I will follow you. I will see you out of Songjiang. Is that acceptable? Qi Lin regarded him in silence. Why are you holding Wei Gu hostage? Is it not merely for negotiation? There is no need for us to resort to violence, right? Lao Hu walked forward, his eyes darting nervously. Bang! Suddenly, another gunshot echoed. Lao Hu, 7 or 8 meters away from Qi Lin, was shot in the wrist, his gun clattering to the ground. Damn it! Lao Hu shouted, turning to grab his weapon. Move again, and I'll kill you, Qi Lin called softly. Lao Hu stood frozen, clenching his fists and shouting, What the hell do you want? Are you willing to sacrifice your own life, your mother, and your sister? Is this how you plan to end things? Did I ever have a good life? Qi Lin released the injured Yuan Wei and walked toward Lao Hu. I cannot kneel before you. Nor can I be your dog, so fine. I will change my way of living. I want to be a person above others. I will first kill you to build my courage. I will reclaim what I once offered you while kneeling. But this time I will stand. Damn it, you madman. Bang bang. Qi Lin fired twice at Lao Hu, who staggered forward, struck by the bullets, collapsing onto the snow-laden road, blood flowing for several meters, on the roadside. Yuan Wei banged his head repeatedly. Brother. Qi Lin, this time I will kneel before you. That I concede, truly concede. I guarantee with my head that you will certainly make it out. You should pray to the King of Hell, beseech him to spare me a chance. If I survive this, if the heavens grant me the opportunity to rise again, I will ensure that the area north of Songjiang is filled with Yuan family graves. Qi Lin stood in the street, despairing and furious, drawing a second gun from his left hand and pulling the trigger to the maximum. Smoke enveloped the street, and after a series of gunshots, Yuan Wei met a tragic end. His body enveloped in smoke and blood, Qi Lin turned and dashed towards the car, shifting gears and speeding away. 10 minutes later, on the road, Qi Yu, unable to see, lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her voice trembling as she said, Brother, Mother and I should have died long ago. It is we who have burdened you. I am truly sorry. If you and the others are gone, then I am gone. Qi Lin's vision blurred, blood gushing from his abdomen, his face pale, and his head struck the steering wheel with a thud. The vehicle lost control and crashed into a nearby alley. Qi Yu shook her head awake and, after searching for some time, finally found Qi Lin's body, shouting, Brother, what's wrong? Speak to me, call someone. I have a friend who can take you and Mother away. Qi Lin closed his eyes, whispering with his last bit of strength. Moments later, the call connected. Hello? Chapter 37. Breaking through the sky. Less than 10 minutes after the tragedy struck, Yuan Ku arrived at the entrance of the 2-story villa, witnessing the lifeless bodies of Yuan Wei and Lao Hu. Alongside the blood that had turned to ice at the entrance, dozens of people stood with bowed heads on the steps, silent and afraid to speak. Yuan Ku clenched his fists, his eyes bulging as he shouted at the crowd. Does Qi Lin possess 3 heads and 6 arms? He is but one man. How could you let the situation escalate to this? Silence prevailed, followed by a brief stillness before a middle-aged man who had accompanied Lao Hu raised his head to respond. He came determined to fight. Even if we had arrived in time and managed to detain him, the scene would not have been any better. He was pushed too far and has lost his sanity. Useless. All of you are useless. Yuan Ku completely lost his usual composure, pointing at the crowd and shouting, Get the hell out. You are not worthy of a meal. All of you leave." On the street, Lao Mao drove the car, covered in blood, shouting, "Damn it, you're just a fool. You used to let people slap you 100 times without a word. Now that the heat is on, why do you suddenly care about anything?" In the passenger seat, Chi Lin, bleeding heavily from his abdomen, responded with a hazy consciousness. "Lao Mao, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, you must get my mother and sister out, I beg you." "I don't care. You figure it out yourself," Lao Mao cursed vehemently. "I'm not your father. Why should I handle everything for you? I thought I might not be able to manage it. I thought about dying on the way here." Chi Lin's voice grew faint, tears streaming down his closed eyes. "Mao, if life had given me a glimmer of hope, I would never have done this, but it hasn't." After a long silence, Lao Mao suddenly slammed the steering wheel. "How did it come to this?" In the back seat, Chi Yu, unable to see Lao Mao, continued to plead, "Brother Mao, please save my brother. I beg you." Sighing, Lao Mao gritted his teeth and immediately took out his phone, dialing a number from memory. Seconds later, the call connected. "Hello? Brother Mao. Where are you?" Lao Mao asked directly. "I'm at the poker table." "What's up?" "I have a brother who was shot and needs to be taken to you. Can you arrange that?" Lao Mao asked bluntly. The other party fell silent for a moment before responding. "Your friend is injured. Do I need to keep him here for care?" "Brother Mao, who exactly is injured? Can you do it or not?" Lao Mao frowned. "If you can, say so. If not, just let me know and I won't press you." After another pause, the other party finally replied clearly. "I'm in the middle of a game. It's a gunshot wound to the abdomen. We need a doctor. Money is not an issue," Lao Mao instructed. "All right. Miao Zhuang, let me make this clear. If you don't want to help, just say so. No need to feel awkward. But if you agree to help and then sell me out, I, Lao Mao, will hold a grudge against you from now on." Lao Mao candidly warned, "If I agree, I want to cause trouble. You can rest assured, Brother Mao, I'll be waiting for you at the intersection of Tuzi Street and Fuyuan Road." "Hurry up." "Got it." After hanging up, Lao Mao slammed the accelerator, striking Chi Lin's head hard. "You don't care about your mother or sister anymore? You want to repay the money you owe me and Chin Yu? Damn it, after finally standing up, you want to die like this? Lift your head. Let's talk for a bit. In the police headquarters office area, Chin Yu, waiting for news, saw Zhu Wei rushing in and immediately waved. "Over here." Zhu Wei glanced at Chin Yu and quickly ran over, breathless. Chin Yu scanned the surroundings, pushed open the door to the stairwell, and pulled Zhu Wei inside, asking, "Have you figured out the situation?" "See, cleared it up." Zhu Wei swallowed hard, looking up at Chin Yu. "It's Chi Lin. What happened to him?" He killed 6 or 7 people on Century Avenue, including Yuan Ke's uncle, Lao Hu, and some of his men." Zhu Wei stammered in response. Chin Yu stood frozen, processing the information before continuing to inquire. "Are you absolutely sure it was Chi Lin? I didn't believe it when others told me either." Zhu Wei spread his hands, equally shocked. "But I called Lao San, and he confirmed it was indeed Chi Lin's doing. Now more than 100 people have gathered on Century Avenue, all of them Yuan Ke's brother's men. Our police have also gone there. This has escalated tremendously. No, it can't be. Chi Lin could kill 6 or 7 people." Chin Yu still found it hard to believe. "It's absolutely true. Lao San wouldn't he joke about this? And he's on his way there too. Damn it. Chi Lin has truly been activated now." Chin Yu muttered, his expression blank. "This has really broken through the roof. I know Chi Lin. He is usually too timid to even participate in a minor arrest. Yet suddenly he has done something so drastic." Zhu Wei found himself somewhat perplexed. He raised his head to look at Chin Yu, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Shouldn't we pay a visit to Century Avenue? After all, Team Yuan's presence is felt here." Chin Yu remained silent for several seconds before promptly waving his hand in refusal. "I have no desire to go, and I advise you against it as well." "Why not? Have you figured out what's going on here?" Chin Yu pressed with a frown. Zhu Wei shook his head. "If you don't understand, just observe for now. There's no need to rush into the fray." Zhu Wei contemplated for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll heed your advice." In the early hours, around 4 o'clock, Chin Yu had just dozed off in the dormitory when a call from Old Cat rang through to his phone. "Hello?" Chin Yu immediately sat up to answer. "Don't make a noise. Come out yourself. I'm in the alley behind the office." Old Cat's voice was low and grave. After a moment's deliberation, Chin Yu replied, "All right, I'll be right down." With that, the call ended, and Chin Yu quickly donned his jacket and left the dormitory of Group 3. Meanwhile, within the opulent entertainment venue known as the Grand Palace on Tujia Street. A man dressed in slacks and a white shirt sat leisurely on a sofa, sipping tea. This man was Yuan Ku's elder brother, Yuan Hua.at, 48 years of age. He was somewhat portly yet possessed a tranquil demeanor. With notably fair-skinned, and one could have anticipated that there would be complications during Qi Lin's segment. A middle-aged man on his left, with his hands clasped, remarked, "The tiger is also to blame. He usually roars louder than anyone else, yet at a crucial moment, he couldn't even protect Xiao Wei." Yuan Hua, expressionless, rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt with deliberate slowness, retrieving a cigarette case without acknowledging his friend's comment. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from downstairs, and Jacques, who had narrowly escaped from the second floor, rushed into the room with a panicked expression, kneeling on the ground and exclaiming, Brother Hua, I didn't handle the situation well." "It's all right. Everyone makes mistakes," Yuan Hua said dismissively, waving his hand lightly at Jacques. "Come here. I need to ask you about some details." Jacques immediately stood up, taking small, hurried steps to Yuan Hua's side and bowing. "Brother Hua, please ask. What use is it to keep you?" Yuan Hua inquired, looking up. Jacques was momentarily taken aback. "If you're of no use and still consuming my resources, what then?" Yuan Hua pressed further. Jacques' face turned ashen in an instant. Suddenly, Yuan Hua produced a gun from beneath the table, aiming it directly at Jacques' chest and pulling the trigger. Blood splattered across the room as Jacques fell backwards, lifeless. Yuan Hua brushed the bloodstains from his white shirt. Maintaining his impassive demeanor as he addressed those in the room, "There are two issues with Qi Lin. One is the supply channel, and the other is face why uncle is dead, and you all better keep an eye on things." With that, Yuan Hua stood and departed, leaving the unfortunate Jacques to be dragged downstairs by 4 others, the blood-stained floor restored to its pristine condition in under a minute. The police station. Qin Yu encountered Old Cat. Chapter 38. Will I always remain a lone wolf? In the alley, Qin Yu, with his hands tucked in his pockets, furrowed his brow as he asked Old Cat, "Is Qi Lin with you?" "Yes," Old Cat nodded. "He was shot. I just found a doctor to examine him." "What exactly happened?" Qin Yu pressed for details. After a moment of contemplation, Old Cat elaborated on the situation he had pieced together. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned in place, then asked, "Given the gravity of the situation, do you really think you can hide him?" Old Cat paused at the question. "I think you can't hide him. Regardless of the reason, Yuan Ku's side will continue to pursue him," Qin Yu added. Old Cat withdrew an electronic cigarette, taking a deep drag as he responded, "The reason I urgently sought you out was to ask for your help on Qi Lin's behalf." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "What do you need?" "I want to find a way to ensure Qi Lin's safety and arrange for him, his mother, and younger sister to leave Songjiang. Please help me contact some friends outside the planned area to secure them a place to stay." Old Cat stated plainly. Whether he can leave depends on luck, but the necessary arrangements must be made. Qin Yu fixed his gaze on Old Cat, responding with equal candor, "I don't believe my relationship with Qi Lin has reached that level." Old Cat was taken aback by this response. "This isn't merely a case of gun violence. You surely understand the myriad conflicts of interest and hidden motivations at play if I help him and get entangled." "Who will assist me if I find myself in trouble?" Qin Yu inquired calmly. Old Cat took another drag from his cigarette. "Old Cat, I managed to secure my residence and job in Songjiang after years of hard work in the planned area. You have Director Li's backing, but I do not." Qin Yu stated with sincerity, "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with this matter." Old Cat raised his head to look at Qin Yu, suddenly breaking into a smile. "I understand that you are ambitious and have your own plans, so I can appreciate your choice." Qin Yu remained silent. "Xiao Yu, do you know why Qi Lin has ended up in this predicament?" Old Cat asked softly. Qin Yu appeared taken aback. "In truth, you and he are quite similar. Both of you know what you want, remain composed in your endeavors, and are driven by purpose, believing you can discern right from wrong at critical junctures. The only difference is that one of you is too rigid, while the other is too soft, creating a stark contrast." Old Cat continued, inhaling from the electronic cigarette with a grin, "But I want to tell you that living too coldly and without temperament doesn't guarantee success. Qi Lin is a living testament to that. Moreover, traversing life's journey alone without a confidant, I don't believe he can go far. Today's visit was made with the intention of treating Qin Yu as a comrade, under the belief that they had formed a friendship, hence the lack of formality. But I apologize for my impetuousness." Qin Yu furrowed his brow but remained silent. I will find a way to handle this myself. You should head back. Old Cat turned to leave. With his hands stuffed in his sleeves, Qin Yu watched Old Cat's retreating figure, suddenly calling out, You know full well that Director Lee has been avoiding matters concerning drug trafficking. Getting involved could easily lead to disaster. Old Cat, without turning, strode purposefully onto the street, retorting, The tiger, in his own way, knows how to protect his friends during critical moments. Do you think I, Old Cat, would be any less capable? I haven't considered whether I might face consequences. I will definitely protect Qi Lin. With that, Old Cat departed in his vehicle. Before Qi Lin encountered trouble, Old Cat often berated him as if he were a wayward child. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed their friendship was anything but equal, more akin to Qi Lin being a mere sycophant. However, when Qi Lin found himself in dire straits, those acquaintances who could evade the situation did so, leaving only Old Cat, who had often looked down upon him, willing to extend a helping hand. This disdain was genuine, yet their bond was also real. Old Cat was the type of person who, regardless of your standing, might not necessarily align with you socially, but once he considered you a friend, he would undoubtedly lend a hand in times of trouble. As Qin Yu made his way back to the dormitory, his head bowed and his emotions tangled, he reflected on Old Cat's words, feeling a stir within. During his time in the planned area, Qin Yu had learned to trust no one, having witnessed the darker sides of human nature. There were plenty willing to sell their wives and children for a morsel of food or a job, and having seen so much, his heart had grown cold over time. This was a manifestation of self-preservation. And perhaps Qin Yu himself was unaware that, despite his inner strength, he had lost some of the warmth inherent to humanity. Now, Old Cat's words echoed in his mind, causing him to question whether his excessive composure and purpose-driven demeanor were indeed the right approach. Would the working style he had adopted in the planned area be applicable in the 9th District as well? Life's journey is long and solitary. Could he truly navigate it alone? Old Cat's position and connections within the police station clearly surpassed his own. And if he was willing to protect Qi Lin, then perhaps Qin Yu's excessive concern for his own minor status was indicative of a limited perspective. While his relationship with Qi Lin had not reached the depths of brotherhood, how did others forge such bonds? Lost in thought, Qin Yu halted, the image of Old Cat surfacing once more in his mind. Though he often scolded Qi Lin, projecting a nonchalant demeanor and appearing unreliable. When push came to shove, he truly dared to stand by the word friend. Was such a person not worthy of deeper connection? Qin Yu hesitated, wavering in his resolve, yet ultimately pulled out his phone. Damn it, even the smartest of individuals can be swayed by fools. With a sigh, he swiftly dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Hello? Let's discuss the matter of drug trafficking. Qin Yu turned and exited through the back door of the unit, quickening his pace toward the other side of the road, on the second floor of the independent building at Century Avenue. Yuan Ku locked the door, holding his phone as he spoke from the window. Qi Lin has no friends, just Old Cat. Old Cat's relationship with Director Lee, the man on the other end of the line remarked with a furrowed brow, makes it difficult for me to investigate. You just focus on uncovering Qi Lin's whereabouts. I'll handle matters above, Yuan Ku shouted, his eyes reddening. He must remain hidden. We must secure that channel. Understood. ATA warehouse on Fuyuan Road. After the doctor finished cleaning Qi Lin's wounds and was about to leave, Old Cat suddenly held him at gunpoint. You can't leave yet. Once my friend is out, I'll let you go. You will be compensated appropriately. How can you lack credibility? The doctor shouted angrily. You're so uncouth. Too uncouth. Stop the whining, or I might just lose my temper with you. The Old Cat, without any preamble, seized the doctor and pulled him into the room, promptly turning to his friend who had come to assist. Is there any way to get Qi Lin out? He has killed Yuan Hua's uncle. The outside is in chaos. It's exceedingly difficult to smuggle him away. The friend's face darkened as he replied. You know how limited my capabilities are. The Old Cat scratched his head and inquired. Do you think we can contact someone from the station troops? It's hard to say. The friend shook his head. On the dilapidated wooden bed, Qi Lin coughed violently, exclaiming, Don't worry about me. Just ensure my mother and younger sister get away. Shut your mouth! The Old Cat snapped irritably, eyeing the second floor of the standalone building on Century Avenue. The third brother limped downstairs and shouted at the 20 or so individuals standing inside. The boss has spoken. All tasks at hand must be set aside. We need to disperse our people. Chi Lin must be located within 12 hours. Chapter 39. The cat brother who even moves Director Lee to action the following morning. The gun incident at the standalone building on Century Avenue has officially been taken over by the Blackstreet's police chief. However, given the gravity of the situation, Director Lee, unusually, did not make an appearance. Finding an excuse to attend a meeting in Fongbei and leaving promptly, ultimately, the officer responsible for this case was merely a deputy chief nearing retirement within the police department. Consequently, the captain of the second investigation team felt quite perplexed. He could not decipher the intentions of the higher-ups, leaving him to procrastinate, utterly failing to pursue the leads. At 9:30 in the morning, the old cat's phone rang. "Hello?" Director Lee's voice resonated. "Have you heard?" The old cat asked, looking down. After a moment of silence, Director Lee replied in an authoritative tone, "I don't care what you think, but do not involve yourself in Chi Lin's matter. Return to the station immediately and remain in the office for the next few days." "That's not happening," the old cat firmly refused. "Are you out of your mind?" Director Lee exclaimed in frustration. "I'm distancing myself from the drug case, and here you are, foolishly inserting yourself into it. Do you have any idea of the profits Chi Lin's supply channels could generate? How many eyes are on this matter, both inside and out? What impact can a mere deputy captain like you have? Oldly, I am who I am, and you are who you are. My actions are my own business and have little to do with you. There's no need for you to worry. Even if things spiral out of control in the end, I will bear the consequences myself. It will not affect you at all," the old cat retorted. Albeit reluctantly. "That's nonsense," Director Lee shouted furiously. "You are you, and I am I. How can you even say such a thing? Without me, what authority do you have as a deputy captain? What can you achieve within the police department?" "If that's how you want to frame it, then I have no choice but to lay my cards on the table," the old cat shamelessly responded. "Either you leave me be, or you take responsibility for both me and Chi Lin. You must be out of your mind, Oldly. You've become too complacent lately. Yuan Kuo is leveraging his brother's money and connections, making friends within the police department. Is he merely aiming to become a little team leader? That's absurd. Yuan Kuo wants to elevate his status within the department. It's obvious. Dio, you think you can just sit back and let it be? From your position, there's no way to navigate smoothly." The old cat seemed somewhat dazed, yet he stretched his neck and shouted, "Don't hesitate to make your choice. Let me activate you as well." "I don't need you to activate anything," Director Lee fumed. Before the conversation could continue, the old cat abruptly hung up, ignoring the subsequent 2 calls from Director Li. In the car. Director Lee furrowed his brows for a moment before dialing Chin Yu's number. "Hello? Little Chin." "Hello, Director Lee," Chin Yu replied. "The old cat seems to be veering off course. You've been getting along quite well with him lately. Please give him a call." "Director Lee, I just reached a consensus with the old cat on some matters and was about to call you." Chin Yu began, eager to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Director Lee sat upright in anger. "Can you young folks not be a little more composed? The old cat is someone who gets tipsy without even drinking. How can you reach any kind of consensus with him?" "No, Director Lee, please let me finish." Chin Yu attempted to interject. "Go on. I just had some contact with the people across from the Yuan family." Chin Yu lowered his head and softly shared his thoughts. Inside the standalone building on Century Avenue, Yuan Kuo stood by the window, one hand in his pocket and the other holding the phone, saying, "Oldly is avoiding us today. He didn't even show up at the police station." "What do you think that means?" Yuan Hua asked. "Clearly, he doesn't want to get involved, so he found an excuse to stay away. However, from another perspective, he's also giving us face," Yuan Ke replied quietly. "With such a significant case, without Oldly making the decisions, the people below wouldn't know how to proceed. Therefore, he wants to give us some time to find Chi Lin quickly." "Oldly is indeed quite astute," Yuan Hua remarked, his expression darkening. "Since the other party is giving us space, we should hasten to resolve this matter. Rest assured, Chi Lin won't escape." Thus, the 2 brothers ended their call. Just as Yuan Kuo was about to step outside, the third brother pushed the door and entered. "How's it going?" Yuan Kuo asked, furrowing his brows. "A black doctor from Tujia Street was called out last night. But he hasn't returned home," the third brother responded nonchalantly. "Our people at the street corner didn't see him leave. I suspect he's still around, likely tending to Chi Lin's injuries since he was shot." Yuan Ke paced the room and then turned to ask, "Has there been any word from the old cat?" "He was initially at the border for an arrest, but left abruptly after receiving a call and hasn't shown up since." The third brother replied, "Well informed. He is with Chi Lin." Yuan Kuo concluded, "You know how the old cat is connected to Director Lee. the third brother quietly warned. We have to tread carefully with him. This fool lacks common sense. Yuanka pondered for a moment before instructing. First, find someone to, as long as we pinpoint the location, you can bypass the old cat entirely. Do not engage with him. Understood, the third brother nodded. At 6:30 in the evening, within a fast food establishment in the red light district of Tuja Street, a scruffy-looking young man spat on the ground and remarked, I went to the black doctor's place. His assistant told me that the kid left with medical equipment and drugs specifically for treating gunshot wounds. And I checked the call records. The last person who called the black doctor was someone named Wulong. A small-time player in the card game scene, the scruffy young man said with a grin. He right here in Tuja Street, and our brothers have already tracked him down. He hasn't left his house all day. Confirm that, and I'll head over to Tuja Street immediately. Understood. An hour later, on the icy street, more than 20 cars were parked. Yuan Ku and the third brother sat in the car, waiting for about 10 minutes when the scruffy young man hurried over, bending slightly and standing by the car window, saying, they're inside. How many? At least 3 or 4, the scruffy young man replied in a low voice. Our brothers saw them from the window, but it wasn't very clear. Upon hearing this, the third brother opened the car door and waved, get out. Together, Yuan Ku also stepped out of the car. The third brother paused, quickly reminding him, in such matters, it's not suitable for you to show your face. Oldley has already tacitly approved. What's left to hide? The cards are on the table, Yuan Ku replied, frowning as he stepped out. Meanwhile, in a warehouse of the Black Street, an old man sat on a rickety wooden chair, sipping tea as he said, it's time to deal the cards. Notify those who dine with us. It has been quiet for too long. Let's stir up some commotion tonight. Chapter 40. Challenging Yuan Ku at the intersection of Tuja Street and Fuyuan Road. Yuan Ku and the third brother led dozens of people to the entrance of a warehouse. Open it, the third brother commanded his subordinates. Wait, Yuan Ku deliberated for a moment and raised his hand to stop them. The old cat is quite obstinate. Acting rashly could lead to unnecessary trouble. Third brother, please call the team. Upon hearing Yuan Ku's instruction, the third brother took out his phone and stepped aside, while the others surrounded the warehouse tightly. The old cat, not being foolish, had been keeping an eye on the outside and soon noticed Yuan Ku and the others. Inside, a friend helping to hide Chi Lin appeared somewhat flustered as he said to the old cat, they've caught on. What should we do? On the dilapidated wooden bed, Chi Lin clutched his abdomen, forcing himself to sit upright, his face pale as he implored the old cat, brother, you've done enough for me. I don't want to burden you any longer. Just protect my sister and mother. I'll go out on my own. At this point, what nonsense are you spouting? The old cat scolded impatiently. Stay put. I'll go out and negotiate with Yuan Ku. Old cat, Chi Lin shouted through tears. I've owed you too much. How will I repay you in the future? The old cat glanced back at Chi Lin, saying, in the police department, you're my only friend. If you're gone, who will I scold in the future? Chi Lin stood frozen at those words. None of you go outside, the old cat declared before bravely stepping out alone. 2 minutes later, the iron gate of the warehouse was pushed open. The old cat, clutching an electronic cigarette, turned to glance at Yuan Ku and the others standing below the steps, saying, hee, damn. If your efficiency in investigating cases were any better, Song Jiang would have already seen clearer skies. Yuan Ku paused for a moment, then responded with one hand in his pocket, old cat, is Chi Lin inside? Yes, the old cat conceded, realizing that lying was futile and opting for honesty instead. All right, since you're being straightforward, I'll be too. Yuan Ku looked at the old cat and spoke plainly, the matter regarding Chi Lin is quite complex. There are the medical administration and the police department above and below. Let us cut the chatter. It boils down to this. You think Chi Lin is a pushover, treating him like a dog. Who would have guessed that after kicking him a couple of times? You find he is a lion? You didn't understand the situation and ended up getting thoroughly trounced. So now you're trying to use connections to negotiate, right? The old cat, taking a puff from his cigarette, retorted with bright eyes, let me tell you 2 things. First, I've asked Chi Lin, and he doesn't possess what you seek. Second, regardless of your intentions, I absolutely cannot allow you to lay a finger on him. Even if Chi Lin intends to pursue legal action, you must step aside. Yuan Ku frowned at the old cat, remaining silent for a long moment before saying, do you realize that my conversation with you is out of respect for someone else? I am not a fool. Of course, I know it's for old Lee's sake. The old cat, puffing out his chest, replied unapologetically, but you see, how coincidental it is that old Lee is not only my relative but treats me exceptionally well. Today, I'm going to take advantage of my relationship with him. I'm asking you, are you angry? Old cat, are you a bit dim-witted? Lao San scowled, reprimanding him. You're causing trouble for old Lee. The old cat exploded at the remark, jumping up and shouting like a shrew. Can you tell me what your role is in all this? People with backgrounds are having a conversation here. What are you puffing up for as a mere lackey? Do you believe that from now on, I'll keep my eyes off anyone and just make life difficult for you? You really? Lao San found himself speechless in the face of the old cat's ferocity. The old cat shifted his gaze, looking sideways at Yuan Ku and said, It's best not to burn bridges. There are countless stars in the sky. Do you know which one will shine the brightest tomorrow? It's wise to show mercy when possible. I cannot take him away. I have no way to explain myself. Yuan Ku's expression grew impatient. If Qi Lin has that thing, let him come out and tell me himself. That's impossible. Old cat, I've already shown considerable respect to Li Si. What will you do if I don't show you respect? Kill me? The old cat inquired coldly. Yuan Ku fell silent for a few seconds, then immediately waved his hand, ordering, Take old cat back to his unit. As soon as the words were uttered, dozens of people surged forward, reaching to grab the old cat and pull him down the steps. Damn you! The old cat, seeing red, pulled out his work ID and hung it around his neck, shouting, Come on, let me see who dares to touch me. I am a Level 3 police chief appointed by the Special Administrative Region. If you touch me, it counts as challenging the judicial system. The crowd hesitated, turning to look at Yuan Ku. Are you trying to play this game with me? You can't play it. The old cat glared defiantly. Yuan Ku's face twisted into a dark smile as he turned to Lao San, saying, Let them in. Lao San pulled out his phone. A robust man clad in a leather jacket strode at the forefront. Cursing vehemently, Yuan Ku, whether you and your brother are willing or not, today I shall wreak havoc. The dozens of individuals on Yuan Ku's side, upon witnessing the surging crowd, wore grave expressions, at the bottom of the steps. Old Ma took out a cigarette case and nonchalantly called out, Anyone in the Tuza Street area who wishes to continue receiving medicine, come forth and lend a hand. I am prepared to go all out today. As long as the Ma family can hold their ground here, I will supply medicines at zero profit for 3 months. As his words fell, thunderous footsteps erupted from within the cage-like buildings flanking the narrow Tuza Street. Indeed, various factions, political ties, and the powerful corporations behind them were vying for their interests. Yet the sick and impoverished residents living here were deprived of affordable medicine due to their greed. Thus, upon hearing old Ma's summons, they instinctively rushed out. Upon witnessing this scene, the third brother immediately stepped back, clutching a walkie-talkie, and shouted, All brothers in Tuza Street, come out immediately, hurry, at the Fuyuan intersection. Yuan Ku cast a cursory glance at the individuals summoned by the Ma family, then turned his head to Qin Yu with a cold smirk, saying, That you may protect Qi Lin in Tuza Street, but can he truly remain here for a lifetime? Meanwhile, in the dark streets of Century Avenue, 8 stern-faced, well-built men, each carrying a cloth bag and donning woolen gloves, approached 2 empty buildings devoid of any shadows. This area was already quite distant from the center of Songjiang City, bordered by a graveyard and a designated waste disposal site for the Dark District, rendering it desolate. Here we are, let's proceed. The leading man surveyed the surroundings before turning to instruct the others. Have we got it right? Is this the place? Yes, the tiger had someone retrieve the medicine from here before. The leader nodded. Check it out and get ready to work. 5 minutes later, in the central area of the empty building, 6 or 7 young men sat at chairs engaged in a card game. While the windows on either side of the room were deliberately boarded up, allowing no light to escape, creating an illusion of abandonment. The air was thick with smoke, and one young man, holding a card in his left hand and puffing on an e-cigarette, asked, Everyone's been summoned to Tuza Street. Shouldn't we go take a look? What for? Things have been hectic lately, and directives from above have come down. We stay put. No one goes anywhere. Another youth frowned in response. No one is allowed to make excuses to sneak out in the next few days. Focus on your work. Understood. Suddenly, as they conversed, the ceiling light flickered a few times before plunging into darkness. What the hell? Why did the light go out? Is the motor broken again? Tiago, go check it out with a flashlight. Bang! Abruptly, A muffled sound echoed from the door, followed by hurried footsteps at the entrance. "Someone's coming. Grab your stuff," shouted the youth seated at the table. Tat tat tat. By the time the card players registered what was happening, gunfire erupted at the door, a torrential downpour of bullets flooding into the room. Cries of anguish resounded as 3 individuals were shot dead on the spot. At the entrance, the leading assailant turned off his flashlight and gestured for his companions to remain still. "That's enough. No more shooting. We need 2 high-profile targets." Inside the police station, Director Lee sat at his desk, toying with a teacup, his brow furrowed. On the side sofa, the senator responsible for political matters nonchalantly crossed his legs and inquired, "Isn't it a bit premature to make a choice now?" "Do I wish to? It's that old fool Ma who is forcing my hand," Director Lee sighed, cursing under his breath. "But perhaps it's for the best. Yuan Hua has courted me multiple times, and I haven't expressed my stance. This could be seen as a form of attitude. In the near future, things may become quite chaotic," the senator cautioned in a low voice. "The situation in Tuza Street has already escalated. I suspect I won't be able to rein it in. We'll just have to wait for the call." Director Lee raised his cup and took a sip of tea in the Grand Palace. After finishing a phone call, Yuan Hua cursed with a grimace. "That oblivious old Ma really thinks he has any sway in Tuza Street. You all go. Don't bother with pleasantries." Old cat's stubbornness reflective of Director Lee's stance? A middle-aged man on the left asked, frowning. "If so, the situation could become rather complicated." Yuan Hua waved his hand dismissively. "I give him face because he is Lee. Without it, he is nothing. Tonight, I am determined to have Qi Lin." Chapter 42. The clash of hidden power brokers on Tuza Street. The Ma and Yuan families had already formed their ranks, nearly 1,000 individuals facing off. Weapons glinting ominously, the atmosphere thick with tension. In the heart of the crowd, Yuan Ku, tilting his head, gazed at old Ma and asked, "After a couple of days of hearty meals, do you truly believe you are capable? I shall ask you one last time. Will you step aside? The road is completely blocked." "How can I step aside?" Old Ma remained unfazed, his demeanor calm as he slowly turned to address those behind him. "The supply line for the medicine has been severed." "How do you intend to survive?" "Survive my ass. We'll just starve to death," the leading brute bellowed in response. "Can you afford the Yuan family's medicines?" Old Ma shouted again at the impoverished residents in the street. "We can't afford ites. Oh, what now? Just wait to die." "Wait my ass. If we have no medicine, then none of us will. Let us go to war." In an instant, hundreds erupted in a synchronized shout. The Ma family's thugs brandishing their weapons and beginning to advance. "You handle it, Yuan Ku," his expression darkening as he surveyed the opposing crowd, turned to signal the third brother and the others before striding away. "Whatever happens, the company can cover it." He spoke. The Yuan family members waiting by the roadside opened their trunks, pulling out weapons. Judging by their attire, they were of a slightly higher class, clearly individuals with stable incomes. "Clear the entrance," the third brother shouted in a frenzy. Over 100 people surged forward, heading straight for the storefront where Qi Lin was hidden. Just then, a gunshot rang out. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Qin Yu, brandishing his firearm, called out, "Yuan team, the matter isn't settled yet. Why are you leaving?" Yuan Ku, already several meters away, turned back at the sound. Qin Yu stepped forward, holstering his gun, and turned to old Ma, saying, "Everyone hold on. Let me talk a bit longer. Perhaps we can still negotiate." "Qin Yu, can you not see the situation clearly?" Yuan Ku pointed at his chest, his voice deliberate and forceful. "Do you have any idea how much profit the pharmaceuticals in just one district of the dark streets generate each month? Do you think you have the clout to negotiate?" Ding ding ding. Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Ku's phone rang. "You should answer that," Qin Yu suggested with a smile. After a brief hesitation, Yuan Ku withdrew his phone, his eyes fixed on Qin Yu as he pressed the answer button. "Hello? Heh, the goods and people in your warehouse are in my possession," a stranger's voice responded. Yuan Ku stood frozen in place upon hearing this. "You can negotiate. Just call me when you're done," the voice added before abruptly hanging up. Yuan Ku, still dazed, clutched the phone, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty as he looked at Qin Yu, his mind racing. Qin Yu pulled out an e-cigarette from his pocket, tapping it lightly in his hand before softly stating, "Yuan team, I reiterate, it is prudent to show mercy where you can. You allied with the Ma family and took my warehouse's goods." Yuan Ku's fists clenched, his voice low. Heh. Qin Yu chuckled, not providing a direct response. In a way, Yuan Ku's gaze bore into Qin Yu as he continued, without backing from above. You wouldn't he dare to act so brazenly. You have someone behind you, don't you? Qin Yu met his gaze, remaining silent. Oldly, after a moment of contemplation, Yuan Ku pointed at Qin Yu's chest and asked, "Is it him? As long as you don't touch Qi Lin, the goods in the warehouse and the thugs will be left unscathed. I've already paved a way for you. Why do you side with Oldly again?" Yuan Ku demanded, his eyes wide with fury. "Do you think he is formidable? Let me tell you, the people he has connected with in the police station are not necessarily more than what I, Yuan Ku, have. Within the police station, I call him director, but outside, what do you think I call him?" "You know the answer. I know you have someone behind you." Qin Yu nodded. "It's not easy to come in from the outside. Songjiang is complex. With your foundation, one misstep could lead to your downfall. Indeed, I've come to understand that." Qin Yu replied, narrowing his eyes. "If I hadn't been cautious and discussed matters with Old Ma beforehand, the moment the drug trade was cut off, I might have found myself at the mercy of someone on the streets." Yuan Ku was momentarily at a loss for words. "Let us speak plainly. You've supported me, but I've also done my part for you. The past is past. What needs to be discussed today is Qi Lin." The smile vanished from Qin Yu's face as he fixed a steady gaze on Yuan Ku. "I'll ask you once more. Can you let him go today?" "Impossible." "Impossible, is it? Then let us proceed." Qin Yu's gaze turned icy as he glared at Yuan Ku, shouting, "You can capture Qi Lin right now. I will not hinder you. 6 hours from now, if you kill him, I will take the evidence of your drug trade from your warehouse along with the confessions of those arrested, and I will sweep through the Yuan family's territory. You know precisely how much the goods and people are worth. Try making a move, I dare you." Yuan Ku raised his hand, poised to slap Qin Yu. In a sudden twist, Qin Yu extended his right hand, his 5 fingers gripping Yuan Ku's neck like a steel claw, his fierce gaze accompanying a scathing retort. "I am not Qi Lin. Only after being mercilessly squeezed will one realize the folly of resistance. I showed you leniency before, but this time, I shall not." With a sharp crack, Qin Yu delivered a swift blow to Yuan Ku's face. "You bastard." Lao San momentarily froze, then drew his gun, aiming it at Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu turned to Lao San and barked, "Mind your place. You have no right to interject here." With a resounding clatter, the 3 men behind Lao Ma all drew their weapons. Inside the police chief's office, Director Li, after receiving a call, stood by the window and dialed Yuan Hua's number. "Ah, Li Si. Long time no see." Yuan Hua's cheerful voice rang out on the line. "Let that kid from Tuza Street go. Consider it a favor to me." Director Li got straight to the point. Yuan Hua hesitated, then quickly replied, "I can't do that. You know well that while I supply the drugs, the profits are not solely mine. That kid has access to supply channels, and Lao Ma is protecting him precisely to compete with me, so tell me, how can I let him go? I won't concern myself with profit matters." Director Li said with a faint frown, "What I want tonight is to ensure that kid remains unharmed." Haha. Yuan Hua inhaled sharply, responding with a laugh. "This is quite difficult, truly unmanageable. The goods and people in your warehouse are all with Lao Ma. If anything happens to those kids in Tuza Street tonight, you might want to consider the potential losses. If that merchandise goes missing and people start spilling secrets, it will create significant trouble for you." Director Li stated plainly. Yuan Hua stood frozen in place. Several seconds later, Yuan Ku answered his elder brother's call. "Hello, speak." After a long silence, Yuan Hua finally bit the bullet and replied, "Oldly has intervened. You should retreat for now." Chapter 43. I depart, fueled by rage in the early morning hours, atop the Grand Palace. Yuan Hua sat expressionlessly on the sofa, resting his chin on one hand as he surveyed the dozen or so gang leaders flanking him, remaining utterly silent. After a prolonged silence, a bald man, crossing his legs, furrowed his brow and spoke first. "If this matter is mishandled, it reflects poorly on us now. Sitting here to ponder why we failed is akin to slapping ourselves in the face. It serves no purpose. For the small players in this realm, the struggle is for sustenance, but for us, it is about preserving our dignity. Regardless of whether Qi Lin is willing to yield the supply channels, we must eliminate him, not for any reason other than to save face against Oldly and to adjust Lao Ma's attitude." This sentiment was reasonable. A lean man quickly nodded in agreement. "It is one thing for us to choose to let Qi Lin go. However, it is another matter entirely if Oldley is protecting him. If we do not reclaim our dignity, the subordinates will feel discontent, and our standing in Songjiang will be reassessed. Let me handle it. The bald man rose, his gaze darkening no matter the cost. Qi Lin must not leave Songjiang. If we cannot achieve this openly, we will do so covertly. Enough already, Yuan Hua interjected, frowning and waving his hand dismissively. The others fell silent once more. Yuan Hua lifted his teacup, his cold gaze fixed on the group as he stated, "The goods and personnel in the warehouse have all been taken by the Ma family. And their audacity to act is certainly sanctioned by Oldley. You are in their grasp. What more do you have to say?" The bald man scratched his head, not daring to retort. "I still do not fully comprehend why Oldley is acting against me in this matter. However, the Ma family dares to oppose me precisely because of the supply channels in Qi Lin's hands." Yuan Hua stood up, hands clasped behind his back as he elaborated. "As long as we don't openly clash, everything can be negotiated. But once the lines are drawn, will the dignified police chief and the Ma family, who have risen in stature over the past 2 years, not desire to maintain their image? It is abundantly clear that the opposing faction will do everything in their power to protect Qi Lin, and if we dare to take action, everything that the Ma family has will be handed over to the police by morning. At that point, we will lose our money, our people, and find ourselves in a considerable predicament." Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but nod in agreement. "Moreover, if you are contemplating continuing to pursue Qi Lin, do you believe that he will remain defenseless? A beggar who lingers in a territory for long enough can make a few friends. Moreover, Oldley has been the police chief in Songjiang for many years." Yuan Hua sighed and stated, "It is futile to seek Qi Lin now. Let's focus on arranging my uncle's funeral. It must be a grand affair." Upon hearing the words grand affair, the bald man quickly reminded, "Dahua, we should keep a low profile regarding your uncle's matter. If it is too ostentatious, will it not invite mockery from outsiders? Only those lacking confidence fear the opinions of others," Yuan Hua commanded without room for debate. "It shall be grand, a splendid send-off for him and the tiger." "Very well," the lean man nodded. "Now, let us disperse." Yuan Hua tossed out his words before turning to leave. The others exchanged glances, their expressions grim as they began to murmur in hushed tones. Yuan Ku had been present throughout, yet he had said nothing until his elder brother departed in the corridor. Yuan Ku followed closely behind his brother, his tone tinged with reproach as he remarked, "I previously stated that for the company to progress further, we must establish rules. The subordinates have been too flamboyant in their actions over the past 2 years. Many lack the capability and intellect, providing no assistance to the company, but rather creating chaos. Take the tiger for instance. Although he has encountered issues, was there no sign of trouble beforehand? Just recently, while I was focused on eradicating the Ma family, he was secretly distributing drugs on Tuza Street, solely to line his own pockets. Have you considered that by doing so, word would inevitably reach the police? Even a fool would understand why I am targeting the Ma family. Brother, sometimes idle talk can be lethal. Do you comprehend? Do you think Oldley's stance against us is merely a spur-of-the-moment decision? I assure you, he has looked down upon us for some time, believing our actions are excessive, perhaps even seeing me as a future threat to his position in the police force. Do you understand? Yet, is my working style within the police force truly so reckless? Not at all. I have always acted with restraint, and this reckless impression is one imposed upon him by others within the company." Yuan Hua turned around, his expression impassive as he asked, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" "I simply wish to say that this loss has been profound. We have even lost our uncle. We must learn from this experience and ensure that our failures do not go to waste." Yuan Ku passionately declared that it is time to establish rules and to clean house. Yuan Hua fixed his gaze on his younger brother for a long moment before suddenly pointing a finger at his chest and stating, "You must understand, your elder brother did not build this empire with a cadre of high-achieving individuals. Those who follow us are primarily individuals who once struggled to make ends meet, and to this day. These individuals remain your brother's most reliable support if you impose rules and purge them. When the Ma family arrives, who will confront them, you or I? What I mean is, your ideas exist only on paper. They are not suitable for us," Yuan Hua concluded before departing. Yuan Ku, his blood boiling, shouted after him, "Brother, the 9th district will not remain chaotic indefinitely. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, it will eventually evolve into a structured system with a stable social environment. If you fail to change, you will be dragged to your demise by these people. Yuan Hua offered no response and simply walked away, disappearing down the corridor. 2 days later, 3 military trucks slowly exited the 9th District, stopping at the edge of a desolate expanse. 10 minutes later, a filthy half-truck approached, flickering its headlights at the road. Shortly after, Qi Lin, along with his younger sister Qiyu and their elderly, ailing mother, stepped out, bidding farewell to the soldiers who had seen them off, and climbed aboard the half-truck. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, blanketing the frozen earth that had remained unchanged for 3 or 4 years, leaving nothing but an endless sea of white. Qi Lin, with a bandage wrapped around his abdomen, lay in the back seat of the half-truck, staring blankly at the 9th District, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. He had toiled there, once smiling in the face of this wretched era. He had lost his dignity there, sacrificing himself like a dog, believing he had gained much. Yet, as he departed today, he carried not even a complete blanket, only the heavy burdens of obligation and 2 family members who depended on him for sustenance. All was lost. Years of effort vanished overnight. Qi Lin could not fathom the significance of his past submission. Thus he resolved to walk forward with his head held high. Leaning against the cold, frost-covered window of the truck, Qi Lin murmured, "Don't let me recover, don't let me rise. Otherwise, one day I will return with a smile to witness all of you weeping." Chapter 44. After adversity, this rare friendship. Indiana, the police chief's office. Director Lee stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the window, softly inquiring, "Has that kid left?" "Indeed, he has departed," Old Mao affirmed with a nod. "The primary reason I have yet to rise to the chief's position is that I do not wish to entangle myself in specific relationships and affairs," Director Lee replied, fatigue evident in his demeanor. "Yet this time, I have made my stance clear. It is becoming increasingly difficult to remain uninvolved." Beside the office desk, Qin found himself inexplicably drawn to Director Lee's words, sensing a newfound familiarity as the latter's demeanor shifted away from the official to a more candid tone. This signified that Director Lee no longer viewed Qin merely as an ordinary team leader within the police department, but rather as one of his own. Such a transformation bore both advantages and disadvantages. The upside was that Qin had finally established connections within the organization, which would afford him opportunities in his work that others might not achieve. However, the downside was starkly apparent. He had irrevocably offended the Yuan family, and he could anticipate retaliation and suppression from them in future endeavors. Director Lee's current attitude was evidently pessimistic, suggesting that the Yuan family's influence was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. In the coming period, confrontations with the Yuan family seemed inevitable. Old Lee turned around and quietly instructed Lao Mao and Qin Yu, "Inform the Ma family to pause any activities related to drug distribution, regardless of their stock situation. The personnel below should also remain low-key. I need to assess Yuan Hua's card." "Continuing is not an option," Lao Mao softly replied. "With Along's demise, the Ma family's supply has been severed, and they have nothing to sell now." Director Lee furrowed his brow as he settled into a chair, softly inquiring, "Does Qi Lin possess any channels for sourcing goods from Along?" Qi Lin mentioned he searched but couldn't find any contact information left by his brother. Lao Mao quickly responded that I've advised him to reach out to Along's former connections to see if he can re-establish the supply line. Sipping his tea, Old Lee asserted, "The connections I have also require a profit motive to function. If the supply line cannot be re-established, and the Ma family lacks the Yuan family's capabilities on the streets, why should my connections exert effort behind the scenes?" "Understood," Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "You need to lay low as well," Old Lee pointed at Qin Yu, saying, "With the deaths of the Tiger and Yuan Wei, your involvement in this matter is significant, so you must guard against retaliation from the other side." "I understand, Director," Qin Yu replied solemnly. "Alas," Lao Mao sighed nearby, taking a cup and pouring hot water while shaking his head. "What has become of people these days? I can understand the desperate actions of those struggling in the slums. After all, times are tough. But the powerful elite, aren't they all well-fed? Why are they all so driven by profit? Is there no one willing to sit in their position and do something meaningful?" After contemplating for a moment, Old Lee looked at Lao Mao and said, "Do you remember my speech when I first became the director at the induction meeting?" Lao Mao paused in surprise. "I was the first to declare that I would resolve the chaos of Tuzhou Street within 2 years and restore basic order to Hay Street within 5. Many in the police department laughed at me back then, but I paid them no mind. Now that the time has come, Can you see that I have accomplished what I set out to do? Old Li sighed. The ridicule I faced then has truly become a joke now. Both Lao Mao and Qin Yu were rendered speechless by this. After sitting in this chair for so many years, I have gleaned one truth, Director Li said with a smile. No matter how grand your ideals, they cannot triumph over reality. The environment is harsh, order is riddled with flaws, and those in power are vying for profit, taking advantage of this opportunity to reshape the world for their own personal gain or that of their faction. In such circumstances, individual ambition is utterly insignificant. Therefore, if you wish to effect change and accomplish something meaningful, the best approach is not to resist but to integrate. You must navigate the current rules. Perhaps after a term, you can look back and see that you have left some mark on society. As Qin Yu listened to Old Li's words, he suddenly felt that this middle-aged man was filled with stories. Possessing a wisdom and ambition that he admired, he also realized that Lao Mao bore a resemblance to Director Li in certain respects. Both were individuals striving to carve out their identities in this chaotic era, albeit sometimes compelled to compromise. Enough of this rambling. It serves little purpose, Director Li sighed, his tone leaving no room for argument as he instructed the two younger men. In any case, you must tread cautiously and avoid causing trouble. Understood. Noted, the two replied, nodding in unison. Oh, by the way, Director Li stood up, looking at Qin Yu. Now that you've chosen your side, you must possess the intellect to navigate it. You need to swiftly transform Team 3 into your own under your command. In the future, I will find an opportunity to pull Team 3 out and assign them to another unit. I will address the issue of promotion. You simply need to present me with compelling reasons for me to advocate for your advancement. Yes, Qin Yu saluted in response. You two may leave now, Director Li waved his hand dismissively. An hour and a half later, on Tuzha Street, Lao Mao squatted beside the curb and looked up at Qin Yu, asking, do you regret siding with me? Now that I've chosen, what use is regret? Qin Yu rolled his eyes. You said you weren't going to intervene, so why this sudden change of heart? Lao Mao inquired with a grin. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu also squatted by the roadside, replying, you were willing to go to great lengths for Qi Lin, who is nothing. I simply do not wish to lose you as a friend. Little Yu, let us walk this path together from now on. Lao Mao grinned, patting Qin Yu on the shoulder. I know a fortune teller who told me that those who are small-minded in character tend to act with righteousness and integrity. I've seen your caliber. You certainly belong to that rare breed of individuals. Get lost, you fool. Qin Yu laughed, wrapping his right arm around Lao Mao's neck. Do you believe I would take you down? Cut it out. Lao Mao protested. Am I not sizable? Indeed, you are. Call me father. That's excessive. I'll take you on. Lao Mao, now agitated, reached to poke Qin Yu's eyes. Tell me, is your friendship with Qi Lin because he is quite weak? Qin Yu asked, baring his teeth. Lao Mao, his face reddening from the chokehold, grinned mischievously in response. I can only say he is just starting to blossom. You rascal, you're truly incorrigible, Qin Yu exclaimed, unleashing a flurry of playful punches on Lao Mao. Under the dim light, these two young men, brought together by a shared event, joked and playfully tussled. It was at this moment that they officially entered each other's hearts, forging an intricate bond that would intertwine their paths in the years to come. After some playful banter, Old Ma approached from across the street, lowering his head to shout, What are you two causing a ruckus for? Qin Yu smiled and looked up. You're here. When can we arrange for Demin and my little heir to be released? Old Ma directly asked. Meanwhile, on the other side, the funeral for Yuan Wei and the tiger had been smoothly held on Century Avenue, with many prominent figures from Songjiang attending to pay their respects. It was at this juncture that formal confrontations began to unfold fiercely on this land. Chapter 45. The dual pits of Hay Street on Tuzha Street. Lao Mao stood up, boldly extending his hand. Ma Gu, give me a cigarette. Who are you calling brother? I might be older than your father, Old Ma replied, somewhat exasperated. We're all children of the river and lake. It's customary to call you big brother, Lao Mao grinned. Don't be stingy. Just give me one. Lao Ma rolled his eyes and pulled out a raw, unwrapped cigarette from his pocket. When can we get Demin and shower out? Lao Mao snatched the unwrapped cigarette pack. Grinning, we're on the same side now. How could I not help you with this? Hand over the cigarette. Don't be stingy. You have more contacts during your dealings. It's easy for you to get cigarettes. We barely had a few throughout the year. Lao Mao brazenly stuffed an entire pack into his pocket, thanking him. Thanks, big brother. Get lost? Old Ma dismissed him, turning to the more reliable Qin Yu. When can they be released? Qin Yu blinked. It's unrealistic for both to be released. Old Ma frowned at this, kid. Aren't you going back on your word? When you came to me, we made it clear that I would help. But you had to ensure Demin and Xiao Er's release. Why are you saying otherwise now? Uncle Ma, we are both straightforward people. So I'll be frank, Qin Yu said with an innocent smile. You want to protect Qi Lin so that he can eventually trace back to his brother's supply channels. Am I wrong? If Qi Lin has no connection to Along, even if I kneel, you wouldn't dare confront Yuan Ku on Tuzha Street, would you? Old Ma fell silent. You actually benefited quite a bit from this situation. Previously, you couldn't even speak to my old Li. But after this incident, we are now on the same side, correct? Qin Yu continued with a smile. We're all adults here. Let us not play any pointless games. You know well the situation with your Ma Er and Demin. 5 kilograms of drug trafficking is enough for a death sentence, and the contraband I seized when I apprehended them was at least 100 kilograms, right? You also understand that this case originally passed through Yuan Ku? And now that everyone is at odds, do you expect me to extract both of them from him? Is that realistic? Upon hearing this, Lao Ma's expression grew somewhat agitated as he reached for his cigarette case, only to realize that his cigarettes had been seized by Lao Mao. Here, I have an electronic cigarette, Lao Mao said slyly, pulling out his used vape and mockingly offering it to Lao Ma. Get lost, Lao Ma retorted, then turned to Qin Yu and inquired, so tell me, to what extent can you handle this matter? I have reported the situation to Lao Li. He suggested that if one person sacrifices himself to take the blame, the other can maneuver things around. Qin Yu responded in a low voice. The good thing about this case is that thus far, both Lao Er and Demin have remained tight-lipped and have not fully disclosed the matter. Otherwise, no matter who you approach, it would be futile, as the evidence is irrefutable. Is there absolutely no alternative? Lao Ma pressed again. Not at all. Qin Yu shook his head. Moreover, you must make a decision quickly. As we have now severed ties with Yuan Ku, if this matter concludes and he solidifies the case against us, it will become even more challenging to navigate. What kind of person is Lao Ma? He is a seasoned veteran capable of stirring up immense turmoil in a complex area like Tuzha Street. Hence, he is not one to dither. After Qin Yu clarified the situation, Lao Ma pondered for less than 2 minutes before decisively stating, Let Xiao Er come out. All right, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. I will promptly interrogate both of them and extract some information. How long will Demin be sentenced? Lao Ma inquired again. Will he manage to survive? It's quite bleak. 5 kilograms is already a hard threshold to contest, making a life sentence nearly inevitable. Qin Yu replied, in a way, he absolutely must survive. Lao Ma insisted, shaking his head. Qin Yu scratched his nose and continued, if that is the demand, then it may require some investment. Lao Ma paused, surprised. What kind of investment? How do you not understand this by now? To ensure his survival, isn't some maneuvering necessary? If we are to maneuver, then what is the point of doing it for free? Lao Mao interjected unexpectedly. Lao Ma crossed his arms and shot a sidelong glance at the two. Are you trying to play tricks on me? What tricks? Lao Mao retorted, baring his teeth. You are not unaware of the situation within the authorities. You know, even I have to play the game of favors to get promoted, Lao Mao replied. Lao Ma ground his teeth, calmly looking at the two and asking, then how much will this maneuvering cost? I believe 30,000 should suffice to ensure survival, Lao Mao suggested, turning to Qin Yu for his opinion. What do you think? I reckon 25,000 is about right. Can it really be that much? Qin Yu countered with a frown. Are you out of your mind? Just dealing with the prosecution will require at least 15,000. Not to mention the internal favors, Lao Mao asserted with conviction. This is a major case, not a trivial matter, oh dear. This is quite embarrassing. Qin Yu said, looking troubled as he glanced at Lao Ma, opening his mouth to protest further. Enough, Lao Ma bellowed. Stop pretending. You are both local ghosts, so what are you trying to play at? The two fell silent at his command. I will cover the 30,000. Lao Ma stated decisively. What direction can the case take? Qin Yu pondered for a moment before responding, illegal possession. Since our initial raid failed and we did not seize any substantial evidence, and during the second raid we only intercepted the goods without catching anyone in the act of selling. As long as Demin insists he was merely hiding medicine, then there should be no problem. How long will Demin be sentenced? Lao Ma asked again. Approximately 15 years. Upon hearing Qin Yu's swift response, Lao Ma was momentarily dumbfounded, cursing under his breath. Did you plan your lines before calling me? One must prepare when conversing with someone of your stature. Lao Mao chimed in. I just realized, despite your youth. You both are quite the deep pit, Lao Mao remarked, grinding his teeth. The two exchanged a knowing smile, refraining from further comment. All right, that settles it. I will have someone deliver the money to you tomorrow. Lao Ma's agreement stemmed from the understanding that this money was essential. Otherwise, how could the authorities protect him in the future? Additionally, it established a new connection. Uncle Ma, lay low for a bit, Qin Yu advised. Understood, Lao Ma nodded before turning to leave. Half an hour later, as Qin Yu and Lao Mao returned, they engaged in spirited conversation. How shall we divide the 30,000? Qin Yu queried. Let us take 5,000 each. And the remainder goes to Lao Li. Lao Mao suggested I would like to allocate some to the team as well, Qin Yu said softly. Zhu Wei stood by me the other day, and everyone has made considerable effort regarding the drug trafficking case. In that case, let us give Lao Li 15,000. We split 5,000 each, and the rest goes to the team. Lao Mao agreed without hesitation on the financial matter, as he wasn't particularly in need. Good that I believe if I had asked for 50,000 earlier, he would have obliged, Lao Mao lamented with exasperation. I was too timid. Ha ha. Qin Yu laughed heartily. Within a bustling courtyard on Century Avenue, throngs of people gathered. Floral wreaths adorned the area, and white ribbons fluttered in the wind, creating a somber yet glorious atmosphere. Huagu, boss.o, De Hua has arrived. Hua, my friend, why does your complexion appear so dismal? Upon entering, Yuan Hua was greeted by various acquaintances. Reflecting the profound influence he held in the area, as evidenced by the myriad of names and ethnicities addressing him. After nodding to familiar faces and exchanging a few words, Yuan Hua finally made his way to the main hall. Guests, please offer incense. Family, please express your gratitude. The person in charge called out from within, as Yuan Wei's wife stepped forward to present a rare sandalwood incense. After bowing, Yuan Hua personally placed incense before the portraits of Yuan Wei and Lao Hu. De Hua, what shall I do now? Auntie let out a heart-wrenching wail, collapsing to the ground. Yuan Hua turned and extended a hand to help her up, saying, after the funeral, you can move in with me. I will take care of you and the child from now on. De Hua, my little Wei was wronged. An eye for an eye. Yuan Hua gently patted Auntie's shoulder. Control yourself. There are outsiders present. Auntie nodded, gritting her teeth. Yuan Hua scanned the room, observing the core members, and softly called out, let us convene on the second floor. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hua sat firmly on a wooden chair and succinctly addressed the crowd. We certainly won't be able to cut off Qi Lin's supply channels in the short term. However, to prevent the Ma family from taking over this channel and competing with us further, we must stir up some activity on Tuza Street. The crowd nodded in agreement. The stakes of the situation are not the size of the operation but the outcomes that follow. Yuan Hua raised a finger and declared, within a month, we must dismantle the Ma family and clear them from Tuza Street. Lao Ma has likely established a connection with Director Li. Should we consider the official factors? A lean man asked, furrowing his brow. After a thoughtful pause, Yuan Hua replied, I will handle the pressure from the authorities. You all focus on the ground operations. Understood, the crowd nodded. With a single command from the big boss. The entire underworld began to stir. Chapter 46, Beauty, Gay, and Dinner. The following evening, after visiting Demin and Lao Er in prison, Qin Yu returned home alone, preparing to gather some belongings to stay with Lao Mao in the dormitory for a while. Just as he finished packing, he noticed Lin Yanlei returning through the window. He was momentarily taken aback, then pushed the door open and called out, Oh, Lin Hanhai, you're back? Get lost. Lin Yanlei turned around, scolding him sharply. You damn gay. Hee hee, getting off work early today, eh? I finished my tasks and came back, Lin Yanlei replied, not retreating to her room but approaching him instead. Where's your partner? Did you separate? He went back to her family? Qin Yu replied dismissively, fabricating a reason. Back to her family? From my observations, shouldn't you be the one returning to zero? Are you done yet? Qin Yu shot back. What kind of nonsense are you observing? Young lady? Hee hee, you are absolutely right. The two of you are indeed a load of nonsense. Vulgar. Qin Yu's face flushed at Lin Yanlei's teasing. Hee hee, I won't tease you anymore, Lin Yanlei said, stretching her arms lazily. Her face brightening as she asked, Hey, big brother, since I've helped you, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? It was Lin Yanlei's contribution that enabled the Ma family to locate Yuan Hua's hidden warehouse on Century Avenue that night. She had previously clashed with Lao Hu, and it was Qin Yu who had intervened. The reliable information he provided to the Ma family stemmed from the photos Lin Yinlei had taken, making her indeed a significant help to Qinyu. What do you want to eat? Qinyu asked. I want to eat Japanese cuisine, Lin Yinlei replied nonchalantly. Qinyu was taken aback. Eat Japanese cuisine? There are hardly any Japanese restaurants in Songjiang, and a plate of salmon would cost me several months' salary. What a joke. Are you going to scold me again, just because you're getting familiar with me? I'll take you somewhere else, he proposed. Where to? Come on, you'll find out once we're outside. Qinyu set down his glass and picked up his belongings. Lin Yinlei looked a bit curious, her brows furrowing slightly as she asked, Why are you taking so much stuff? Are you not staying here? Not really. Just seeking refuge. Qinyu, disinclined to elaborate, pulled Lin Yinlei out the door, exclaiming, Let us go. A captivating pair of handsome man and beautiful woman strolled along the dilapidated streets for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at a narrow alley beside the police station. Lin Yinlei, exhaling warm breath into her palms, gazed at the unmarked storefront and remarked, This place doesn't even have a sign. How can you dare bring me here? It's the sentiment that counts, not the money. Nonsense, Lin Yinlei retorted sharply. You stingy miser. Qinyu, carrying his luggage, approached the entrance and lifted the heavy cotton curtain, turning to call out, Come in. This eatery, brought to Qinyu by Zhu Wei, specialized in jiang fish noodle soup, a true local delicacy of Songjiang, a great river, frozen over, meanders for hundreds of miles to the north of Songjiang, stretching beyond the 9th district, seemingly without end. Some industrious fishermen, willing to toil, frequently break holes in the ice to fish with nets. Although most regions have become devoid of life, Songjiang has been relatively spared from devastation, which is why the 9th district has chosen to reconstruct the city here. The restaurant, jiang fish noodle soup, was the sole offering. Shortly after Qinyu and Lin Yinlei took their seats, the proprietor set a large iron pot on their table, using a charcoal stove to keep it warm with small wooden pieces. As the cost of gas was prohibitively high for such a small establishment, Lin Yinlei, brushing her hair aside, peered into the pot filled with fish and hand-pulled noodles sprinkled with red chili, inhaling the steaming aroma, and smiled brightly, saying, It looks quite appetizing. This pot costs nearly 200 yuan. Qinyu rolled his eyes, saying, Not cheap at all. I'm really splurging. All right, I know you're stingy. No need to keep saying it. Lin Yinlei picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of fish, chewing with delight. It's truly delicious. Not only delicious, but also quite affordable. Qinyu, starved, began to wolf down the noodles. Why do you eat like a famished ghost? Aren't you afraid of burning your mouth? Lin Yinlei frowned and muttered. It better to be a bit more composed. I'm just a guy. I don't fancy you, so what is the fuss about? Qinyu teased. Lin Yinlei chuckled. Do you like me or something? Otherwise, why would you help me deal with that so-called tiger the other day? I like your 2-meter-long chest hair. Get lost. I'm simply kind-hearted. Which is why I helped you, Qinyu added insincerely. Hee. Lin Yinlei smiled at him. Don't harbor any improper thoughts. I can be your girlfriend or teach you how to woo your beloved. Qinyu, uninterested in further banter, looked at her and asked, There is something I'm quite curious about. What is it? Do the people who kidnapped you have some connection to the Yuan family? Qinyu suddenly inquired. Lin Yinlei was taken aback. How do you know? I guessed. Later, Yuan Ku suppressed the news of your kidnapping, and there were rumors in the department that the third brother was scolded by Yuan Ku for causing trouble. Qinyu replied candidly, I only found out later that Songxia had ties with them. Ordinarily, Yuan Hua is doing fairly well, so why would he resort to kidnapping you? Just for a bit of money? Qinyu couldn't help but ask. Lin Yinlei hesitated upon hearing this. Forget it. If I can't say it, I want to. Noticing her reluctance to continue the topic, Qinyu promptly changed the subject. After taking a sip of water, Lin Yinlei finally said, Actually, there is no need to hide this from you. Yuan Hua sought to kidnap me because my uncle is a high-ranking official in a major company in Fengbei. He wanted my uncle to do him a favor, but my uncle refused, so he devised this plan. Originally, it seems he intended to have Songxia pose as the kidnapper to extort money from my uncle, and then through a series of convincing performances, rescue me. That way, he could gain a favor and achieve his goals, right? Oh, I see. Qinyu nodded and then asked, But if he sought your uncle as help, why kidnap you? Doesn't your uncle have children? Because I was about to come to Songjiang for work, and I grew up at my uncle's place, so I'm practically like his child. Lin Yinlei replied with a smile. why Uncle S. Other children hold certain social status. So perhaps, Yuan Hua didn't he dare to touch them and could only pick on me, the soft target. Ah, now I understand. Qin Yu said, hey, enough about me. Let us talk about you. Lin Yanlei, removing her coat, looked at Qin Yu with a rosy face and asked, did you come to the 9th district alone? What about your family? Upon hearing this question, Qin Yu's expression darkened. What's wrong? Lin Yanlei sensed something amiss and cautiously probed. I have no family. Before the establishment of the 9th district, there was chaos. And I was abandoned. Some say my parents died. Others say they fled, taking my brother with them. Qin Yu's gaze dimmed. Regardless of the story, after so many years, I've almost forgotten them. Lin Yanlei was momentarily stunned. Her eyes vacant as she said, I'm sorry. I thought it's fine. I've grown accustomed to it. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. As their conversation fell into a heavy silence, they both focused on their meals. About 20 minutes later, after settling the bill, Qin Yu and Lin Yanlei stepped out of the small restaurant. The cold air greeted them, and snowflakes began to drift down. Lin Yanlei shivered uncontrollably, constantly puffing warm breath into her small hands. Do you women all have a screw loose? Wearing so little in this weather. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Qin Yu rolled his eyes and rummaged through his bag, producing a thick, worn pair of sheepskin gloves. Put these on. Lin Yanlei accepted the gloves, turning to look at the tall Qin Yu. You're quite thoughtful. Reading the room and flirting with girls are basic life skills. Qin Yu replied with a smirk. Pfft. You think a pair of shabby gloves can win me over? Dream on. Lin Yanlei scoffed, excitedly putting on the gloves and exclaiming, wow, they're really warm. Qin Yu said nothing further and continued walking at a steady pace. Lin Yanlei, with her gloved hands, touched the icicles hanging from various windowsills and suddenly shouted, you big fool. What? Qin Yu turned around. Cheer up a bit. What's done is done. No one can change it. But living in this era, we must believe tomorrow will be better, Lin Yanlei optimistically advised. Standing in the icy alley at least at this moment, you have a beautiful woman accompanying you on the street. What's there to be discontent about? Qin Yu paused, smiling as he replied, thank you, beautiful. In the dim light, they exchanged glances, and Lin Yanlei, seemingly a bit shy, quickened her pace, saying, what are you staring at? Let us go. Take me home. Taking you home is fine, but it can't be for free. Can something interesting happen tonight? Qin Yu inquired from behind. Stop flirting, or I'll call your lover. Deep within the depths of Tuza Street, several young men following old Ma were whispering outside a storefront. In the distance, a bald-headed white Russian staggered forward, leading four youths. Are there any women? The white Russian bellowed, his breath reeking of alcohol. One of the young men on the roadside turned to glance at him. How many of you are there? Are you blind? Can't you count? One of the white Russian's companions snapped. Who are you cursing? Bang! The white Russian swung a punch, sending the young man staggering back 3 steps before crashing to the ground. Damn it, you dare to lay a hand on me. The young man's companions helped him up. Glaring angrily, looking for trouble, are you? The white Russian whistled, calling out, the Ma family's people are hitting me. As his words fell, 3 to 4 dozen individuals rushed out from a shadowy alley nearby, brandishing steel pipes and knives, ready for a premeditated clash that would begin tonight. Chapter 47. The retaliation arrives on the way to Courtyard 88, while Qin Yu was discussing feelings with Lin Yanlei. His phone suddenly rang. Hello, Xiaowei? Tuza Street is in chaos. Over 100 people are fighting. Oldley has personally ordered all off-duty officers to return immediately to organize arrests and disperse the rioters as quickly as possible. Zhu spoke urgently. Qin Yu was taken aback. I told you the Yuan family wouldn't settle down. All right, wait for me. I'll return to the team right away. Okay. After a brief exchange, Qin Yu turned to Lin Yanlei and said, you should head back on your own. Something has happened on Tuza Street, and I must rush over. Fine, you do your thing. I can walk back by myself. Lin Yanlei promptly nodded. Hurry back, it's quite chaotic tonight. Be careful, he advised. All right, you hurry, she replied. With that, Qin Yu wasted no time in continuing his conversation with Lin Yanlei, turning and sprinting toward the police station. In the first team's case handling area at the police station, acting deputy team leader Lao Sin called all members of the first team for a meeting, but notably excluded the third group. Standing beside the work desk, Lao San held a teacup, casually addressing everyone. The commotion on Tuza Street is too great. These drug dealers have gone mad. and they don't care whether you're on the government's payroll or not. So when you arrive, assess the situation and don't foolishly rush forward. Understood. Got it? Dozens of individuals listened intently to the words of the third brother, appearing outwardly unperturbed, yet their hearts were as clear as a mirror. The troublemakers in Tuza Street were undoubtedly all affiliated with the Yuan family. Thus, the third brother was subtly conveying to everyone that it was time to release the pressure. After imparting a few instructions, he set down his cup and rose to announce, "Gather the riot gear and drive into the scene. Adjust all radios to our team's dedicated frequency. I will call for you if needed." The group nodded in acknowledgement and hastily departed. On the way, Qin Yu was acutely aware that the instigators in Tuza Street were undoubtedly a coalition led by the Yuan and Ma families, prompting him to consider calling Old Cat to discuss a resolution to the issue. Just as he was about to dial, the phone rang again. "Hello?" Qin Yu quickly pressed the answer button. "Team leader, everyone in the first team has assembled for a meeting, but the third brother did not notify us." Zhu Wei spoke in an urgent tone. "Should we accompany the first team for tonight's operation?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu replied, "You drive the third group's vehicle towards my place and pick me up first." "All right," Zhu Wei nodded. "Tell our brothers not to panic. It's for the best that the third brother didn't call us, as it saves me from having to watch out for them during the operation. Just remember, if Yuan Ku and the others seek retribution, I will certainly stand in front of you." Qin Yu understood well that Zhu Wei and the brothers from the third group had chosen to side with him that day in Tuza Street not only because they valued him as an individual, but primarily because they recognized the backing he had in Li Si, which emboldened them to disregard Yuan Ku's authority. Hence, he reassured Zhu Wei, feeling a strong sense of camaraderie with the third group, as they could be considered his true foundation, rather than mere members of the first team. This was why, after swindling Old Ma out of 30,000, Qin Yu's first thought was to share some with them. In the current environment, human relationships are rather pragmatic. If people are willing to support you, you must ensure they also reap the benefits. "All right, I got it. Team leader, I will head over immediately. I'm already halfway there. Just hurry up and drive. You'll see me by the roadside." "Understood," Zhu Wei responded and promptly ended the call. As Qin Yu looked down at his phone, hastening along the chilly street. He was just about to press the call button for Old Cat when he suddenly felt the sensation of being watched from behind. This instinct was a reflex honed from his long-term experience in the planning district, prompting him to swiftly glance back on the roadside. A man wearing a woolen hat and a shabby leather coat was striding forward with his head lowered. Qin Yu stole a glance at him before turning back to his phone. Behind him, the footsteps grew more urgent and distinct. Qin Yu turned again, only to see the man in the woolen hat raising his head and slipping his right hand into his pocket. At this moment, they were roughly 10 meters apart. Qin Yu paused for a moment, then noticed two other men approaching from across the street. A terrible premonition surged within him. Suddenly, the man in the woolen hat drew a gun. Bang! In an instant, Qin Yu reacted without a second thought, pivoting his body sideways, his shoulder thrusting forward as he took large strides, shattering the glass of a storefront beside him like a cannonball, sending shards flying as he plunged inside. Inside the shop, 3 or 4 unremarkable-looking women were seated on a sofa, whispering when they were abruptly startled by a loud bang from outside. Following this, they witnessed Qin Yu stumble through the entrance. "Ah!" the women screamed, their feet clad in cheap high heels or slippers, as they clutched their heads and rushed upstairs. Qin Yu did not stop to catch his breath. He merely glanced around before dashing toward the second floor. Outside, 3 gunmen stood in the street, weapons drawn, ready to pull the trigger. The sound of gunfire erupted, and blood erupted from Qin Yu's body as he staggered up the stairs. "Get in there and finish him," commanded the man in the woolen hat, his expression grim. Nearby, 2 burly white Russians kicked open the door and rushed into the shop, guns raised in the second-floor corridor. Qin Yu took a quick look around, noting that the entire interior was sealed off, devoid of windows. In a moment of desperation, he kicked open a door. Once inside, he surveyed his surroundings, leaped nearly half a meter high, and yanked down a dilapidated cabinet with all his might. With a loud crash, the cabinet toppled over, and Qin Yu gritted his teeth, pushing it towards the door to barricade it. Breathing heavily, he braced himself against the cabinet, feeling around his body until he discovered he had been shot in the right hip, his lower body now tinged with numbness. With no time to spare, he pulled out his phone and dialed Zhu Wei's number. "Hello? Hurry, I'm about to be killed." Though his voice was urgent, his mind remained calm and precise. I'm on Bobo Street, midway down, in a meat shop without a sign. The window has shattered, and there are 3 of them. Hurry! I in the corridor. The 3 gunmen were already advancing, weapons drawn, on Tuza Street. Due to the provocations of the White Russians, a brawl involving hundreds had escalated into a chaotic melee. The Ma family showed no signs of backing down. Even without a word from old Ma, those low-ranking henchmen, who hadn't seen business in a while, spontaneously organized a self-defense counterattack fueled by their vested interests. A multitude of individuals on the fringes of society brandished weapons and inferior firearms, openly firing in the streets. At the entrance of the second-floor room, the 3 gunmen arrived, and the man in the woolen hat kicked the door lock 3 times. The door barely budged, its lock dented and deformed. "Step aside," commanded a White Russian with frost on his beard and a fierce gaze. The others moved aside. After several gunshots, the wooden door was riddled with bullet holes. With a powerful kick, another White Russian shattered the door, creating a large hole. Inside, Chin Yu found himself separated from the door by the cabinet, and as the door splintered, it was too late for him to approach it. 3 guns slid through the opening created by the White Russian's kick. "Damn it!" Chin Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he braced himself against the cabinet's edge, gritting his teeth as he rose. The cabinet was thrust toward the hole, and the rapid gunfire echoed in the corridor. Bullets striking the cabinet, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. On the wooden floor, Chin Yu stepped through his own pooling blood, using his shoulder to prop up the cabinet and once again block the door. "Damn it!" the man in the woolen hat cursed, turning to demand, "Do we have grenades?" "No." The White Russian shook his head. "Break it down." At this point, the 3 had lost their line of fire, given the cabinet's substantial thickness. While it was hollow in the middle, it was flanked by thick wooden panels. Thus, bullets fired against the wood could either penetrate or become lodged in the back. After years of saving in the planning district, Chin Yu had finally carved out a space to survive, and he certainly did not wish to perish so foolishly. Summoning every ounce of strength, he relied on his tall stature and robust physique to hold the cabinet in place. Seeking a sliver of hope, for 3 to 4 minutes, the 3 men attacked without a break, until silence fell. Gradually, Chin Yu began to feel his strength wane, compounded by the blood loss from his gunshot wound, causing his head to spin wildly. Yet, even in such a state, he continued to prop the cabinet, shaking his head vigorously to keep himself alert. Downstairs, the man in the woolen hat had just retrieved a fire axe from within the shop when he spotted 2 vehicles speeding towards them. With a screech of tires, 2 police SUVs came to a halt at the roadside. "Damn it!" the man in the woolen hat cursed, immediately yelling, "That kid called for backup. Let us go." The 2 White Russians dashed out of the shop, heading toward the SUVs, decisively pulling the trigger. As the fierce gunfire erupted, Chin Yu's phone rang. "Hello?" We've encountered the opposition downstairs. Zhu Wei's voice came through. "Don't panic. We are heading up right now." Upon hearing this, Chin Yu's tense nerves finally relaxed. At the intersection of Tuza Street and Fuyuan Road, dozens of police vehicles were immobilized, and 300 officers clad in combat gear, wearing bulletproof vests and carrying riot shields, surged forth. Each team, following orders, began to disperse the unruly crowd. The deputy chief of police, drenched in sweat, shouted into his radio, "Maintain control of the situation. We must prevent escalation and avoid intensifying the conflict. Repeat, our primary goal is to disperse." After a series of commands, the 300 officers, shields raised, advanced into Tuza Street. The thundering footsteps echoed through the icy, chaotic thoroughfare. However, as they charged less than 50 meters into the fray, they were completely taken aback. Gunfire erupted chaotically, and makeshift incendiary devices were hurled as at least 1,000 individuals clashed in a tumultuous brawl on the narrow street. On either side of the road, shattered glass lay scattered, and numerous homes were ablaze, flames licking hungrily at their doorsteps. Weapons such as knives and clubs were strewn about indiscriminately. Injured individuals either fled in panic or lay moaning on the ground. The scene resembling a town ravaged by a recent uprising. Second squad, advance. Third squad, move forward. Security team, push ahead. After a flurry of frantic calls over their designated frequencies, the officers pressed onward once more. "Drop your weapons. Get down. Cover your heads. Don't move, or we'll open fire." As the officers approached the fray of combatants, they began shouting instructions. Yet the rival factions, blinded by rage and greed, paid them no heed. Meanwhile, several low-level residents covertly aiding the Ma family hurled homemade incendiary devices from the windows above. Boom! The fire spread. Shield up! Someone's throwing objects from above. With only 300 officers at their disposal and under strict orders to avoid escalating tensions, they found themselves hamstrung in their efforts, unable to resort to indiscriminate gunfire against the rioters. The police were quickly overwhelmed by the chaos and the barrage of flaming projectiles. As 3 or 4 officers approached a burly man who was wildly swinging his weapon. A group of men with white cloth strips tied to their arms suddenly emerged from the alley, opening fire without a moment's hesitation, instantly killing a young officer who had his back turned. Deep in the alleys, a man associated with Yuanhua's pharmaceutical sales led a group of 7 or 8 individuals as they brutally murdered a middle-aged man in his 40s in the filthy alleyway. After delivering a fatal blow to the man's neck, he turned to shout, "Tell old Ma that if he doesn't vacate Touchiji within 3 days, I'll see to it that his entire family meets their end here." At the entrance of the alley's warehouse, old Ma, red-eyed and gritting his teeth, threw down his military coat and roared, "Damn it, are they really trying to wipe us out? Then let us all go down together. Everyone listen up, anyone who still wants to eat from the drug line, grab your things and head to the Grand Palace. If we can't stand our ground this time, we all need to leave. Let's go." To the Grand Palace. Instantly, hundreds of low-level lackeys shouted in agreement. At the intersection of Fuyuan Road. Within 10 minutes of entering Touchiji, the 300 officers found themselves in disarray, retreating with dozens injured and 3 dead. Beside a vehicle, the deputy chief of police, visibly distressed, dialed old Lee's number. "What's the situation?" "It's worse than we imagined. They've gone red-eyed. As soon as the teams entered, they were pushed back," the deputy chief gasped. "My suggestion is to call the police station immediately. It's going to be difficult for us to restore order on the 2nd floor of Century Avenue." Yuanhua was engaged in a game of mahjong with 3 bosses from his subsidiary. "Is this situation escalating too far to manage?" a bald, burly man asked, furrowing his brow. "The police station has called several times, and their tone is quite serious. If it doesn't escalate, old Ma won't know what pain is." Yuanhua replied nonchalantly, "Tell the brothers on the ground that if someone dies, I'll provide for their families. If someone gets arrested, I'll use my connections to secure their release. If we don't use money and connections now, then when will we? I want to show old Ma that he's no match for us. Have you considered returning the call to the police station?" the bald man inquired again, in no need. "They're just trying to stir up trouble," Yuanhua scoffed. "If he wants to reap the profits from the drug line, he'll have to clean up after me. Otherwise, why should I share any money with him? Let's wait until this blows over." Within the police chief's office, Old Lee personally called old Ma, but the latter did not answer, prompting Lee to erupt in anger as he slammed his fist on the table. "Call in the military. I refuse to believe that a bunch of drug dealers can act with impunity. We should first consult the police station," the political advisor gently reminded him. Old Lee waved his hand dismissively. "Yuanhua has connections at the police station. If we consult them, it will take an additional 2 hours, and who knows how many lives will be lost in Touchiji by then. In the end, who will bear the brunt of this? It will certainly be me." The advisor paused, then conceded, "That's a fair point. Call Mateo in the military and tell him I, Old Lee, am requesting troops to suppress the riot." Lee urged, his voice urgent. "Hurry, we cannot let this situation escalate any further." The advisor nodded and left. Meanwhile, in a state of confusion, Qin Yu was rescued by Zhu Wei and promptly taken to the hospital. Chapter 49. The price of recklessness. Old Lee was well acquainted with the environment of the Black Districts and the overall situation in Songjiang. Although he typically maintained a low profile and often adopted a moderate stance to avoid unnecessary trouble, his sensitivity to political maneuvers surpassed that of many others. In light of the riot in Touchiji escalating into a collective incident, his decision to enlist military assistance for suppression proved to be astutely correct. Yuanhua's connections at the police station were indeed very solid. Had Old Lee opted to report to the police station first, and the higher-ups delayed for 2 hours, the situation would have further deteriorated, and he would have been left holding the bag. Given that the black market fell under his jurisdiction, he would undoubtedly bear the primary responsibility for such a significant issue. Mateo from the military had some personal rapport with Old Lee, so upon receiving the call, he wasted no time and dispatched 2 battalions within half an hour. These soldiers were markedly different from the officers. They had experienced multiple military conflicts and uprisings, making them decisive and uncompromising in such scenarios. Once over 1,000 armed soldiers stormed into Tochigi in armored vehicles, the tide of the situation swiftly turned, and no matter how fierce, wealthy, or ruthless the drug gangs were, they could not stand against a military force backed by the governmental apparatus. As soon as the gang members witnessed the soldiers' willingness to open fire, they scattered in panic. Even old Ma, who had initially intended to head to the Grand Palace, was swiftly whisked away by his subordinates. The subsequent events unfolded with relative ease. Given the magnitude of the disturbance, the authorities had no choice but to impose severe repercussions to reassure the public. Thus, the soldiers commenced organized and systematic arrests of the ringleaders of the riot. In no time, Tochigi was devoid of anyone daring to confront the officers, leaving only the remnants of fleeing drug gang members. Back on the second floor of Century Avenue, as Yuanhua prepared to inquire about the situation in Tochigi, a flustered subordinate rushed in, saying, "Brother Hua, the military has suddenly entered the street without warning and has even opened fire. The two factions have dispersed, but many of our brothers have been apprehended. Just at the Fuyuan Road intersection alone, dozens have been captured." The military arrived? Yuanhua was taken aback. Yes, there was no prior indication. We all thought Oldley would report to the police station and wait for assistance. But unexpectedly, he contacted the military. The subordinate replied in a hushed tone. Hearing this, Yuanhua's brow furrowed deeply as he pushed away the mahjong tiles, lit a cigarette, and hoarsely remarked, "Oldley has kept quite a few cards up his sleeve. I had no idea he had connections with the military." The others remained silent. With the military's appearance, there was no need for further action. Let everyone on the ground disperse immediately. The leaders should retreat to the new district for a while, Yuanhua ordered decisively. Understood, the subordinate nodded and added, "Also, 3 thugs from outside the district cornered Qinyu. But he has some sense. He ran into a butcher shop and refuses to come out." After a while, several officers from Qinyu's team arrived. The task was not accomplished, but Qinyu had likely sustained injuries. He was an inconsequential player, yet due to his involvement in the Qilin affair, he had embarrassed us. Failing to deal with him would only embolden Oldley's people. Yuanhua took a puff of his cigarette and said, "For now, let us hold off on him. He rattled, and since he linked to Oldley, he will surely be on guard. We can wait a bit before taking action." Understood. "You may leave." Yuanhua instructed his subordinate, who then departed. He picked up his phone and walked to the window, dialing a contact within the police station. Seconds later, the call connected. "What on earth are you doing, causing such a commotion? If we don't cut off the supply chain, Old Ma will eventually want to reclaim this route, and what kind of losses will we incur? If we don't act now, we're nurturing a future threat." Yuanhua chuckled lightly in response, "But we can't proceed like this. The pressure on the police station will be immense." "The military has already intervened, hasn't it?" Yuanhua replied, his tone unruffled. "The necessary arrest will be made. Won't they?" The other party fell silent. "Wu, my people have been apprehended. We can hold off on operations for now, and I'll cooperate with whatever the higher-ups decide. But this time, we need to make Old Ma feel the pain." Yuanhua's gaze turned somber as he stated, "Since the situation has escalated this far, we must strike decisively. I will apply pressure on the black market police chief." The other party replied in a low voice. "You should also provide whatever assistance you can. It would be best to shift the blame onto Old Ma. Ha." "Certainly," Yuanhua nodded. In the realm of the black market, especially within the territory of Tochigi, the Ma family's influence and manpower might even surpass that of the Yuan family. However, after this tumultuous conflict, they found themselves utterly defeated. Why, you ask? Because the interest group led by Yuanhua had ascended to a level where they could comfortably dine and converse with the upper echelons. While Old Ma was not afforded such privileges, the Ma family sold medicine on Tuza Street at remarkably fair prices, at least 70% lower than those offered at hospitals and licensed pharmacies. This competitive pricing allowed them to rapidly establish a reputation and influence within the community. Those who could scarcely afford medication, the elderly, the infirm, and the impoverished who had succumbed to severe ailments, held the Ma family in high regard, and thus were willing to assist them in critical moments. Yet, in the face of political machinations, such goodwill proved fragile. At times, the sentiments of 10,000 individuals might pale in significance compared to a mere utterance from a person in high office at a banquet. Wu, the chief of police, merely stated at the closed-door meeting the following day, thoroughly investigate the Ma family's drug trafficking ring. Consequently, the senior officials of various departments could only rigidly adhere to this directive, launching a frenzied crackdown on the Ma family members who had merely retaliated the night before. Although those captured from Yuanhua's company were all incarcerated, the higher-ups who had evaded capture continued to traverse public spaces with impunity. But the Ma family could not do the same. After their reckless behavior, they were left to flee in disarray, desperately avoiding the impending suppression. Within a scant 12 hours, the Ma family's upper echelon responsible for drug distribution had been apprehended by the police across various districts in Songjiang. In addition to dozens captured on site the previous night, their organization was effectively dismantled overnight. That evening, Old Ma placed a succinct call to Old Cat, saying, "Regarding Damon and Xiaoer, please take care of it. I cannot make an appearance now." Old Cat, seated in the hospital, replied with an air of resignation, "You cannot make an appearance. Today's orders explicitly state that you are required for questioning by the police." "What does Old Li mean?" Old Ma inquired. "He feels powerless in this matter." "Your actions have drawn too much attention," Old Cat responded, frowning. "All right, I understand," Old Ma said, refraining from pressuring Old Li further, and simply stated, "I accept my fate. Very well, let's leave it at that." With that, their conversation concluded. 89 That evening, Director Li, weary from a day of meetings, inquired from within his car, "Where is Qinyu?" "In the hospital." "Let us go to him," Director Li said, gasping for breath. "I in the hospital." As the effects of the anesthesia wore off, Qinyu appeared notably weakened, lying on the bed, his complexion pale, and sighed deeply. "Ha, damn it. Yuanhua really knows how to pick on the vulnerable. Old Li surely wouldn't dare act against him. He's afraid of provoking Old Li entirely, so he directs all his ire towards me, trying to kill me." Old Cat looked at Qinyu with guilt, murmuring, "It's also my fault. I didn't consider the ramifications when I insisted you get involved. In hindsight, your initial decision not to assist Qi Lin was indeed the right one. I have Old Li backing me, so he wouldn't easily retaliate. But what's the point in lamenting after the fact?" Qinyu retorted, touching the bandage on his behind and gritting his teeth. "If we can't win, we should at least be cautious. It's all right. We'll take turns looking after you during this period," Zhu Wei interjected from the window. "The uproar on Tuzi Street has drawn so much attention that those on the ground are now under scrutiny. He probably won't dare to strike again." "Thank you, Xiao Wei. Guanxi, you saved my life." Qinyu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Let's not dwell on that," Guanxi said, flashing a smile. "Just focus on your recovery." As they conversed, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Old Li stepped in. "Director!" "Li Director." Everyone rose, offering their respects and greetings. Old Li scanned the room, gesturing for everyone to leave, saying, "Old Cat, stay. The rest of you, step out for a moment." "Understood," they replied, quickly exiting the room. "Director!" Qinyu attempted to sit up, propping himself against the bed. Lie down," Old Li said, patting Qinyu's shoulder as he took a seat on the chair that Old Cat had brought. His brow furrowed as he remarked, "The situation is not looking optimistic. It must have been quite distressing today." "Huh?" Old Cat inquired. "Distressing is an understatement," Old Li replied, lighting a cigarette, his expression grave. "Last night, over 30 bodies were recovered from Tuzi Street, and hundreds were injured. Today, media outlets are swarming the police station like flies, preparing to report on the aftermath. If it weren't for the police's concern over potential scandals, I suspect even the media in Fengbei would be all over this." Hearing this, both Old Cat and Qinyu felt their resolve waver. Luckily, the military arrived promptly. Otherwise, if the situation escalated further into a clash involving thousands or a riot of tens of thousands, I would certainly be ousted today, perhaps even prosecuted for accountability, Old Li continued, his voice hoarse as he took another drag on his cigarette. "Tomorrow, I plan to visit Fengbei to see my former mentor." Qinyu listened intently, refraining from interruption. "Yet, a mentor is a mentor, and relationships are relationships. If I wish to secure assistance from above to counter Yuanhua and his cohorts, there must be vested interests involved." Old Li added with steady conviction, "The crux of the matter is not whether I take a share or how much it is. Rather, it hinges on convincing those in power that this incident presents an opportunity for profit." "What do you mean?" Qinyu probed cautiously. "With the Ma family effectively neutralized, they hold little power on the black market. However, if we do not support their resurgence, how can I satisfy the interests of the upper echelon?" Do I have the capital to finance this myself? Oldly gazed at Qin, asserting, thus, the pivotal point lies with the Ma family. Only when they resume their drug distribution can we contend with Yuanhua on equal footing. With profits in hand, the necessary connections will naturally follow. I understand your point. Qin nodded. The Ma family's supply channels have already been severed. Old Cat pondered for a moment, frowning as he interjected. With Along's death, they can no longer procure supplies. Even if they could rally a team, there would be no business. Precisely, Old Li's gaze remained fixed on Qin. We must find a way to contact Qilin. Regardless of the circumstances, we must locate Along's supply channels from before his demise. Once a source is established, the Ma family can resume operations, generating substantial profits. This, in turn, will facilitate my engagement with the upper echelons, who will then be amenable to assisting us. Indeed, the supply chain is central to this incident. Qin concurred. Yuanhua's actions against the Ma family stem precisely from their ability to procure high-quality medication at remarkably low costs. Correct, Oldly affirmed. Qilin once mentioned to me that Along had indeed left him a contact, but he was unable to locate it at the time. Qin felt a surge of frustration. Oldly, puffing on his cigarette, squinted at Qin. Do you now comprehend the gravity of the situation? Qin froze momentarily. That night, you all sought to protect Qilin on Tuza Street, and I was compelled to take a stand. This not only offended Yuanhua, but also antagonized the interests backing him. If we are unable to leverage the drug distribution business to forge connections with the upper echelons, opposing the Yuan family will inevitably lead to retaliation. Old Li's expression was serious as he continued. At that point, whether I remain director or whether you can survive in District 9 will become uncertain. Upon hearing this, Qin instantly grasped Old Li's implication. If the drug supply line remains severed, not only will Old Li struggle to protect himself, but Qin may also face dire consequences. I must be frank. We must re-establish Along's supply channels. Otherwise, you should consider leaving District 9 sooner rather than later, Old Li advised in a low voice. Yuanhua will not care whether you are a police officer when seeking revenge. After a lengthy contemplation, Qin resolved, I need to return to the planning district to personally discuss matters with Qilin. You should focus on your recovery for now. Once you are able to leave, attend to this matter at once. Old Li instructed. Rising from his chair, and I will also head to Fengbei tomorrow to gauge my mentor's stance. I understand, Director. Additionally, Old Ma must remain hidden. The police have completed their evidence chain, and his wanted notice is already on my desk. Old Li reiterated. After a moment of reflection, Old Cat asked, what about Malar and Damon? I had promised Old Ma that I would look into it. Given the current circumstances, how could we possibly facilitate their release? Old Li replied tersely, turning to leave. I in the sterile, antiseptic-scented hospital room. Qin gazed at the ceiling with a sense of melancholy and unease, exhaling heavily. I thought the planning district was complicated, but I never expected that the true den of wolves would be in the seemingly secure District 9. I somewhat regret dragging you into this. Old Cat felt a pang of discomfort at these words. Qin licked his lips. My nature is such that once a deed is done, I do not dwell on regrets. Please refrain from repeating that. It vexes me. After contemplating for a while, Old Cat looked at Qin and declared, when you return to the planning district, I will accompany you. Old Li will not allow you to go. Qin chuckled. If I were the kind of person who runs away from trouble, I would never have helped Qilin in the first place. The Old Cat responded without hesitation. Enough said. This time, I will accompany you. Qin looked at the Old Cat and grinned. It's he the planning area? Qilin leaned on a crutch and stepped into a dilapidated room, only to find his mother sorting through a bundle. Mom, what are you doing? Just tidying up some clothes. The elderly woman sat on the cold bed and pulled out a black leather bag from the bundle. Qilin stared at the black bag in surprise, frowning as he asked, Mom, what is this? Chapter 51. Embarking on a journey. Fortunately, the gunshot that Qin sustained did not injure his pelvis. Yet he still lay in bed for over 20 days before he fully recovered. During this time, the Old Cat, Zhu Wei, Guanxi, and others had not returned home. They spent their days at the police station and their nights at the hospital. Fearing that Qin might fall victim to a sneak attack by the Yuan family, luckily, after the violent conflict on Tuja Street, the Yuan family's connections at the police station became wary of escalating matters, and they chose to suppress the situation. Moreover, the Ma family had also been severely affected, with numerous core members captured and dispersed, bringing a temporary calm to Songjiang. The Yuan family refrained from further disturbances, instead clandestinely organizing channels to release the substantial stockpile of drugs. Meanwhile, after being wanted, Old Ma and the remaining core members vanished without a trace. However, this apparent tranquility did not reassure Li Si and Qin Yu, as they both understood that the Yuan family's current restraint was merely a strategic retreat to avoid attracting attention and to save face with the police. The deaths of Yuan Wei and Lao Hu, along with the costs incurred from the Ma family's eradication on Tujia Street, had created irreconcilable conflicts. Revenge from Yuan Hua was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Thus, once Qin Yu healed, he promptly reported to the police station for a face-to-face discussion with Li Si. Inside the office, "Has Qi Lin been contacted?" Li Si asked urgently. Qin Yu shook his head. He left in a hurry. He surely wouldn't dare use the phone previously used at the station, so I haven't found him yet. Isn't the planning area where you arranged for him to stay? Old Li inquired curiously. After arranging for Qi Lin, my friend went out to handle some matters and won't be back for a while, Qin Yu replied softly. But it's fine. I know where Qi Lin is and can just go find him. You need to do it quickly, Old Li said quietly. I've finished my discussions with the boss. As long as we can establish the supply channels, everything else can be negotiated. I can leave. But how do I explain my absence to the police station? Qin Yu asked tentatively. Old Li chuckled. I've already made arrangements for you. Internally, just say you are going to Fongbei for training for 2 weeks. The reason is that you shot Matsushita last time and will soon be promoted to a level 2 officer and officially take on the role of team leader, so the department has approved your training as per protocol. Should I submit a report to the team? No need. I've taken care of all the procedures. Just spread the word in your team that you're leaving. Got it? Qin Yu nodded. Shall you? You understand the seriousness of the situation. Whether I can remain in this position and whether you can stand your ground in Songjiang depends on this opportunity. Old Li sighed, his brows furrowed as he reminded him. Qin Yu stood up, his expression grave as he replied, I will do my utmost to make this happen. All right, go, Old Li said, nodding at him. Half an hour later, Qin Yu arrived at the often overlooked third group of the first team. Calling upon Guanxi, Zhu Wei, and the Taiji brothers for a brief meeting, I will be away for half a month. During this time, you will handle cases with the third team. I've already given them a heads up. Regardless of what the future holds, you all will have a place, Qin Yu said, sitting in a chair with a cheerful demeanor. I've been in Songjiang for a while now, and frankly, I am grateful for everyone's support during critical moments. If we manage to get through this ordeal, there will be a place for all of you alongside me, Qin Yu. Guanxi scratched his nose and chuckled. We were never significant players in the first team anyway. Old Zhu has tried several times to be promoted to team leader, but Yuan Ku has always ignored him. So for us minor roles, since there's limited room for advancement, we might as well stick with those we get along with. Exactly, Zhu Wei nodded in agreement. We've already chosen our sides, and there's no point in regretting it now. Tio put it bluntly, if Old Li really can't handle it, then I'll just leave the police station. I don't believe that just because I spoke up against Yuan Ku that he could send 2 people to take me out. And no need to worry, Captain. We're seasoned in the police station and know how to handle them. Guanxi reassured him again. Just focus on your own matters. In truth, everyone understood that Qin Yu's leave was not for training in Fongbei, but rather due to Old Li's special arrangements. Which is why they encouraged him so. Thank you for your understanding, Qin Yu said, rising to pat Zhu Wei on the shoulder. You'll be in charge of the team during my absence. Handle what you can, and for anything beyond that, reach out to the captain of the third team. He has a strong relationship with the old cat. Understood. Everyone stood up. Then wish me a smooth journey. Qin Yu grinned, extending his palm. They exchanged glances and placed their hands on Qin Yu's hand, collectively exclaiming, safe travels. In the afternoon, on the road to number 88 Yard, Qin Yu turned to the old cat and asked, Did you really not inform Old Li that you were going to the planning area with me? Oh, I forgot, the old cat, slightly under the weather, replied while wiping his nose, appearing rather dazed. Are you out of your mind? Old Li definitely wouldn't want you to go. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Now that you've suddenly decided to come with me, he'll think I forced you to. Qin Yu scolded. Calm down. The old cat spat dismissively and pulled out his phone to call Old Li. A few dozen seconds later. Hello? I'm going to the planning area with Qin Yu. The old cat stated bluntly. Lic was taken aback for a good 3 to 4 seconds before he incredulously shouted. What the hell are you going to the planning area with Qin Yu for? To play. Are you out of your mind? That place is even more chaotic than Tujia Street. What are you doing there? Get back here now. Normally composed, Oldly lost his cool when confronted with the old cat's antics. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just informing you. I'll have someone send you the leave request shortly. I said come back. Don't shout at me, I'm in a bad mood. And if you continue, I might just lose it. The old cat was already losing his grip on reality. You should just drop dead. It would serve you right. Oldly trembled with anger. Every day. You re so reckless. You have no idea what you're doing, I really. All right, I'm done arguing with you. Who's arguing with you? Xiaoyu is going alone, which is too risky if he runs into any trouble. I can offer him some advice. Just don't give him any advice. Otherwise, he'll end up dead at your hands sooner or later. Oldly shouted helplessly, you better get back to the station. Don't worry about it. I'm definitely going. Just stay calm at home. This time, if there's even a glimmer of hope for the supply channels, I'll throw my life into it. The old cat replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Oldly was momentarily stunned and ceased his scolding. If there's anything, just give me a call. The old cat hung up directly on the road. Chinyu glanced at the old cat with a smile. On the surface, it seems like you harbor some resentment towards Oldly, but in reality, you care about him a lot. Who cares about him? I'm just worried that once he's out of office, he won't be able to do as he pleases in the police station anymore, the old cat retorted, rolling his eyes. Let us go. Stop dawdling. The two returned to number 88 yard, quickly packed their belongings, locked the door and headed out. On the way, Chinyu glanced at Lin Yinlei's room and noticed the door was tightly shut, indicating she was not home. What are you staring at my wife's house for? The old cat asked sideways. Have some self-respect. Lin Yinlei told me she would only agree to be your mother. Chinyu scoffed. Get lost. The old cat grinned. Tell me the truth. Are you a bit smitten with Lele? Stop rambling. Chinyu quickened his pace and left at 8:30 in the evening. A military truck loaded with supplies carried the old cat and Chinyu away, heading towards the planning area, which was even more chaotic than Tujia Street. Chapter 52. On the road once outside the 9th district, the old cat immediately felt the temperature drop again. Sitting in the back of the truck, wrapped in 3 or 4 military overcoats, he lifted the canvas curtain and peered outside, exclaiming, it must be over -40 degrees out here. About that, Chinyu replied, rubbing his hands occasionally, don't just sit there. Get up and move around a bit to keep warm. Hey, did you also take a truck when you came here? The old cat casually asked. For a while, but then we had to walk. Chinyu replied. You really are a soldier, the old cat remarked, speechless. After traversing a snow-blanketed road for approximately 5 hours, the vehicle finally came to a halt at a modestly sized supply station for the military. The two individuals promptly alighted, settled the fare, and resumed their journey in a gasoline-powered off-road vehicle that was nearly on the verge of being scrapped. Given the harsh conditions of the environment, pure electric cars or hybrids lacked the necessary stability to endure long-distance travel in such frigid temperatures. The gasoline off-roader had been arranged through the connections of directorly, although it was almost beyond repair. It had not come cheaply. Fortunately, the heating system within the vehicle was operational, and its off-road capabilities remained relatively intact, making it quite resilient. On the road, Old Cat, like a curious child, gazed at the snow-covered expanse, his face reflecting intrigue as he pointed to several large metal frameworks kilometers away and inquired, what are those? Marker towers. Chinyu replied nonchalantly, in this darkness, you can't see, but there's barbed wire beneath them. Marker for what? Old Cat pressed. Nuclear fallout, Chinyu explained in a matter-of-fact tone. After the catastrophe, the government constructed numerous defensive structures, but ultimately, they all failed. Many of those buildings contained nuclear equipment. When the disaster struck, the facilities exploded, leaving behind large radiation zones. Those towers were erected to warn people in the designated planning areas not to enter. They were just doing their job, Old Cat sighed. As Chinyu drove, he casually queried, what exactly is your relationship with Oldly? Old Cat was momentarily taken aback. What, can't you say? Chinyu chuckled. Then I want to ask, there's nothing I can't say, Old Cat retorted, pulling out an e-cigarette and turning to Chinyu. Oldly is my uncle. He entered the police force after my father in a certain incident. My father died in place of Oldly, so my feelings towards him are somewhat conflicted. To say I don't harbor resentment would be a lie. Yet these years, Oldly has treated me exceptionally well. Sigh. I force myself not to dwell on the past, but as a son, I cannot forget. Chinyu was silent for a moment before responding. You re better off than I am. At least you have a relative who treats you well to resent. I have no one. Old Cat inhaled from his cigarette, remaining silent. Do you know what transpired between your father and Oldley? Chinyu inquired again. I heard from others that Oldley made a mistake, and my father took the blame and was executed. Did Oldley ever explain it to you? No, he has never mentioned it. When I was younger, I often intentionally brought it up to provoke him, but he never engaged. Old Cat stared blankly out the window. Perhaps he finds it uncomfortable to recall. Old Cat, the kindness that Director Lee shows you is well known among the police. Chinyu gently advised, the past is the past. Holding on to it only serves to exacerbate the conflict between you and Oldley without any real purpose. How many brothers intentionally harm their own siblings? Moreover, what you know is merely hearsay. The reality could be entirely different, don't you think? Old Cat hesitated before nodding. All right, let's talk about something cheerful. Chinyu grinned, changing the subject. When do you plan to get married? To whom? To Lei Lei? Old Cat perked up at the mention of romantic matters. Can you have some dignity? I've already said. Just as Chinyu was about to scold him, he suddenly spotted a group of a dozen individuals clad in thick winter coats rushing out from a cluster of dilapidated buildings ahead. Old Cat, grab your gun. Quickly. What is happening? Old Cat sat up straight. Ahead, a line of individuals had formed, blocking the road. Chinyu did not drive closer but stopped the vehicle about 20 meters away. What is the business? He shouted through the lowered window against the biting wind and snow. Brother, could you spare some food? We're starving here, came the plea from the crowd. Two men stepped forward from the group. Chinyu shouted back, can't you see this is a military vehicle? If you have no food, then get lost. If you don't have food, then give us some gasoline, clothes, or money. The two men continued to advance. Old Cat, observing the frostbitten individuals, including children and the elderly, felt a pang of compassion. Let us give them something, he suggested. However, Chinyu, distinctly unlike his demeanor in District 9, coldly retorted, I'll say it once more, get lost. How brazen. If you don't give us anything, we want to leave. The two men halted, clearly undeterred. Chinyu shifted gears and slammed the accelerator, driving straight toward the crowd. What the hell? Old Cat exclaimed. Grabbing Chinyu's arm, if they don't give, just let it go. Don't drive into them. Seeing the vehicle barreling toward them, the crowd scattered in a panic. Without time to explain to Old Cat, Chinyu quickly grabbed his firearm and fired into the air. The gunfire rang out in quick succession, scattering the crowd once more. With deft movements, Chinyu maneuvered the vehicle into the deep snow, revving the engine and speeding across the glistening icy terrain. Moments later, a group of 20 to 30 people emerged from the dilapidated buildings, firing shots in their direction. Fortunately, Chinyu reacted swiftly and managed to evade them. Old Cat, drenched in cold sweat, sat in the vehicle, glancing back in shock. Wait, they weren't just asking for food. They were trying to rob us. If I had parked closer, we would have been stripped of our clothes and left to freeze here. Chinyu's expression remained impassive. These people are no longer human. We are in a military vehicle, and they dare to rob us. Do you know what this place is called? Chinyu turned to ask. No idea. Old Cat shook his head. This is Sankanzi. 3 years ago, 10 military grain trucks from the Beifeng Special Zone passed through here and were completely robbed. The military commander was furious and dispatched 3 battalions, over 1,000 men, to eradicate the bandits. Yet, within a day, nearly all of them were taken down, with only about 300 managing to escape. Chinyu pointed at the sides of the road they had just passed. If you were to dig with a crowbar here, you might just unearth a body. After a long silence, Old Cat suddenly asked, have you ever robbed grain in Sankanzi? Chapter 53. This is my fate. Listening to Old Cat's question, Chinyu chuckled softly. I've never robbed anyone. I've built my reputation in this area. Ha ha. Old Cat chuckled nervously. They exchanged glances before Chinyu sighed again. I'm human too. I need to eat. I understand. Old Cat nodded thoughtfully. After driving for another 10 or so hours, they finally arrived at the southern planning area, where the temperatures were slightly warmer and not as frigid as in the north. The place where Chi Lin was hiding was called Feng'an, situated in a plain, backed by mountains, and not located along the main highway. Many people often banded together to hunt in the mountains, both for personal consumption and to trade for a little money in the special zone. Hence, the environment and security were relatively better than in Sankanzi. Chinyu had not spent much time around Feng'an previously, as the locals were quite insular, 100 people might be able to live off the mountain's resources. But if 200, 300, or more settled there, it could lead to scarcity for all. Thus, it was exceedingly challenging for outsiders to establish themselves in this area. However, despite not having resided here, Qin had a friend who lived here regularly and held a certain standing, which was why he had chosen to settle Qi here. The vehicle stopped in front of a small, ramshackle house built of wooden planks and mud. Old Cat and Qin disembarked. Goodness, is this place fit for human habitation? Old Cat gazed at the crooked dwelling and the barren land surrounding it, shaking his head in disbelief. In comparison, District 9 feels like paradise. Now I understand why you could settle in Songjiang so quickly. If you can survive here, you can thrive anywhere. When you see Qi, don't say anything foolish. He is already in a low mood. If you start blabbering, it'll only make him feel worse. Qin cautioned, "No worries, if I don't scold him for 3 days, he'll get restless." Old Cat replied cheekily, "You're such a nuisance." Qin chuckled helplessly, stepping toward the door. Creak. The door swung open, and Qi emerged, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the dude. Old Cat stepped forward and playfully slapped Qi on the head, exclaiming, "Little brother, have you missed me? You dude. What brings you here?" Qi stammered. "We came to see you. We couldn't reach you, so we figured we'd come by." Old Cat tossed out casually as he stepped inside, calling, "Mom, Xiao Yu." Sister Qi emerged from an inner room, politely greeting, "Cat brother. Oh, my dear sister has grown. You're so chubby and adorable." Old Cat, ever the social butterfly, exclaimed. "Old Cat has come," their mother called from inside, sitting on the heated bed. Old Cat handed over a large bag of food that he and Qin had purchased to Qi. Smiling, "This is all for you. There's more food and new clothes in the car. I'll get them for you in a bit." "Thank you, brother," Qi replied, her face lighting up with joy as she accepted the heavy bag. Leading Old Cat into the inner room with her white cane, Old Cat settled onto the heated bed, cheerfully asking, "How is your health, Mom?" Quite well, that it suffices to say that you should smoke less. And perhaps extend your years. I am on the verge of becoming the chief of police. Soon, I will come to take you and Qi, little sister, back to enjoy a life of comfort." The Old Cat, with an air of nonchalance, struck up a conversation with the elderly lady, in another room. Qi invited Qin to sit on the cold bed and cheerfully said, "I'll get you some water." No, Qin waved his hand. "You sit down." Qi complied and took a seat beside him. "Are you feeling any better?" Qin inquired directly. "Much better," Qi replied, stretching his limbs and expressing gratitude. "Thanks to your friend John. Without him, I might have perished here. There were no medical supplies, and he arranged for someone to deliver them to me, even securing this room. As long as you're well." Qin smiled. After exchanging pleasantries, Qi leaned in and quietly asked, "Did the Yuan family stir up trouble after I left?" "Yes, the situation is quite dire." Qin nodded in response. "A lot has happened recently. Old Cat and I came here out of desperation to seek information from you." "What is it?" "Think carefully. Before Along got into trouble, did he mention anything else to you apart from handing over that package? Any friends he made outside, brothers, or any acquaintances you know of?" Qin spoke rapidly. "To be frank, the Ma family is in a terrible state, and Li Si has been forced to take sides because of your situation. Yuan Hua hasn't retaliated yet, only because he stirred up a commotion in Tuzha Street recently and needs to lay low for a while, but he will definitely continue to cause trouble. As for Old Li, without a supply channel, he cannot forge strong alliances, nor can he help Old Ma regain his footing. Thus, Old Cat and I came here to inquire about the supply channels." Upon hearing Qin's detailed explanation, Qi stared blankly at the floor, remaining silent. "What's wrong?" Qin noticed something was off with Qi and pressed further. After a long silence, Qi suddenly stood up, bent down to lift the bed sheet, and silently pulled out a black leather bag from beneath it. Qin was taken aback. "What does this mean?" "Open the bag and see for yourself." Qi tossed it to Qin. The latter opened it and glanced inside. Pulling out a notebook, Qi resumed his seat on the bed, rubbing his face with a tone of resignation. "This bag was left for me by my elder brother. Before he left, he told me there was a contact inside, someone to turn to when I found myself in dire straits. At the time, I was preoccupied with thoughts of him, and since I still had a job at the police station, I didn't consider myself in a desperate situation, so I paid little heed to it. Later, when my brother was gone, Yuan pressured me for supply channels, And that's when I remembered about this bag. But I had given it to Bella, and when I returned to retrieve it, I caught her in a compromising situation with Lao Hu. In a fit of anger, I lost my cool, and she, perhaps frightened, claimed she had thrown the bag away, so I assumed it was lost. Yet, when my mother, little sister, and I managed to escape to this place, I found the bag was with my mother. Chi Lin turned his head, smiling as he said, "The bag was never discarded by Bella. My mother, being meticulous, had taken it to store her belongings that night. When I informed her and my sister that we had to flee, my mother packed a great deal of luggage, including this bag." Qin was rendered speechless. "What is fate? This is fate, my fate." Chi Lin's eyes involuntarily glinted with resentment as he spoke coldly and sarcastically. "When I desperately sought this bag, I thought it was lost. But after I killed someone, lost my job, was injured, and fled with my family shattered, it appeared before me. Tell me, do you think the heavens are being kind to me?" "Ha!" Qin Yu looked at Chi Lin, suddenly sensing that although he appeared the same outwardly, there was an inexplicable change within him. "I've looked at the notebook. There's only one page with writing, a contact number." Chi Lin turned to Qin Yu and said, "But I can't make calls from here. Your arrival is timely. Let us seek out my brother's friend and establish that supply channel, come what may." "What do you mean?" Qin Yu probed cautiously. "I once looked down on my brother, thinking he lacked responsibility and only lived for himself." Chi Lin said with a smile, his words clear, "But now, I intend to walk the same path as him. The work he did before, I shall now undertake." Chapter 54. A glimmer of hope and despair after nightfall. Qin Yu and Old Cat accompanied Chi Lin's family for dinner, continually offering comfort to Chi's mother, assuring her that once the storm passed, they would do everything possible to reinstate Chi Lin as a police officer in District 9. The elderly lady was still unaware of Along's demise and harbored no grand hopes of her son achieving great wealth. Her only desire was to return to the life they once had, where her children had jobs and food to eat. That way, even if she were to suddenly close her eyes one day, she would feel at ease. However, both Qin Yu and Old Cat understood that as long as the Yuan family remained intact, Chi Lin's status would not fundamentally change, making a return to District 9 to resume his duties as a police officer nothing short of a pipe dream. After dinner, the three brothers retreated to Chi Lin's room. Old Cat firmly shut the door and retrieved an old phone from his pocket. This phone operated on a virtual card from a small company in Fongbei. He handed the phone to Chi Lin, saying, "Use this to contact your brother's friend." "All right," Chi Lin replied, taking the phone and looking down at the contact number in the notebook before decisively dialing it. After a few seconds, Chi Lin shook his head. "It's unreachable. It shows it's turned off." Qin Yu pondered for a moment, his expression turning grim as he analyzed. "It's possible that your brother's friend heard about the commotion in Songjiang and realized your brother was in trouble. Hence, this number is no longer in use. Damn it. If that's the case, we're finished." Old Cat cursed, trembling with fear. "Xiao Lin, send a text to this number," Qin Yu instructed, pulling out his e-cigarette. "Be direct and straightforward. Tell him that Along has passed away, and you are his younger brother, currently unable to stay in District 9, which is why you're reaching out. Oh, you think that might alarm him?" Chi Lin frowned. "There's no point in lying," Qin Yu insisted. "With such a huge uproar in Songjiang, your brother's friend must have caught wind of it, so being honest will only come off as sincere." "Fine," Chi Lin conceded, no longer arguing. He lowered his head to compose a text message and sent it to the number. Qin Yu took a puff from his e-cigarette and sighed. "Now, it's all up to fate. If your brother's friend has already panicked and changed his number, our chances of finding him are slim. However, if he is still observing, he should respond." Old Cat clasped his hands together, murmuring a prayer. "May the Buddha open his eyes. If we can successfully receive a call from Along's friend, I would wish for Yuan Ku to suffer greatly. 2 full days passed, and the three brothers had yet to receive a reply from Along's friend, leaving them feeling utterly despondent. Inside the house, the usually carefree Old Cat now wore a frown, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind him, saying, "I think this matter is hopeless. If he were still using this number, there would have been some reaction to the text after 2 days. Indeed." Chi Lin, sitting on the bed, replied with a furrowed brow. "His silence likely indicates that the number is no longer in use." Qin Yu remained silent. If that were the case, they would be in serious trouble. Old Cat sighed, cursing, "If it comes to that, I won't be able to return to Songjiang either. You're still fine. At least Old Li is protecting you, And you want Ku and the others one team move against you for the time being? Qin responded, raising his head. But I'm completely out of luck. Without supply lines, I'll last at most 2 or 3 months before they come for me. The three men fell into a heavy silence, each wrestling with their own anxieties. Ding, ding, ding. Just as the last word left their lips, the phone rang suddenly. The three of them perked up, and Qin immediately asked Old Cat, "Is that yours?" Old Cat stared blankly for half a second, then pulled out his phone from his right pocket, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "Yes, it's a new number. Damn it. Let Qi answer it." Qin urged excitedly, rising to his feet. Qi also wore a look of elation, reaching out to take the call, exclaiming, "I knew it. The heavens have put me through enough. They must leave me a glimmer of hope with that." Qi pressed the answer button. "Hello?" A deep male voice resonated through the phone. Qi switched to speaker mode. "Is this Along's friend?" The other party fell silent. "You don't need to think too much. I am Along's brother." Qi feared the other party would hang up and quickly added, "This is the only time I've used this number. I haven't contacted anyone else, so I know who you are." "How can I prove that you are Along's brother?" The other party finally responded. "My name is Qi. I have an elderly mother and a younger sister, and my elder brother Along left home 2 years ago and has not been in contact with us since." Qi elaborated on his brother's details. "He has a scar on his right shoulder blade, and when he eats, he has a habit of resting one foot on the stool." After hearing this, the other party fell silent for a moment before replying, "Along is dead. What do you want to contact me for?" Before he departed, he provided me with your contact information, urging me to reach out to you should I find myself in dire straits. Qi responded candidly, "I am indeed in dire straits now. Along is dead, and his subordinates have been apprehended." The other party cautiously replied, "I might also be operating in Songjiang. At present, I lack the capacity to manage anyone else. You must look out for yourself, brother." "Wait a moment," Qi exclaimed as he sensed the other party's intention to hang up. "I am not seeking refuge. I wish to discuss business." "What business?" "The business my brother previously conducted with you." The other party paused for a long moment before responding with a cold smirk. "Heh, your brother has mentioned you in this line of work. Your temperament is unsuitable." "Not necessarily," Qi retorted with remarkable audacity. "Before I left Songjiang, I fired shots on Century Avenue, killed a tiger, and single-handedly rescued my sister. When my brother was alive, he hardly demonstrated such prowess." Upon hearing this, the other party fell silent for a considerable time before asking, "In the matter of drug trafficking, resolve is a minimum requirement, but to succeed, one must have connections. Are the Ma family's connections viable?" Qi swiftly countered, "I can still utilize his line. Have you reached an agreement?" "Yes, I can contact Old Ma right now. Merely negotiating with the Ma family isn't sufficient." The other party shook his head. "The nephew of the police chief is here with me. At this moment." Qi exhibited the keen perceptiveness he had honed within the police force, skillfully articulating his words. "With their addition, will it carry enough weight?" The other party pondered carefully before responding ambiguously. "Wait for my message." "Very well." With that, the two concluded the call. In the southern region, within the undeveloped area of Jiangzhou, less than 300 kilometers from the 7th district of the Asia map, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut dialed a number on his phone. After several seconds, he spoke. "Hello? Boss, Qilong's younger brother has contacted me." The boss on the other end of the line paused momentarily. "Why did he suddenly reach out to you?" "He mentioned wanting to re-establish the drug line, seeking to procure goods from us." The middle-aged man replied efficiently. "I probed him a bit. He claimed he has already made arrangements with the Ma family and that Oldley from the Black Street is backing him. It seems all that remains is for us to give our nod." "Kong, do you understand the situation at Qilong's home?" the boss suddenly inquired. "I have a fair understanding, as Along shared some details about his family with me." Kong nodded. "When I spoke with that kid just now, the information he provided largely matched what I knew. Some details can be verified, but certain aspects of daily life can only be clarified by those who have spent considerable time together. Thus, I personally deduce that the kid is not lying. He is indeed Qilong's younger brother." The boss remained silent. "Oh, you think I should meet him?" After a moment of contemplation, Kong cautiously suggested, "The market in Songjiang has collapsed, and we have lost a crucial supply channel in less than 2 months. My inventory has also piled up considerably. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent to engage with him. If he truly has the capability to get things done, we could avoid the need to re-establish our foothold in Songjiang." "That's somewhat risky." The boss gently shook his head. What if Qilong's brother is already under the control of the Yuan family? If he deliberately leads you astray, how will you respond? I am unafraid of Yuan Hua and Songjiang, but I fear the pharmaceutical companies backing him. We have been disrupting their markets across various regions by producing drugs illegally. And both the Yuan family and the pharmaceutical companies, along with numerous paid-off connections, would be eager to find us and eliminate us. That shouldn't be the case, right? Kong furrowed his brow. Regarding the situation in Songjiang, I had someone investigate. This Qilong's brother, Qilin, is the one who killed Yuan Hua's uncle and another high-ranking figure, which forced him to flee from District 9. Such enmity is not easily resolved. Is it? Does this Qilin have family? The boss inquired. Yes, he has a mother and a sister. If those two are under Yuan Hua's control, could Qilin potentially collaborate with him? The boss asked further. Kong fell silent at this question. We are not well informed about the specifics in Songjiang. If Qilin is currently restrained, then the moment you reveal yourself, you will surely be targeted. They wouldn't need to act immediately. Simply following your lead could lead them to us. The boss spoke with utmost caution. If we are exposed, given our current standing, we would undoubtedly face annihilation from the combined forces of the pharmaceutical companies and political connections. Hearing this, Kong felt a twinge of hesitation. As long as we can continue producing pharmaceuticals, we will never lack for a market in this era. Currently, we still appear quite weak compared to several officially recognized pharmaceutical companies. So we must exercise utmost caution, prioritizing survival before pursuing growth. The boss advised softly, do not recommend taking the risk of contacting Qilin. It would be wise for you to remain hidden and temporarily abandon the Songjiang line. At this moment, Kong grappled with two conflicting thoughts. First, his close relationship with Qilong, which indicated that the latter would not have provided his contact information to his brother unless he sensed impending danger. Thus, Kong sought to assist Qilin. Second, as the person responsible for the regional market within this illicit drug production team, Kong relied heavily on the Songjiang channel for his livelihood. Should it be severed? He would not only suffer significant financial losses, but also face a decline in his standing within the team. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth and insisted, I believe Qilin poses no threat, as I have heard that Oldly from the Black Street has indeed had a conflict with Yuan Ku. Moreover, establishing the Songjiang line initially required considerable effort on our part. I truly do not wish to abandon it so easily. So your intention is that I want to engage with Qilin, Kong asserted resolutely. But rest assured, if the other party harbors ulterior motives, I will halt matters here and will not implicate the company. The boss remained silent for a long while before softly responding, very well. If that is the case, proceed according to my instructions. Half an hour later, Qilin answered the ringing phone. Hello? We can meet? Kong stated directly. 3 days from now, I will be waiting for you at the Jijiang living area in Jiangzhou's undeveloped zone. There is a place called the Buckingham Palace Entertainment Venue. You must arrive by 8 in the evening. Qilin was taken aback. Jiangzhou? That's a bit far from here. I'm afraid I won't make it in time. If you do not delay on the way, there will be sufficient time, Kong replied unyieldingly. I will wait for you for 3 days. All right, I understand. With that, Kong promptly hung up the phone. In the room, Qin Yu looked at Qilin, urgently asking, what did he say? He agreed to meet, but in Jiangzhou? And he requires us to arrive within 3 days, Qilin replied with a frown. The timeline is rather tight. Lao Mao interjected with a curse, Jiangzhou is quite far from here, and we have never met this person before. If we simply rush over based on a phone number, what if the other party has ulterior motives? We might not return safely. Qilin held his phone, turning to the two of them. Regardless of whether the other side lays a feast or sets a trap, I will certainly go. Otherwise, I will never have the chance to turn my fortunes around. Qin Yu glanced at Lao Mao. Rich and noble, you have connections. You can choose not to go. Nonsense. The drug trade concerns Old Li's livelihood. If you two are risking it, how can I not? Lao Mao replied without hesitation. For the first time. I feel my mother gave me a fortuitous name. Time waits for no one. Since we've decided to go, let's not hesitate. Qin Yu nodded, instructing, make arrangements for my mother and sister. We shall depart tonight. Understood, Qilin affirmed. That evening, Qin Yu called his friend John, arranging for his sister and mother to stay temporarily at another household for a few days, and he paid a substantial sum for their meals. Once everything was settled, the three of them spent a considerable amount on 4 large barrels of gasoline from a fuel dealer before driving towards Jiangzhou's undeveloped zone. This journey left no room for retreat. Each of their lives and fortunes hinged on their ability to connect with a supplier of pharmaceuticals. In a chaotic era, with District 9 in turmoil and the rise of various factions. Three brothers huddled together in a desperate bid for survival began their true journey from that day forth. Chapter 56. 3 days of reckless travel. Arriving at Zhejiang, Qi Lin's residence was approximately 1,800 kilometers from Jiangzhou, a distance that, in the past, could have been traversed in just 20 or so hours by car. However, the current dire conditions had transformed the landscape drastically following widespread disasters. After leaving the northern region, Qi Lin encountered an endless expanse of desert in the central plains, alongside the remnants of a once mighty river that had now dried up, leaving only desolate ravines. A site that had once nourished countless lives. The current living environment in Asia could be broadly categorized into 3 tiers. The third tier comprises uninhabitable zones, areas severely affected by disasters. Some lands have become parched and cracked, with no water sources visible within hundreds of miles. Others are perpetually cold, with ice covering the land for miles on end. And some areas have been wholly transformed into vast oceans before the cataclysm. The government made extensive use of technological engineering to combat disasters and save lives, yet ultimately, these efforts proved futile against the overwhelming forces of nature. Furthermore, the devastation wrought by these projects has left numerous hidden ailments, such as nuclear hazards and radiation sources laden with chemical contaminants. Presently, these areas have transformed into places no one dares to tread. Perhaps it will take several decades for them to gradually recover. The second tier comprises areas awaiting planning. Although the environment here is harsh, the common people manage to adapt. However, due to limited geographical conditions and the current scarcity of resources across the 9 regions, these places cannot yet evolve into officially sanctioned living zones, protected by the United Government, where social environments are stable and living conditions relatively comfortable. The first tier consists of genuine living zones established by the United Government, divided into 4 regions in Asia, 4 in the Euro-African Alliance, plus a specially designated 9th zone. Our Chinese compatriots possess the formidable 7th and 8th districts within the United Government, granting us significant influence. When calamity truly struck, the world bore witness to the power of 1.4 billion people, their roars and miracles echoing through the chaos. The Jiangzhou area awaiting planning is situated near the 7th district, characterized by a relatively better geographical environment compared to the north, with several thriving urban centers among them. For instance, there is the Jinshan living area, as mentioned by Konggu, and the entirety of Jiangzhou is referred to as Quasi-Zone 10. 2 years ago, the United Government seriously considered constructing a new city here, but due to limited resources, the management of a large populace, and the complex interplay of numerous local factions, the plan ultimately fell through. After nearly 3 days of relentless travel, Qinyu, Qilin, and Lao Mao finally arrived at Jinshan. Their journey, spanning across regions, was fraught with innumerable challenges and hardships. Lao Mao later admitted that had it not been for Qinyu's presence and his rich life experience in this area, both he and Qilin would likely have faltered along the way, for some challenges cannot simply be overcome with determination alone. Despite the arduous journey, they ultimately reached their destination. Upon entering Jinshan, the trio enjoyed a brief, warm meal and rested for a few hours before hastily making their way to the Buckingham Palace entertainment complex as night fell. The entertainment venues of this era bear little resemblance to the former clubs. Nightclubs and KTVs, boasting scale, prestige, and luxury. When people struggle to satisfy their basic needs, there is little time for hedonistic pursuits. The Buckingham Palace comprises merely 3 floors, with over 20 private rooms, a dozen guest rooms, and a lounge reminiscent of a casual bar. Nowadays, few patrons visit for pure leisure. The majority are engaged in business banquets and serious discussions. Due to material scarcity, the standard of consumption has naturally risen. Following Kong Ji's instructions, Qi Lin reserved a private room on the 2nd floor, where the service staff ushered in a dozen striking young women. "Is this all the drinks we have?" the service staff inquired politely. "Yes," Qi Lin nodded. "Then please, choose some ladies," the staff grinned. "We have all types here, and they excel in various performances." Qin Yu and his companions had come for serious matters, their thoughts far from such frivolities, and thus politely declined. "Let us wait a moment. Our guest hasn't arrived yet." As they spoke, one young woman on the far left suddenly stepped forward with a bright smile, saying, "Come on, just pick 3. We have our tasks, and if we don't get a spot for the day, not only do we earn nothing, But we also face deductions. Lao Mao, known for his flirtatious nature, glanced at the speaker, taking in her bright eyes and alluring form, and cheekily retorted, with looks like yours, how could you possibly lack customers? Upon noticing Lao Mao's engagement, the young woman eagerly approached, stating, we have all shades and types of women here. Competition is fierce. If I don't work hard, I want to earn a dime. Lao Mao turned to Qin Yu and whispered, in such places, it's best not to draw too much attention. How about we let a few of them sit down, and when the main guest arrives, we can send them away. After all, you'll need to entertain him. Considering Lao Mao's reasoning, Qin Yu nodded. Let us keep 3 then. What should we call you? Lao Mao asked the girl. Coco, she replied. Have 2 of your friends join us, Lao Mao casually suggested. Coco paused momentarily, then, regaining her composure, called out to 2 girls on her left. You 2, come sit down. As the 2 girls approached and settled next to Qi Lin and Qin Yu. The service staff bowed politely, saying, enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. After a brief exchange, the others departed. Finding himself bored, Lao Mao lowered his gaze to Coco's long legs and, unable to resist, commented, you have quite the elasticity, brother. You're quite the flirt, she retorted. Not a flirt, just a man with a bit of charm, he replied. Sitting beside them, Qi Lin felt a headache coming on and leaned closer to Qin Yu. Muttering, he really is something. Coco crossed her legs and instinctively removed Lao Mao's hand from her thigh, remarking, your hands look quite nice. Meanwhile, downstairs, a middle-aged man with a crew cut entered the lobby alone. The service staff immediately approached him, asking, Sir, are you alone or with friends? Do you have a reservation? My surname is Kong. I've reserved a suite on the 3rd floor for a meeting. The crew cut man scanned the surroundings. Certainly, please follow me, the staff responded, stepping aside to lead the way. On the 3rd floor, Kong settled into the suite, glancing around before sitting on the bed and sending a text message. Boss, I've arrived and am ready to meet with them. Understood, came a swift reply. Only after receiving the go-ahead did Kong dial Qi Lin's number. Hello? Greetings, Kong Gu. Qi Lin replied, now familiar with the man's name after several interactions. We've arrived at the Buckingham Palace. Where are you? Kong inquired. I in the private room on the 2nd floor. Qi Lin answered honestly. Kong licked his lips, paused in the dim room, and finally instructed, come to Suite 09 on the 3rd floor. Understood. After concluding their communication, Kong moved to the door, peering through the peephole at Suite 09 across the hallway. Back in the 2nd floor room, Qi Lin tucked his phone away and turned to Qin Yu and Lao Mao, saying, He.S. here. He.S. on the 3rd floor. Didn't we agree to meet in this room? Why is he suddenly going to the 3rd floor? Lao Mao furrowed his brow. Does this old fellow have something up his sleeve? Before he could finish his thought, Qin Yu swiftly pinched Lao Mao's wrist and directed the 3 young women, you all need to step outside. Lao Mao fell silent. Coco hesitated, then promptly instructed the other 2. Let us step out and allow the bosses to discuss business. Once the women had departed, Qin Yu's expression turned serious as he addressed them. We rushed into this situation without fully understanding who we're dealing with. It is prudent to be cautious. Let us prepare for any potential threats. The 2 nodded in agreement, drawing the firearms they had acquired alongside their off-road vehicles from the military, checking them carefully before retrieving their personal bags to distribute spare magazines. Suddenly, the door to the private room creaked open, and Coco, startled by the sight of the 3 men handling firearms, froze in place. Qin Yu turned to the door, his gaze cold as he questioned, Who the hell let you in? I left my handbag on the sofa, gentlemen. I'll come back to retrieve it. Coco quickly retreated, shutting the door behind her. Lao Mao glanced at the sofa and, confirming Coco's bag was indeed there, turned back, urging, hurry up. Once the 3 were adequately prepared, they hastily exited the private room, making their way to the 3rd floor. Upstairs, Kong's phone rang, and as he glanced at the number, he reached out to answer just as hurried footsteps echoed outside in the corridor. A young man clad in a long sheepskin coat, military green tapered trousers, and dirty leather boots approached Suite 09, hands tucked within the sleeves of his coat. Hair tied back in a ponytail, accompanied by 4 companions. With a long face adorned with a thick beard and sharp eyes glinting with a hint of amusement, the man turned his head to survey the corridor behind him before saying, They right here. Let us go. As his words fell, the companions on either side quickened their pace towards the suite, when suddenly, shouts echoed from the direction of the 2nd floor staircase. Brown, I've given you all my capital. What do you mean by treating me this way? My dear Wu, please don't act like a gambler, all right? I'm not a deity. I can't guarantee everyone profits. Nonsense. You've set me up. The shouts continued from the second-floor platform, prompting one of the men near the left side of the corridor to turn to the man in the sheepskin coat and ask, "Are we still in this?" "Don't mind them. Continue with your business," he replied dismissively. The man in the trench coat, with his hands still tucked into the sleeves, responded nonchalantly. As his words fell, both individuals hastened their pace. On the second-floor platform, 3 middle-aged men were embroiled in a fray with 3 Caucasians, shouting and cursing, reeking of alcohol. The staircase leading to the 3rd floor was rather narrow, and the commotion effectively blocked Chinyu and his companions from ascending. Observing that the adversaries were inebriated and jabbering incessantly, Chinyu reached out and nudged one of the Caucasian men, saying, "Make way. You filthy bastard. Do you have any idea how costly my suit is?" "Get lost," retorted the Caucasian with unabashed arrogance. Old Cat approached, unsheathing his firearm from his waist, and with a swift motion, struck the man's face with his left hand, exclaiming, "You are in our living area. And you don't grasp the meaning of discretion? Get out of my way." The Caucasian, taken aback by the sight of Old Cat's gun, was momentarily stunned. Chinyu pushed through the crowd, forcing his way to lead Old Cat and Qilin upstairs. Within mere seconds, they reached the corridor on the 3rd floor. Just as they intended to locate room 09, according to the signage, a loud bang echoed from their left side, the sound of a door being kicked in. Chinyu turned at the noise, bang. Immediately, gunfire erupted, resonating throughout the entire Buckingham Palace. "What is happening?" Qilin instinctively reached for his waist. Chinyu, quick to react, scanned the signs and realized that the gunfire originated from the direction of room 09. Simultaneously, at the far end of the corridor, Brother Kong looked at the trench-coated man with a panicked expression. "What the hell are you?" The trench-coated man withdrew his right hand from his sleeve, grinning as he patted Brother Kang's cheek. "Are you excited to see me? You, don't shout. If you do, I'll kill you." The trench-coated man chuckled, cursing at Brother Kong, then waved his hand. "Let us go. Gunshots have been fired." One of his companions pointed at Brother Kong, reminding the trench-coated man, "This place has connections to his boss." The trench-coated man, casually smoothing his ponytail, remarked without a hint of panic, "Taking the front door is too troublesome. Let us jump out the window." Upon hearing this, they swiftly made their way to the window to eye in the corridor. After a moment of hesitation, Chinyu broke into a sprint. After rounding 2 corners, he witnessed Brother Kong being dragged towards the window. Old Cat, positioned slightly behind, looked up at the scene on the windowsill and, with a quick mind, shouted, "Brother Kong." After calling out, Old Cat pulled Chinyu to hide around the corner of the corridor. At the window, Brother Kong, upon hearing the shout, struggled to look back. Noticing the corridor was empty, he too, with considerable experience, cried out, "Save me, bang." Just as his words fell, the trench-coated man yanked Brother Kong and leaped downwards. At the corner of the corridor, Old Cat snapped back to reality, looking at Chinyu and said, "It's over. This bastard is in trouble." Downstairs, the sound of hurried, heavy footsteps echoed ominously. "Damn it," Chinyu cursed. Scratching his head, "What kind of mess is this? Why does everything we do end up in chaos? We must save Brother Kong, or our efforts will be in vain," Qilin shouted, his eyes reddening as he dashed towards the window. Chapter 58, The Kidnapped Contact, Extra Update 1, Chinyu, Old Cat, and Qilin rushed from the corridor to the window, peering down to see a landing on the 2nd floor. The ponytailed man and his group had jumped down to this landing and descended the stairs nearby. Chinyu stood at the window, looking up and ahead, spotting the ponytailed man and his accomplices forcefully escorting Brother Kong across the street, heading towards an alleyway. "Brother Kong just called for our help, which means he knows he is in grave danger," Qilin said urgently to the others. "We must rescue him. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain." Chinyu understood Qilin's intent and realized there was no time for hesitation. He turned to Old Cat, saying, "You go get the car. Qilin and I will follow and see what is happening. You two stay safe," Old Cat cautioned. After grabbing the car, he made a phone call. Chinyu tossed out a quick remark, climbed up onto the windowsill, and called to Qilin, "Let us go with that." The two leapt down one after the other, while Old Cat turned and quickly made his way to the stairway leading to the 2nd floor. After rounding 2 corners, just as Old Cat was about to descend, He heard rapid footsteps below and spotted 7 or 8 henchmen in Buckingham Palace uniforms rushing up, armed and ready. They exchanged glances. An old cat reacted swiftly, his face betraying his alarm, as he pointed down the corridor, shouting, "Damn it! You guys finally made it! Someone just fired a gun and kidnapped a person, who jumped out the window." "How many of them?" the lead henchman asked, frowning. "I didn't see clearly. Maybe 4 or 5, Old Cat replied, stepping aside. Seeing that Old Cat was alone and unarmed, they didn't question further and charged towards the window. Old Cat wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering as he hurried downstairs, "Damn, this life just got a lot more exciting without me realizing it." Behind Buckingham Palace, after descending the landing, Qin Yu was about to cross the street when Qi Lin suddenly pulled him back. "It seems they haven't noticed we're following them. Let us not rush in. Let us get closer before we act." Qin Yu paused at Qi Lin's words, turning back to acknowledge, "I understand." After a brief exchange, they quickly crossed the street and entered the alley. The power supply in the planned area was notoriously poor, and most living areas descended into darkness after 10 at night, let alone such unkempt alleys. Thus, Qin Yu and Qi Lin walked slowly within the alley, only able to discern distant silhouettes, yet the adversaries also struggled to spot them. Maintaining a safe distance, they followed cautiously. The alley was somewhat long and narrow. Armed with their guns, they trailed the group for about 200 meters, making 2 turns before reaching the the street corner of the alley. A dilapidated off-road pickup truck idled, with the ponytailed man pressing a gun against Brother Kang's head as they neared the vehicle. On the left, a young man in a black leather jacket approached, engaging in a hushed conversation with him. Due to the distance, Qin Yu and Qi Lin couldn't hear the exchange, but they sensed that this group intended to leave. "Should we rush in and grab him?" Qi Lin asked, furrowing his brow. Qin Yu could see the ponytailed man and his associates clearly in the glow of the truck's lights, shaking his head in response. "I don't think these people are harmless. They reclad in leather jackets and combat boots, likely seasoned from the wasteland. Besides, we only have 2 small handguns. In close quarters, we don't know what they might pull from their jackets." Qi Lin pondered for a moment, then clenched his jaw, responding, "If this doesn't work out, you can return to the planned area, and Old Cat will always have Li Si to back him up. Never having to worry about survival. But what do I have? I owe my survival to both of you. The drug line is my only chance to turn my life around. I must take this risk." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback by Qi Lin's determination. "Even if I could pull a mortar from my pocket today, I would still confront them," Qi Lin resolved, gripping his gun as he stepped forward. "I'll take the first shot. Be by the roadside." The ponytailed man retrieved a stack of cash from his trench coat and tossed it to the young man in the black leather jacket, saying, "Thanks for this. We'll see each other again. And no problem, Xiao Gu. Call me if you need anything. It's too crowded here. I'll take my leave." The young man in the leather jacket nodded and bowed slightly. In the alley, Qin Yu and Qi Lin moved in unison, eyes fixed on the ponytailed man, ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice. 15 meters, 10 meters. As the distance closed, Qin Yu looked at Qi Lin and whispered, "A direct confrontation won't work. I'll take out the 2 beside him, and you grab the leader." "Understood." Qi Lin bent down, preparing to sprint. Just then, an urgent phone ringing echoed nearby. The ponytailed man suddenly turned around. 2 minutes earlier, Old Cat burst out from the chaotic Buckingham Palace, swiftly crossing the street and diving into a vehicle. With a roar, he fired up the engine and reached for the gear shift, heading towards the back of the entertainment city. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and a dazzling young woman floated over from behind the car, pulling open the passenger door. Old Cat turned in surprise. Momentarily frozen, the girl, radiating charm, slid into the passenger seat, a fragrant breeze accompanying her as she closed the door behind her, saying, "Hey there, I'm going with you tonight." "Kiki?" Old Cat racked his brain to recall the name of this beauty who had just been drinking with him in the private room. "Oh, you still remember my name?" Kiki replied with a smile. Old Cat, pressed for time, frowned and urged, "Get out of the car. I'm busy tonight." "What's your rush?" Kiki inquired playfully. "I said get out," Old Cat shouted urgently. "Hurry up, I have matters to attend to." "Going to leave after scoring, are we?" Kiki stared at Old Cat, questioning him. Old Cat was taken aback. "What do you mean? Have your 2 friends bring Brother Kong back to me?" Kiki's smile vanished, revealing a serious demeanor. Old Cat was stunned for a moment, then immediately reached for his waist. By the car. 3 men in suits silently closed in from behind, not making a move or brandishing weapons, but simply standing expressionless beside the driver's window, coldly observing Old Cat. Don't move, or things will get messy, Kiki said, lightly tapping Old Cat's chest with her delicate finger. Call your friend. Who exactly are you? Old Cat asked, his eyes wide with shock. Coco blinked her bright eyes and reached into the Old Cat's pocket, retrieving his phone before saying, I am the boss. The Old Cat stood in stunned silence upon hearing her voice. Holding the phone, Coco commanded clearly, if you wish to avoid meeting your end in Jiangzhou, unlock the phone immediately and call your friend. Chapter 59. The Sudden Burden from the Sky. Additional update 2, on the street. Brother Xiao, sporting a ponytail, turned to glance toward the alley upon hearing the ringtone, raising 2 fingers. Beside him, 2 young men shoved Brother Kong into a car, while another pair brandished shotguns, racking the bolts with a loud click. A man in a black leather jacket, visibly anxious, looked at Brother Xiao and asked, No one will see me, right? That would be troublesome. Someone will take care of him, Brother Xiao replied, waving his hand at the 2 armed men. Following his signal, the 2 immediately dispersed, shotguns at the ready as they approached the alley. Brother Xiao trailed behind them, walking leisurely. The silent alley echoed with the dull sound of footsteps as the 2 armed youths ventured about 10 meters in. Turning to the left, they noticed a wooden door behind a building ajar, with a faint light spilling out. Brother Xiao licked his lips and advanced, first signaling his companions to stay put, then glancing inside before abruptly pulling the doorknob. The door swung open, releasing a waft of greasy air. With an impassive expression, Brother Xiao peered inside, discovering it to be the back kitchen of a small restaurant, where a Western chef was frying something. Hearing the noise, the chef turned around, a jovial smile on his chubby cheeks. The main entrance is at the front. Brother Xiao quickly assessed the chef, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Wrong place. The chef turned back and resumed cooking. After ensuring there was nothing amiss, Brother Xiao closed the door and departed with his 2 companions. As they left, the storage room door in the kitchen swung open, and Qi Lin pointed a gun at another chef, threatening with a fierce gaze, Prepare your dishes well. Don't let yourself die in vain. I understand. I understand. The chef by the stove nodded repeatedly. At the front entrance, Qinyu secured his gun and urged Qi Lin, Hurry up, on the street. Brother Xiao climbed into the car and turned to the youth in the black jacket, saying, That was a restaurant's back kitchen. It seems one of the staff went out to make a call. It's nothing to worry about. Oh, that is good then. The youth in the black jacket sighed in relief. If there's something, make a call. Brother Xiao tossed the remark casually before shutting the car door and commanding, Let's go. The driver shifted into gear and accelerated away. Once the car had vanished from sight, the youth in the black jacket excitedly pulled out the money Brother Xiao had given him. Counting it with his thumb while walking to the front entrance, Qinyu spoke rapidly as he walked, These people have an insider. Otherwise, they wouldn't execute their tasks so efficiently. The youth in the black jacket? Qi Lin turned his head quickly. The staff at the restaurant? Undoubtedly. He just received money. Qinyu nodded. What do you mean? I'll call the Old Cat and have him come over. Upon hearing this, Qinyu pulled out his phone and dialed the Old Cat's number. Seconds later, the call connected, and Qinyu immediately erupted, Tiger. Are you out of your mind? Knowing we were working, you went ahead and made a call, nearly getting us killed. Why are you so agitated? Your friend can't answer the phone right now. Came Coco's voice. Qinyu was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? I am Brother Kang's boss, Coco stated succinctly. We met earlier in the box. With a sharp memory, Qinyu recalled her voice after a brief moment and asked, You're the one who came back for the bag? Yes. What do you mean by that? Brother Along is gone. We were about to abandon the line in Songjiang, but Brother Kong insisted on helping you. And yet you have breached our rules, Coco said, her brows furrowing slightly. Return the person, and I will spare your friend a leg. Then we can consider the matter settled. After a moment of bewilderment, Qinyu emphasized, You're placing the blame squarely on us. You know in your heart whether it's your fault, she retorted. Nonsense. Brother Kong is not in our hands. He was taken by someone else. Qinyu insisted, his eyes wide with frustration. We hadn't even seen him yet. Brother Kong had a meeting with you tonight. The time and place were known to only you and us. Coco replied coldly, As soon as you two brandished your weapons and went upstairs, he got into trouble. How can you claim it wasn't you? Qinyu felt utterly speechless, his insides boiling with indignation. I don't care if you're from the Yuan family or some drug company's lackey. If anything happens to Brother Kong, I assure you, you won't even know where to bury this kid tomorrow. It truly wasn't us, Qin Yu nearly shouted in response. We came here to establish supply channels. Coco tapped her fingers lightly on her thigh with her left hand, her right hand clutching the phone as she pondered for a moment before replying. There's no foundation of trust between us. It's hard for me to believe your words. Here's the deal. If you say this has nothing to do with you, then come find me, and we can discuss it face to face. Do you take me for a fool? You don't trust me now, so if I come to see you, you will? If we end up in your hands, will our heads still belong to us? Qin Yu frowned in response. You don't dare to show your face and refuse to return the person. Do you think I'm just a barmaid? Coco laughed coldly. Then we shall not negotiate. Tomorrow I will inform you where to burn paper for your friend. Wait. Qin Yu's forehead was beaded with sweat. Give me some time. I can prove this isn't our doing. Coco paused, contemplating for a moment before glancing at her watch. If you haven't tea called by dawn, then we need not communicate further. With that, Qin Yu heard the busy signal indicating the call had been disconnected. What is going on? Lin asked urgently upon seeing Qin Yu remove the phone from his ear. Damn it, Qin Yu cursed, his expression despondent. The woman accompanying the old cat tonight is Brother Kang's boss. She suspects we orchestrated Brother Kang's predicament, so she has taken the old cat. Damn. Lin kicked over a nearby trash can, exclaiming, why is everything going so wrong? Not a single thing goes smoothly. On the street, Coco sat cross-legged in the car, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Boss, anyone who dares to come to our territory to capture Brother Kong must be a reckless individual. The driver said with a stern expression as he gripped the steering wheel. Now that they've succeeded, they likely won't care for their accomplice, which puts Brother Kong in danger. There's something off about this whole situation, Coco remarked, her brows furrowing slightly. Find out if Brother Kong has offended anyone else recently. What do you mean? The driver asked, puzzled. Less questioning, more action, Coco said, her expression unreadable as she turned to the driver. Understood. I'll call right away. The driver nodded vigorously. Chapter 60. Before dawn arrives, additional update 3. On the street diagonally across from Buckingham Palace's main entrance, Qin Yu observed the patrons fleeing in droves due to the gunfire moments ago and spoke rapidly to Lin. I am going in. You wait at the door. Let us go together, and no need, Qin Yu replied, removing his jacket and preparing to wear it inside out. It's chaotic in there. Even if we encounter him, it wouldn't be wise to act. I'll gather some information and be right back. Then I'll wait nearby. If anything goes wrong, shoot immediately, and I'll assist you. Okay. After putting on his clothes inside out, Qin Yu glanced around before striding across the road. Just then, a voice nearby caught his attention. There's been an incident at the store. I'll check it out and be home shortly. Don't worry, yeah, Dad, I'll take a day off tomorrow. Haha, it's just that today has been my lucky day. The boss gave me a bonus. I'll take you out later. Hearing this, Qin Yu turned his head, his gaze fixating on a man on the road talking on the phone. The man, clad in a thick down jacket and sporting a short haircut, appeared unfamiliar at first glance. However, Qin Yu deduced from his pants, physique and gestures that this was indeed the youth in the black jacket who had spoken to the ponytailed man earlier. Lin, having a background in law enforcement, recognized him as well due to his basic memory skills and case-solving abilities. Pausing, Qin Yu turned to Lin and said, this makes things easier. No need to go in, I'll handle it. Lin replied, quickly making his way forward. After the youth in the black jacket hung up, he prepared to cross the street and head toward the store's main entrance. Hey, buddy, Lin caught up, tapping the man on the shoulder from behind. The man turned around, his tone brusque as he demanded, who are you? Lin pressed the gun against the man's waist, his expression impassive. Use a more cautious tone when speaking to me. The man froze, a few minutes later, on a dimly lit street reeking of blood. The youth in the black jacket lay on the ground, bloodied and cowering as he pleaded, don't hit me, big brother, don't hit me. Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves and shouted, where is he? What person? Big brother, you must have mistaken someone. Lin, upon hearing the voice, delivered a swift kick to the opponent's head, exclaiming, where's Brother Kong? I don't know. The young man, with his arms clutched around his head, attempted to feign innocence. Qin Yu seized the collar of the youth, gritting his teeth as he cursed, at the alley entrance, by the car. Did you take the money? Damn it, still daring to lie. Do you believe I won't dig out a nest of rats and stuff them in your mouth? Upon hearing this, the young man blurted out, Was it you who received the call in the alley? Finally, he seemed to grasp the situation. Chinyu, with his right fist hammering down on the youth's head, demanded, Where is he? Where is Brother Kong? Bro, I thought I was just the messenger. Bang! Chinyu, having completely lost his patience, forcefully shoved the young man away, raising his right leg and striking down like lightning against the left knee of the opponent. The sound of bones dislocating echoed instantly. The anguished wail reverberated through the alley as the young man knelt, clutching his knee and cried, Stop, I'll tell you. The one who kidnapped him is Brother Xiao. He came from the no man's land with Lei Zi, and he works for the Li family in Jiangzhou. For why they want to target Brother Kong, I am not sure. He might have been taken to Jianshanbai. Speak accurately, Qi Lin shouted, hands on his hips. Yes, Brother Kong was indeed taken to Jianshanbai. I am certain. I heard them talking. The youth, no longer daring to argue, lowered his head to the ground, his tone laced with tears. In a certain warehouse on Zhongxing Street in Jianshan, Old Cat sat on the edge of a chair, his rear barely touching the seat, grinning widely at Kiki. Sister, it's truly a misunderstanding. We are here for business. Not for ransom. To be frank, I'm a police officer and a decent man. How could I possibly engage in Lei Zi's activities, like kidnapping? Are you decent? Kiki retorted, removing the hair tie from her wrist, letting her hair cascade elegantly. You certainly weren't this respectable in the private room at tea that time. I was indeed a bit unscrupulous, but I never considered you as part of the service industry. Before he could finish, Kiki grasped Old Cat's chin, looking down at him. Don't try to sweet-talk me to buy time. I'm not, he protested. Tell me the truth. Are you here for Brother Kong? Really not. We are here to make friends. Old Cat insisted, glaring. My brother Qi Lin's elder brother has perished at the hands of the Yuan family. Do you think we would intentionally set a trap for Brother Kong? There's no profit in that. Who killed a long isn't important. What matters is who can ensure Qi Lin lives better, Kiki coldly remarked. Old Cat fell silent. I will wait until dawn. If your friend doesn't return, then you and your loathsome mouth will remain in Jiangzhou. Releasing Old Cat's chin, Kiki turned and shouted. The fact that they could so smoothly take Brother Kong indicates that there may be an insider at the Golden Palace. Find them and eliminate them. Understood, boss. The driver nodded and departed. After Kiki finished speaking, she strode upstairs. Old Cat watched her retreating figure, an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. In this day and age, even a 5-foot-tall man struggles to survive. A frail woman reaching the forefront and becoming a boss speaks volumes. She is certainly not one to show weakness or hesitation. On the road, Chinyu pulled the youth along, quietly inquiring, How far is Jianshanbai from here? About 10 kilometers. The youth, limping, nodded and replied. Qi Lin furrowed his brow, asking again, What are they planning to do with Brother Kong? I'm not sure. The youth shook his head. I don't pry into these matters. Asking too much is not beneficial for me. Brother Kong is in danger, Chinyu said tersely. The man with the little braid dared to let him see the money, which indicates they don't intend for Brother Kong to return alive. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's heart sank. 10 kilometers is too far. We no longer have a car, and by the time we walk there, it will all be too late. Chinyu glanced at his watch and said, We need to think of a way to get there quickly. Qi Lin scanned the streets and, after a moment's pause, suddenly approached a restaurant and called out, Is the boss in? What is the matter? The boss, standing behind the counter, asked, Is the motorcycle for sale? Are you crazy? Not for sale, the boss replied, sitting back down. Chinyu entered, pulling out 1,000 yuan from his pocket. Is it for sale? The boss paused, then propped his leg up and smiled. If you add another 1,000, I'll sell it. Haha. Bang. Chinyu slammed his gun down on the table. The money is gone. Will this suffice for 1,000? The boss was so frightened his body leaned back. A few minutes later, the cold wind howled as Qi Lin, Chinyu, and the youth sped towards Jianshanbai on a cheerful little motorcycle. Chapter 61. The Dashing Brother Xiao. Additional update 4. In the dead of night. Within a building by the roadside in Jianshanbai, Brother Xiao sat leisurely at the dining table, enjoying exquisite dishes and drinking strong liquor. After about 10 minutes, the door to the second-floor living room was yanked open from the outside, and a young man in his 20s, leading a robust middle-aged man, entered the room. These two were core members of the Li family in Jiangzhou. The young man was named Li Tong, whose father was the family's second in command. The middle-aged man behind him was Dong Chung, Li Tong's uncle. The Li family initially profited by selling permanent residency permits in District 7. Later, they established a trading company, but secretly dealt in scarce goods such as guns, food, cotton, and crude oil. Over the past 7 or 8 years, this family had grown like a snowball, achieving substantial capital accumulation. However, this had caused suffering for the impoverished locals, as prices were inflated, leaving many to bear the brunt. The Li family had a clear goal: to make money off the poor. However, in recent years, the social environment of District 7 had gradually stabilized, with various beneficial policies being implemented, and the population growth was no longer as intense as in previous years. Therefore, resources like food and cotton were no longer in such desperate demand. Seeing the industry downturn, the Li family quickly shifted their focus to the pharmaceutical industry, and their conflict with Brother Kong arose from interests in the drug trade. Upon entering the room, Li Tong looked at Brother Xiao with enthusiasm, asking, "How's the food? Is it tasty?" "Everything I eat tastes the same. As long as it fills me up, I'm fine." Brother Xiao merely glanced at Li Tong, showing no intention to rise and greet him. Brother Xiao's demeanor was understated. Li Tong grinned, bending down to sit beside him. "With your stature, how could you not eat well wherever you go?" "Haha, you flatter me." Brother Xiao set down his chopsticks and picked up a cigarette box from the table. Li Tong poured a glass of liquor, smiling as he leaned forward. "To be honest, Brother Xiao, I personally respect you greatly. Why not stay with us and we can thrive together, living good lives?" "Haha, thank you for your kindness." Brother Xiao lit his cigarette, looking at Li Tong. "But my heart is not here, so let us keep it straightforward." Dong Chung chimed in. "Think it over. Being wild outside can't compare to the comfort of a stable job in one place. If you stay, I will personally tell my brother-in-law to give you at least 300,000 in dividends a year. It's not about the money. I want to go to District 9. Brother Xiao waved his hand. "That's to be." Li Tong sighed, lifting his glass without further persuasion. "Brother Xiao, since you wish to leave, I want to keep you. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I know what kind of person I am, and we'll see each other when it matters." "Fair enough." Brother Xiao crossed his legs, raised his glass, and clinked it with Li Tong's before downing it in one go. "Uncle, give Brother Xiao his money." Li Tong set down his glass and called out. Dong Ching nodded and went into the back room, returning in less than 3 minutes with 10 bundles of yuan, placing them on the table. Brother Xiao was taken aback. "Didn't we agree on 50,000? "The remaining 50,000 is my personal contribution for your travel expenses," Li Tong replied with a smile. "Don't mention it. Just take it. You're being too generous, making me a bit uneasy." Brother Xiao chuckled, taking 5 bundles of cash, weighing them in his hands. "Haha, little brother, I appreciate your kindness, but this 50,000 is what I deserve. The other 50,000 is a favor. Money is easy to spend, but favors are hard to repay. I'm used to being idle and not accustomed to owing anyone. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal." Li Tong was taken aback. "Brother Xiao, you're being too formal. It's just a matter of character." Brother Xiao tucked the money away, instinctively putting his hands into his sleeves. "That's it. I'll take my leave now. I'll see you out, and no need. I remember the stairs down." "Haha." Brother Xiao laughed, turning and leaving with flair. Li Tong and Dong Chung exchanged glances, both shaking their heads helplessly. Sigh. If this person were to stay, he could accomplish great things. Li Tong sighed. "These wild fellows are not easily integrated," Dong Chung gently reassured him. "Moreover, they usually lack discipline. If they suddenly come here, they might cause trouble. Well, it's better this way." "Has anything been extracted from Kong?" Li Tong changed the topic. He is quite stubborn, refusing to reveal who supplies goods in Feng Bay. Dong Chung chuckled. "But we are fortunate. I found some information in his phone, and once we verify it in Feng Bay, we can make things happen." The audacity of that wretched fellow to seize our lucrative deal in Feng Bay. Li Tong, with his hands clasped, spoke with a somber gaze. "Now that we have the information, you may handle the rest as you see fit." "Understood, I am aware," Dong Chung replied, rising from his seat. "You eat for a while. I shall descend to investigate immediately." "Very well." Li Tong nodded. A mere 7 or 8 minutes later, in the basement, Dong Chung, accompanied by 2 lackeys, tilted his head and scolded the bloodied Konggu. "Look at your cowardice. I urged you to partner with us back then, yet you refused. Now, your life hangs in the balance." Konggu, dazed, lifted his head, cursing through clenched teeth. "I accept my fate. but you must be wary of my employer moving forward. Employer? Who? That girl named Kiki? Dongcheng chuckled. Hands behind his back, teasingly remarked, haha, noted, I shall find an opportunity to defend myself against her in beauty. Go hell with it. Konggu glared, furious. Dongcheng tilted his neck, laughing and urged, proceed with your tasks, as his words faded. The two men behind Dongcheng drew their knives, stepping towards Konggu. Just then, the phone rang. The group paused momentarily. Dongcheng answered, hello? Is this Chenggu? I am Xiaowan from the Platinum Palace. Which Xiaowan? Have you forgotten me? I was the one who relayed the message to Xiaogu, leading to your capture of Kong. The young man in the black jacket spoke urgently on the other end. Ah, I understand now. Dongcheng gestured for the two young men to hold their position and stepped outside to inquire. What is it? Why the sudden call? After Kang's incident, the higher-ups are anxious. They seem to suspect your involvement. That woman has somehow leaked information, and people are heading towards Jianshanbai, the young man warned rapidly. There are quite a few of them, and they are intent on a confrontation. I suggest you lay low for a while. Is the information credible? Dongcheng asked. Absolutely. All right, I appreciate it. No need for thanks. Chenggu, farewell. With that, the call concluded. Across the street, in an uninhabited yard, Qinyu paced, eyes fixed on the road ahead, licking his lips. Prepare yourselves. This is going to be a life-or-death scenario. Qi Lin furrowed his brow and asked, is your plan effective? They succeeded, so there's no need for desperation. Qinyu responded resolutely, they will undoubtedly emerge. Trust me. Chapter 62. Collision with the Li family of Jiangzhou. The reason the young man in the black jacket suddenly called Dongcheng was due to Qin Yu's insistence, a decision made out of necessity. Currently, only Qi Lin was by his side, and they were utterly oblivious to the enemy's strength, organization, or the situation within the building. To charge in recklessly would be far too risky. Even in a desperate situation, one must not act thoughtlessly. After all, they were not invincible, and life was precious. Less than 10 minutes after the call, individuals began to emerge from the entrance across the street, two drivers heading towards the back of the yard to fetch their vehicles. Qi Lin squinted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. There seem to be quite a few of them. If we do not rescue Kong, our trip to Jiangzhou will have been in vain. And we will not recover old cat, Qin Yu replied through clenched teeth. There is no retreat. We must take the plunge. Qi Lin looked at Qin Yu. Determination mirrored in his voice. This time, we either accomplish our mission together or fall here as one. Whoever shows cowardice and flees first is a son of a bitch. Let us proceed. Qin Yu nodded, producing his firearm. On the opposite side of the street, Li Tong emerged, frowning as he approached Dongcheng. Is the information reliable? The call came from an insider who provided the message to Xiao, so it should be trustworthy, Dongcheng replied, furrowing his brow. The opposition knows we were behind Kang's situation. They are undoubtedly furious. These individuals are coming for a fight. Our task is complete, and there is no need to engage them further, Li Tong retorted. Call the military security team. Once they arrive, let the authorities apprehend them. Sounds credible, Dongcheng smiled, taking out his phone to at the roadside. Two cars had come to a halt, while 6 individuals surrounded Li Tong and Dongcheng, one of whom had already dashed forward to open a car door. Across the way, Qin Yu surveyed the opposing group before turning to say, do you see? The young man in the middle and the one on the phone are the leaders. Indeed, Qi Lin nodded in agreement. But I do not see Kong. As soon as he spoke, 2 individuals rushed out from the building, carrying a large black bag towards the car's trunk. Is there a person in that bag? Qin Yu's eyes sharpened as he urged, quick, get in the car. Qi Lin swiftly mounted the motorcycle's rear seat, his right arm naturally resting with the gun. Let us go. The motorcycle roared to life, akin to an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the 2 cars on the roadside. Some in the crowd turned back upon hearing the sound of the motorcycle. Yet, the vehicle was too swift. And the shots rang out even faster. Bang! Qi Lin, on the back seat, fired first, aiming at the crowd. There, Dongcheng shouted, reaching for Li Tong, who had already approached the car. With a thud, the motorcycle collided forcefully with Li Tong's waist, propelling him forward, where he crashed against the car door. Qin Yu slammed the brakes, dismounted, and seized Li Tong by the collar. Qi Lin dismounted the motorcycle, pointing his gun at Dongcheng, shouting, everyone, freeze! Step back! The suddenness of the situation left everyone unprepared. staring blankly at Qin Yu and Qi Lin, instinctively drawing their weapons. Li Tong, having been struck by the motorcycle, felt a sharp pain in his lower back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he leaned against the car. His expression twisted in agony. Qin Yu, having dismounted the motorcycle, kept Li Tong in front of him, raising his left hand to reveal a green fuse, shouting, "I have explosives on me. Anyone who takes a step forward will die with me." Upon seeing the fuse, several individuals immediately retreated, breaking formation. Li Tong, supporting his lower back with his right hand, glanced back at Qin Yu, saying, "Are these people from the Yu family? Aren't there too few of them?" "We have no ties to the Yu family," Qin Yu, sweating profusely, responded, "but Kong was taken by you, and we brothers have unwittingly borne the blame. We came armed with explosives to settle this score." "You came for Shao Kong?" "Yes," Qin Yu affirmed. "If Shao Kong comes with us, there will be no explosion, and we can avoid unnecessary loss of life." Qi Lin pressed his gun against Dongcheng, yelling towards the crowd, "Don't you understand? Step back and raise your hands." "Ha ha." Leaning against the car, Li Tong suddenly laughed, fixing his gaze on Qin Yu. "Brother, you truly must shoulder this burden." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "You lying. You came too late. Shao Kong is gone." Li Tong feigned calmness, adding nonchalantly, "You're talking nonsense." Qin Yu's heart sank, his face paling as he retorted, "Do not play games with me. If I cannot clear my name, I will ensure that two of you accompany me into the grave." "See, you still don't believe me." Li Tong turned to glance at Qi Lin, responding tersely, "The body is in the trunk." Hearing this, Qin Yu's ominous premonition intensified. He tugged at Li Tong, hesitating briefly, before stepping back towards the car, slowly approaching the trunk, and using one hand to open it. Inside the trunk, a strong smell of blood emanated from the black bag. Qin Yu swallowed hard, pulling back the bag's opening. Kong Gu lay within, his visage unrecognizable, two gaping wounds in his throat still oozing blood. Qi Lin, holding Dong Chung at gunpoint, sensed Qin Yu's prolonged silence and trembled, asking, How is he?" "He's gone," Qin Yu replied, his face ashen. "Damn it." Qi Lin's frustration erupted, the pent-up rage, resentment, and bitterness surging through his mind. At the rear of the car, Li Tong raised his hands, a smile on his face as he coaxed, "Brother, you see, he has gone. You two are unlikely to clear your names either. How about this, you lower your guns and we sit down for a chat, shall we?" Bang. Qin Yu, hearing this, forcefully pressed Li Tong's head against the car door, shouting, "What is there to discuss? My brother has been taken. Is your brother's life more important than your own?" Li Tong tilted his neck to look at Qin Yu. "I have so many people here. If it comes to a fight, can you two really salvage anything?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu fixed a sharp gaze on Li Tong. "Since Kong is gone, I'm afraid I must take you with me to clear our names." "Heh," Dong Chung, who had remained silent, darkly inquired, "Do you really think that is possible?" "I have explosives. Anything is possible," Qin Yu replied, gripping the green fuse in his left hand, suddenly shouting, "Damn it, which is more effective? Bullets or explosives?" As his words fell, all the scattered lackeys turned their gaze to Dong Cheng. "You're truly terrifying," Dong Chung remarked, tilting his neck to look at Qin Yu, then suddenly raised his arm, pointing at him, speaking deliberately, "I have been in this game for many years. No explosive has ever taken me down. Come, pull the fuse, and let us see who meets their end first." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu's left hand involuntarily trembled slightly. The three brothers had come to Jiangzhou, with their firearms and vehicle all provided by the station troops. Where were they supposed to procure the scarce Thunder G and explosive Y? The green wire had been torn from a motorcycle, one end merely tied to Qin Yu's waistband. In truth, he had nothing at his waist. He held onto the green wire merely to intimidate. However, now, there were plenty of ruthless members from the Li family in Jiangzhou, and they were not easily swayed. How to proceed? If the green wire were pulled, it would undoubtedly not make a sound. But if it didn't, how could they suppress the Li family's thugs who relied on risking their lives for a living? Chapter 63. Twin Stars Shine Over Jiangzhou, Part 1, By the Street. 7 or 8 thugs had already aimed their guns at Qin Yu and Qi Lin, while Dong Chung, with a fierce glare, bellowed again. On the ground in Jiangzhou, there are no less than 800 of these thunderous fellows making a living off explosions. But go ahead and ask, who dares to cause trouble for the Li family? Standing here, if no one responds to your shout, Do you still have the right to bear the Lee surname? You little brat, I want you to pull the thunder first. Do you dare? Veins bulged on Qin Yu's forehead, and his left hand clutched the fake wire, momentarily rendering him frozen in place. His thunder was a mere facade, and the opponent was clearly not intimidated. What to do? I've already said it. Sit down and talk it over nicely. We could even become friends. But now you've made the atmosphere so awkward. Is there still a way out for yourself? Li Tong leaned against the car, smiling as he beckoned. Come on, kneel down first and throw away that broken gun. We can still. Qin Yu grasped Li Tong's hair and forcefully slammed his head against the car 3 times. His right hand unconsciously reached for his pocket, preparing to draw his gun and fight back. You don't dare to pull the trigger? Then let me ask you, would you dare to shoot? Dong Chung turned around, suddenly waving his hand and shouting at his men. Those who eat my rice, come over here. We have plenty of guns and can hold our ground. Are we afraid of them having a couple more lives? You're talking too much, Qi Lin suddenly shouted. Who do you think you are? Dong Chung pointed at Qi Lin's head. Ask yourself, if the gun goes off, can you escape? If I don't escape, I'll be buried in Jiangzhou. So what? Qi Lin shouted back, face to face, abruptly pressing his hand on Dong Chung's head. The gun barrel pointed down as he cursed, Damn it, who do you think you are? The last person who tried to take me down is already dead. The roar echoed for a long time. Gunfire erupted suddenly. Bang, bang, bang. Dots of gunfire illuminated the scene, bullets instantly piercing through Dong Cheng's skull. Everyone present was left in shock. Just moments ago, Li Tong had felt he had the upper hand, only to witness his own uncle collapse into a pool of blood. Xiao Yu, get in the car. Qi Lin released Dong Cheng's head and stepped forward abruptly. Kill him, Li Tong shouted frantically, losing all rationality. Chaotic gunfire erupted immediately. Qi Lin stood by the roadside, neither dodging nor evading, and opened fire towards the nearest 2 men. In this close-range exchange, Qi Lin, confident in his shooting skills and bolstered by his momentum, quickly took down 1 man, while simultaneously 2 bursts of fire erupted from his chest, a bullet striking his shoulder. Blood gushing forth. Damn it, if you want to act all high and mighty, then neither of us is leaving. Seeing Qi Lin had taken the lead, Qin Yu immediately drew his gun, lowering the barrel. Bang! Gunfire erupted, and Li Tong let out a cry, dropping to 1 knee, blood streaming from his right leg. Come on, I'm standing right here. Shoot me once, and I'll take him down with me. Whoever hides is a coward. Qin Yu's eyes turned bloodshot as he pressed down on Li Tong's head with his left hand, his right hand pointing the gun at Li Tong's chest. Who dares? Come on, step forward. Not far away, the 5 or 6 thugs scattered, all panicked, glancing at Dong Chung's corpse on the ground, as well as the injured Li Tong. Don't mind me. Kill him, Li Tong screamed like a madman. Qi Lin, hearing this, turned back, pointing his gun at Li Tong's thigh, his eyes bulging as he shouted. You think you can intimidate me? I've lost my big brother and my home in Songjiang, facing countless perils to come to Jiangzhou. If this doesn't work out, I'll lose my brother too. You think you can scare me? I'm down to my last life. If I don't fight today, I'll struggle to survive tomorrow. Don't talk to me about the Li family of Jiangzhou. Even if you're the head of the special zone, if you dare choke me, I'll take him down too. As his words fell, gunfire erupted again on the street. Li Tong's right knee shattered by bullets, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony before instantly losing consciousness. Qi Lin abruptly turned around, gun pointed down, coldly surveying the crowd. Who among you is a warrior? Damn it, I'm asking who among you is a warrior? Who has it tougher than I do? Is there anyone? His words lingered in the air. None of the armed thugs dared to step forward. Did I ask that it? Then let us go. Qin Yu tugged at Li Tong's collar. We're leaving, Qi Lin, you drive. 10 seconds later, Qi Lin started the car. After Qin Yu fired 3 shots into the crowd, the 2 fled in a disheveled manner. On the road, Li Tong lay unconscious in the back seat, blood gushing from his thigh, while Qi Lin drove, staring blankly at the windshield without uttering a word. Qin Yu took a couple of deep puffs of his electronic cigarette, promptly removing his outer jacket and tearing at the lining inside. Take off your vest. You've been hit on the shoulder. Hit? That was I hit? Qi Lin hadn't even realized he had been shot. Don't move while driving. I'll take care of you. Qin Yu reached out to unbutton Qi Lin's shirt. The car rolled through the quiet, dark streets. The 2 brothers, one driving, the other tending to the wound, fell into silence. After a long while, as they left Jinshan North, Qin Yu handed his electronic cigarette to Qi Lin. His voice hoarse. You've really changed since before. Life has given me no choice, Qi Lin replied, his expression devoid of emotion, voice raspy. After Songjiang, after Jiangzhou, I've come to understand some things. What things? Qin Yu inquired. For someone like me, with no connections, no background, burdened with so many responsibilities, the only thing I have that's better than others is that my wretched life has the chance to exchange for someone else's good life. To trade for someone else's fortune. Qi Lin turned his head, staring blankly at Qin Yu. In a lifetime, it's possible that the things gained by retreating 100 steps are not as valuable as the things snatched with gritted teeth and bloodshot eyes. Like a wolf, moving forward just one step. But how many times can we gamble our lives? Qin Yu gazed blankly at the windshield and asked, Tiomi, Qi Lin died when he was in Songjiang. From now on, every day is a gain, Qi Lin said with a smile, suddenly pressing the accelerator. As the clock approached 3 in the morning, at the main entrance of Buckingham Palace, Qin Yu flung open the car door. Leaning down to Qi Lin, you're injured. I'll handle the rest. Qi Lin pressed down on his shoulder wound. Be careful, it's nothing. Qin Yu tossed back a casual remark before turning and striding toward the main entrance. A few minutes later, inside the hall of Buckingham Palace. Sir, you are. I'm here to see your boss, Qin Yu said with a smile, leaning against the bar. I have some business to discuss. You have an appointment? No, just tell him I'm from District 9. Understood. Please wait a moment. The other party nodded. After a short while, Qin Yu was led by 3 thugs into the top-floor office in the spacious lounge. A middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a checkered shirt, sat on the sofa watching a live broadcast, not lifting his head as he asked, From Songjiang? I don't recall having any dealings with that area. Qin Yu swaggered over, sitting next to the middle-aged man. Call that Kiki and tell her you found out who captured Brother Kong. The middle-aged man froze at this. Who exactly are you? Smack! Qin Yu delivered a resounding slap. I told you to make the call. Damn it! The middle-aged man cursed, and the 3 young men next to the sofa moved in to attack. Qin Yu slowly raised his arm, pointing at the middle-aged man. If you touch me, Brother Kong will die immediately. Chapter 64. Twin Stars Shine Over Jiangzhou, Part 2. The middle-aged man observed Qin Yu coldly for a while before finally lowering his head to take out his phone. Around 4 in the morning, 2 hybrid cars pulled up at the entrance of Buckingham Palace. Kiki, clad in a woolen coat, stepped out, her alluring figure making its way to the main entrance, speaking urgently on the phone. Yes? It was old Bai who called me. He said he found out Brother Kang's whereabouts. Yes, I've arrived. I'll meet him shortly. All right, we'll talk soon. And as she hung up, just as Kiki was about to ascend the stairs with her entourage, Qin Yu pulled the boss from the inner door and casually wrapped an arm around her neck. Beautiful lady, good to see you again. Kiki looked at Qin Yu, her eyes wide with surprise. The call was my idea. Qin Yu pointed at the boss and continued, Don't blame him. I used Brother Kong to threaten him. What do you want? Kiki, unperturbed, asked calmly that I'm not sure about discussing things on your turf. Shall we change locations to communicate better? Qin Yu asked playfully. Kiki pondered for a moment. What if I refuse to go? Then Brother Kong is done for. If Brother Kong is gone, your friend is gone too. I still have leverage. Qin Yu tightened his grip around Kiki's neck, leaning close to her ear. A young man from the Li family in Jiangzhou is in my hands. Kiki froze. I captured him under your banner. Qin Yu smiled. Would you like to meet him? You're making empty claims, and it's hard for me to believe. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu raised his arm and waved toward a distant car. Qi Lin lowered the window, revealing Li Tong's head. Do you believe me now? Qin Yu asked. Kiki cast a fleeting glance at the car's direction, and upon spotting Li Tong, the look of surprise on her face vanished in an instant. All right, he's worth my while to accompany you, she declared. Let's go. Don't take advantage of me. Remove your hand. Kiki pointed at Qin Yu's arm and admonished him, in a way. I need you to protect me, Qin Yu retorted, pressing the gun against Kiki's waist. Kiki endured for a moment, then turned to the people beside her, instructing, Bring out the young man who captured me. I'll be waiting for his call. Boss, you can't go with him. The driver interjected, attempting to persuade her. Kiki calmly waved her hand. It's fine. Even if we can't come to an agreement, those 2 big men won't dare to harm a little girl like me. Qin Yu scoffed, Don't flatter yourself. I can see you're no little girl. Let us go. Kiki smiled. Half an hour later, In an unknown desolate area of Jiangzhou, the car came to a halt. Kiki followed Qinyu out and teasingly remarked, "You're quite clever. Figured out to lure me out with Lao Bai first?" Qinyu rubbed his palms together and cursed, "I arrived here only to take the blame. I have to be cautious." Kiki remained silent at his words. Qinyu glanced around, walked to the back of the car, and opened the trunk. A strong smell of blood wafted out, causing Kiki to wrinkle her brow slightly. Qinyu lifted the black bag's opening and stated, "We did our best, but he has still gone." Kiki's gaze fell upon Brother Kang's lifeless body, and her eyes turned cold in an instant. "You see, I didn't call you directly to avoid raising your suspicions," Qinyu explained as he noticed her expression. "His death has nothing to do with us." "Tell me about it," Kiki said, unafraid of Brother Kang's corpse. As she reached out to cover his head with the bag, Qinyu gathered his thoughts, standing beside the car, and thoroughly explained the sequence of events to Kiki. After listening, Kiki's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Kong was captured by Li Tong. Exactly, otherwise, why would I bring him back? Qinyu nodded. We couldn't save him, but Li Tong can testify that this matter has nothing to do with us. Kiki silently looked back at the gag Li Tong in the car, then paced in place for a moment before saying, "I will release your friend shortly. Let us end this matter here." "That won't do." Qinyu shook his head. "I came to take over the drug line business. I never agreed to let Brother Kong continue with the business in Songjiang." Kiki calmly rejected. "It's too chaotic there, and there are too many who hold power on the ground. After a long death, that Yuan family has been investigating his supply channels. I don't want to take risks for now. Moreover, with Brother Kong gone, no one can take responsibility for the Songjiang side." Qinyu tilted his head, looking at Kiki with a furrowed brow. "If we don't clarify the drug line matter, none of us can return to Songjiang." "That's your problem," Kiki replied succinctly. "You give me Li Tong, and I'll have someone release your friend. That's the end of it." Sighing, Qinyu pointed at Kiki. "You still don't understand my point." "What? If you abandon the Songjiang business, Li Tong won't leave with you today, so? You don't want your friend?" Kiki asked with a cold smile. "That I've said it. If the drug business isn't settled, the three of us can't go back to Songjiang," Qinyu said sternly, pointing at Kiki. "If you plan to discard me now that you've used me, I'll take Li Tong away immediately. He just had a conversation with me in the car. The business you don't want to do, he's willing to take on." Kiki was taken aback. "Why did Brother Kong die? Do you think I don't know?" Qinyu stared intently at Kiki, clenching his teeth. "The Li family also wants to dabble in drugs. There's a conflict between you, right?" Kiki fell silent. "If you don't operate in Songjiang, the Li family will seize it." Qinyu added, "Now, I need just one word from you. Will you let us have the drugs or not? If not, I'll take Li Tong away right now. Don't you care about your friend's life at all?" Qinyu coldly replied, "One person dying is better than three." Kiki pondered for a moment, then tilted her head and asked Qinyu, "Aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word after getting Li Tong? Do you think I'm foolish? If your goods don't go to Songjiang, do you think I would hand over Li Tong to you?" Kiki crossed her arms and stood on tiptoe. "You're smarter than a long. I'm just in a more difficult position." Qinyu replied helplessly, "All right, you've convinced me." Kiki extended her delicate finger, pointing at Qinyu's chest. "But my agreement isn't, because I'm afraid the Li family will snatch our market." Qinyu was taken aback. "I value both of you, so I can bring Li Tong over." Kiki smiled. "Collaboration also depends on the people involved." "Then you misjudged the character." Qinyu realized that Kiki had likely considered agreeing to him about the drug line even before their meeting. This woman was meticulous and deeply calculating, testing her own ability to handle the situation and accomplish the task at hand. After exchanging a glance, Kiki suddenly smiled. "What you said earlier was a bit hurtful." "What?" Qinyu was startled. "Here." Kiki pulled out her phone and handed it to Qinyu. He paused for a moment, took the phone, and noticed the screen displayed an ongoing call. "The call is connected." "Speak up," Kiki prompted. Qinyu frowned and answered the call. "Hello? Hello? You son of a gun. Damn it, Qinyu. I misjudged you. You're shouting brother all day, yet you sell me out behind my back, and saying that one person dying is better than three. Damn, why don't you go die?" Lao Mao cursed passionately. "I've realized the truth of the saying. When walking in society, choose friends wisely and avoid dogs." Qinyu broke into a cold sweat, covering the receiver as he stepped aside. "Are you out of your mind? Isn't this a negotiation? I had to intimidate her. You know nothing. I'm heartbroken. It's not easy to appease her. Hurry up and leave. Don't talk to me." Lao Mao angrily hung up the phone. "What an idiot." Qinyu rolled his eyes and cursed. Beside the vehicle, Kiki pulled open the car door and peered inside. "Oh, Li Xiao, you're awake." Li Tong looked up at Kiki, his eyes filled with dread. P.S. 2 chapters updated in the morning, 1 chapter in the evening. Chapter 65. Wolfish Nature. 2 days later, within a lodging courtyard approximately 80 kilometers from Jiangzhou, Qin Yu quietly asked the owner, "How is my friend's injury? Our medicine isn't strong. He still running a fever." The owner replied softly, "It would be best if a professional doctor could come and check on him. Can you find one?" "Money isn't an issue," Qin Yu inquired. "I can find one, but these people are quite unreliable. I fear they might cause trouble once they arrive," the owner stated delicately. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu could only respond helplessly, "Then please help me get some good medicine. At least for now, we need to reduce the inflammation and fever." "All right, I'll send someone to Jiangzhou to fetch it." The owner nodded. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu took out cash and gently handed it to the owner. "Thank you. No need for pleasantries," the owner replied, pocketing the money and turning to leave. "I'll bring you meals shortly." Such lodging courtyards can be found in relatively safe, planned areas, primarily serving those on the run from various places. However, their internal environment is generally poor, and the food depends on what the owner has in the kitchen. With little variety to choose from. Luckily, the prices are cheap, and most owners are sharp-minded, discreet, and trustworthy. After finishing his conversation with the owner, Qin Yu returned to the left side of the flat-roof building. Qi Lin lay on the bed, pale and worriedly asked, "What is the situation? Any news from Kiki?" "You need not worry. I'm handling everything," Qin Yu reassured him softly. "Just focus on recovering." During this time, Qi Lin had lost at least 20 pounds. His once plump cheeks now appeared notably gaunt. "I'm just worried that Lao Mao might be in their hands for too long, which could lead to trouble. I can sense that Kiki is inclined to cooperate, especially now that we've taken Li Tong." Qin Yu comforted him again. "I can contact Lao Mao anytime. It's all fine. That's good?" Qi Lin nodded. "Just bear with it a little longer. I've already instructed the owner to get the medicine." Qin Yu grinned. "If your fever doesn't break, I'll have to call Kiki and ask her to bring a reliable doctor over." "I can hold on." Qi Lin coughed a couple of times, looking intently at Qin Yu, his expression somewhat hesitant. Qin Yu, adept at reading emotions, casually picked up an electronic cigarette and asked with a smile, "Do you have something to say?" Qi Lin scratched his head. Qin Yu took a puff of smoke, fixing his gaze on Qi Lin. "We've risked our lives together more than once. What's there that you can't say to me?" "All right, I'll just say it then. Go ahead. I want to discuss with you. Once we reestablish the drug line, if I could be responsible for running the routes back and forth." Qi Lin had unconsciously developed the habit of seeking Qin Yu's opinion or consent after encountering issues. Qin Yu blinked, furrowing his brow as he replied, "I didn't initially think of it this way." Qi Lin was taken aback. "What do you mean? Are you planning to let the Ma family escape?" "That's impossible." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately shook his head in response. "The three of us have risked our lives to establish this line. How could I possibly allow them direct contact with Cuckoo? If the sellers maintain a close connection with the suppliers, what need do we have as intermediaries? Although the Ma family is temporarily willing to align with Li Si, if they directly engage with Cuckoo, it will inevitably diminish our own influence." Qi Lin hadn't anticipated that Qin Yu had already considered this aspect, so he unconsciously nodded in agreement. "You're right. I initially thought you would keep an eye on the goods on Cuckoo's side while I facilitated connections in the middle." Qin Yu, drawing on a cigarette, explained, "This task is dangerous, requiring travel back and forth between Jiangzhou and Songjiang, and you have your mother and younger sister to take care of. If anything goes wrong, it would be disastrous. Furthermore, as intermediaries, we need to have frequent interactions with both the Ma family and Cuckoo, during which you must be able to exert pressure and handle situations." After a moment of silence, Qi Lin earnestly stated, "Xiao Yu, I want to give it a try." Qin Yu turned to Qi Lin, gently advising, "Don't take my words the wrong way. Your brother Along's fate is still fresh in my mind. This job is not easy. Once the Yuan family discovers that the drug line has been re-established, they might seek a breakthrough through intermediaries. Even if the Yuan family remains inactive for now, you've seen how tragically Brother Kong met his end. This line of work is highly lucrative and competition is fierce. Lao Mao and I actually don't want you to I understand. You and Lao Mao think that I have my younger sister and mother to worry about." Qi Lin's eyes glistened slightly as he looked at Qin Yu, contemplating for a long moment before saying, "But I cannot always rely on you to take care of me because of these concerns. Xiao Yu, I don't want to continue like before, placing my fate and hopes in the hands of others. During this time, I've come to realize a truth. To stand tall, one can only rely on oneself. Qin Yu was taken aback by his words. Let me handle it. I will do better than anyone else. Qi Lin insisted again. Because I've already been beaten down to the ground? If I have no aspirations, I will never rise again. Have you thought it through? I have. Qi Lin nodded resolutely. All right, then you will be responsible for this matter. After much deliberation, Qin Yu said, from now on, Lao Mao and I will handle official matters, while you will manage the operations on the ground. The three of us will be tightly bound together, engaging in ventures that create a stir. Agreed. Qi Lin smiled in response. Qin Yu set down his e-cigarette and stood up, lowering his head to retrieve his phone, saying, I need to call Lao Ma. Should we ask him for a goods list? Yes, a goods list and a loan. Qin Yu casually replied. Qi Lin, a bit bewildered, asked, what do you mean by borrowing money? Cuckoo absolutely 1T provide goods for free to obtain the first batch. We must pay for them. Qin Yu spread his hands and inquired, but who among us has money now? Who can afford the payment? Hearing this, Qi Lin felt even more puzzled. The payment should definitely be covered by Lao Ma. I believe he would be willing to provide the funds. If not, we could directly call Li Si. He should also be able to resolve the financial issue without us borrowing, right? No, Qin Yu shook his head. This money cannot come from Lao Ma, nor from Li Si. Qi Lin pondered over this. Qin Yu grinned, explaining softly, Old Li holds a high position as the chief of police, possessing significant influence in official matters. Although Lao Ma has recently suffered greatly due to Yuan Ku losing some team members, as soon as the drug line is reinstated, he will still have the ability to rally his team again. But think about it. What do we have in our hands? Besides your willingness to take risks and Lao Mao's somewhat foolish demeanor, what do we possess that can stand on the table? After contemplating for a while, Qi Lin blurted out, we have Cuckoo and the suppliers. Exactly. Qin Yu immediately nodded. The suppliers represent the absolute cohesion that connects everyone. As long as we hold this leverage, we must seize this opportunity to restructure the pharmaceutical business around us. Thus, we cannot allow Old Li to contribute this money, nor should we discuss everything with the Ma family. You must understand, they are the downstream. Moving forward, they will rely on us for their livelihood. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin squinted, scrutinizing Qin Yu, and gave him a thumbs up. No wonder even the arrogant Lao Mao is willing to listen to you. Li Si is also inclined to support you. You indeed possess something we lack. What is it? Qin Yu asked with a grin. Sensing the implication, Qi Lin's eyes reddened as he finally made a sharp analogy. Hee hee. Qin Yu displayed a seemingly innocent smile and dialed Lao Ma's number. After several seconds, hello? Lao Ma's voice came through. Uncle Ma, please prepare a goods list indicating the required pharmaceuticals and previous purchase prices. I have a use for it. All right. Lao Ma nodded brightly. Also, lend me 150. 000. I have a use for it. Qin Yu stated unequivocally. I will repay you slowly. Lao Ma frowned at this. Do you really need to borrow so much? I have. Think of a way. I need it urgently. Okay. Lao Ma nodded. After ending the call, Lao Ma put down his phone and immediately shouted to a nearby person. Bring out the previous purchase orders. I need to review them again. Also, gather 150,000 quickly. Why so much money? A middle-aged man asked with a frown. Just do it. Qin Yu has successfully accomplished the task. The drug line will soon be established. Lao Ma declared with great determination. Yuan Ku has already left us with no room for survival. If we don't take this risk now, there will be no more opportunities in the future. Chapter 66. 3 words to determine the nation. Another day passed. The funds from the Ma family, having been transferred through 2 hands, ultimately flowed into Kuku's account, while Qin Yu and Qi Lin began awaiting the delivery of goods to Songjiang. As both parties had agreed, the first shipment would be handled by Cuckoo. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yu dialed Chief Li's number. Hello? Director. Is everything settled? Director Li asked in a calm voice. It's settled. The supplier's goods are already en route, and they will arrive in Songjiang within 3 to 4 days at the latest. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. I have already informed Zhu Wei. Once the goods arrive, they will briefly hand them over to the Ma family. With so much cargo, is it a bit risky to let Zhu Wei take over? Director Li asked with concern. He won't have any issues. He's a member of Team 3, my person. Qin Yu replied with utmost confidence. He saved me during the last incident when they tried to set me up. Since you're confident, I won't say any more. Director Li nodded. Make sure to finalize the matter quickly and return as soon as possible. All right, you focus on your work, Director. From now on, call me Li Go. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. Director Li had already hung up. Holding his phone, Qin Yu pondered for a while before shaking his head and chuckling. Sigh, with Lao Mao as such a foolish nephew. My path will be difficult, it's quite worrisome. What is wrong? Qi Lin looked up and asked. Nothing much. Old Li told me to call him brother O, then ask him if he still needs brothers. Haha, the two exchanged light banter. Sharing hearty laughter, dressed in a well-fitted casual windbreaker, Director Li strode out of his office, turning back to instruct his secretary. Please give a heads up to the North Station. I need to head to Fengbei and arrange for a carriage. Understood. The secretary nodded. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Director Li arrived in Fengbei City, the capital of the special zone, via light rail, and subsequently took a car to a cadre compound in the city. Seated beside an antique tea table on the second floor, Director Li savored the rich tea, smiling as he said, Teacher, I miss the tea here day and night while in Songjiang. I'll bring some back when I return. An elderly man in his 60s, with his hands clasped, inquired softly. Has your matter over there reached a conclusion? Yes, it's done. Old Li looked up at him, speaking plainly. Teacher, the academic faction has been gaining momentum in various departments over the past few years, and some officials are consolidating their positions by collaborating with local enterprises and forces, which has forced us, the old guard who entered government early, to tread carefully in recent years. You thrived for 3 years. I shined for 5. I see that politics, the teacher responded with a calm demeanor. In times of peace, winds and clouds shift. How much more in this current environment? Ups and downs are, in fact, quite normal, but fluctuations also relate to people's mindset. If one lacks ambition, how can we expect the winds and clouds to keep changing? Director Li chuckled. Regarding pharmaceuticals, I seek not profit, but space and balance. MHM. The teacher nodded. You take charge. When necessary, I will speak to the higher-ups on your behalf. Recently, make sure to visit Fengbei more often. I'm getting old. There will come a day when my voice carries less weight. If you want to accomplish something, you must grow up quickly. Thank you, teacher. Director Li replied gratefully. In the realm of pharmaceutical interests, there are many you need to satisfy. The teacher reminded him once more. Since ancient times, matters of money have been difficult to maneuver. I'll pave the way for you, but you must decide whom to be close to, how much to give, and how much to withhold. Keep it clear in your own mind. Understood. T. The old man hinted at the matter, choosing not to delve further into the topic. As evening approached, darkness enveloped the sky around 7 o'clock. Qin Yu, frowning as he chewed on a dry, steamed bun, gazed at Qi Lin and inquired, Are you feeling any better? A bit, Qi Lin replied, still battling a low fever. His lips chapped, face devoid of color, and plagued by a persistent cough. Damn, the new medicine doesn't seem to be effective. Qin Yu set down the bun and remarked with a furrowed brow, Let me find the boss and ask him to recommend a doctor. I will go fetch one myself, and no need. Qi Lin waved his hand. Li Tong has been in our custody for several days. We don't know what is happening in Jiangzhou. It's too dangerous for you to go. If I don't go, you might just burn up. Qin Yu put down the bun. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Really, it's unnecessary, Qi Lin insisted, fearful for Qin Yu's safety. Let us wait another 3 or 4 days until the goods arrive in Songjiang. We can inform Kiki of our location. When they come to pick up Li Tong, they'll bring a doctor. We can't wait any longer. Qin Yu reached for his coat, with a high fever. Serious complications could arise. I should see a doctor. I've said no, so listen to me. The two began to argue over the matter of the doctor within the room. Boss, what is going on in here? At that moment, the voice of the innkeeper drifted in from outside. Qin Yu turned at the sound. Just as he was about to head toward the door to check, he suddenly caught sight of 7 or 8 individuals striding toward him through the window. Who are they? Qi Lin asked from the bed. Qin Yu frowned and pulled out his gun, thumb pushing off the safety. Open the door, a clear female voice rang from outside. Qin Yu was taken aback and instinctively opened the door. Outside stood Kiki, clad in a black trench coat, her legs adorned with knee-high boots, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an alluring and seductive aura. What brings you here? Qin Yu asked in surprise. Just came over, Kiki replied playfully, stepping into the room. Qin Yu, eyeing Kiki's retreating figure, frowned and asked, How did you know we were staying here? Just found out, Kiki said, hands behind her back as she surveyed the surroundings. Qin Yu's heart sank at her words, an uneasy feeling creeping in, if it weren't Kiki who had discovered their whereabouts, but rather someone from the Li family in Jiangzhou. Then Kiki turned back, smiling sweetly at Chinyu. Don't worry, the Li family won't find us here. They are no match for us. Chinyu gazed at Kiki in astonishment, feeling as though she could see right through his thoughts. Lin, sitting on the bed, suddenly spoke up, my brother? Damn it. I came to Jiangzhou with so much enthusiasm, and before I even started rocking, I'm captured by a woman. Lao Mao entered the room, appearing quite worried. Have you healed? Upon seeing him, both Chinyu and Lin felt a sense of relief. I'm fine, just injured my arm. Damn it, I thought something happened to you. Lao Mao anxiously called out. Come, doctor, take a look at my brother. As he finished speaking, a middle-aged man carrying a medical box entered. Are you here to take Li Tong? Chinyu asked Kiki. Indeed, Kiki nodded. Chinyu, taken aback, responded with a stoic expression. That seems a bit out of order, doesn't it? I said we'd wait until the goods arrived before handing over Li Tong. Kiki chuckled playfully. The goods have already arrived in Jiangzhou. Impossible, the money just reached your hands today. Chinyu expressed disbelief. Kiki, hands behind her back, softly replied, before the money arrived, I had already arranged for the goods to be sent to Songjiang. Chinyu was stunned, pondering the depths of this young woman, who seemed to possess far more cunning than he had anticipated. 9 o'clock. You send someone to collect the goods. Kiki extended her palm, her eyes crescent-shaped. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Chapter 67. The formation of the team and the emergence of a core. The doctor cleaned Lin's wound anew and, after administering intravenous medication for 3 consecutive days, turned to him and said, Young man, you have a strong immune system. Just keep warm and avoid catching a cold, and you will be fine. Kiki nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Dr. Song, and no trouble at all. The doctor smiled, picking up his bag and heading outside. Kiki glanced at her watch and cheerfully told Chinyu, I'll be staying here tonight. In an hour and a half, come to my room, and I'll treat you to something nice. All right, Chinyu nodded. Let us go. Kiki called to her companions and departed the room. Chinyu closed the door behind him and playfully kicked Lao Mao's backside. So, how was your stay? What kind of intellect do you think I possess that would allow a woman to handle me? Lao Mao retorted with a smirk. They captured me, but didn't he act violently? I realized immediately that you two must have secured some leverage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have treated me so courteously. So, I've been living like a lord these past few days, eating and drinking well, and even slipping the little lady's driver a few tips. Ha ha. Chinyu, speechless, scolded him. You reckless fool, are carefree no matter where you go, can't be too careful, right? If I acted too meekly, Kiki might genuinely think Lao Kong has us in his grasp. Lao Mao appeared brash, yet he maintained a cool demeanor in crises, a trait shaped by his privileged upbringing, which allowed him to remain unshaken in pressing matters. Bro, I've heard everything, Lao Mao said, sitting beside Lin, his tone unexpectedly filled with admiration. Without you and silly you, I might have truly faced a disaster in Jiangzhou. No need to mention it. Your efforts this time were commendable. Lin smiled. Everyone has their role to play. By the way, Chinyu suddenly interjected, I plan to have Lin act as the intermediary, responsible for coordinating the medication and profit sharing. Lao Mao raised an eyebrow. That's a tough and dangerous job. I'm not afraid of danger. It's what I want to do, Lin replied softly. Hearing this, Lao Mao instinctively turned to Chinyu. Do you think that's all right? Yes, I approve, Chinyu nodded. Then it's settled. Lao Mao expressed his agreement. At the critical juncture in Songjiang, it was Chinyu who discreetly contacted the Ma family, providing critical protection for Lin. After a tumultuous journey to Jiangzhou, it was also Chinyu who devised strategies, helping Lin navigate through the challenges. Now, with the medication line showing a decisive turnaround, it was again Chinyu who drafted the plan, allowing everyone to maneuver through various relationships toward a favorable outcome. Thus, both Lao Mao and Lin found themselves unconsciously regarding Chinyu as their cornerstone. This subtle shift in dynamic bore advantages, for when the brothers worked together, not every decision could be deliberated. A genuine decision-maker was essential. Lao Mao's somewhat frivolous nature sometimes led to rash and idealistic actions. Lin, while possessing ample resolve, lacked experience in dealing with the nefarious elements of the planning area. Both understood that only Chinyu, with over a decade of independent survival experience, decisive action, and sharp insight, was fit to occupy that leadership role. As Lin lay on the bed receiving an 4-drip, he pondered for a long while before asking, Xiaoyu, how do you plan to negotiate with Kiki? Will the prices remain the same as before? No, Yu shook his head. We are different from your brother. He was in a position where one person's satisfaction sufficed to feed the whole family. In our case, we have to distribute the profits among many. If the cost of the medication is too high, our profits will dwindle, making it difficult to satisfy all parties involved. Lao Mao, rudely picking his nose, succinctly stated, Old Li is already in Fengbei. He might demand 50% of the profits. 50%? Qi Lin frowned. Old Li isn't focused on profits. He aims to suppress the Yuan family while creating some space for himself. Lao Mao quietly explained that 50% is mostly for upper-tier relationships. He won't take much for himself. That's still quite a lot. Qi Lin turned to Qin Yu. The Ma family will want their cut too. 50% is understandable, Qin Yu responded with a smile. The strength of this business relies heavily on Li C's background. If he can ensure the smooth sale of the medication, then while we may earn less initially, it will stabilize over time. We can't expect to make a fortune overnight. Instead, we must accumulate capital gradually, taking our time. Agreed. Qi Lin nodded. The three brothers engaged in conversation while keeping an eye on the time. An hour and a half later, Qi Lin finally removed the 4-needle and stepped out with Qin Yu and Lao Mao to the diagonally opposite room. Ian Keek's room. The aroma of meat wafted through the air. A rusty copper pot simmering with boiling broth on the table, alongside several plates of frozen lamb, sliced into thin rolls of red and white, igniting an inexplicable appetite in this era. The lamb and vegetables are from me. The soup is from the boss. Kiki, clad in a high-neck, loose sweater, waved her hand invitingly. Come, sit and eat together. I want to hold back then. Lao Mao eagerly stepped forward, scooping up a hefty portion of meat and tossing it into the pot. The last time I had hot pot was probably 2 or 3 years ago. We, the beneficiaries of government provisions, find ourselves less at ease than you, our compatriots residing in the planned area. Hee. With a playful smile, Kiki turned to Old Cat and remarked, Your Old Li sits in that position, casually raising a hand for others, and yet you still lack for lamb hot pot. Upon hearing this, Old Cat immediately put on airs. Sister, you know not the strength of my character. Although I am related to Old Li, my dignity forbids me from relying on him for sustenance. Now, do hush and enjoy your meal. Qin Yu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. What? Am I not speaking the truth? Old Cat asked with a sidelong glance. It is indeed a fact, Qin Yu replied, nodding ambiguously. Come now, everyone, please take a seat. Kiki graciously invited. The others promptly sat around the round table, while Keek's driver and others remained in the adjacent room to dine separately. After pouring drinks for the three, Kiki raised her glass and confidently declared, Firstly, let us toast to a prosperous collaboration in the future. Secondly, your capture of Li Tong avenges Konggu. And thirdly, as long as you conduct business with me, it ensures my profit, for which I must extend my gratitude. I shall drink 3 cups in respect. Old Cat, gazing at the spirited Kiki, couldn't help but slyly comment, This lady can hold her liquor quite well. It's a pity she isn't performing at Buckingham Palace. You ought to silence yourself, Qin Yu retorted, playfully swatting at Old Cat's head. Chapter 68. This young lady is Eugenian at the dining table. Kiki commenced with nearly 5 liang of white liquor. Yet her countenance remained unflinching, her breath steady. Observing her composure, Qin Yu felt compelled to join in, prompting him and Old Cat to drink 3 cups in solidarity. Meanwhile, Qi Lin, unable to partake due to an injury, sat off to the side, abstaining from alcohol. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, with everyone feeling slightly inebriated, Qin Yu smiled and inquired, Kiki, what is your full name? I am called Eugenian, Kiki replied, wiping the grease from her lips with a crisp tone. Qin Yu paused momentarily. That sounds somewhat like a boy's name. It is quite melodious, but feels a bit unconventional for a girl. Old Cat interjected, It's too ostentatious, not favorable. You know nothing. Kiki rolled her eyes. In ancient times, Jean described fine jade. As a name, it is grand and succinct, carrying a beautiful connotation. He lacks education. Don't follow his lead. Qi Lin advised, I can tell he is quite the illiterate. Kiki concurred. I think this name suits you well, Qin Yu remarked, tilting his head to regard Kiki. You are more capable than many men. Not at all, Kiki shook her head. I am merely following in my father's footsteps. Are there no men in your family? Old Cat asked. There are, Kiki replied, cheerfully spearing a piece of lamb, but none who surpass me. The three paused, and Kiki playfully added, "Just kidding, my two older brothers are responsible for other matters." Chinyu looked at Kiki and suddenly asked, "May I visit the pharmaceutical production workshop?" Kiki immediately shook her head. "Of course not." "Why not?" "Your client status is insufficient, and I do not fully trust you. How could I possibly allow you into the workshop?" Kiki decisively refused. "Then how can I ascertain the quality of the pharmaceuticals?" Chinyu pressed. Kiki responded plainly, "After 2 shipments, you will understand. The 3 characters of Eugenian serve as a guarantee of quality. Just talking won't suffice." Chinyu blinked, baring his teeth, and inquired, "What if this? You need not show us the workshop. When the second batch is ready, I will provide you with a portion of the advance payment, and once the goods are sold, I will settle the remainder." "Oh dear, you seem robust and honest. Yet you're rather cunning in business." Kiki blinked her large eyes and questioned, "Are you facing financial difficulties? Afraid of stockpiling goods and being unable to bear the burden, hence concocting an excuse to view the workshop?" After a moment of being taken aback, Chinyu shamelessly replied, "I believe this way provides assurances for everyone." Kiki paused with her chopsticks and replied, "The advance payment must exceed 50% for me to release the goods." "No, let us negotiate further." Chinyu attempted to persuade, "Oh, not push your luck. My terms are already quite generous." Kiki interrupted promptly. Realizing they were at an impasse, Chinyu could only nod in agreement. "Then how about this? Reduce the purchase price for me a bit. You know, Songjiang has the Yuan family, and soon there may also be the Li family. Without competitive pricing, it's difficult for me to compete." "No way, the price remains as previously set. It is already quite low," Kiki rejected again. Furrowing his brow, Chinyu subtly urged, "Times have changed. When Along supplied old Ma, there were not so many competitors. Nor was there any animosity. Consider this. If you cannot maintain your market in Songjiang, not only will you earn nothing, but you will also be aiding the other 2 families." Kiki looked at Chinyu. "You are quite the schemer. If you lower your prices, we are genuinely interested." Old Cat chimed in, "To be frank, in this line of work, all aspects require connections, so the meat on our plate is scant. How you distribute the profits is of no concern to me." Kiki turned away. "My goods are already reasonably priced. If I grant further concessions, how would we survive? Surely you do not wish to see the Yuan and Li families encroach upon your market." Chinyu pulled out an electronic cigarette. "We establish initial channels and gather clientele. Sacrificing a bit of profit is a strategic move for all of us." Kiki observed the two as they spoke fervently, a faint smile playing on her lips, and remained silent. "Do not tempt me. We are discussing serious matters, so why do you keep casting flirtatious glances?" Old Cat quipped. "Hee," Kiki chuckled. "To be seated here discussing indicates that you have accepted my pricing for the goods. Correct?" Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. "Do not use the market as an excuse. We all understand that the Yu family must compete with the other 2 groups, but it is merely a matter of market share. However, you are different. You depend on this for survival, am I right?" Kiki again queried Chinyu. Looking at her, he suddenly felt a headache coming on, for this young lady was indeed sharper than a monkey in negotiations. Sitting down for a meal was merely a means to facilitate matters. "I will not engage in frivolities. This is the price. You may take it or leave it, but do not overreach." After considerable deliberation, Kiki succinctly stated, "Let us each take a step back. I will provide you with a 10% reduction on the drug price, provided that your monthly orders exceed 200,000 yuan. A single unit less, and I will charge you at the previous rate." Upon hearing this, Old Cat, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "You truly excel in business. 200,000 worth of goods each month? You're asking us to face off against the other 2 families for market share. You said it yourselves. I offer you a discount, so you can secure the market." Kiki replied with a smile, "If it were not for this, why would I grant you a discount?" Old Cat was speechless for a moment, then gave her a thumbs up. "If you were a man, you'd have already taken down the Li family." Kiki, lifting her warm wine cup, boldly declared, "Eliminating the Li family is merely a matter of time." Chinyu regarded Kiki with a newfound admiration and an inexplicable sense of reassurance regarding their future cooperation. Initially, he thought that despite Kiki's astuteness, being a woman in the business world, especially in this era, would put her at a disadvantage compared to the seasoned men. However, upon interaction, he discovered that this woman, who often appeared to be an immature girl, could joke and banter like a friend, yet when it came to serious matters and interests, she was uncompromising. Her thoughts were clear, her words concise. Often a man's lengthy, superfluous dialogue could not compare to her directness. The formal discussions concluded and the banquet reached its end, just as Qin Yu was preparing to return to arrange matters with Li Tong. Kiki suddenly called out to him, "I have a favor to ask. I'm sorry. I can accept the collaboration, but I cannot serve a female boss. That is my bottom line." Qin Yu turned back with a smile. Old Cat immediately raised his hand. "I have no bottom line. I can serve. Just tell me what you want." Chapter 69. "I wish to drink with you at night." Kiki looked at the two. Speechless. "Could you both kindly leave?" "Hee. Whatever you need. Just let us know." Qin Yu grinned. "I am in need of some skincare products. They are unavailable here, and the prices in District 7 are exorbitant. After you return, could you ask someone to bring some from Fongbei? The prices there are more reasonable." Keek's radiant smile returned. "Sure, provide me with a list tomorrow, and I'll have someone assist you with the purchase." Qin Yu readily agreed. "I'll give you my account, and you can transfer the funds. Do I really have to pay?" Kiki asked with wide, watery eyes. Qin Yu was taken aback. "Is your father a high-ranking official? Do you not pay for cosmetics?" Kiki spread her small hands. "Having arranged such significant matters for you, should you not offer a kickback? This is quite lacking in etiquette." Qin Yu gazed at the other party in silence, exclaiming, "No, as a boss, you should behave more appropriately. Regardless of your status, I am still a woman, and women are often scrutinized. You will gradually come to understand this," he added. "That will suffice. If it's too expensive, I cannot afford it." With that, Qin Yu tossed out his remark and hurried outside, fearful that the other party might impose further demands on him. After everyone had departed, Kiki retrieved her own bedsheet from her luggage and spread it across the cold bed before sitting down. After a few moments, she dialed her father's number. "Hello, Dad. How did everything go?" A warm voice responded, "Everything has been settled. For the second shipment, they provided an advance payment. I negotiated a 10% discount. But the condition is that they must place an order of 200,000 each month. That's acceptable. It's even better than I anticipated." The other party nodded in satisfaction. "Have you returned?" "Not yet. I will be staying here tonight." Kiki shook her head. "Why not come back?" "The environment there is dreadful, Otto. I've lived in worse places. Don't worry, I will return tomorrow." Kiki said with a smile, "Please tell my brother to expedite the second batch of goods." "All right, I'll remind him now. I need to freshen up and get some sleep." "Yes, rest early and take care. Don't overexert yourself." Her father expressed concern for his daughter. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Old Cat, reeking of alcohol, questioned, "How can one sleep on just a 2-meter bed?" "Come on, stop being so particular," Qi Lin replied, exasperated. "In such circumstances, having a place to stay is already a blessing. We can all squeeze in together. I am not accustomed to squeezing." Old Cat puffed on his e-cigarette. Qin Yu carelessly removed his clothing and, with a thud, lay on the bed, cursing, "You are such a pretentious idiot. It's not like you have to share a bed with me. Forget it, I won't squeeze in with you." "I'll find another place," Old Cat declared, rising unsteadily. "Where are you going?" Qi Lin inquired, curious. "Didn't you both notice? Kiki has had a bit too much to drink, and she seems lonely. I'm going to bring her some drinks and offer some comfort." Old Cat could hardly contain his eagerness. "Just give up. Don't be so reckless." Qin Yu lay on the bed, scolding. "And didn't you say you like Lin Yinlei? Who doesn't he have their preferences?" Qi Lin retorted. "You two go ahead and sleep." Old Cat, adjusting his trousers, left the room. Qi Lin lay on the bed, frowning. "Do you think this fool will irritate Kiki?" "Old Cat knows his limits. It will be fine." Qin Yu replied, rolling over and resting his hand on Qi Lin's abdomen. "Brother, could you shift this way a bit? I'm feeling a bit cold." Qi Lin was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Their essay saying about keeping the back door clear. Have you heard of it? Get lost." Qi Lin pushed Qin Yu away. "What kind of people are these? I'm still injured, and you want to leave me alone." Half an hour later, in the dimly lit dormitory, most people had already fallen asleep. Old Cat, having procured some food and drink, gently knocked on Kik's door. "Are you asleep?" After a brief moment, Kiki, with her head wrapped in a pink towel and dressed in a thick nightgown, opened the door, staring blankly at Old Cat. "What do you want?" "I still haven't finished drinking, and I believe there may be some gaps in our cooperation," Old Cat said, assessing Kiki from head to toe. "Shall we discuss it further?" Kiki paused for a moment, then glanced at Old Cat's face, suddenly smiling. "All right, come in." Upon hearing this, Old Cat's heart nearly melted, and he stepped inside, wedging the door shut with his backside. "Sister, I must tell you, from the moment I first saw you, I felt you were more generous than many men and exceptionally skilled in business. Take a seat. I'll go to the bathroom and get something. Kiki invited, promptly closing the door. Okay, go ahead. Old Cat nodded repeatedly. Kiki, wearing slippers, approached the bathroom door and turned back to ask, Hey, it's quite cold. You've been holed up in my warehouse for several days. Would you like to take a shower? There's hot water available. Old Cat was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. Why are you looking at me? Are you going to wash or not? Kiki inquired with a smile. Is that appropriate? Old Cat stood up, deftly removing his outer jacket though. Come on, we're not that particular in our line of work. Go wash up, and later we can enjoy some drinks together. Kiki looked at Old Cat, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, In truth, I admire you quite a bit. Admire me for what? Old Cat mused, perplexed. You were remarkably composed when you were with me. Kiki gently remarked, Over the years, I've dealt with many people in the family business, but encountering someone like you is rare. Upon hearing this, Old Cat felt a surge of excitement, quickly shedding his sweater and rushing into the bathroom without a showerhead. Sister, wait a moment. I'll tell you all about my past. Kiki curled her lip, sitting on the worn-out sofa and lowering her head to read. After filling the wooden tub with water, Old Cat hurriedly scrubbed himself with great diligence. 20 minutes later, when Kiki noticed the silence from the bathroom, she calmly called from the sofa, Cat, you can use the large towel hanging on the rope. Don't take out your clothes, they're filthy. Old Cat, upon hearing this, grabbed the towel from the rope and sighed. What an opportunity. If I don't seize this chance, it would be a waste of my name. Li Fugue. A few minutes later, Old Cat emerged, a towel wrapped around his waist and a jacket draped over his shoulders, only to find Kiki at the door, engrossed in fiddling with something. What's wrong? Old Cat asked, his head steaming. I don't know. The door suddenly wouldn't lock, and it just swings open with the wind. Kiki replied. Let me help you with that, and no need. Just stand outside and hold the door while I adjust the lock, Kiki instructed, brushing her hair back. All right. Old Cat eagerly complied. Kiki fiddled with the lock, smiling. It should be fine now. Step back while I see if I can shut it tightly. It's too cold. The latch must have frozen. It's all right. Just close it. I'll give it a tug. Old Cat nodded as she spoke. Kiki smiled at Old Cat and pulled the iron door shut. Old Cat, enthusiastically gripping the doorknob, gave it a strong pull and shouted, It's secure now, solid as a rock. It won't budge. Silence enveloped the room. Old Cat shivered from the cold wind, chuckling, Let me in. It's freezing out here. The room remained silent. Old Cat, momentarily stunned, pounded on the door. Open up. Inside, Kiki was sprawled on the bed, laughing uncontrollably. You're not being very respectful. I'm letting you cool off. What? Old Cat gaped, allowing the cold wind to seep in as he shouted. It's windy out here. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Kiki laughed again and casually turned off the light. After knocking on the door for a good 2 to 3 minutes, Old Cat realized he had been tricked and shouted, Sister, this is a bit much. You not drinking. At least give me my clothes back. How am I supposed to go back like this? Damn, it's freezing outside. Kiki continued to ignore him. Damn it, the most treacherous heart belongs to a woman. Old Cat gritted his teeth and cursed, glancing around. A sudden gust of cold wind swept in, causing goosebumps to rise on Old Cat's skin, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around his shoulders. However, as he shifted, the towel around his waist fell with a resounding slap. The chill was biting. Old Cat's face turned pale as he bent down to retrieve the towel. Suddenly, the small door creaked open, and the innkeeper, carrying a flashlight after inspecting the courtyard, turned to see the pale Old Cat and froze in shock. Old Cat was equally stunned. After a long pause, the innkeeper, utterly perplexed, asked, Brother, what exactly are you practicing? Could you keep it down? Do you have any clothes? Old Cat inquired, picking up the towel. The innkeeper stood dumbfounded for a long time before his face turned beet red. Do you have any decency at all? Chapter 70. The journey home. The next morning in the dormitory, Chinyu was having breakfast when he glanced at Old Cat and asked, Where did you sleep last night? Where else could I sleep? I spent the night in the front hall with the innkeeper. Old Cat grumbled through gritted teeth. That woman is truly ruthless. If you're not handling business, why strip me of my clothes? You deserve to be dealt with. Chinyu laughed heartily. Even a fool can figure it out. Don't you realize who Kiki is? She the daughter of the supplier's boss, and she's clever. There's no way she would casually engage in anything with you. Is that realistic? I thought she was hinting at me at the dinner table, you know? Old Cat replied, rolling his eyes. I envisioned it to be a tale of kindling and flame. You understand, but it turned out to be a story of earthworms and cold winds, didn't it? Chi Lin interjected. Excessive, isn't it? Can this meal still be consumed? What do you mean? The old cat was in a tizzy. Ha ha ha! Chi Lin and Qin Yu laughed heartily, each raising their thumbs in a gesture of respect towards the old cat. The trio had just finished breakfast when Kiki entered, her face radiating warmth. Upon seeing her, the old cat immediately ground his teeth. Oh, up quite early, are we? Yes, indeed, Kiki replied with a smile, turning to the old cat. You're in great health, considering how cold it is, you haven't caught a cold. No way to communicate, I'm stepping out for a smoke, the old cat declared as he rose to leave. Giggling, Kiki said, I had the boss take care of your clothes, and I paid for it. The old cat was taken aback. I suppose you still possess some humanity. Kiki turned to Qin Yu and said, Today, I intend to take Li Tong with me. Indeed, we completed our business. And we shall return now. Qin Yu extended his palm. Let us keep in touch. Upon hearing this, Kiki's playful demeanor vanished as she shook hands with Qin Yu, saying, The price I offered you was quite low. With the intention of capturing some market share, I hope you will approach this matter seriously, ensuring everyone reaps a good reward. Certainly, without further ado, I wish you a safe journey. Very well, Qin Yu waved his hand. Allow me to see you off. Oh, by the way, just as Kiki reached the door, she suddenly smacked her pristine forehead. How could I forget the important matter? Hanike sang, Come here for a moment. After calling out twice, a burly man approached from afar. Carrying something in his hand, Kiki swiftly took it and turned to Chi Lin. Here is some money, medicine for the elderly, and clothes I bought for your sister. Please accept it. Chi Lin, surprised, looked at Kiki. This is? What is this? I regret that Along had an accident in Songjiang. Although I barely knew him, he assisted us greatly and never betrayed us in dire times, for which I am truly grateful. Kiki spoke politely yet formally. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Chi Lin, taken aback for a moment, felt deeply moved. My elder brother has ventured out for so many years, always telling me about the friends he has made. Yet after his accident, you are the only one who remembered him and considered his family. I thank you. No need for gratitude. Kiki handed the items to Chi Lin, smiling as she nodded. Very well, we shall take our leave now. Let us go. I'll see you off. A little over 10 minutes later, Qin Yu, the old cat, and Chi Lin bid farewell to Kiki's South team on the road. This girl is quite remarkable, the old cat remarked, capable in both intellect and strength, and meticulous in her endeavors. Who would have thought she would bring something for Chi Lin in memory of Along? Indeed, Qin Yu agreed. You didn't see. Chi Lin turned to the old cat, recounting quietly. Li Tong seemed quite tough, but do you know the expression on his face when he saw Kiki in the car? What expression? It was as if he encountered a hitman out for his life. Chi Lin said without hesitation. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, that kind that cannot be concealed. That suggests there are matters concerning this girl we are still unaware of, the old cat replied thoughtfully. Regardless of clarity, at this moment, our relationship with her is harmonious. Qin Yu chuckled, patting the old cat's shoulder. Wouldn't you agree? Brother? My rapport with her doesn't seem so harmonious. Ha ha ha! Qin Yu laughed. Let us pack up and return to the city in triumph in the afternoon. Qin Yu handed money to the boss. And after a wait of over 2 hours, he finally received the gasoline and matching ammunition. Once everything was in order, the three brothers set out on their journey back to the city. However, their mindsets had shifted. While they arrived feeling suppressed and anxious, they departed with hearts full of joy and boundless ambition. The expedition to Jiangzhou had enabled the trio to secure the drug line, thus finally establishing a solid foothold in Songjiang. That night, in a certain office building of the Yu family in Jiangzhou, Kiki, sipping her self-brewed lemon tea, sat on the sofa, addressing Li Tong. Have you considered the consequences of trying to kill me? Li Tong feigned calmness, tilting his head with a smirk. You wouldn't dare touch me. If you tear your face with us now, you won't fare well either, so you're that confident? Kiki set her teacup down and asked as for this matter. I've accepted my fate. Now I'll refrain from any action or words, just waiting for my family to negotiate with yours. Li Tong was acutely aware that his father and uncle were already in contact with the Yu family. You are quite arrogant, Kiki said with a smile. You killed Brother Kong, and you don't have a single soft word to say? In the world of competition, isn't it normal for someone to die? Li Tong replied softly. Kiki stood up, clasping her hands behind her back, gazing at Li Tong. Are you truly unafraid of me? Or merely pretending to be calm? Li Tong clenched his fists. I'm not a lowly thug from the streets. I have the Li family backing me. Oh, Kiki nodded, suddenly turning to shout. Hanike sang. The door opened, and a burly man in a black t-shirt bent down, calling out, Boss, teach the young master of the Li family how to address me properly. Kiki tossed this remark and turned to leave. Hanike sang drew his gun, expressionless, aiming it at Li Tong's knees. Kiki, what the hell are you doing? The two families will soon be at odds. Bang bang, two gunshots rang out, shattering Li Tong's kneecaps. Ah, Li Tong cried out in pain, toppling backward and knocking over a chair. Kiki turned, hands behind her back, scolding Li Tong. You're merely a side branch of the Li family. Why pretend with me? Is it worth it for the Li family to tear their face with us now? Hanike sang, drag him to Brother Kong's memorial. Don't treat his wounds. Let the bullets stay lodged in his bones while he kneels for a night. Understood. Hanike sang nodded. An hour later, the eldest brother of the Yu family called, his tone slightly reproachful. Kiki, what are you doing with Li Tong? We've already finalized the conditions on our end. Are you foolish? With Li Tong in our hands, his uncle's death will surely weigh on us. Since we've already torn our faces, why let him return with such swagger? Kiki furrowed her brows slightly. The people below are working hard to earn us money. If someone of Brother Kong's caliber meets with misfortune and I show no reaction, wouldn't that dishearten the others? Chapter 71. A good deed each day in the early hours of the morning. On the highway, after a nap, the old cat groggily glanced outside. Where are we? We've been out of Jiangzhou for a while. Qin Yu yawned in response. But there's still a long way to go. Pull over ahead. I need to relieve myself and grab a bite, then you can rest while I drive. The old cat rubbed his face. All right. Qin Yu drove for nearly 2 kilometers before stopping in a clearing. The old cat grabbed some provisions from the back of the car and covered the already sleeping Qi Lin with a thick military coat before he began to eat. Qin Yu got out for a couple of puffs of smoke, then returned to the car for some toilet paper. You eat, I'm going to take a dump. Do you have any manners? I'm trying to eat here. I'm handling my business while you eat yours. It won't interfere. Qin Yu chuckled, taking the tissue and heading towards the back of the field, looking for a spot with good feng shui to squat down. Inside the car, the old cat had a bun with smoked meat and drank 2 bottles of water before stepping out to unbuckle his belt and relieve himself. In the field, Qin Yu shouted, I'm not done yet, and you've finished eating? You eat faster than a pig. Damn it, the old cat retorted while fastening his belt. Hurry up, or I'll drive off without you. Wait a moment, I'll be done soon. Qin Yu wiped his nearly frozen rear, stood up, fastened his belt, and headed back. The old cat sat in the driver's seat, starting the engine. As Qin Yu crunched through the snow. He walked less than 20 meters when he suddenly tripped over something. What is this? Though the night had turned pitch black, the faint moonlight illuminated the basic contours of the ground. Qin Yu lifted his leg to kick the object beneath him and bent down to take a closer look, only to find a boy of about 15 or 16 lying in the snow. He was bundled up warmly, but his eyes were tightly shut, his hair covered in frost, frozen almost to the point of resembling a super saiyan. In the planned area, such occurrences were not uncommon. Each year, numerous individuals without a path in life would succumb to the cold. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu turned to leave. Help me, please. Just as Qin Yu had walked less than 10 meters, a weak voice called out from behind him, prompting him to hesitate and turn back to face the snow. The boy lay motionless, only weakly repeating, Help me. Qin Yu stood still, watching him, and after a long silence, asked, How long have you been lying here? Help me. The boy merely echoed those words. How do I know what you're up to? Moreover, you're in quite a predicament. Your death would be troublesome for everyone. Qin Yu tossed a remark and resolutely turned to leave. The boy's faint cries continued to echo, but Qin Yu walked further away, completely unable to hear his voice any longer. Inside the car, Lao Mao, noticing Qin Yu approaching, immediately scoffed and cursed. What the hell? Taking so long? Qin Yu glanced back at Lao Mao and replied, Let us go. Hearing this, Lao Mao shifted the car into gear and slowly began to drive away. In the vehicle, Qin Yu furrowed his brow, his face devoid of its usual playful expression. "What's wrong with you? Did you run into a ghost? What kind of expression is that?" Lao Mao, sensing something was off, inquired curiously. Qin Yu silently recalled the boy in the snow and suddenly felt his heart soften. Had this been in the past, when he lived in the planned area, he would have completely disregarded such matters, feeling no guilt whatsoever. The first reason being that such mysterious children could easily bring trouble. The second being that he was homeless then, struggling to protect himself, let alone help anyone else. But things were different now. His life had improved to some extent, and that child still had breath in him, still able to speak. If he turned a blind eye, that fragile life would surely perish in this frigid wasteland. As his thoughts raced, Qin Yu, while contemplating the little boy, seemed to see the helpless child he once was, so similar. Thick cotton coat, worn-out boots, an endless expanse of snow, and a neglected child. Qin Yu shut his eyes, and after a moment of silence, suddenly said, "Reverse the car." "What for?" Lao Mao was bewildered. "Hurry up and reverse," Qin Yu urged. Intrigued, Lao Mao complied, grumbling, "Are you out of your mind? Why are we going back? Did you feel guilty for leaving a mess behind? Shut up and just drive back." After a few minutes, the car came to a halt in a clearing once more. Qin Yu pulled a military coat from the trunk, striding purposefully into the snow, wrapping it around the child he had found. Lao Mao stood by the roadside, astonished, and asked, "Where did you find a person?" "The one I encountered while taking a dump," Qin Yu panted. "He's still alive." "What the hell? He's just a kid. Not even an adult yet." Lao Mao glanced at the child, whose face had turned purple. Holding the child, Qin Yu immediately instructed, "Quickly get the warming lamp from the car and light it in the open." "Got it." Lao Mao, being a kind-hearted person, rushed to the car, retrieving the lamp from the trunk. Qin Yu placed the child onto the ground and turned to ask, "Is there any alcohol in the car?" "Not much left. We need it for the lamp," Lao Mao replied, carrying the lamp. Qin Yu scanned the surroundings and quickly said, "You need to take off his clothes, but be very gentle. His body is frozen stiff. If you're too rough, you might hurt him. What kind of weather is this and you want to strip him? If you don't understand, just stop talking." Qin Yu dashed into the snow, scooping up a dozen handfuls of white snow before returning. Lao Mao lit the lamp and carefully began to remove the child's clothing. Qin Yu, with the snow in hand, exerted all his strength to rub the snow against the child's back and chest. At first, the snow wouldn't melt upon contact with the child's skin, but after several minutes of vigorous rubbing, water began to flow from the snow in Qin Yu's hands. After working tirelessly for a full half hour, drenched in sweat, Qin Yu pushed against the child's chest, calling out, "Can you hear me? Open your eyes if you can. Otherwise, I might just toss you away." After shouting 6 or 7 times, the child finally murmured, Help me." There was a response to Qi Lin, who had just stepped out of the car, shouted from the side. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Whether he survives or not depends on him now. "Are we taking him back?" Lao Mao asked. "He's definitely an unattended child. If we save him, we have to take him back." Qin Yu nodded. "Lift him into the car." After rescuing a child on their way, the 3 brothers hurriedly continued towards Songjiang. A day later, Qi Lin got off the car midway to return home, while Qin Yu and Lao Mao drove for several more hours before finally returning to Songjiang. In the back seat, the child, who had been lying down for 2 days, began to regain color and started to call out with awareness, "Is there anything to eat? Give me some." Lao Mao was taken aback by the child's words. "What kind of attitude does this kid have? We saved him, and now he thinks he is a lord." Chapter 72. From covert struggles to open conflicts upon returning to Songjiang, Qin Yu and Lao Mao drove back to Courtyard 88 with the child they had picked up along the way. Inside, Qin Yu stripped the child of his now foul-smelling clothes and carelessly tossed them at the door, lowering his head to splash cold water on his face. "What are you planning to do with this child? Are you going to let him stay here indefinitely?" Lao Mao casually asked. Qin Yu, drying his face with a towel, shook his head in response, "I don't have time to take care of him. Once he is better, I'll ask Zhu Wei if he can arrange some small jobs for him in Songjiang, just enough for him to survive." Finding him a small job sounds good, but doesn't he have residency rights? As an undocumented person, he could be cleared out at any moment. Lao Mao pondered for a moment and then said, "Forget it. I'll help you ask around later. I know some truck owners who operate in and out of the district. Although they don't venture deep into the planned area, They come and go frequently enough that he could swap for a temporary residency permit every 30 days. That works. Since we rescued him, let us figure something out. Chinyu nodded. Shall we go? We need to head back to the police station. Old Lee is still waiting. All right, let us go. After a brief discussion, they locked the door and left courtyard 88I in the afternoon. Inside the police chief's office, Chief Lee looked at Chinyu with satisfaction and beckoned, "Have a seat." Chinyu grinned as he settled into the chair opposite him. "Uncle Lee, did you just return from Fongbei?" "Yes." Chief Lee tossed a cigarette to Chinyu, speaking in a steady tone. "I've concluded matters in Fongbei. However, you still need to inform the Ma family to be discreet in their operations. The higher-ups mean that the goods should be set aside to observe the profits, instead of immediately creating a host of troublesome issues." "I understand." Chinyu nodded, quietly asking, "Since the drug lines have been re-established, do you think we can start working on Ma Lauer's case?" Chief Lee pondered for a moment. "Yes, you can proceed, but make sure there are no flaws in the process. For the foreseeable future, Yuan Ku will likely scrutinize you closely." "Got it. I'll keep that in mind." Chinyu nodded. Chief Lee took a drag from his cigarette, smiling as he opened a drawer to retrieve 2 certificates along with the corresponding shoulder and arm insignias, saying, "Take a look." Chinyu was momentarily taken aback, reaching out to accept the items from Chief Lee. After a cursory glance, he grinned widely. "Wow, thank you, Chief." A second-level officer's approval came through so quickly. "Starting today, your Team 3 is officially transferred to Team 4, and you will formally take on the role of team leader for Team 3. Later, you'll need to coordinate with Yuan Ku," Chief Lee said. His expression warm as he continued, "You'll stay in Team 4 for a while, and I'll have the team leader reassigned, allowing you to take over as acting team leader and gradually transition to a permanent position." Chinyu recognized that his rapid ascent was not merely due to Lao Mao's connections nor solely because Chief Lee held him in high regard. It was a result of the life and death struggles he, Qi Lin, and Lao Mao had endured together in Jiangzhou. It was from this moment that Chinyu distinctly felt he had backing and support behind him. "Thank you, Uncle Lee." Chinyu sincerely expressed his gratitude. "No need for thanks. You've earned this." Chief Lee waved his hand dismissively. "Now go. I'll have the office prepare the handover documents for you. As for the dormitory reassignment, you can discuss it with Sister One from logistics." Chinyu stood, nodding. "Understood. Work hard. Your path is only going to get wider," Chief Lee remarked, a cheerful smile on his face. "Haha, sure thing." Chinyu grinned, nodding as he turned to leave. Half an hour later, in the dormitory of Team 3, Chinyu sat on his bed, looking through Ma Lauer's case file while speaking on the phone. "Yes, Chief Lee has already briefed me. Just follow my directions, let Damon handle everything, and tell him not to speak recklessly regarding Ma Lauer's side. You don't need to worry about the prosecution. Chief Lee will take care of that." "Yes, Damon is charged with illegal possession. He won't face death, but he should prepare for around 15 years. No, don't let the lawyer contact me. Just have him meet with Damon directly." "All right, you handle it then, goodbye." After finishing the call, Guanxi stormed in with a scowl. "What is up with that idiot Lao San? It's like he's lost his mother. I really want to scrub that mouth of his with a steel wool." The handover was supposed to be Qin Yu's responsibility, but he was too lazy to interact with Yuan Ku and the others, so he let Guanxi handle it, not expecting problems to arise between them. "What happened?" Qin Yu asked. Guanxi loosened his collar, his expression grim as he replied, "Remember the big raid at Tujia Street? Didn't you have an incident at the butcher shop? When we went to rescue, we used some firearms and ammunition from within the team, along with 2 grenades. Lao San said this matter wasn't reported in advance, and after verifying on site, he claimed it didn't match what we told him, so he demanded a detailed report from me, or else he'd take it to the chief. Even if he takes it to the chief, what can he do?" Qin Yu, still new to the department, hadn't fully grasped the rules surrounding such matters. "All the equipment, firearms, and ammunition we typically utilize during our apprehension operations must, without exception, be subjected to application and approval to achieve the aim of stringent management," Guanxi explained in a hushed tone. "However, given the current chaotic environment, encountering sudden cases or unexpected situations during patrols, along with incidental wear and tear of equipment and ammunition, is indeed a commonplace occurrence. Yet, he is seizing upon this to create trouble, claiming that the equipment was allocated to a different team, and that we have misused it, leading to discrepancies in the accounts, making it impossible for him to provide an explanation to the logistics department later. This individual's perspective is confined solely to the trivial matters within the office." Qin Yu, feeling exasperated, muttered a curse. Ignore him. If he wishes to stir up trouble, let him do so. No, team leader. Guanxi immediately interjected. The usage of ammunition must ultimately be reported to the police department, as it pertains to whether officers might privately hoard critical equipment or weapons. Therefore, if Lao San decides to make things difficult for us by fabricating reports, it could very well result in disciplinary action against you. Qin Yu furrowed his brows, rising to curse. He is truly bothersome. Sigh, let us go take a look. After a brief interval, Guanxi and Qin Yu returned to the office area of Team 1. Lao San was lounging with his legs crossed, engrossed in watching a live stream on his computer. Qin Yu, maintaining his composure, approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Third brother, busy, are we? Upon hearing the voice, Lao San turned around, glanced at Qin Yu, and remarked, Oh, isn't this Team Qin? Haha, congratulations on your promotion to level 2. I'm still far behind you. Qin Yu smiled, getting straight to the point. I came to inquire about when we can finalize the handover of responsibilities. I wish it could be expedited as well, but the last case you handled at the butcher shop was rather unclear. After I inspected the scene, I didn't notice any explosives being utilized. Lao San responded with a rather evasive tone. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then leaned in closer to Lao San and whispered, Third brother, those 2 explosives were not used. I had them hidden away because someone is constantly trying to set me up, and I need to keep some leverage for protection. Would you be interested? I could find an opportunity to pass one to you one night. Lao San's expression darkened, and he slowly stood up. Are you trying to scare me again? Haha, Qin Yu flashed him a grin. So, how brave are you really? Chapter 73. I don't want to grow up. Lao San fixed his gaze on Qin Yu and sneered. When you first arrived, you were utterly inexperienced, and now you've become a team leader. You still think you can act like a renegade with me? Do you truly believe I would be intimidated? Even if the police department has granted you special privileges, allowing you to murder without consequence, I doubt you would dare to take any action. Third brother, do you know why you can only play the lackey to team leader you on? Qin Yu pointed at Lao San's chest. It's because your perspective is so limited. Having grown accustomed to being a dog, you lack the mindset to take charge at your level. Do I really need to compete with you? My friend who killed you on Wei is still alive. Do you believe he might one day suddenly return to dine at your home? Lao San felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this, realizing that Qin Yu was alluding to Qi Lin. Yuan, the team leader, hasn't he said anything? So why do you put on airs? Our team reassigned to Team 4 at the behest of Li Si. You're obstructing me, thinking you're making things difficult for me. But in reality, you're merely creating trouble for Li Si. Qin Yu, with contempt in his gaze, retorted, Third brother, when do you think you will grow up? If third brother could mature, then when we encountered Matsushita at the restaurant, would he have acted heroically? Guanxi interjected from the side. He is quite a passionate person. Upon hearing this, Lao San exploded with rage. I see in him. Have you gotten a bit too carried away? With that, Lao San swung a fist towards Guanxi's head. Don't hit, don't fight, third brother. Qin Yu had anticipated that he would lose control and strike first, so he stepped forward, wrapping his left arm around Lao San's arm while clenching his right fist, exclaiming, Third brother, listen to me. We can exchange words here without any issues, but if you resort to violence, that would escalate matters. Lao San had always looked down on Guanxi, and at this moment, upon hearing his taunt, he charged forward with 2 punches. Thud. Guanxi dodged, feigning a hit to the face, and fell backward, crying out, Why are you hitting me? On what grounds? I'll report you to the police department. I'll submit materials to the supervisory authority. I'll sue you to death. Come on, get up. I'll admit defeat. Lao San, infuriated, raised his foot to kick Guanxi. Qin Yu seized Lao San by the neck with his left hand, while his right fist landed several blows to Lao San's chest. Initially, Lao San had no intention of engaging with Qin Yu, but after receiving a couple of blows, he became completely enraged and turned back to grapple with Qin Yu, shouting in a frenzy, Beat him. The other members of Team 1, upon hearing Lao San's call, surged forward, and a chaotic scuffle broke out between them and Qin Yu. At that moment, there were at least 7 or 8 of them opposing Qin Yu, while only Guanxi stood by his side. However, neither of them were pushovers. Both had cunning minds and were prepared to refrain from retaliating. Guanxi, lying on the ground, continued to yell, Lao San, if you don't beat me to death today, I'll frame you. I'll make you regret it. Lao San, gritting his yellowing teeth, picked up a chair, ready to smash it down. Just then, Yuan-ku walked in through the main entrance, eyes wide, shouting, "What is going on? Have you all lost your minds?" With that furious roar, the room fell silent. Lao San, panting, looked at Yuan-ku. "Team leader Yuan, don't interfere. I'd rather strip down than not deal with him." Upon hearing this, Yuan-ku felt a headache coming on and scolded with a dark expression. "Shut your mouth and put down the chair." Lao San calmed down slightly upon hearing this, and after a moment's hesitation, he tossed the chair aside. Yuan-ku furrowed his brow, scanning the room before stepping up to Qin Yu and asking, "Oh, so you've become quite the important figure? Feeling no burden at all about throwing punches here, huh?" Qin Yu smiled. "Team leader Yuan, I'm just a poor lad. How could I be that inflated? Today, Li Si issued orders for us to assist Team 4, and I asked Guanxi to come handle the handover. Yet, third brother insisted that the equipment consumed during my last case at the butcher shop didn't match up. I came here to discuss it with him, and he lost his temper. You see, we have surveillance in this room. If you don't believe me, we can review the footage together." Upon hearing this, Yuan-ku's expression darkened further. "Xiaoqi, go to the surveillance room and have the clerks pull up the footage." Qin Yu quickly added a remark, "Forget it." Yuan-ku waved his hand, his expression remaining impassive as he directed Lao San, "Hurry up and finalize the handover with them. They did use explosives in that case." Which indeed doesn't team-match. Lao San attempted to argue further. "I told you to do what I say. If it doesn't team-match, figure it out yourself." Yuan-ku barked. Lao San clenched his jaw, falling silent. Yuan-ku turned to Qin Yu and smiled. "Team Qin, do you have any further instructions? I'll have someone take care of them for you." "None. None at all." Qin Yu immediately waved his hands. "Ah, if you have any instructions in the future, just come over and give me a heads up." Yuan-ku, hands behind his back, added, "You're a favored figure in front of Li Si. The entire police department is revolving around you now. Team leader Yuan, you're just joking with me." Qin Yu helped Guanxi to his feet and replied as he turned to leave, "All right, then, you carry on, Team leader Yuan. We'll be on our way." Yuan-ku, still smiling as he watched Qin Yu depart, said, "Team Qin, I wish you smooth sailing in the police department. Thank you, Team leader Yuan." Qin Yu didn't look back as he led Guanxi away. Inside, Yuan-ku turned back, his face darkening as he regarded Lao San. "This deputy team leader, can you actually handle your responsibilities? It's not that I'm being unreasonable. It's just that Guanxi dares to speak to me with such sarcasm now." Lao San argued his case. "What sarcasm did he direct at you? He said I haven't grown up." Lao San glared with wide eyes, breathing heavily in response. Yuan-ku fell silent for 3 or 4 seconds before sitting down and replying, "That's a rather astute observation." Lao San felt particularly humiliated upon hearing this, his face flushing red as he glanced at the nearby officers, feeling quite frustrated and wanting to retort. Yuan-ku looked at Lao San, suddenly shouting, "Li Si has clearly indicated his intent to support Qin Yu. Why are you obstructing him over such trivial matters? Do you believe you can undermine team leader Qin or infuriate Li Si? Wearing the title of deputy team leader, you engage in foolish antics. This is an office. We emphasize the art of subtlety, not the brutishness of the streets, where one shouts and fights over every little issue." Lao San, chastised, was left speechless. "If you don't have the assurance to take him down, then refrain from making a move over these petty matters. It will only make you appear foolish." Yuan-ku furrowed his brow as he regarded Lao San. "Li Si has already chosen his side, and it's not with us, so you can no longer act as you did before, doing as you please in the police department. Otherwise, if you give them any leverage against you, you might find yourself in serious trouble." Despite being older than Yuan-ku, Lao San remained silent after being scolded for quite some time. "I understand." Yuan-ku, fully aware of Lao San's limitations, though his abilities were mediocre, he was undoubtedly loyal to both the Yuan family and himself. Therefore, after calming his emotions, he provided him an escape. "Tonight, you'll accompany me back to the elder brother's place. Recently, there have been rumors that old Maya's people are moving goods again, which might be connected to Qin Yu's disappearance during this period." "All right." Lao San nodded. That evening, after Qin Yu treated his team members to dinner, he returned home early to prepare for rest. As he entered, he found Lin Yanlei seated in a chair, propping her chin as she chatted with the child he had brought home. Chapter 74. Codename 3088. Qin Yu regarded the two with a curious expression and asked, "Oh? How did you two become friends?" Lin Yanlei chuckled upon hearing the voice. "Hee hee, As soon as I returned from work, I saw him prying open my door. I asked him what he was doing, and he said he wanted to borrow something to eat from my house. Chinyu, upon hearing this, turned around and spotted the child seated on the bed, devouring noodles. Come on, you can't be serious. Don't you know the saying, a rabbit doesn't eat the grass by its nest? Why would you steal from your neighbor? The little boy, with his dark complexion and unkempt hair, looked at Chinyu with a dirty face. I didn't steal. I borrowed that I was hungry and couldn't find anyone, so I had to go to a familiar place to grab something to eat. Prying open someone's door without asking is borrowing? Chinyu ruffled the boy's hair. If you keep this up, don't blame me for tossing you in. I just borrowed it. I plan to return it tomorrow, the boy said, wolfing down his food with a heavy air of streetwise bravado. We're all children of the world. Even spitting is a promise. I won't take her food for free. I will definitely return it tomorrow. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you know about being a child of the world? Hee hee, this little brother is quite amusing. We've been chatting for a while. Lin Yinlei squinted her large eyes and asked playfully, Hey brother, what are you going to use to repay me for the noodles tomorrow? Rats have their ways and cats have theirs. I said I'll repay you, so I will. Why do you have so much to say, lady? The little boy rolled his eyes. Chinyu also rolled his eyes at the remark and turned to Lin Yinlei. I found him in the snow shelter of the planning area. No one probably cares for him. He has grown used to being feral, like a wild donkey. You have quite a kind heart. Lin Yinlei looked at Chinyu in astonishment. What can I say? It was just a coincidence. Chinyu deftly changed the subject. Have you eaten? I had some at work. Lin Yinlei stretched and yawned. Oh, right. The gloves you borrowed from me are clean now. Just wait a moment. I'll get them for you. Did you buy gloves? Chinyu inquired. Oh, I've been so busy lately. When would I have time to shop? Lin Yinlei pouted that it's been ages since I last went shopping, and I need to return to Fongbei next month. You can keep those gloves. Consider them a gift. Chinyu grinned. Just so happens I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? When you go back to Fongbei, could you bring me some cosmetics? Chinyu pulled out a list Coco had given him. My friend asked for my help. Just buy what's on this list, and I'll pay you tomorrow or the day after. Lin Yinlei's eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh? Buying for your lady friend? Old cat, right? Get lost. Are you dating someone? Lin Yinlei probed further. No, just a regular friend. Chinyu stood by the cupboard, wondering why he had blurted out a question. Why do you ask? Are you jealous? Lin Yinlei's face turned red in an instant. Are you sick? Jealous of you? Dream on. With that, she turned and walked away. Chinyu watched her graceful figure and suddenly called out, He's eating. Should I come to your room for a chat? Get lost? Lin Yinlei retorted sharply, hastening back to her room. Look how flustered you are, the little boy remarked, blinking his big eyes as he watched Chinyu. Turning around, Chinyu pulled out a cigarette and asked, What's your name? My name is Wang Hunan. Some friends in society like to call me Big Tooth. The little boy slurped his noodle soup, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Sigh. Chinyu sighed, glancing at his humble abode. As you can see, my life is rather ordinary, but it's fate that brought us together. For now, stay here and recuperate. Later, I'll find you some work. A brother must do what he can. Wang Hunan set down his bowl and looked up at Chinyu with utmost seriousness, although his tone feigned maturity. You saved my life. We are now sworn brothers. I will do anything you ask. Then start by washing your bowl. I'll get you some hot water, Chinyu instructed. After you're done, return the bowl to Lin Hanhai and be polite when you talk to her. Upon hearing this, Wang Hunan instantly became displeased. Damn, how can a child of the world do chores meant for women? Chinyu was taken aback. What do you mean? You expect me to serve you? Now hurry up and wash the dishes, young master. Who are you calling young master? Mind your manners or I might just smack you, Chinyu warned, swatting at him. Get to it. An hour later, as the lights flickered out across the city, Chinyu had given Big Tooth a bath in a wooden tub, then used his razor to shave his head. Big Tooth, having eaten his fill, felt the drowsiness set in, sitting quietly in the chair. How old are you? Chinyu asked. 18. Cut the nonsense. Tell me the truth. I'm actually 3 years younger. That's nonsense. That makes you 15, right? Chinyu rinsed the razor. How did you end up sleeping in a snow shelter? I ran away from the mountains. I ran out of food, and it was too cold. I was so tired that I fell asleep in the snow shelter. Big Tooth was covered in frostbite. As soon as he warmed up indoors, he felt an unbearable itch, scratching his skin until it bled. Coupled with his frail physique, he limped as he walked, looking pitiful. Why did you go to the mountains? My brother took me. Big Tooth paused for a moment but remained composed, articulating clearly. We went up the mountain to gather scarce resources and catch some live animals. Are there still live animals on the mountain? Yes, but you have to go deeper. Big Tooth spoke plainly. Last month, we ventured deep into the mountain, where the snow pits were several meters deep. The trafficker was behind us with a gun, forcing us to go in and collect ginseng. Everyone was scared and didn't dare to go. He shot 3 people, and my brother was one of them. Chinyu was taken aback by this revelation. I am still young and can't take revenge, but one day, I will bury that trafficker's head in the snow pit where my brother died. Big Tooth recounted softly, his tone devoid of emotion. Chinyu frowned, continuing to shave his head under the dim light. Whenever I sleep in the shed, I think of my brother. Big Tooth lowered his head slightly. I'm afraid I will always remember him. So I ran away that very night and then met you. What about your parents? Chinyu asked, his voice trembling. They went missing during the riots before the establishment of District 9. They probably died long ago. Just like me, Chinyu paused, responding with a teasing tone. Big Tooth was taken aback. Then we are quite fated. You want revenge? Chinyu asked nonchalantly. He killed my only family. I will definitely make him pay. Big Tooth spoke without a hint of hesitation. Then live well. Chinyu nodded. Under the dim light, as Big Tooth's filthy hair fell to the ground, he soon became bald, and it was then that Chinyu noticed the 4 tattooed numbers on his neck, 3088. What does that mean? In the mountains, when the snow collapses, everyone gets buried. There were too many of us, and the boss couldn't remember all our names, so he used numbers instead. If something happened, he would check the numbers at night to see who was missing. Big Tooth cursed. We are tools, baskets, ginseng-picking sticks, but we are not human, haha. Upon hearing this, Chinyu felt a lump in his throat, memories flooding back, and he reached out to ruffle Big Tooth's head. Scolding him, "You little brat, your words are quite piercing." Chapter 75. The Peculiar Man, Ma Lao Air in the blink of an eye. 5 days had passed. During this time, Chinyu's life was not disrupted by Big Tooth's sudden arrival. He continued to handle work transitions, manage the drug line, and deal with the Ma Lao Air case, while Big Tooth focused on regaining his strength at home. Every day, when Chinyu went to work, he would give Big Tooth 2 yuan for lunch, and the two of them would usually share breakfast and dinner together. After Chinyu made his conflict with Lao San public, he encountered no further obstacles at work. Yuan Ku and his group began to outwardly ignore his presence, while the drug business was managed by Old Ma, yielding acceptable initial profits. In summary, this period was remarkably calm. Not only were there no face-to-face conflicts among drug dealers, but even other industries had quieted down. It was in this tranquil environment that Ma Lao Air was finally released from prison. Old Ma hired a lawyer and subtly reminded Demin to take the blame. Using the methods Chinyu had taught him, Demin, valuing their friendship, did not hesitate to accept the core of the case, taking it all upon himself. Subsequently, Ma Lao Air, with the help of several connections, finally cleared his name. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 3 months of external surveillance for assisting in the concealment of illegal drugs, required to report to the police periodically and pay a fine of 10,000 yuan. Ma Lao Air was out, but Demin was in dire straits, thrown into a heavy criminal prison, enduring the agonizing wait for a sentence of at least 15 years. Chinyu's previous impression of Ma Lao Air had been that of a rather reckless and blunt individual, someone whose impulsive nature often led to thoughtless actions. However, he also recognized that, despite his numerous flaws, Ma Lao Air held a strong sense of camaraderie. When Ma Lao Air was first apprehended, Chinyu was entrenched within Yuan Ku's faction, and thus he subjected Ma Lao Air to considerable torment, attempting to coerce him into confessing. However, the latter resolutely adhered to his silence, preferring to endure rather than cause trouble for Demin and his uncle, Old Ma. Consequently, Chinyu's impression of this individual was not one of utter depravity. Rather, he merely perceived him as someone whose flamboyant manner of conducting affairs might render interactions somewhat challenging. Yet, what Chinyu did not anticipate was that the very next day after Ma Lao Air's release, he would personally call Chinyu, inviting him to dine together and socialize. Prior to this, Chinyu had not contemplated a deeper friendship, as the two had previously clashed, leaving him apprehensive about potential awkwardness during their meeting. Nevertheless, with Ma Lao Air's proactive invitation, Chinyu felt it inappropriate to feign disinterest, recognizing that their shared circumstances necessitated a degree of camaraderie for mutual comfort. After careful consideration, Chinyu summoned Lao Mao, Zhu Wei, and Guan Qi to accompany him, aiming to facilitate a formal introduction within their small circle, which would prove beneficial for future endeavors. On Friday evening, shortly after 7, the group convened at a well-known Chinese restaurant in the Heijie district. Yet during the meal and drinks, both parties remained somewhat reserved. This hesitance was understandable, as except for Lao Mao and the two companions from across the table, nearly everyone present had previously confronted Ma Lao Er. While the atmosphere could not be described as overtly awkward, interactions remained limited to superficial niceties. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were served, Ma Lao Er began to exhibit signs of inebriation, insisting that Qin Yu and the others join him for a revelry at Tuzha Street. Reluctant to refuse, Qin Yu and his companions acquiesced and exited the restaurant, only to be met with an unexpected display of drunken exuberance from Ma Lao Er at the entrance. The episode unfolded as Qin Yu, Lao Mao, and Ma Lao Er engaged in lighthearted banter while waiting for Guan Qi and the others to bring the card. An unkempt old man was embroiled in a dispute with a restaurant worker. To the left of the steps stood a young man, approximately 6 feet tall, clad in an apron, shoveling away the snow that had accumulated on either side of the entrance. The scruffy old man stood beside him, protesting, "I want to go inside to order food." "Why won't you let me in?" the young man retorted. "You come here every day just to buy 50-cent steamed buns. Who do you think is going to serve you?" The elderly man, clearly agitated, turned to leave, while the worker kicked a ragged bag off the low windowsill, shouting, "Take your junk with you. Don't leave it on the sill. It's leaking oil, and it's a hassle to clean." The old man trembled with indignation. "You find me bothersome, yet I still have to survive, don't I? You can't just suffocate me." The worker glared. "If you keep blabbering, I swear I'll beat you." The old man sighed, bent down to retrieve the ragged bag, brushing off the snow. Just then, Ma Lao Er, who had been conversing with Qin Yu, abruptly turned and slapped the worker on the head, exclaiming, "Don't you have any parents? Haven't they taught you how to speak to your elders?" The worker, taken aback, stammered, What did I do? I've been listening to you for ages, and you haven't spoken like a decent person." Ma Lao Er seized the worker by his collar. "You act as if you're a high-ranking official, but you're merely serving tea and water. Tell me, what makes you superior to others?" The worker protested. "This old man comes here daily for 50-cent buns and is filthy with snow and water. I'm just trying to maintain a pleasant environment for everyone." Ma Lao Er, his temper flaring, slapped the worker again and demanded, "Apologize! Apologize!" The worker, clearly intimidated, did not dare to retaliate against someone like Ma Lao Er, his face brimming with tears as he pleaded, "Brother, I merely scolded him a bit. I said apologize." Ma Lao Er shouted, pointing at the old man. The worker swallowed hard and turned to the elder, murmuring, "I'm sorry, sir. Everyone ages eventually." The old man replied coolly. Ma Lao Er, with his thick brows and fierce demeanor, continued to glare at the worker, growing increasingly irate. Finally, he shouted, "Go inside and set a table for me. Order 4 dishes. I'm treating this gentleman. And you better follow him around with a mop. If the floor isn't clean, I'll make you regret it. Thank you, but I won't be buying any buns today." The old man called out with a smile. Ma Lao Er raised an eyebrow. "What is this, my good man? After I've defended you, you won't give me a nod of gratitude. Your kindness is appreciated. But I can't afford to dine here every day," the old man replied, still smiling. "My grandson has had his stomach cut open and can't eat anything too hard. I just wanted to buy him a couple of soft buns." After a moment of contemplation, Ma Lao Er pulled out a wad of cash and declared grandly, "Then today, I one tea treat you. I'll cover your grandson's buns for an entire year." The old man was taken aback, and Qin Yu, Lao Mao, and the others looked on in astonishment. Ma Lao Er counted out 500 yuan in cash and handed it to the worker, instructing, "From now on, at this time every day, have buns ready for this gentleman. If I find out you've neglected this, you'll be shoveling snow on Tuzha Street." "Understood." The worker nodded, his voice trembling. Just then, Guan Qi and the others arrived with the car, and Ma Lao Er waved goodbye to the old man. "Take care, my friend." The old man, still in shock, bowed deeply. "Thank you, child." "What for?" "Haha, I'm young. And money comes quickly," Ma Lao Er replied, dismissing any further conversation as he hopped into the car. Lao Mao, having observed the entire exchange, shook his head in amazement. This guy is truly generous, handing out 500 yuan without a second thought. He is worth befriending. Qin Yu smiled in agreement. As they made their way to Tuzha Street, he jokingly asked, Ma Lao heir, that old man clearly needs money. If you wanted to do a good deed, why not just give it directly to him? Ma Lao heir, reeking of alcohol, paused for a moment before delivering a classic retort. I can afford to treat his grandson to buns for a year, but I can't save him. Those are two different matters. You are indeed an intriguing person, Qin Yu remarked, a thoughtful smile crossing his face. INA mid-range entertainment venue on Tujia Street. Several of Yuan Hua's subordinates were reveling in the private room on the third floor of Wanshur Entertainment. A row of young women stood elegantly, and Ma Lao heir, taking a drag from his cigarette, turned to Qin Yu, saying, "Come, today you all choose first. If you're not satisfied, we'll order 2 or 3. I'll cover all expenses. I want that one. Yes, the one gazing at me with such affection." Lao Mao declared without hesitation, beckoning her over. "Good evening, Appa," a charming girl greeted, smiling as she approached Lao Mao in Korean. After Lao Mao made his selection, Qin Yu and the others each chose one to sit beside them, and shortly thereafter, Ma Lao heir summoned the service staff to bring drinks, personally launching into a lively song to warm up the atmosphere. Set aside the idle chatter. Once the alcohol had drawn them closer, Ma Lao heir settled next to Qin Yu, raising his glass. "Xiao Yu, I, Ma Lao heir, am not one to mince words. Though we VE had our differences, our positions simply diverged. I have my reasons for not confessing, and you have yours for giving me a beating from time to time. But from today onward, we'll be sharing the same plate. So let us put the past behind us, shall we?" "Agreed. Let us turn the page," Qin Yu replied, raising his glass to clink with Ma Lao heir's before downing it in one go. Ma Lao heir, clearing his throat, said, "My uncle is getting on in years. He won't be able to manage on his own much longer. Henceforth, I'll likely be the one handling business matters. Xiao Yu, I'm a straightforward person, so if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. If I disagree, I'll explain why. Let us avoid unnecessary guessing games. They're pointless." "Sure, sounds good." Qin Yu nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on Ma Lao heir. "If you're taking over the business, I do have a couple of pieces of advice. Go ahead," Ma Lao heir prompted. "When I returned, Li Si had a chat with me. He specifically advised us to maintain a low profile in our business dealings." Qin Yu lowered his voice. The Yuan family has numerous substantial pharmaceutical companies backing them, and locally, they have solid connections. We VE only just begun to establish our network, and Li Si's associates are watching closely, gauging whether we can handle our affairs competently. Therefore, it's crucial that we deliver results while avoiding trouble. Ma Lao heir waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, come on. We VE been in the pharmaceutical business for quite some time now. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing, to be honest." Qin Yu produced an electronic cigarette and softly continued his narration. "The supplier has imposed stringent targets on me. If we wish to procure the pharmaceuticals at a lower cost, we must achieve a minimum monthly sales figure of 250,000. Do you comprehend the implications of this?" Although Ma Lao heir was taken aback, he was not foolish. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, he immediately responded, "It means our relationship with the supplier is rather tenuous?" "Precisely." Qin Yu nodded affirmatively. "The supplier is eager to ascertain whether we can genuinely collaborate. Consider this. They are engaged in clandestine drug production, making them a thorn in the side of several pharmaceutical companies. Thus, if a partner proves inadequate, the supplier would prefer to forego the business rather than risk it." "I understand your point now." Ma Lao heir nodded. "In the initial stages, we must prioritize stability." Qin Yu lowered his gaze and poured a glass of liquor. "Once our relationship with the supplier is satisfactory, we shall possess a stronger standing." "Rest assured, I am well aware of this," Ma Lao heir responded nonchalantly. "Come, let us drink a toast." Qin Yu felt he had said enough, so he ceased his rambling and raised a glass. The two exchanged smiles and downed their drinks in unison. Once their business was concluded, Ma Lao heir called out to a burly man with a resolute visage and a scar on his left eyelid. "Zishu Gu, come, allow me to formally introduce you." From a distance, a man who had been conversing with Lao Mao and others approached, holding a glass. "This is Lu Zishu, who has been with my family's old ma for nearly 10 years. One might say he has watched me grow up," Lao heir introduced with a smile. "He had matters to attend to earlier and could not join us for the meal. So you too should get acquainted. I am Qin Yu." Hello, Lu Zishu replied with a smile, his voice steady. "I was previously occupied, but I hope you will take good care of me." "Qin Zhu, you are too polite," Qin Yu chuckled. "Just call me Xiao Yu." Despite Lu Zishu's prominently visible scar giving him a fierce appearance, his voice was deep and resonant. devoid of any pretentiousness, exuding a sense of calm. After the two acquainted themselves, Ma Lao Er smiled and explained to Qin Yu, "My family's old Ma wishes to delegate authority to me, yet fears I may not be capable. Hence he has assigned Zi Shu Gu to work alongside me, so he can look out for me. Therefore, I consult him on many matters." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. That sounds rather good. Having a veteran by your side can indeed keep you in check. Otherwise, you might end up clashing with the waitstaff over a meal, which is quite concerning. Haha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Now, let us not discuss anything else today. Just enjoy yourselves and drink well. Ma Lao Er joyfully called out to the young women nearby. Go, bring me some dancers. I want to have a Latin session. Qin Yu, feeling exasperated, tugged at Ma Lao Er. That's enough. You've already spent quite a bit today. Ma Lao Er waved dismissively. What is the point of earning money if not to spend it? To put it bluntly, I encountered you during this incident, and thanks to Ming Gu, who was meticulous in his dealings and willing to shoulder my burdens, I would have been finished otherwise, if my life was at stake. What use would money be? Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words upon hearing this. I have 100 on me today. I'll spend it all. If I die tomorrow, I won't regret it. Ma Lao Er exclaimed with a carefree attitude. Ladies, let us get lively. Ensure my friends are entertained. Later, I'll toss 2,000 on the table. Oh, Opa, impressive. The young women shrieked, cheering for Ma Lao Er. Qin Yu, seated on the sofa, smiled as he observed Ma Lao Er, inwardly marveling. Some claim they are not fond of wealth, but that could be mere pretense or simply a lack of riches. However, to live so unrestrained, I have encountered very few in my 20 years, and Ma Lao Er is undoubtedly one of them. This person lacks refinement, his speech brimming with a rough, streetwise demeanor. Yet, if one were to delve deeper, they would find numerous flaws within him. Nevertheless, this genuine nature is indeed commendable. To live a life so unencumbered is no easy feat, be it in a time of peace and joy or amidst the current chaotic world. Though Qin Yu possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol, he could not withstand the pace set by Ma Lao Er. Within an hour, he was thoroughly inebriated, being assisted home by Zhu Wei and Guan Qi. Meanwhile, Lao Mao gradually found his stride. Since encountering Ma Lao Er, it was as if he had discovered a kindred spirit, feeling an overwhelming sense of camaraderie. As midnight approached, Lao Mao, equally intoxicated, was supported by a young woman. Grasping Ma Lao Er's hand and said, Brother, I can't go on, I'll head back for a wash. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to a bath. Hee, you've had too much to drink. All right, you go ahead. I'll settle the bill and follow. Thank you for your generous hospitality. How good is this young lady? Give me a verbal report tomorrow. Sure. After exchanging pleasantries, Lao Mao was escorted away by the young woman. 15 minutes later, as Ma Lao Er, Lu Zishu, and others settled their bill and were about to leave the entertainment venue, they suddenly heard one of Yuan Hua's associates calling out from within the music bar, Donggu. I bid 500, what the hell, they are here too. Upon hearing the call, Ma Lao Er turned around, squinting his drunken eyes at the individuals seated within the music bar. Chapter 77, Drunk or Deliberate? Noticing Ma Lao Er's state, Lu Zishu immediately cautioned, What does it matter if they are here? Let us head back and rest. Who is performing today? Ma Lao Er swayed and asked a nearby associate. The enchanting one, the Thai girl? Ma Lao Er inquired again. Yes, the associate nodded. Ma Lao Er belched and, grinning at Lu Zishu, declared, Let us go in and take a look. I tried to arrange a meeting with her last time, but she wasn't available. It's late. We should head back. Lu Zishu frowned. That Yong Dong is also here. We shouldn't. Damn. He can do his thing while I do mine. What is the problem? Ma Lao Er glared fiercely and retorted. This place is so small. Am I supposed to avoid them every time I see them? Lu Zishu fell silent. Let us go in and take a look. Ma Lao Er beckoned and led the group into the music bar. The music bars of this era were not vastly different from those in the past. Perhaps the only distinction was the greater emphasis on performance. This meant that frequently individuals with unique talents would come to showcase their skills. Moreover, the majority of the clientele tended to be older, as the younger crowd lacked earning potential in such an environment. Most people struggled to afford meals, and very few wealthy scions frequented these establishments. On stage, a stunning young woman with a voluptuous figure was performing suggestive talents in a distinctly Thai style, the boundaries quite audacious. Ma Lao Er, being a hedonist, found himself rather taken with the performer. However, after 2 failed attempts to meet her previously, coupled with the recent misfortunes befalling the Ma family, he harbored a lingering frustration. Hence, when he heard the host announce an auction for the enchanting lady's late-night meal, he unhesitatingly interjected. "I bid 1,000. As soon as he spoke, the spotlight turned to the entrance, and Ma Lao grinned as he approached an unoccupied table nearby, waving at the enchanting lady. The owner at the entrance called out 1,000. The host exclaimed, "Friends, this is a rare opportunity. The enchanting lady will be performing in Fongbei next week, and it will be difficult to arrange another meeting. Wealthy patrons, indulge while you can. Now, is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" The auctioning of late-night meals was essentially a ploy to enliven the atmosphere. Most guests participated merely for amusement. Many did not genuinely wish to engage with the performers, and even if a performer accompanied one for a meal or drinks, it did not guarantee an overnight stay. Moreover, as the enchanting lady was a renowned figure, Yongdong's side was merely playing along, attempting to show off after a few drinks. However, once Ma Lao entered the fray, the atmosphere shifted inexplicably. Yongdong, a longtime associate of Yuan Hua, while not involved in the ground-level competition, owned 2 officially registered companies and controlled numerous businesses under the Yuan family, positioning him as a strategist behind the scenes. Thus, he looked down upon Ma Lao and his crew, who hailed from humble backgrounds, on the sofa. Yongdong adjusted his black-framed glasses and curiously inquired of his companion. "This kid has come out?" "Yes, it's said that Officer Li helped him." His friend nodded. "Haha, he is lucky to be alive. He probably doesn't even remember his surname." Yongdong chuckled, motioning for Xiao Lu, "Go play with him." Upon hearing this, the young man in front quickly raised his hand and shouted, 1005.2000. Ma Lao eyes didn't blink. 2005.3000. In less than 5 seconds, the bidding escalated to 3,000, a figure that had long surpassed the playful atmosphere. The guests present were acutely aware that the 2 parties were now genuinely invested, no longer treating the situation lightly. At the entrance, Lu Zishu frowned and warned Ma Lao "That's enough. Is 3,000 for a woman worth it?" "It's not about the money," Ma Lao replied, crossing his legs and fixating his gaze on Yongdong, a smile playing on his lips. "Hey, do we still have any bullets left in our pockets? I did not invite her over for drinks." Inside, the young man standing at the front walked back, bending down to ask Yongdong, "Brother, are we still calling out?" "No more calls," Yongdong replied with a grim expression. "If he wants to pretend, let him point 3,000. Is there anyone with more than 3,000? The host inquired, and no one in the room responded. "Come, let's invite Miss Yaoheim to toast to the boss at the entrance." The host called out. Alaujio stood up and turned to ask, "Do you still have money in your pocket?" Lu Zishu was taken aback and replied, somewhat speechlessly, "What are you shouting for if you have no money? Do you have any?" Ma Laojio asked impatiently. "Yes," Lu Zishu nodded. Upon hearing this, Ma Laojio immediately pointed at Yongdong and shouted at the host on stage, "I'm not drinking anymore. Let the girl go to their table. That guy has been calling out for a while. He must be a bit thirsty." Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Even the experienced host was at a loss for words. Yongdong sat on the sofa with a very displeased expression, not uttering a word. "Damn, I lost my shorts not long ago, and yet you come here pretending?" A burly man suddenly leapt up from the sofa, grabbed a bottle from the table, and flung it towards Ma Laojio with a whoosh, bang. The bottle shattered on the table, and a predictable conflict ensued. 7 or 8 people from the opposing side rushed over, and a chaotic fight broke out between Ma Laojio and his companions. Yongdong stood in front of the sofa, repeatedly shouting to stop them. But to no avail. At the entrance, Ma Laojio, already 8 parts drunk, though fierce, found himself outnumbered, and with the staff of the entertainment venue siding with Yongdong, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. 3 or 4 people cornered Ma Laojio against the wall, pummeling him mercilessly. Lu Zishu struggled against 3 of the venue's henchmen. While he wasn't seriously hurt, he was held back. The chaotic brawl lasted about 7 or 8 minutes, ultimately concluding with Ma Laojio receiving a severe beating. The manager of the entertainment venue rushed over to separate the combatants and immediately confronted Ma Laojio, saying, "What do you think you're doing? We all know each other. Causing a scene here is embarrassing for me." Ma Laojio wiped the blood from his nose and, unconcerned, chuckled, "It's nothing. Nothing at all. It has nothing to do with you. Damn. Getting beaten is what sobers me up." Dio, you have a car. Should we go to the hospital? The manager asked. No need. There's no point in looking at these minor injuries. Lauju laughed as he wiped the blood from his hand, appearing intoxicated yet displaying a surprising level of rationality as he addressed the manager. Sorry for the trouble. I am fine, but the boss might not be pleased. Forget it. You should go clean yourself up. No need. No need. I'm leaving. Lauju waved his hand and was the first to depart the entertainment venue. Outside in the car, Lu Zishu expressed his dissatisfaction. What was the point of this? Money spent and we got beaten up. If Uncle Ma finds out, he'll definitely scold you. Didn't he just stand up for us? Lauju grumbled as he roughly tore off a piece of tissue and stuffed it into his nose. Let us go. It's time to sleep. Sigh. When will you learn to avoid trouble? Lu Zishu sighed. Inside the music bar, after the manager had the entrance cleaned up, he approached Yongdong's booth, sat on the sofa, and said, Brother, stop drinking. Trust me, you should head home early. What's wrong? Yongdong asked, tilting his head.